Section 9. After Corunna. January-February 1809. Chapter 1. The consequences of Murat's diversion, rally of the Spanish armies, Battle of Ucles. With the departure of Napoleon from Madrid on December 21, the offensive action of the French army in central Spain came to a stand. The emperor had taken away with him the field army, which had been destined to deliver those blows at Lisbon and Seville that were to end the war. The troops which he had left behind him in the neighborhood of Madrid were inadequate in numbers for any further advance, and were forced to adopt a defensive attitude. The only regions in which the invaders continued to pursue an active policy were Aragon and Catalonia, from which, on account of their remoteness, the emperor had not withdrawn any troops for his great encircling movement against Sir John Moore. In both those provinces, important operations began on the very day on which Bonaparte set out to hunt the English army. It was on December 21 that Lannes commenced the second siege of Saragossa, and that St. Cyr, after relieving Barcelona, scattered the army of Catalonia at the Battle of Molins de Rey. But the campaigns of Aragon and Catalonia were both of secondary importance when compared with the operations in central Spain. As the whole history of the war was to show, the progress of events in the valley of the lower Ebro and in the Catalan hills never exercised much influence on the affairs of Castile and Portugal. It is not, therefore, too much to assert that it was Moore's march on Sahagun, and that march alone, which paralyzed the main scheme of the emperor for the conquest of Spain. Between December 21 and January 2, the central reserves of the French army had been hurried away to the Esla and the plains of northern Leon. It was not till the new year had come that the emperor began to think of sending some of them back to the neighborhood of Madrid. The 8th Corps had been incorporated with the 2nd and sent in pursuit of Moore. The Corps of Ney and the division of Lapis were left to support Soult in his invasion of Galicia. The Imperial Guard marched back to Valladolid. Of all the troops which had been distracted to the northwest, only Dessalles' division of the Central Reserve returned to the capital. Such a reinforcement was far from being enough to enable Joseph Bonaparte and his military advisor Jourdan to assume the offensive towards the valleys of the Tagus and Guadiana. The consequences of Moore's diversion were not only far-reaching but prolonged. It was not till the middle of March that the army of the king was able to resume the attempt to march on Seville, and by that time the condition of affairs had been profoundly modified to the advantage of the Spaniards. The intervening time was not one of rest for Joseph and his army. Their movements require careful attention. When Napoleon hurried the main body of his troops across the Samosira in pursuit of the British, he left behind him the corps of Victor, shorn of Lapis's division, the whole of the corps of Lefebvre, and the 3 independent cavalry divisions of Lazel, Lattermarburg, and Milhaud in a 0 horse and 0 foot with 90 guns. There was also the Royal Guard of King Joseph, 4 battalions of foot, and a regiment of horse, beside 2 skeleton regiments of Spanish deserters, which the intrusive king was raising as the nucleus of a new army of his own. Of these troops, the incomplete German division of Level, 2nd of the 4th Corps, and King Joseph's guards formed the garrison of Madrid. This force seeming too small, the division of Ruffin, 1st of the 1st Corps, was ordered in to reinforce them. The rest of the army lay in 2 concentric semicircles outside Madrid. The inner semicircle was formed of infantry. There was a regiment at Guadalajara, a whole division under Marshal Victor himself at Aranjuez, and 2 divisions of the 4th Corps under Marshal Lefebvre at Talavera. Outside these troops was a great cavalry screen. In front of Victor, the 3 cavalry brigades of Lattermarburg's division lay respectively at Tarancon, Ocaña, and Madrigos, watching the 3 roads from La Mancha. West of them lay Milhaud's division of dragoons, in front of Talavera, in the direction of Navalmoral and San Vicente, observing the passes of the Sierra de Toledo. Lastly, as a sort of advanced guard in the direction of Estremadura, Lazel's light cavalry had pushed on to the great bridge of Almaraz, behind which the wrecks of the mutinous armies of Belvedere and San Juan were beginning to collect, under their new commander Galazzo. The emperor's parting orders to Jourdan had been to send forward Lazel and Lefebvre to deal a blow at the Estremaduran army. They had, he wrote, twice the numbers necessary to break up the small force of disorganized troops in front of them. On December 24, Lefebvre was to cross the Tagus, scatter Galuzzo's men to the winds, and then come back to Talavera after building a tête de pont at Almaraz. Lazel's cavalry would be capable of looking after what was left of this force, for it would not give trouble again for many a week to come. Victor, on the side of La Mancha, must keep watch on any movements of the Spaniards from the direction of Cuenca or the Sierra Morena. He would have no difficulty in holding them off, for all the debris of the insurgent armies combined could not face even the 8,000 French cavalry left in front of them, to say nothing of the infantry behind. The first portion of the orders of the Emperor was duly carried out. On December 24, the Duke of Danzig advanced from Talavera upon the bridges of Arzobispo and Almaraz, behind which lay 6,000 or 7,000 of Galuzzo's dispirited levies. He made no more than a feint at the first-mentioned passage, but attacking the more important bridge of Almaraz, carried it at the first rush, and took the 4 guns which Galuzzo had mounted on the southern bank to command the defile. The Spaniards, scattered in all directions, abandoned the banks of the Tagus, and placed themselves in safety behind the rugged Sierra de Guadalupe. So far the Emperor's design was carried out, but Lefebvre then took a most extraordinary step. Instead of returning, as he had been ordered, to Talavera, and remaining in that central position till further orders should be sent him, he went off on an inexplicable adventure of his own. Leaving only Lazel's cavalry and 2 Polish battalions on the Tagus, he turned north, as if intending to join the Emperor, crossed the mountains between New and Old Castile, and on January 5 appeared at Avila in the latter province. Not only was the march in complete contravention of the Emperor's orders, but it was carried out in disobedience to 5 separate dispatches sent from Madrid by Jourdan in the name of King Joseph. Lefebvre paid no attention whatever to the lieutenant of the Emperor, in spite of vehement representations to the effect that he was exposing Madrid by this eccentric movement. It was indeed an unhappy inspiration that led him to Avila, for at this precise moment the Spaniards were commencing a wholly unexpected offensive advance against the Spanish capital, which Lefebvre, if he had remained at Talavera, might have aided in repelling. Much incensed at his disobedience, Napoleon deprived him of the command of the 4th Corps and sent him back to France. "This marshal," he wrote to King Joseph, "does nothing but make blunders. He cannot seize the meaning of the orders sent him. It is impossible to leave him in command of a corps, which is a pity, for he is a brave enough fellow on the battlefield." Sebastiani, Lefebvre's senior divisional general, replaced him in command of his corps. The new Spanish advance upon Madrid requires a word of explanation. We have seen that the weary and dilapidated army of the center, now commanded by the Duke of Infantado, had reached Cuenca on December 10, after escaping from the various snares which Napoleon had set for it during its march from Calatayud to the valley of the Upper Tagus. When he had escaped from Bessieres' pursuit, the Duke proceeded to give his army a fortnight's much-needed rest in the mountain villages round Cuenca. He sent back to Valencia the wrecks of Roca's division, which had originally been raised in that kingdom. It had dwindled down to 1,455 men from its origina, 0. The other troops, the 2nd, 3rd, and 9th divisions of the old army of Andalusia, had not suffered quite so much, as they had not been seriously engaged at Tudela, but they were half-starved and very disorderly. Infantado was forced to shoot an officer and 2 sergeants for open mutiny before he could restore the elements of discipline. The province of Cuenca is the most thinly peopled and desolate of all the regions of Spain, and though some stores and food were procured from Valencia, it was impossible to re-equip the army in a satisfactory way. Winter clothing, in particular, was absolutely unprocurable, and if the men had not been placed under roofs in Cuenca and the villages around, they must have perished of cold. But a fortnight's rest did much for them. Many stragglers came up from the rear, a few reinforcements were received, and to the surprise of the whole army, the brigade of the Conde de Alacha, which had been cut off from the rest of the troops on the day of Tudela, turned up intact to join its division. This detachment, it will be remembered, had been left in the mountains near Agreda to observe the advance of Marshal Ney. After the rout, it had nearly fallen into the hands of the 6th Corps and had been forced to turn off into obscure bypaths. Then, Passing in haste between the French divisions in New Castile, it had finally succeeded in reaching Cuenca. Infantado, finding that the French still hung back and advanced no further into his mountain refuge, proceeded to reorganize his army. The 3 weakened battalions of the old line regiments were consolidated into 2 or often into 1. The 4 divisions of the original Andalusian host were amalgamated into 2, with an extra vanguard and reserve composed of the best troops. This rearrangement had not yet been fully completed when the Duke made up his mind that he would venture on an advance against Madrid. He could learn of nothing save cavalry in his front, and he had received early notice of the departure of Napoleon to the north. Giving the command of his vanguard and the greater part of his cavalry to General Venegas, he bade him descend into the plains and endeavor to surprise the brigade of dragoons which lay at Tarancan. This task Venegas attempted to execute on Christmas Day. He had already turned the town with half his force and placed himself across the line of retreat of the dragoons before they knew of his approach. Warned, just in time of his danger, the French brigadier resolved to cut his way through. He charged down on the enemy, who fell into a line of battalion squares with long intervals between them. Dashing between the squares, the 2 regiments got through with the loss of 50 or 60 men. The Spanish cavalry, which arrived late on the field, made no attempt to pursue. On the same day, Infantado had sent out another column under General Senra, with orders to march on Aranjuez. Finding that it was held not only by cavalry, but by a heavy force of infantry, the Spanish brigadier wisely halted at a discreet distance, for which he was sharply taken to task by his chief. It is certain that if he had gone on, Victor would have made mincemeat of his little force of 4,000 men. Although the advance of Venegas and Senra soon stopped short, the news that the Spaniards were descending in force into the plain of New Castile was most discomposing to King Joseph, who was at this moment very weak in troops. Lefebvre had just started on his eccentric march to Avila. De Salles was not yet back from the north, and there was no disposable reserve at Madrid save the single division of Ruffin, for the King's Guards and Level's Germans were barely enough to hold down the capital and could not be moved. The situation was made worse by the revolt of several of the small towns of the Upper Tagus, including Chinchon and Colmenar, which rose under the belief that Infantado's army would soon be at their gates. There was nothing between the Duke and Madrid save the single infantry division of Villat, which lay with Marshal Victor at Aranjuez, and the 6 dragoon regiments of Latter Marburg, a force of little more than 9,000 sabres and bayonets. Fortunately for King Joseph, Infantado was a most incapable general and allowed his opportunity to slip by. By driving in the French cavalry screen, he had given notice of his existence and spread alarm up to the gates of Madrid. But in order to profit by the situation, he should have dashed in at once, before the enemy had time to draw together. If he had marched from Cuenca with his reserves, in the wake of Venegas, he could have brought 20,000 men to bear upon Victor, before the latter could receive the very moderate succors that King Joseph could send him. Instead of doing anything of the kind, he remained quiescent at his headquarters, and did not even send Venegas any further orders, either to advance or to retreat. From December 26 to January 11, the Spanish vanguard lay at Tarancan, as if with the express intention of giving the French time to concentrate. The Duke, meanwhile, as his dispatches show, was drawing up a grandiose plan of operations, which included not only the eviction of King Joseph from Madrid, but the cutting of Napoleon's communication and the raising of the siege of Saragossa. He was most anxious to induce the central junta to move forward all their other forces to aid him. But they could do nothing, so deplorable was the state of their army, but bid the weak division of 6,000 men, which was guarding the Sierra Morna, to begin a demonstration in La Mancha. In pursuance of this order, Del Palacio made a forward movement, as dangerous as it was useless, to Villajarta on the Upper Guadiana. Jourdan and the intrusive king, meanwhile, were for 10 days in a state of great anxiety, expecting every moment to hear that the whole Spanish army had descended from the mountains and thrown itself upon the Upper Tagus. They ordered Victor to move from Aranjuez to Arganda to parry such a blow, and made preparations for reinforcing him with Ruffin's division, while the rest of the garrison of Madrid, with the French civilians and the mass of afrancesados, were to shut themselves up in the forts on the Retiro, being too few to hold the entire city. But the expected advance of Infantado never occurred, and Jourdan and Victor were able to put down the insurrection of the little towns in the plain without any interruption. Chinchon was stormed, and the whole male population put to the sword. At Calmanar, there were executions on a large scale, and a fine of 50,000 piastres was levied. The rest of the insurgents fled to the hills. On January 8, 1809, the fears of Joseph and Jourdan came to a happy end, for on that day the division of Dessalles marched in from Old Castile, while on the 10th the 4th Corps appeared, having been sent back in haste from Avila by the Emperor. This reinforcement of more than 20,000 men completely cleared the situation. The French line of defense could now be re-established. Valence's Polish division was placed at Toledo. Level's Germans, completed by the arrival of their belated Dutch brigade, were sent to Talavera. Sebastiani's division, with Dessalles and the King's Guard, remained to garrison Madrid. Ruffin was sent out to join Victor, who was ordered to march at once on Tarancon and fall upon the Spanish corps, which had remained there in such strange torpidity since Christmas Day. The Emperor, sending these orders from Valladolid, expressed himself in a somewhat contemptuous strain as to his brother's fears. The army of Castaños, i.e. of Infantado, was as great a fiction as that of La Romana. Rumor made the zero strong, while really there were not more than 5,000 of them. Victor had 10 times as many men as were necessary for clearing off the Spaniards. The panic at Madrid had been absurd and discreditable. All that was wanted was to catch and hang a dozen Movies sujets, and the capital would keep quiet. On January 12, Victor marched from Aranjuez with the 21 battalions of Villat's and Ruffin's divisions, the squadrons of light horse, which formed his corps cavalry, and the 3 brigades of dragoons composing the division of Latter Marburg, in all some 12,000 foot and 500 horse. He did not find Venegas at Tarancon. On hearing that the French were massing in front of him, that officer had called in the outlying brigade of Senra and had retired 10 miles to Uccle in the foothills of the mountains of Cuenca. He sent news of Victor's approach to Infantado, but the latter gave him no definite orders either to fight or to retreat. He merely forwarded to him 3 or 4 more battalions of infantry and announced that he was coming up from Cuenca with the reserves. He fixed no date for his probable arrival. Much troubled by the want of definite orders, Venegas doubted whether he ought to hold his ground and await his chief, or fall back into the mountains. After some hesitation, he resolved to take the more dangerous course, tempted by the fine position of Uccle, which offered every advantage for a defensive action. He had with him about 9,500 infantry in 22 very weak battalions, some of which had no more than 250 or 300 bayonets. Of cavalry, he had 9 incomplete regiments, giving only 1,800 sabres. There were but 5 guns with the army, of which one had broken down and was not fit for service. The town of Uccle lies in the midst of a long ridge stretching northeast and southwest, with a steep slope towards the plain, from which the French were approaching. Venegas drew up his men in a single long line, with the town in the center. 4 battalions were barricaded in Uccle, 6 took post to the left of it, 8 to the right. Only 1 was held back in reserve, but 3 with 4 regiments of cavalry were left out in front to observe the French advance in the neighborhood of the village of Tribaldos. The 4 guns and the remainder of the cavalry were drawn up before the town. It is almost needless to point out the faults of this order of battle, over great extension and the want of a reserve. The position was too long for the numbers available. Moreover, the men were not in good fighting trim. Though several of the old regiments from Balen were among them, their spirits were low. They had not yet recovered from the dreadful fatigues of the retreat from Tudela, and they had little confidence in their leaders. Victor marched from Tarancon at daybreak on January 13, with 1 division on each of the 2 routes which lead eastward from that place, Villat, on the southern road which goes directly to Uccle, Ruffin's on the longer and more circuitous path, which, running parallel to the other, ultimately rejoins it at Carrascosa, some way behind that town. The majority of Latter Marburg's cavalry accompanied the former column. Already on the previous night, Victor's vedettes had discovered the Spanish outpost at Tribaldos. Very early on the following morning, it was driven in by the advance of Vilat's column and joined the main body of the army of Venegas. The marshal then pushed forward to the foot of the hills to reconnoiter the enemy's position. Having discerned the lie of the ground and the distribution of the Spanish forces, his mind was soon made up. Orders were promptly sent to Ruffin to leave the road on which he was advancing and to close in upon the right flank and rear of Venegas's army. Meanwhile, Vilat and the cavalry drew up in front of Uccle, with a strength of about 7,000 bayonets and 500 sabres. The dragoons were placed in the center. In front of them was ranged a battery, which commenced to shell the town, and the Spanish horse drawn up before its gates. This was only a demonstration. The real blow was to be given by an attack on the Spanish left, where the hillside was of easier access than on the steep and rocky northern end of the ridge. Vilat's 2nd Brigade, the 94th Anth Regiments, executed a circular march under the eyes of the enemy, and having turned their extreme flank, rapidly climbed the hill and formed up at right angles to the Spanish line. These 6 battalions fell upon the exposed wing and rolled it up without much difficulty till they arrived under the very walls of Uccle, driving the enemy before them. Venegas, who was watching the fight from the court of the monastery, which dominates the town, had tried to hurry up reinforcements from his right wing, but they arrived too late to be of any use. When the attack on the enemy's left was seen to be making good progress, and the attention of the Spaniards was distracted to that point, Victor directed the 1st Brigade of Vilat's division to assail the steep hill on the Spanish right. They carried it with ease, for half the defenders had been withdrawn to reinforce the left, and the rest were demoralized by the evident disaster on the other flank. The whole of Venegas's army fled eastward without any further endeavor to hold their ground, the considerable force of cavalry in the center making no attempt, as it would appear, to cover the retreat of the foot. Such rearguard as there was consisted of 2 or 3 infantry battalions under General Jaén. Suddenly the Spaniards of the right wing and center saw rising up in front of them, as they fled, an imposing line of French infantry barring their further progress. This force consisted of the 9 battalions of Ruffin's division. They had lost their way while seeking for the Spanish flank, and like Ferguson at Rallisa, made too wide a circle to enable them to intervene in the actual fighting. But the very length of their turning movement proved advantageous, as they had now got into the direct rear of the retreating army. Driven on by the pursuing dragoons of Latter Maubourg, the Spaniards found themselves rushing into the very arms of Ruffin's division. The disaster was complete, and more than half of Venegas's army was encircled and captured. Most of the cavalry, indeed, escaped by dispersing and riding rapidly round the flanks of Ruffin's line. But the slow-moving infantry was trapped. A few battalions from the left wing got off to the southeast, and General Jaén, with a remnant of his brigade, cut his way through a gap between 2 French regiments. All the rest had to surrender. Venegas's 11,000 men, about 1,000 had been killed or wounded. 4 generals, 17 colonels, 306 other officers, and 560 rank and file were captured. The French secured the 4 guns which formed the sole artillery of the beaten army and 20 standards. Their own loss was insignificant. Victor returned his total casualties at 150 men, and probably did not much understate them, as he had met with no serious resistance. Though they had suffered so little, the French showed great ferocity after the fight. They not only sacked the town of Uccle, but executed in cold blood 69 of its notables, including many monks, who were accused of having fired on the assailants from their convent windows. When the column of Spanish prisoners was sent off to Madrid, orders were given, it is said by Victor himself, that those who would not keep up with the rest should be shot, and we have good French authority to the effect that this was regularly done. 30 or more a day, mostly the wounded and the sick, were shot by the wayside when they dropped behind. What meanwhile had happened to the Spanish commander-in-chief and the 9,000 men whom he had retained at Cuenca? Infantado had started to join Venegas on January 12. He slept that night at Horquejada, 15 miles to the east of Uccle. Resuming his march next morning, he had got as far as Carrascosa, when a disorderly mob of 2,000 routed infantry hurtled into his vanguard. Questioning the fugitives, he learnt the details of the Battle of Uccle and found that the victorious army of the French was only 5 miles away. Then, with a promptitude very different from his torpor of the last 3 weeks, the Duke turned his column to the rear and made off with all speed. He first returned to his base at Cuenca to pick up his baggage and stores, and then marched by vile crossroads and in abominable weather to Chinchilla in the Kingdom of Murcia, which he reached on January 20. His artillery, forced to go at a snail's pace among the hills and torrents, and escorted by a single cavalry regiment only, was surprised and captured by Digen's dragoons at Tortola, a few miles to the south of Cuenca, Jan. 18. 15 guns were lost on this occasion. Several of the French authorities ingeniously add them to the trophies of Uccle and write as if they had all been taken from Venegas in open battle. Victor, after occupying Cuenca and finding that Infantado was now too far away to be pursued with any chance of success, turned down into the plains of La Mancha to strike at the small Andalusian force which had advanced under Del Palacio to lend countenance to Infantado's projects for a march on Madrid. This division, some 6,000 strong, had reached Villajarta on the upper Guadiana, but when the news of Uccle arrived, its commander hastily drew it back to the foot of the passes. Finding no enemy to attack, Victor, after crossing La Mancha unopposed, took up his post at Madrigos, on the high road between Madrid and the Despeñaperros, and waited for further orders from headquarters. It was only after the victory of Uccle that King Joseph was permitted by his brother to make his formal entry into Madrid. Up to this moment, he had been told to stop at the Palace of the Pardo, far outside the walls, and only to pay furtive and unostentatious visits to his official abode in the city. When the inhabitants of the capital had been sufficiently impressed by the arrival of the numerous columns of the Fourth Corps and of Dessalles, and had seen the banners and the prisoners taken at Uccle paraded through their streets, their king was once more sent among them. Joseph made his appearance on January 22, passed through a long lane of French bayonets to the church of San Isidro, where a Te Deum was chanted for the late victories, and then entered his palace. Here he received numerous deputations of Spaniards who swore him fealty. But the moral effect of these oaths was not very great, for the local notables attended under the pressure of the bayonet. Napoleon had sent orders that every town in Castile of more than 2,000 souls must dispatch delegates to Madrid, or the consequences would be unpleasant. The delegates appeared, but it may be guessed with what feelings they mouthed their oaths and their protestations of joy and loyalty. Yet Joseph, determined to play the part of the benevolent monarch, took the whole farce seriously and answered with lavish declarations of his love and sympathy for the great Spanish nation. Sentiments of the kind were to be the staple of his fruitless and copious oratory for the next 4 years. His heart would have sunk within him if only he could have recognized their futility. But 1809 was but just beginning, and he was far from realizing the full meaning of his position. It took a very long time to thoroughly disenchant this hard-working and well-meaning prince. Section 9, Chapter 2. Napoleon's departure from Spain, his plans for the termination of the war, the counterplans of the junta. 4 days after the Battle of Uccle, Napoleon quitted Spain. He had rested at Valladolid from January 6 to January 17, after his return from the pursuit of Sir John Moore. Though he had failed to entrap the British army, he was not discontented with his achievements. He was fully convinced that he had broken the back of the Spanish insurrection, and that he could safely return to France, leaving the completion of the work to his brother and his marshals. He was anxious to hear that Saragossa had fallen, and that the English had been driven out of the peninsula. When these 2 events should have come to pass, his armies might resume, under the guidance of his subordinates, the original advance against Portugal and Andalusia, which had been so effectually frustrated by Moore's daring move. Meanwhile, he spent full 11 days at Valladolid, busy with all manner of desk work, connected not merely with Spain, but with the affairs of the whole continent. He was evidently anxious to leave an impression of terror behind him. He hectored and bullied the unfortunate Spanish deputations that were compelled to come before him in the most insulting fashion. His harangues generally wound up with the declaration that if he was ever forced to come back to Spain in arms, he would remove his brother Joseph and divide the realm into subject provinces, which should be governed by martial law. Some French soldiers, probably marauders, having been assassinated, he arrested and threatened to hang the whole municipality of Valladolid, finally releasing them only when 3 persons accused, rightly or wrongly, of the murders were delated to him and executed. He sent advice to King Joseph to deal in the same way with Madrid. Nothing would keep the capital quiet, he wrote, but a good string of executions. It was to be many years before he realized that hanging did no good in Spain and was only repaid by additional assassinations. In return for this good advice to his brother, he extorted from him 50 of the choicest pictures of the Royal Gallery at Madrid. But in compensation, Joseph was invited to annex all that he might choose from the private collections of the exiled Spanish nobility and the monasteries of the capital. Suggestions have sometimes been made that Napoleon hastened his departure from Spain because he saw that the suppression of the insurrection would take a much longer time than he had originally supposed, and because he wished to transfer to other hands the lengthy and inglorious task of hunting down the last armies of the junta. This view is certainly erroneous. His 3 months' stay in Spain had not opened the emperor's eyes to the difficulties of the business that he had taken in hand. Though many of his couriers and aides-de-camp had already been ambuscaded and shot by the peasantry, though he was already beginning to see that a blockhouse and a garrison would have to be placed at every stage on the high roads, he believed that these sinister signs were temporary and that the countryside, after a few sanguinary lessons had been given, would sink down into the quiet of despair. His final legacy to his brother on departing was a long dispatch giving a complete plan of operations for the next campaign. Soult, after forcing the English to embark, was to march on Oporto. Napoleon calculated that he ought to capture it on February 1, and that on February 10 he would be in front of Lisbon. The Portuguese levies he practically disregarded as a fighting force, and he was ignorant that there still remain 0 or 10,000 British troops on the Tagus who would serve to stiffen their resistance. When Soult should have captured Oporto and be well on the way to Lisbon, Victor was to go forward with his own First Corps, the division of Level from the 4th Corps, and the cavalry of Milhaud, Latter Marburg, and Lazel. He was to strike at Estremadura, occupy Merida and Badajoz, and join hands with Soult along the Tagus. Lisbon being reduced, Victor was to borrow a division from Soult and march on Seville with 40,000 men. With such a force, as the emperor calculated, he would subdue the whole of Andalusia with ease. Meanwhile, Saragossa must, as Napoleon rightly thought, fall sometime in February. When it was disposed of, the 3rd Anth Corps would provide a garrison for Aragon, and then march on Valencia, which would be attacked and subdued much about the same time that Victor would arrive at Seville. St. Cyr would have made an end of the Catalans long before. Thus the whole peninsula would be subdued ere the summer was over. There was nowhere a Spanish army that could make head against even 10,000 French troops. The only possible complication would be that Moore's army might conceivably take ship, not for England, but for Lisbon or Cadiz. If the English, the only enemy who could create difficulties, took this course, the emperor might have to give further orders. But it does not seem that he regarded this as a likely contingency, since he had conceived an even exaggerated idea of the losses and demoralization which the British had suffered in the retreat to Corunna. To Joseph he wrote, "Reserve yourself for the expedition to Andalusia, which may start 3 weeks hence. With 40,000 men, marching by an unexpected route, i.e. by Badajoz, not by La Carolina, you will surprise the enemy and force him to submit. This is an operation which will make an end of the war. I leave the glory of it to you." To Jerome Napoleon he wrote in the most laconic style, "The Spanish affair is done with," and then proceeded to discuss the general politics of the continent, as if his whole attention could now be given to the doings of Austria and Russia. On January 18, he rode out of Valladolid, and after 6 days of incessant travel reached Paris on the 24th. His first care after his arrival was to scare the intriguers of the capital into good behavior. His second was to endeavor to treat Austria after the same fashion. He had not yet made up his mind whether the ministers of Francis Roman II meant mischief, or whether they had merely been presuming on his long absence in Spain. On the whole, he thought that they could be reduced to order by bold language and by the ostentatious movement of troops on the Rhine and Upper Danube. But he was not sure of his conclusion. In his correspondence, letters stating that Austria has been brought to reason alternate with others in which she is accused of incorrigible perversity and a design to make war in the spring. The emperor's suspicions are most clearly shown by the fact that in February he ordered the whole of the Imperial Guard, except 2 battalions and 3 squadrons, to be brought up from Spain and directed on Paris. In the same month, he sent secret orders to the princes of the Confederation of the Rhine to bid them be ready to mobilize their contingents at short notice. It is clear that as regards the affairs of Spain, the emperor was in January and February 1809 as much deluded as he had been 7 months before, in June 1808. The whole plan of campaign which he dictated at Valladolid and sent as his parting gift to Joseph and Jourdan was absolutely impracticable and indicated a fundamental ignorance of the character of the Spanish War. It would have been a perfectly sensible document if the struggle had been raging in Italy or Germany, though even there the calculations of distance and time would have been rather hazardous. 23 days were given to Soult to expel the English, to pacify Galicia, to take Oporto, and to march on Lisbon. Even granting that all had gone as the emperor desired, the estimate was too short by half. It was midwinter. Galicia and northern Portugal form one of the most mountainous regions in Europe. Their roads are vile, their food supplies are scanty, their climate at that season of the year detestable. Clearly the task given to Soult could not be executed in the prescribed time. But this is a minor point. It was not so much in his logistics that the emperor went wrong as in his general conception of the character of the war. He imagined that in dealing with Spain, he might act as if he were dealing with Austria or Prussia, indeed that he had an enormous extra advantage in the fact that the armies of Ferdinand VII were infinitely inferior in mere fighting power to those of Francis II or Frederick William III. By all the ordinary rules of modern warfare, a nation whose capital had been occupied and whose regular armies had been routed and half destroyed ought to have submitted without further trouble. The emperor was a little surprised that the effect of Espinosa and Gamonal, of Tudela and Uccle had not been greater. He had almost expected to receive overtures from the junta asking for terms of submission. But somewhat disappointed though he might be, he had not yet realized that Spain was not as other countries. The occupation of Madrid counted for little or nothing. The insurrectionary armies, when driven into a corner, did not capitulate, but dispersed and fled in small parties over the hills to reunite on the first opportunity. Prussian or Austrian troops, under similar circumstances, would have quietly laid down their arms. But to endeavor to grasp a Spanish corps was like clutching at a ball of quicksilver. The mass dispersed in driblets between the fingers of the manipulator, and the small rolling pellets ultimately united to form a new force. Large captures of Spaniards only took place on the actual battlefield, as at Uccle or Ocaña, or when an army had shut itself up in a fortress and could not get away, as happened at Saragossa and Badajoz. Unless actually penned in between bayonets, the insurgents abandoned cannon and baggage, broke their ranks and disappeared, to gather again on some more propitious day, either as fresh armies or as guerrilla bands operating upon the victor's lines of communication. Nor was this all. In Italy, Germany, and Austria, Bonaparte had dealt with regions where the population remained quiescent when once the regular army had been beaten. Risings like that of Verona in 1797 or of the Tyrol in 1805 were exceptional. The French army was wont to go forward without being forced to leave large garrisons behind it to hold down the conquered countryside. A battalion or two placed in the chief towns sufficed to secure the communication of the army with France. Small parties, or even single officers bearing dispatches, could ride safely for many miles through an Italian or Austrian district without being molested. It was not thus in Spain. The emperor was to find that every village where there was not a French garrison would be a focus of active resistance, and that no amount of shooting or hanging would cow the spirits of the peasantry. It was only after scores of aides-de-camp had been murdered or captured, and after countless small detachments had been destroyed, that he came to realize that every foot of Spanish soil must not only be conquered, but also held down. If there was a square of 10 miles unoccupied, a guerrilla band arose in it. If a district 30 miles long lacked a brigade to garrison it, a local junta with a ragged apology for an army promptly appeared. 300,000 men look a large force on paper, but when they have to hold down a country 500 miles broad, they are frittered away to nothing. This Great Britain knows well enough from her recent South African experience, but it was not a common matter of knowledge in 1809. If the emperor had been told, on the day of his entry into Madrid, that even 3 years later his communication with Bayonne would only be preserved by the maintenance of a fortified post at every 10th milestone, he would have laughed the idea to scorn. Still more ridiculous would it have appeared to him if he had been told that it would take a body of 300 horse to carry a dispatch from Salamanca to Saragossa, or that the normal garrison of Old Castile would have to be kept at 15,000 men, even when there was no regular Spanish army nearer to it than Oviedo or Astorga. In short, he and all Europe had much to learn as to the conditions of warfare in the peninsula. If he had realized them in March 1808, there would have been no treachery at Bayonne, and the running sore, as he afterwards called the Spanish War, would never have broken forth. Meanwhile, the conquest of Spain was hung up for a month and more after the victory of Uccle. The emperor had bidden Joseph and Jourdan to wait till the February rains were over, before sending out the great expedition against Andalusia. The siege of Saragossa was prolonged far beyond expectation, and Soult in Galicia, as we shall presently see, found the time allowance which his master had set him inadequate to the verge of absurdity. The French made no further move of importance till March. The central junta, therefore, were granted 3 full months from the date of their flight from Aranjuez to Seville, in which to reorganize their armies for the oncoming campaign of 1809, a respite which they gained, as we have already shown, purely and solely through Moore's splendid inspiration of the march to Sahagun. The members of the junta trailed into Seville at various dates between December 14 and December 17. Their rapid journey at midwinter through the Sierra de Guadalupe and the still wilder Sierra Morna had been toilsome and exhausting. It proved fatal to their old president, Florida Blanca, who died of bronchitis only 11 days after he had arrived at Seville. In his stead, a Castilian grandee of unimpeachable patriotism but very moderate abilities, the Marquis of Astorga, was elected to the presidential chair. The junta had no enviable task before it. The news of the disasters on the Ebro and the fall of Madrid had thrown the nation into a paroxysm of unreasoning fury. Ridiculous charges of treason were being raised against all those who had been in charge of the war. Blake and Castaños, of all people, were being openly accused of having sold themselves to Napoleon. There were a number of political assassinations in the regions to which the French had not yet penetrated. Most of the victims were old friends of God. It looked at first as if the central government would be unable to restore any sort of order or to organize any further resistance. Some of the local juntas, whose importance had disappeared with the meeting of the Supreme Junta, showed signs of wishing to resume their ancient independence. Those of Seville and Jaén were especially disobliging, but the evils of disunion were so obvious that even the most narrow-minded particularists settled down after a time into at least a formal obedience to the central government. The enforced halt made by the French after Napoleon's departure from Madrid was the salvation of Spain. By the month of January, things were beginning to assume a more regular aspect, and some attempt was made to face the situation. The most favorable part of that situation was that money, at least, was not wanting for the moment. The $4 or $5 million which the British government had distributed to the provincial juntas and to the central had long been spent, and in 1809 no more than £387,000 in specie was advanced to Spain. Spent also was the enormous amount of money accruing from patriotic gifts and local assessments. But there had just arrived at Cadiz a large consignment of specie from America. The Spanish colonies in the New World had all adhered without hesitation to the cause of Ferdinand VII, and their first and most copious contribution had just come to hand. Not only had the governors of Mexico and Peru and the other provinces strained every nerve to raise money, but a vast patriotic fund had been collected by individuals. There were rich merchants and landholders in America who made voluntary offerings of sums as large as $100,000 or $200,000 apiece. The money which came to hand early in 1809 amounted to more than £2,800,000, and much more was received ere the close of the year. It was with this sum, far more than with British money, that the Spanish armies were paid and fed, but their equipment mainly came from England. The stores of arms, clothing, and munition which had existed in the arsenals of the peninsula when the war broke out had all been exhausted in the autumn, and had not even sufficed to equip fully the unfortunate armies which were beaten on the Ebro. The government and the local juntas had set up new manufactories at Seville, Valencia, and elsewhere, which were already turning out a large quantity of weapons, accoutrements, and uniforms. It was now that the armies began to appear in the rough brown cloth of the country and in leather shakos, abandoning the old white uniform and plumed hat which had been the garb of the Spanish line. But the reclothing and rearmament of the troops could never have been completed without the enormous consignments of cloth, powder, muskets, lead, and leather work which came from England. It is true that much was lost by the fortune of war before it could be utilized, notably the considerable amount of muskets, ammunition, and cloth which had been landed in Galicia for La Romana's army. This, as we have seen, was either destroyed by Sir John Moore's army or captured by Soult, because the Galician junta had kept it waiting too long at the base. But all that went to Andalusia, Valencia, and Catalonia came safely to hand. Palafox's army was re-equipped just before the second siege of Saragossa began, with British stores sent up by Colonel Doyle from Tarragona. The armies of the south and east also received enormous consignments of necessaries. It remains to speak of the purely military aspect of the junta's position. When January began, the wrecks of the Spanish armies were distributed in a wide semicircle reaching from Oviedo to Gerona, while the French lay in their midst. In the Asturias, there were sent 0 or 15,000 men under arms. The relics of Acevedo's division of Blake's army had fallen back and joined the other levies which the local junta had assembled. The whole force was watching the two lines on which the French could conceivably move during the winter: the coast route from Santander to Gijon and the pass of Pajes which leads from Leon to Oviedo. In Galicia, La Romana's army, now engaged in the miserable retreat from Astorga to Orense, had fallen into the most wretched condition. Of the 22,000 men who had been assembled at Leon in December, only 6,000 or 7,000 were now to be found. The Galician battalions had melted home when the army fell back among their native mountains. They cannot be much blamed, for they were suffering acute starvation. In the spring they came back to join the colors readily enough. The regulars, who still hung together, were famished, naked, typhus-ridden, and incapable of any great exertion. Their general's only care was to keep them as far as possible from Soult and Ney, till the winter should have passed by and food and clothing be procured. Between La Romana's men at Orense and the army of Estremadura on the Tagus, there was no Spanish force in the field. When Lapis and 500 Avenay had occupied Zamora and Salamanca, the only center of resistance in Leon was the fortress of Ciudad Rodrigo, which was held by a handful of local militia. Portuguese troops were beginning to collect in its rear at Almeida, but with them the junta had nothing to do. The Estremaduran army had now passed from the hands of Galuzzo to those of Cuesta. The junta, in spite of the memories of Cabazon and Rio Seco, had once more given the obstinate and incapable old soldier an important command. Apparently, they had been moved by the widespread but idiotic cry imputing treachery to the generals who had been beaten on the Ebro, and gave Cuesta an army because, with all his faults, no one ever dreamed of accusing him of treachery or sympathy with the French. His forces consisted, 1, of the wrecks of Belvedere's army from Gamonal, 2, of the debris of San Juan's army from Madrid, 3, of new Estremaduran levies, which had not gone forward to Burgos in October, but had remained behind to complete their organization, 4, of the 4 dismounted cavalry regiments from Denmark, which had been sent to the south when La Romana landed at Santander, in order to procure equipment and horses. In all, the army of Cuesta had no more than 10,500 foot and 0 or 2,500 horse. The spirit of the old troops of San Juan and Belvedere was still very bad, and they were hardly recovered from their December mutinies and murders. After Lefebvre had driven them back from the Tagus and occupied the bridges of Olmaraz and Arzobispo, the Estremadurans had retired to Merida and Truxillo. On January 11, their most advanced position was at the last-named place. To the east of Estremadura lay the weakest point of the Spanish line. Andalusia and its mountain barrier of the Sierra Morena were almost undefended in January 1809. It will be remembered that all through the autumn of the preceding year the local juntas, intoxicated with the fumes of Balin, had let the months slip by without doing much to organize the army of reserve, of which they had spoken so much in August and September. It resulted that, when Redaing had marched for Catalonia and the last belated fractions of Castaño's army had been forwarded to Madrid, Andalusia was almost destitute of troops. When the junta fled to Seville, it looked around for an army with which to defend the passes of the Sierra Morena. Nothing of the kind existed. The only force available consisted of 9 or 10 battalions, mainly new levies, which were dispersed through the 4 kingdoms, completing their armament and organization. They were hastily mobilized and pushed forward to the Sierra Morena, but not more than 6,000 bayonets and sabers could be collected. This was the sole force that lay between the French at Madrid and the junta at Seville. The charge of the division, whose headquarters were placed at La Carolina, was given to the Marquis del Palacio, who in the general shifting of commanders had just been recalled from Catalonia. The British government's knowledge of the danger to which Andalusia was exposed, from the absolute want of troops to defend it, led to an untoward incident, which did much to endanger its friendly relations with the junta. On hearing of the fall of Madrid and of Moore's retreat towards Galicia, Canning harked back to one of his old ideas of the previous summer, the notion that British troops might be sent to the south of Spain if a safe basis for their operations were secured. This, as the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs believed, would best be provided by the establishment of a garrison in Cadiz. It was all-important that this great center of commerce should not fall into the hands of the French, and early in January it was known in London that there was no adequate Spanish force ready to defend the passes of Andalusia. If Napoleon had an army large enough to provide, not only for the pursuit of Moore, but for the dispatch of a strong corps for an attack on Seville, it seemed probable that the French might overrun southern Spain as far as the sea, without meeting with serious opposition. Accordingly, Canning wrote to Freire on the 14th day of the new year, 1809, to offer the assistance of a considerable British force for the defense of Andalusia, if Cadiz were placed in their hands. The question of the employment of a British army in the south of Spain, he wrote, depends essentially upon the disposition of the Spanish government to receive a corps of that army into Cadiz. Without the security to be afforded by that fortress, it is impossible to hazard the army in the interior, after the example of the little co-operation which Sir John Moore represents himself to have received from the Spaniards in the north. In consequence of the imminent danger, and of the pressing necessity for immediate decision arising from Sir John Moore's retreat, and from the defenseless state in which you represent Andalusia to be, His Majesty's government have deemed it right, without waiting for the result of your communication with the central junta, to send a force direct to Cadiz, to be admitted into that fortress. 4,000 men under Major General Sherbrooke are directed to sail immediately, and he is informed that he is to expect instructions from you on his arrival, containing the determination of the Spanish government respecting his admission into Cadiz. In the event of a refusal of the junta to afford this proof of confidence, Major General Sherbrooke is directed to proceed to Gibraltar. The last paragraph of this dispatch shows that Canning's intentions were perfectly honorable, and that he did not intend to bring any pressure to bear upon the junta in the event of their refusing to admit a British garrison into Cadiz. His views were founded upon the information available in London when he wrote, and he was under the impression that a French army might probably be marching upon Seville at the moment when his letter would reach Freire's hands. But as we have seen, the diversion of the main force of Napoleon's army of invasion against Moore had rendered any such expedition impossible, and no immediate danger was really to be apprehended. The same idea, however, had entered into Frere's mind, and long before he received Canning's dispatch, he had been sounding members of the Central Junta as to the way in which they would look on a proposal to send British troops to Cadiz. The answer which he received from their secretary, Martin de Garay, was not reassuring. Don Martin energetically repudiated the project. There would be no objection, he said, to admit a garrison if Cadiz became the ultimate point of retreat of the armies and government of Spain. But the danger that had appeared so pressing some weeks before had passed by. The French had stopped their advance, and the junta were now hoping to defend Estremadura and the course of the Tagus. The invaders, as they trusted, would be met and checked on the line of Alcantara and Olmaraz. They deprecated any sending of British troops to Cadiz and hoped that Lisbon would be the point to which reinforcements would be dispatched, as its evacuation would have deplorable results. De Garay, in a second letter, spoke of rumors to the effect that Cradock was proposing to evacuate Portugal and trusted that they were not true. As a matter of fact, they were, and that timid commander was already making secret preparations to embark. Frere gave up for the present any idea of pressing the project further, unless the French should recommence their advance on Andalusia. He had not yet received Canning's dispatch from London, and did not know that the home government had taken to heart the plan for occupying Cadiz and sending a large expedition to Andalusia. But on February 2, before any hint of the kind had reached him, he was informed by a dispatch from Lisbon that troops had been already sent off to Cadiz. This step was the work of Sir George Smith, one of the numerous British military agents in the Peninsula, who had taken upon himself to force events to an issue without first taking the precaution of communicating either with the home government or the British ambassador at Seville. Smith was a hasty and presumptuous man, full of zeal without discretion. The defenselessness of Andalusia had impressed him, just as it had impressed Canning and Frere. But instead of opening communications with the junta, as they had both done, he had merely written in very urgent terms to Cradock, and adjured him to detach troops from the scanty garrison of Portugal in order to secure Cadiz. The general, when thus pressed, consented to fall in with the scheme and set aside a brigade under Mackenzie, which he shipped off from Lisbon at 24 hours' notice, February 2. He also ordered the 40th Regiment, then in garrison at Elvas, to march on Seville. Both Cradock and Smith were gravely to blame, for they had no authorization to attempt to occupy Cadiz without obtaining the consent of the Spanish government. They should have consulted both Frere and the junta before moving a man, but it was only when the troops had actually embarked that they thought fit to notify their action to the ambassador at Seville. On receiving their letters, Frere was placed in an unenviable position. Having just seen his own proposals negatived by the junta in polite but decisive terms, he now learnt that a British force had been sent off to carry out precisely the plan which the Spaniards had refused to take into consideration. 4 days later, he was informed that Mackenzie's brigade, which had chanced upon a favorable wind, was actually lying in Cadiz harbor, and that Sir George Smith was endeavoring to induce the local authorities of the place to permit them to land. The junta, as was inevitable, suspected Frere of having been in the plot, and imagined that he was trying to force their hand by the display of armed force. Cadiz was at Smith's mercy, for it was only garrisoned by its urban guards, and the populace were by no means unwilling to see the British land, for the fear of the French was upon them, and they welcomed the approach of reinforcements of any kind. The supreme authority in Cadiz at this moment was the Marquis of Villel, a special commissioner sent down by the Central Junta, of which he was a member. He refused to be cajoled by Smith, and very properly referred his demand for permission to disembark to the government at Seville. The latter, not unnaturally incensed, turned for explanations to Frere. The ambassador's conduct when placed in this dilemma was by no means wise or straightforward. Instead of frankly disavowing Smith's action, he adopted the tortuous course of pretending that the expedition from Lisbon had been sent with his knowledge and consent, but that he would not allow it to land without the leave of the junta. The Spaniards replied in terms of some indignation, and returned a frank negative to the demand. Their secretary, de Garay, wrote that the unexpected appearance of General Mackenzie's force was painful and disagreeable intelligence, Cadiz being no longer in danger from the French, and 2 Spanish regiments being already on their way to reinforce the garrison. The measure which had been taken would admit of 1,000 interpretations, and a consent to hand over the fortress to the British would compromise the central junta with the whole nation. The fact was that Spanish public opinion was strongly opposed to allowing the British to obtain a foothold in Cadiz. There was a deeply rooted notion abroad that, if once occupied, the place might be kept permanently in our hands and be turned into a second Gibraltar. Unfortunately, for the credit of Great Britain with her allies, tumults broke out at Cadiz within a few days of the arrival of Mackenzie's army, which supplied an excuse to malevolent Spaniards for attributing the worst motives to their allies. As a matter of fact, they were not stirred up by Sir George Smith or any other emissary of the British government, but were the results of the eccentric behavior of the Marquis de Villèle. This personage was a very strange character, a sort of 19th-century Spanish Puritan with a taste for playing the benevolent despot. He attributed the misfortunes of his country, and not without much reason, to her moral decadence. His idea of the way to commence her regeneration was peculiar, considering the circumstances of the time. He issued an edict commanding all married pairs living apart to reunite, issued laws repressing theater-going, late hours, and gambling, legislated concerning the length of ladies' skirts, and organized a grand battue against women of light reputation, of whom he imprisoned some scores. When he proceeded to engage in a sort of moral inquisition into the private life of all classes, he naturally became very unpopular, and on the first opportunity, the populace rose against him. He had ordered into the city a newly embodied Swiss battalion, raised from the prisoners of Dupont's army and other deserters of all nationalities. The cry was raised by his enemies that he was admitting Frenchmen in disguise into the sacred fortress, with the purpose of betraying it to the enemy. Other rumors were put about to the effect that he was deliberately neglecting the fortifications and supplying the batteries with powder adulterated with sand. When the foreign battalion drew near to Cadiz on February 22 and began to march up the long spit which connects the city with the Isla de Leon, the storm burst. A mixed multitude of rioters shut the gates against the troops and then swept the streets, maltreating Villèle's subordinates and slaying Don José Heredia, the commander of the Coast Guard, a person very unpopular with the smugglers, who formed an appreciable element in the crowd. The High Commissioner himself was besieged in his house, hunted from it, and nearly murdered. He only escaped by the kind offices of the head of a Capuchin convent, who took him within his gates and made himself responsible to the rioters for keeping the refugee in safe custody. The mob next tried to break open the state prison for the purpose of slaying General Carafa and other political captives. Fortunately, Felix Jones, the military governor, succeeded in saving these unhappy persons by the not over-willing aid of the urban guards, many of whom had joined in the outbreak. The rioters expressed great friendliness for the British, and many of them kept inviting the troops in the offing to come ashore. It was very lucky that no attention was paid to these solicitations, for if they had landed, the worst suspicions of the junta would have appeared justified, and the insurrection would have been attributed to the machinations of Freer or Smith. Fortunately, the latter had died only a few days before the troubles broke out, the victim of a fever which carried him off after no more than 24 hours of illness. If he had survived till the 22nd, he would have been quite capable of taking the fatal step of listening to the appeals of the rioters and ordering the troops ashore. As it turned out, the whole expedition ended in an absurd fiasco. When the riots had died down, the junta recalled the eccentric de Villèle, but they would not listen to any proposals from Freer for admitting British troops into Cadiz, even when he suggested that only 2 battalions should remain there, while the rest, including Sherbrooke's division, which was expected to arrive in a few days, should come up and join the 40th Regiment at Seville, with the ultimate purpose of marching into Estremadura. The junta replied that the loyalty of the British ministry and the generosity of its efforts to assist Spain were beyond suspicion, but the national government must respect national prejudices and avoid exposing itself to censure. If there were any urgent danger, they would have no hesitation in admitting the troops of their allies into Cadiz. But the French were still far away, and there was no immediate prospect of their approach. The British expedition would be more usefully employed in Catalonia or in some other theater of war than in Cadiz. By March 4, when this final answer was sent to Freire, the state of affairs had so much changed that the representations made by the junta were more or less correct. The imminent danger which had existed in January had passed away. Accordingly, after lying idly for 4 weeks in their transports, and gazing with much unsatisfied curiosity on the white houses, the green shutters, and the flat roofs of Cadiz, across the beautiful bay, Mackenzie's regiments set sail again for Lisbon on March 6. As they ran out of the harbor, they met Sherbrooke's belated convoy, whose arrival had been delayed by fearful tempests in the Bay of Biscay. The whole force, 6,000 bayonets strong, was brought back to Portugal. It might have been of infinite service to Cradock if it had remained at Lisbon and had never been sent to Cadiz, and its presence might have induced him to adopt measures less timid and futile than those which, as we shall see, he had pursued during January and February. But this unfortunate incident has detained us too long. We must return to the state of the Spanish armies at the end of the month of January. Beyond the levies of the Marquis del Palacio at La Carolina, there was a long gap in the Spanish line of defense. The next force under arms was the army of Infantado, now engaged in its exhausting winter march from Cuenca to the Murcian border. After the rout of Uccle, it was sent, 0 strong, though destitute of all supplies and not fit for immediate service. The junta ordered it to march from Chinchilla to join Del Palacio's force at the mouth of the Despeñaperros, and so to strengthen the defenses of Andalusia. This was done, and the two forces were safely united, so that when a few more new battalions had been brought up from Granada, 20,000 men were placed between Victor and Andalusia. The junta removed Infantado from command, rightly judging that he had sacrificed Venegas at Uccle by his neglect to send orders and his sloth in coming up to join his subordinate. The charge of the force at La Carolina, still called the Army of the Centre, was made over to General Cartagel. Beyond Infantado's depleted corps lay the Army of Valencia. Its nucleus was the remains of the old division of Lamas and Roca, which had served with Castaños at Tudela. The local junta rapidly recruited this skeleton force 500 up to 5,000 men. They added to it several new regiments raised during the winter in Valencia and Murcia, and by February 0 men available for succoring Aragon and Catalonia, though their quality left much to be desired. A little further north, Palafox was still holding out with splendid desperation in Saragossa, where he had shut himself up with the whole army of Aragon. His Regina, 0 men were already much thinned by pestilence and the sword, but in January their spirit was yet unbroken, and though it was clear that they were doomed to final destruction if they were not relieved from the outside, yet they were still doing excellent work in detaining in front of them the whole of the 3rd Anth French Army Corps. There yet remains to be described the strongest of all the Spanish armies, that of Catalonia. In addition to the original garrison of the province, and to its gallant Miquelites and Sarmatines, there had been gradually drafted into the principality, 1. The greater part of the garrison of the Balearic Isles, some 9,000 men, 2. Redaing Granadan division, which started from its home over 10,000 strong, 3. 2,500 men, of Carafa's old division from Portugal, 4. The Marquis of Lazen's Aragonese division from the side of Lerida, about 4,000 bayonets. Thus, in all, some 32,000 men in organized corps had been massed in Catalonia, and the Sarmatines added some 20,000 irregulars. Of course, the Spanish strength in January did not reach these figures. Many men had been lost at the siege of Rosas and in the battles of Cardew and Malins de Rey, yet there were sent 0 troops of one sort or another available. The spirit of the country was irritated rather than lowered by the late defeats. The French only occupied the ground that was within the actual circle of fire of their garrisons. If the Catalans had been content to avoid general engagements and to maintain an incessant guerrilla warfare, they might have held their own. Though the enemy had a very capable commander in General St. Cyr, they had as yet accomplished nothing more than the capture of the antiquated fortress of Rosas, the relief of Barcelona, and the winning of two fruitless battles. Catalonia remained unsubdued till the very end of the struggle. Reckoning up all their armies, the junta had in the end of January some 135,000 men in arms, a force insufficient to face the French in the open, for the latter, even after the departure of the Imperial Guard, had still nearly 300,000 sabres and bayonets south of the Pyrenees, but one quite capable of keeping up the national resistance if it were only conducted upon the proper lines. For as Napoleon and his marshals had yet to learn, no Spanish district could be considered conquered unless a garrison was left in each of its towns, and flying columns kept in continual motion through the open country. Of the 288,000 French who now lay in Spain, more than half were really wanted for garrison duty. A district like Galicia was capable of keeping 40,000 men employed. Even the plains of Old Castile and Leon swallowed up whole divisions. But unfortunately for Spain, the mania for fighting pitched battles was still obsessing the minds of her generals. Within a few weeks, 3 wholly unnecessary and disastrous engagements were to be risked at Valls, Ciudad Real, and Medellin. Instead of playing a cautious defensive game and harassing the French, the Spaniards persisted in futile attempts to face the enemy in general actions, for which their troops were wholly unsuited. The results were so deplorable that, but for a second British intervention, Wellesley's march to Talavera, Andalusia would have been in as great peril in July 1809 as it had been in January. The central junta must take its share of the responsibility for this fact no less than the Spanish generals. It still persisted in its old era of refusing to appoint a single commander-in-chief, so that each army fought for its own hand without any attempt to coordinate its actions with those of the others. Indeed, several of the generals were at notorious enmity with their colleagues, notably Cuesta and Venegas. It was to no purpose that the central government displayed great energy in organizing men and collecting material, if, when the armies had been equipped and sent to the front, they were used piecemeal, without any general strategical scheme, and led ere long to some miserable disaster, such as Uccle or Medellin or Ocaña. The junta, the generals, and the nation were all alike possessed by the delusion that with energy and sufficient numbers, they might on some happy morning achieve a second Balin. But for such a consummation, Duponts and Veddels are required, and when no such convenient adversaries were to be found, the attempt to encompass and beat a French army was certain to end in a catastrophe. The only Spanish fighters who were playing the proper game in 1809 were the Catalonian Sarmatines, and even they gave battle far too often and did not adhere with a sufficient pertinacity to the harassing tactics of guerrilla warfare. General Artec has collected in his 4th volume something like a dozen schemes for the expulsion of the French from Spain, which were laid before the junta or ventilated in print during this year. It is interesting to see that only one of them advocates the true line of resistance, the avoiding of battles, the harassing of the enemy's flanks and communications, and the employment of numerous flying bands instead of great masses. Some of the other plans are the wild imaginings of ignorant fools. One wiseacre wished to run down the French columns with pikemen in a sort of Macedonian phalanx, another to arm 1/6 of the troops with hand grenades. But the majority of the junta's self-constituted advisers thought that numbers were the only necessary thing, and proposed to save Spain by crushing the invaders with levies en masse of all persons between 16 and 50. One enthusiast makes the age limit 14 to 70. These were the views of the nation, and the generals and the junta were but infected with the common delusion of all their compatriots. They would not see that courage and raw multitudes are almost helpless when opposed by equal courage combined with skill, long experience of war, superior tactics, and intelligent leading. Section 10. The Autumn and Winter Campaign in Catalonia. Chapter 1. The Siege of Roses. Before we follow further the fortunes of southern Spain, it is necessary to turn back and to take up the tale of the war on the eastern coast at the point where it was left in Section V. The same torpor which was notable in the operations of the main armies of the Spaniards and the French during the months of September and October was to be observed in Catalonia also. On the Tur and the Lobregat, the inability of the French to move, was much more real, and the slackness of the Spaniards even more inexplicable than on the Ebro and the Aragon. In the early days of September, the situation of the invaders was most perilous. After the disastrous failure of the second siege of Girona, it will be remembered that Ryle had withdrawn to Figueres, close to the French frontier, while Duhesme had cut his way back to Barcelona, after sacrificing all his artillery and his baggage on the way. Both commanders proceeded to report to the Emperor that there was need for ample reinforcements of veteran troops, or a catastrophe must inevitably ensue. Meanwhile, Ryle preserved a defensive attitude at the foot of the Pyrenees, while Duhesme could do no more than hold Barcelona and as much of its suburban plain as he could safely occupy without risking overmuch his outlying detachments. He foresaw a famine in the winter and devoted all his energies to seizing and sending into the town all foodstuffs that he could find in the neighborhood. His position was most uncomfortable. The late expedition had reduced his force from 0 to 10,000 sabres and bayonets. The men were demoralized, and when sent out to forage, saw Sarmatines behind every bush and rock. The populace of Barcelona was awaiting a good opportunity for an emeute, and was in constant communication with the insurgents outside. The blockade was not as yet kept up by any large section of the Captain General's regular troops, nor had any attempt been made to run lines around the place. It was conducted by an elastic cordon of 4,000 or 5,000 miquelites, supported by no more than 2,000 infantry of the regular army and possessing 5 or 6 field guns. The charge of the whole line was given to the Conde de Caldagues, who had so much distinguished himself in the previous month by his relief of Gerona. He had been entrusted with a force too small to man a circuit of 12 or 15 miles, so that Duhesme had no difficulty in pushing sorties through the line of Spanish posts, whenever he chose to send out a sufficiently strong column. But any body that pressed out too far in pursuit of corn or forage risked being beset and mishandled on its return march by the whole of the Sarmatines of the countryside. Hence, there was a limit to the power to Rome of even the largest expeditions that Duhesme could spare from his depleted garrison. The fighting along the blockading cordon was incessant, but never conclusive. On September 2, a strong column of 6 Italian battalions swept aside the Spaniards for a moment in the direction of San Boy, but a smaller expedition against the bridge of Molins de Rey was repulsed. The moment that the Italians returned to Barcelona with the food that they had scraped together in the villages, Caldagues reoccupied his old positions. There were many skirmishes, but no large sorties between September 2 and October 12, when Miloswitz took out 2,000 men for a cattle hunt in the valley of the Bessos. He pierced the blockading line, routing the Miquelites of Milans at San Geronimo de la Murtra, and penetrated as far as Granollers, 20 miles from Barcelona, where he made an invaluable seizure, the food depot of the eastern section of the investing force. But he was now dangerously distant from his base, and as he was returning with his captures, Caldagues fell upon him at San Culgat with troops brought from other parts of the blockading line. The Italians were routed with a loss of 300 men, and their convoy was recaptured. After this, Duhesme made no more attempts to send expeditions far afield. In spite of a growing scarcity of food, he could not afford to risk the loss of any more men by pushing his sorties into the inland. Meanwhile, Ryle at Figueres was in well-nigh as forlorn a situation. His communications with Perpignan were open, so that he had not, like Duhesme, the fear of starvation before his eyes. But in other respects, he was almost as badly off. The Sarmatines were always worrying his outposts, but this was only a secondary trial. The main trouble was the want of clothing, transport, and equipment. The heterogeneous mob of bataillons de marque, of Swiss and Tuscan conscripts, had been hurried to the frontier without any proper preparations. This mattered comparatively little during the summer, but when the autumn cold began, Ryle found that troops, who had neither tents nor greatcoats, and whose original summer uniforms were now worn out, could not keep the field. His ranks were so thinned by dysentery and rheumatic affections that he had to put the men under cover in Figueres and the neighboring towns, and even to withdraw to Perpignan some of his battalions, whose clothing was absolutely dropping to pieces. His cavalry, for want of forage in the Pyrenees, were sent back into Languedoc, where occupation was found for them by Lord Cochrane, who was conducting a series of daring raids on the coast villages between the mouth of the Rhône and that of the Tech. Ryle continued to solicit the war minister at Paris for clothing and transport, but could get nothing from him. All the resources of the empire were being strained in September and October to fit out the main army, which was about to enter Spain on the side of Biscay, and Napoleon refused to trouble himself about such a minor force as the corps at Figueres. The Spaniards, therefore, had in the autumn months a unique opportunity for striking at the two isolated French forces in Catalonia. Two courses were open to them. They might have turned their main army against Barcelona and attempted to besiege instead of merely to blockade Duhesme. Or on the other hand, they might have left a mere cordon of Sarmatines around Duhesme and have sent all their regulars to join the levies of the north and sweep Ryle across the Pyrenees. The resources at their disposition were far from contemptible. Almost the whole garrison of the Balearic Isles having disembarked in Catalonia, there were now some 12,000 regulars in the Principality, and the local junta had put so much energy into the equipment of the numerous tercios of Miquelites which it had raised, that the larger half of them, at least 20,000 men, were more or less ready for the field. Moreover, they were aware that large reinforcements were at hand. Redaing's Granadan division, 10,000 strong, was marching up from the south and was due to arrive early in November. The Aragonese division under the Marquis of Lauzun, which had been detached from the army of Palafox, was already at Lerida. Valencia had sent up a line regiment, and the remains of the division of Carafa from Portugal were being brought round by sea to the mouth of the Ebro. Altogether, 20,000 men of new troops were on the way to Catalonia, and the first of them had already come on the scene. Unfortunately, the Marquis del Palacio, the new Captain General of Catalonia, though well-intentioned, was slow and undecided to the verge of absolute torpidity. Beyond allowing his energetic subordinate colleagues to keep up the blockade of Barcelona, he did practically nothing. A couple of thousand of his regulars, based on Girona and Roses, lay opposite Ryle, but were far too weak to attack him. About 3,000 under colleagues were engaged in the operations around Barcelona. The rest the Captain General held back and did not use. All through September he lay idle at Tarragona, to the great disgust of the local junta, who at last sent such angry complaints to Aranjuez that the central junta recalled him, and replaced him by Vives, the old Captain General of the Balearic Islands, who took over the command on October 28. Where meanwhile, it will be asked, was the army of La Romana? The Marquis had now 9,000 men collected at Coimbra and Monterrey, and it might have been expected that he would have moved forward to defend the line of the Minho and the bridge of Orense, as soon as he heard of the eastward march of the Second Corps. He made no such advance. His dispatches show that the sole precautions which he took were to send some officers with 50 men to aid the peasants of the lower Minho, and afterwards to order another party, only 100 strong, to make sure that the ferry boats between Tai and Orense were all destroyed or removed, a task which, as we have already seen, they did not fully perform. If he had brought up his whole force, instead of sending out these paltry detachments, he would have made the task of Soult infinitely more bloody and dangerous, though probably he could not have prevented the marshal from carrying out his plan. His quiescence is not to be explained as resulting from a reluctance to fight, though he was fully conscious of the low morale of his army and was at his wits' end to complete its dilapidated equipment. It came from another cause, and one much less creditable to his military capacity. Underrating Soult's force, which he placed at 12,000 instead of 22,000 men, he was laboring under the idea that the Second Corps was about to retire from Galicia altogether, in face of the general insurrection and the want of food. The march of the French to Orense appeared in his eyes as the first stage of a retreat up the valley of the Sil to Ponferrada and Astorga, and he imagined that the province would soon be quit of them. Hence he contented himself with stirring up the peasantry and left to them the task of harassing Soult's columns, being resolved to make the proverbial bridge of gold for a flying enemy. From this vain dream he was soon to be awakened. From the 21st to the 24th of February, the Duke of Dalmatia was busily employed in bringing up the rear divisions of his army to Orense. None of them reached that place without fighting, for for the bands which had been driven off by Hewlett and Lahousse returned to worry the troops of de Laborde, Merle, and Mermet when they traversed the route from Salvatierra to Orense. Jardin's brigade of the last-named division had a sharp fight near Rivadavia, and Merle had to clear his way at Crescent by cutting to pieces a body of insurgents which had fortified itself in that village. When the whole army was concentrated between Rivadavia and Orense, the marshals sent out large detachments to sweep the valleys in the immediate neighborhood of those places. They found armed peasantry in every direction, but in each case succeeded in thrusting them back into their hills and returned to Orense driving before them large herds of cattle and dragging behind them country wagons with a considerable amount of grain. The longest and most important of these expeditions was one made by Franceschi, who marched, with his own horsemen and one of Hewlett's brigades, along the road which the whole army was destined to take in its invasion of Portugal. They routed one band of peasants at Alariz and another at Ginzo, halfway to Monterrey. Still, there was no sign of La Romana's army, which remained behind the mountains of the Sierra Cabrera in complete quiescence, though Franceschi's advanced posts were only 20 miles away. Soult kept his headquarters at Orense for 9 days, during which he was busied in collecting stores of food, repairing his artillery, whose carriages had been badly shaken by the villainous roads, and in endeavoring to pacify the countryside by proclamations and circular letters to the notables and clergy. In this last scheme he met with little success. From the Bishop of Orense downwards, almost every leading man had taken refuge in the hills and refused to return. Silence or defiant replies answered the marshal's epistolary efforts. His promises of protection and good government were sincere enough, but the commentary on them was given by the excesses and atrocities which his troops were committing in every outlying village. It was not likely that the Galicians would come down from their fastnesses to surrender. The general advance of the army towards Portugal had been fixed for March 4. It was not made under the most cheerful conditions. Not only were the neighboring peasantry still defiant as ever, but bad news had come from the north. An aide-de-camp of Marshal Ney, who had struggled through to Orense in despite of the insurgents, brought a letter from his chief, which reported that the rising had become general throughout the province, and apparently expressed strong doubts as to the wisdom of invading Portugal before Galicia was subdued. The Duke of Elchingen, as it would seem, wished his colleague to draw back, and to aid him in suppressing the bands of the coast and the upper Minho. He might well doubt whether the 6th Corps would suffice for this task if the 2nd Corps marched far away towards Oporto and got completely out of touch. Soult, however, had the Emperor's orders to advance into Portugal in his pocket. He knew that if he disobeyed them, no excuse would propitiate his master. Probably he was not sorry to leave to Ney the unenviable task of dealing with the ubiquitous and irrepressible Galician insurgents. He sent back the message that he should march southward on March 4 and continued his preparations. This resolve was not to the liking of some of his subordinates. Many of the officers who had served with Junot in Portugal by no means relished the idea of returning to that country. They did not conceal their feelings and made the most gloomy prophecies about the fate of the expedition. It was apparently Loyson who formed the center of this clique of malcontents. He found many sympathizers among his subordinates. Their discontent was the basis upon which, 2 months later, the strange and obscure Oporto conspiracy of Captain 500 Argenton was to be based. At the present moment, however, they contented themselves with denunciations of the madness of the Emperor in planning the expedition, and of the blind obedience of the Marshal in undertaking it. They told their comrades that the numbers, courage, and ferocity of the Galicians were as nothing compared with those of their southern neighbors, and that during the oncoming operations, those who found a sudden death upon the battlefield would be lucky, for the Portuguese not only murdered, but tortured the prisoners, the wounded, and the stragglers. It was fortunate for Soult that the majority of his officers paid comparatively little attention to these forebodings, which they rightly ascribed to the feelings of resentment and humiliation with which the members of Junot's army remembered the story of their former disasters. But it did not make matters easier for the marshal that even a small section of his lieutenants disbelieved in the feasibility of his undertaking and expected disaster to ensue. Yet the opening scenes of the invasion of Portugal were to be so brilliant and fortunate that for a time the murmurs of the prophets of evil were hushed. On March 4, the marshal's headquarters were moved forward from Orense to Alares, on the road to Monterrey and the frontier. The main body of the army accompanied him, but Franceschi and Houdelit were already far in front at Ginzo, only separated from La Romana's outposts by the Sierra Cabrera. From that point, there are two difficult but practicable roads into Portugal. The one descends the valley of the Lima and leads to Oporto by Viana and the coast. It is easier than the second or inland route, which after crossing the Sierra Cabrera descends to Monterrey and Chaves, the frontier town of the Portuguese province of Trás-os-Montes. But every military reason impelled Soult to choose the second alternative. By marching on Viana, he would leave La Romana, whose presence he had now discovered, far in his rear. The Marquis would be a bad general indeed if he did not seize the opportunity of slipping back into Galicia, reoccupying Orense, and setting the whole countryside aflame. It was infinitely preferable to fall upon him from the front, rout him, and fling him back among the Portuguese. Accordingly, Franceschi, leading the whole army, crossed the mountains on the 5th, and came hurtling into La Romana's cantonments long ere he was expected. Houdelit was just behind him, Mermet and de Laborde a march further back. Merle brought up the rear, guarding a convoy of 800 sick and wounded whom the marshal had resolved to bring on with him, rather than to leave them at Orense to fall a prey to the insurgents. The dragoons of Lorges and Lahousse were kept out on the right and left respectively, watching the one the valley of the Lima, the other the headwaters of the Taimga. Down to the last moment, the Marquis had been giving out his intention of retiring into Portugal and cooperating with General Silveira, the commandant of the Trás-os-Montes, in the defense of Chaves and the line of the Taimga. But he was on very strained terms with his ally, who showed no great alacrity to receive the Spaniards across the frontier. His troops had been quarreling with the Portuguese, and he was very reluctant to expose his half-rallied battalions to the ordeal of a battle, which Silveira openly courted. On the very day on which Soult started from Orense, La Romana made up his mind that instead of joining the Portuguese, he would escape eastwards by the single road, over and above that of Chaves, which was open to him. Accordingly, his army suddenly started off, abandoning the meager magazines which it had collected at Oimbra and Verin, and made for Puebla de Sanabria, on the borders of the province of Leon, by the road which coasts along the north side of the Portuguese frontier, through Ausonio and Lagudna. This sudden move bore the appearance of a mean desertion of the Portuguese in their day of peril, but it was in other respects wise and prudent. It discomfited all Soult's plans, since he failed to catch the army of Galicia, which escaped him and placed itself on his flank and rear instead of on his front. It was small consolation to the marshal that Franceschi came on the rearguard of the Spaniards at La Trepa near Ausonio and routed it. 7 skeleton regiments, only 1,200 bayonets in all, under General Mahy, were caught retiring along a hillside and completely ridden down by the French cavalry. 3 standards and prisoners were captured, 300 men more were killed, the rest dispersed. But La Romana's main body, meanwhile, had got away in safety, and Soult had failed to strike the blow which he intended. He was soon to hear of the Marquis again, in quarters where he little expected and still less desired to find him. Meanwhile, the Portuguese were left alone to bear the brunt of the attack of the Second Corps. It is time to relate and explain their position, their resources, and their designs. Section 13, Chapter 2. Portugal at the moment of Soult's invasion, the nation, the regency, and Sir John Cradioque. Soult's vanguard crossed the Portuguese frontier between Monterrey and Chaves on March 9, 1809. It was exactly 5 months since the last of Junot's troops had evacuated the realm on October 9, 1808. In the period which had elapsed between those two dates, much might have been done to develop, or rather to create, a scheme of national defense, and a competent army. Unhappily for Portugal, the Regency had not risen to the opportunity, and when the second French invasion came upon them, the military organization of the realm was still in a state of chaos. During the autumn months of 1808, the Portuguese government had been almost as sanguine and as careless as the Spanish Supreme Junta. They had seen Junot beaten and expelled. They still beheld a large British army in their midst, and they did not comprehend the full extent of the impending danger when the news came that Bonaparte was nearing the Pyrenees and that the columns of the Grand Army were debouching into the peninsula. It was not till Moore had departed that they began to conceive certain doubts as to the situation, nor was it till Madrid had fallen that they at last realized that the invader was once more at their gates, and that they must prepare to defend themselves. There were still 2 months of respite granted to them. Portugal, like Andalusia, was saved for a moment by Moore's march to Sahagun. The great field army which Napoleon had collected for the advance on Lisbon was turned off northwards to pursue the British, and on the New Year's Day of 1809, the only French force in proximity to the frontier of the realm was the division of Lapis, which Bonaparte had dropped at Salamanca to form the connecting link between Soult and Ney in Galicia, and the troops under Victor and King Joseph in the vicinity of Madrid. But the danger was only postponed, not averted, by Moore's daring eruption into Old Castile. This the Portuguese Regency understood, and during the first 2 months of 1809 they displayed a considerable amount of energy, though it was in great part energy misdirected. Their chief blunder was that instead of straining every nerve to complete their regular army, on which the main stress of the invasion was bound to fall, they diverted much of their zeal to the task of raising a vast levée en masse of the whole able-bodied population of the realm. This error had its roots in old historical memories. The deliverance of Portugal from the Spanish yoke in the long War of Independence in the 17th century had been achieved mainly by the ordinanza, the old constitutional force of the realm, which resembled the English fyrd of the Middle Ages. It had done good service again in the wars of 1703-12 and even in the shorter struggle of 1762. But in the 19th century, it was no longer possible to reckon upon it as a serious line of defense, especially when the enemy to be held back was not the disorderly Spanish army, but the legions of Bonaparte. When there were not even arms enough in Portugal to supply the line battalions with a musket for every man, it was insane to summon together huge masses of peasantry, and to make over to them some of the precious firearms which should have been reserved for the regulars. The majority, however, of the ordinanza were not even supplied with muskets. They were given pikes, weapons with which their ancestors had done good service in 1650, but which it was useless to serve out in 1809. The Regency had procured some 17,000 from the British government and had caused many thousands more to be manufactured. Both on the northern and the eastern frontier, great hordes of countryfolk, equipped with these useless and antiquated arms, were gathered together. Destitute of discipline and of officers, insufficiently supplied with food, the prey of every rumor, true or false, that ran along the border, they were a source of danger rather than of strength to the realm. The cry of treachery, which inevitably arises among armed mobs, was always being raised in their encampments. Hence came tumults and murders, for the peasantry had a strong suspicion of the loyalty of the governing classes, the result of the subservience to the French invader which had been displayed by many of the authorities, both civil and military, in 1808. Orders which they did not understand, or into which a sinister meaning could be read by a suspicious mind, generally caused a riot, and sometimes the assassination of the unfortunate commander whom the Regency had placed over the horde. In Oporto the state of affairs was particularly bad. The bishop, though a sincere patriot and a man of energy, had drunk too deeply of the delights of power during his rule in the summer months. After being made a member of the Regency by Dalrymple, he should have remained at Lisbon and worked with his colleagues. But returning to his own flock, he reassumed the authority which he had possessed during the early days of the insurrection and pursued a policy of his own, which often differed from that of his Regency at large, and was sometimes in flagrant opposition to it. His position, in fact, was similar to that of Palafox at Saragossa, and like the Aragonese general, he often practiced the arts of demagogy in order to keep firm his influence over the populace. He was all for the system of the levée en masse, and summoned together unmanageable bands which he was able neither to equip nor to control. He praised their zeal, was willfully blind to their frequent excesses, and seldom tried to turn their energies into profitable channels. Indeed, he was so ignorant of military matters himself that he had no useful orders to give. He ignored the advice of the Portuguese generals in his district, and got little profit from that of two foreign officers whom the British government sent him, the Hanoverian General von der Decken and the Prussian Baron Eben. These gentlemen he seems to have conciliated, and to have played off against the native military authorities. But if they gave him good counsel, there are no signs in his actions that he turned it to account. All the British witnesses who passed through Oporto in January and February 1809 describe the place as being in a state of patriotic frenzy and under mob law rather than administered by any regular and legal government. The only fruitful military effort made in this part of Portugal was that of the gallant Sir Robert Wilson, who raised there in November and December his celebrated Loyal Lusitanian Legion. This was intended to be the core of a subsidiary Portuguese division in British pay, distinct from the national army. When Wilson arrived in Oporto, the bishop welcomed him and forwarded in every way the formation of the corps. In a few days the Legion had 0 recruits of excellent quality, of whom Wilson could arm and clothe only some 1,300, for the equipment which he had brought with him was limited. He soon discovered, however, that the bishop's zeal in his behalf was mainly due to the desire to have a solid force at hand which should be independent of the Portuguese generals. He wished the legion to be, as it were, his own bodyguard. Sir Robert was ill-pleased, and being unwilling to mix himself in the domestic feuds of the bishop and the regency, or to become the tool of a faction, quitted Oporto as soon as his men could march. With one strong battalion, a couple of squadrons of cavalry, and an incomplete battery, under 1,500 men in all, he moved first to Villarreal and then to the frontier, where he posted himself near Almeida and took over the task of observing Lapis's division, which from its base at Salamanca was threatening the Portuguese border. Of his splendid services in this direction we shall have much to tell. The unequipped portion of the legion, left behind at Oporto, was handed over to Baron Eben and became involved in the tumultuous and unhappy career of the bishop. Meanwhile, Lisbon was almost as disturbed as Oporto, and might have lapsed into the same state of anarchy if a British garrison had not been on the spot. The mistaken policy of the Regency had led to the formation of 16 so-called legions in the capital and suburbs. These tumultuary levies had few officers and hardly any arms but pikes. They were under no sort of discipline, and devoted themselves to the self-imposed duty of hunting for spies and afrancesados. Led by demagogues of the streets, they paraded up and down Lisbon to beat of drum, arresting persons whom they considered suspicious, especially foreign residents of all nationalities. The Regency having issued a decree prohibiting this practice, the armed levies only assembled in greater numbers next night, and engaged in a general chase after unpopular citizens, policemen, and aliens of all kinds. Many fugitives were only saved from death by taking refuge in the guard-houses and the barracks where the garrison was quartered. Isolated British soldiers were assaulted, some were wounded, and parties of legionaries actually stopped aides-de-camp and orderlies carrying dispatches and stripped them of the documents they were bearing. The mob was inclined, indeed, to be ill-disposed towards their allies, from the suspicion that they were intending to evacuate Lisbon and to retire from the peninsula. They had seen the baggage and non-combatants left behind by Moore put on shipboard. Early in February, they beheld the troops told off for the occupation of Cadiz embark and disappear. When they also noticed that the forts at the Tagus mouth were being dismantled, they made up their minds that the British were about to desert them, without making any attempt to defend Portugal. Hence came the malevolent spirit which they displayed. It died down when their suspicions were proved unfounded by the arrival of Beresford and other British officers at the beginning of March, with resources for the reorganization of the Portuguese army, and still more when a little later heavy reinforcements from England began to pour into the city. But in the last days of January and the 1st of February, matters at Lisbon had been in a most dangerous and critical condition. The Regency, utterly unable to keep order, had hinted to Sir John Cradock that he must take his own measures against the mob, and for several days the British general had kept the garrison under arms and planted artillery in the squares and broader streets, exactly as Junot had done 7 months before. The legions were cowed, and most fortunately no collision occurred. If a single shot had been fired in anger, there would have been an end of the Anglo-Portuguese alliance, and it is more than likely that Cradock, a man of desponding temperament, would have abandoned the country. His force at this moment was by no means large. When Moore marched for Salamanca in October, he had left behind in Portugal 6 battalions of British and 4 of German infantry, 3 squadrons of the 20th Light Dragoons, the regiment that had been so much cut up at Vimiro, one of the 3rd Light Dragoons of the King's German Legion, and 5 batteries, only one of which was horsed. From Salamanca, when on the eve of starting on the march to Sahagun, Sir John had sent back 2 regiments to Portugal, in charge of his great convoys of sick and heavy baggage. To compensate for this deduction from his army, he had called up a brigade of the troops left in Portugal, but only 1 battalion of it, the 82nd, reached him in time to join in his Castilian campaign. The net result was that 7 British infantry regiments from Moore's army were left behind, in addition to the 4 German corps. 2 more had arrived from England in November, and a fresh regiment of dragoons in December. Thus, when Sir John Cradock took over the command at Lisbon on December 14, 1808, he had at his disposal in all 13 battalions of infantry, 7 squadrons of cavalry, and 5 batteries, a force of about 12,000 men. But not more than 10,000 were effective, for Sir John Moore had left behind precisely those of his regiments which were most sickly when he marched for Spain. He had moreover discharged more than 2,000 additional sick. Upon Portugal air, he began field operations. They were encumbering the hospitals of Almeida and Lamigo when Cradock appeared. The 10,000 men fit for service were scattered all over Portugal. The 2 battalions, which had just come back from Spain, and the 2 others which had been too late to join Moore, were in the north, at Almeida and Lamigo. 1 battalion was in garrison at Elvas. 6 lay in Lisbon, as also did the whole of the cavalry and guns. 2 were on the march from Abrantes to Almeida. Such a dispersion of forces would have appalled the most enterprising of generals, and this was a title to which Cradock had certainly no claims. The 2 obvious courses between which he had to choose were either to concentrate his little army on the frontier and make as much display of it in the face of the French as might be possible, or to abandon all idea of protecting exterior Portugal and collect the scattered regiments in or about Lisbon. Cradock chose the second alternative. He argued that he was too weak to be of any effectual service on the frontier, and moreover found that there would be a vast difficulty in moving forward even the Lisbon garrison, for nearly all the available transport had been requisitioned for the use of Moore's army and had been carried off into Spain. Neither of these pleas is convincing. With regard to the first, it is merely necessary to point out that Sir Robert Wilson, with 1,500 men of the Lusitanian Legion, not yet 3 months old, made his presence felt on the frontier, checked Lapis, and kept the whole province of Salamanca in a state of unrest. 10,000 British bayonets and sabres could have done much more. As to the food and supplies, Cradock was arguing in the old 18th century style, as if a British army was bound to move with all its baggage and impedimenta, its women and children. If he had chosen to march light, and to take the route through the fertile and well-peopled Estremadura, he could have reached Abrantes or Almeida or any other goal that he chose. The fact was that the reasons for refusing to adopt a forward policy were moral and not physical. Cradock, in common with Sir John Moore and many other British officers, believed that Portugal could not be defended, and was thinking more of securing himself a safe embarkation than of exercising any influence on the main current of the war. When Moore's army had passed out of sight and was known to be retiring in the direction of Galicia, it seemed to Cradock that his own position was hopeless. Even if granted time to concentrate his scattered battalions, he would be forced to fly to the sea and take shipping the moment that any serious French force crossed the frontier. he had not sufficiently accurate information to enable him to see that both Lapis at Salamanca and the weak divisions of the Fourth Corps, which lay in the valley of the Tagus, could not possibly move forward against him. It would have been insane for either of these forces to have attacked Portugal. The one was at this moment less than 10,000, the other about 12,000 strong. They were without communications and separated by 100 miles of pathless sierras. Moreover, the troops in the valley of the Tagus were fully occupied in observing the Spanish army of Estremadura. At the opening of the new year, therefore, Cradock was in absolutely no danger and might have gone forward either to Abrantes or to Almeida in perfect security. In the first position, he would have menaced the flank of the Fourth Corps. In the second, he would have exercised a useful pressure on Lapis. In either case, he would have encouraged the Portuguese and lent moral support to the Spaniards. But Cradock was possessed by that miserable theory which was so frequently expounded by the men of desponding mind during the early years of the Peninsular War, to the effect that Portugal was indefensible and would have to be evacuated whenever a strong French force approached its frontier. It was fortunate for England and for Europe that Wellesley had other views. The history of the next 3 years was to show that a British general could find something better to do than to pack up his baggage and prepare to embark whenever the enemy came down in superior strength to the Portuguese border. No doubt Cradock would have had to take to his transports if the French had possessed on January 1, 1809, an army of 40,000 men available for the invasion of Portugal and ready to advance. They did not happen to own any such force. Until he was certain that such a force existed, Cradock was gravely to blame for ordering every British soldier to fall back on Lisbon and for openly commencing to destroy the seaforts of the capital. It is true that the dispatches which he received from home gave him many directions as to what he was to do if the enemy appeared in overpowering strength. He was to blow up the shore batteries, destroy all military and naval stores, and embark with the British troops and as many Portuguese as could be induced to follow. But this was only to take place upon the actual approach of the enemy towards Lisbon in such strength as may render all further resistance ineffectual. To commence these preparations when the nearest troops of the enemy were at Salamanca, and Almaraz was premature and precipitate in the highest degree. Till the French began to move, every endeavor should have been made to encourage the Portuguese and to maintain a show, even if it were but a vain show, of an intention to defend the frontier. If Lapis had heard that Cradock was at Almeida, he would have been nailed down to Salamanca. If Victor had heard that he was at Alcantara, or even at Abrantes, he would never have dared to pursue Cuesta into southern Estremadura. Cradock, however, drew into Lisbon every available man. Brigadier Cameron, with the troops from Almeida and Oporto, started back on a weary march from the north, via Coimbra, bringing not only his own 4 battalions, but 1,500 convalescents and returned stragglers from Moore's army. Richard Stewart, with the 2 battalions that had been at Abrantes, also came into the capital, and all the British troops were concentrated by the beginning of February, save the 40th Regiment, which still lay at Elvas. Having thus got together about 10,000 men, Cradock, with almost incredible timidity, began to draw them back to Passo d'Arcos, a place behind Lisbon near the mouth of the Tagus, from which embarkation was easy. When Villiers, the British minister at Lisbon, remonstrated with him on the deplorable political consequences of assuming this ignoble position on the water's edge, Cradock replied, "I must object to take up a false position, say Alcantara, or to occupy the heights in front of Lisbon, which would only defend a certain position and leave the remainder to the power of the enemy, one which we must leave upon his approach, and seek another, bearing the appearance of flight, and yet not securing our retreat, the whole having announced the intention of defending Lisbon, but giving up that idea upon the approach of the enemy, for positions liable to be turned on every side cannot be persevered in by an inferior force." On the day upon which Cradock wrote this extraordinary piece of English prose composition, whose grammar is as astounding as its argument, the nearest French troops were at Tai in Galicia, Salamanca in Leon, and the bridge of Arzobispo on the central Tagus, points respectively 230, 250, and miles distant from Lisbon as the crow flies, and infinitely more by road. Further comment is hardly necessary. At this moment, Cradock might have had at his disposal 0 more British troops, but he had chosen to fall in with Sir George Smith's hasty and unauthorized scheme for the occupation of Cadiz, and had sent off to that port a whole brigade under General Mackenzie. He also dispatched orders to Colonel Kemys of the 40th to hand over Elvas to the Portuguese and march to Seville. The battalion moved into Andalusia and placed itself at the disposition of Mr. Freer, who found it as useless as the force which Smith had drawn off to Cadiz. It was several months before the 40th rejoined the army of Portugal. Influenced by the remonstrances of Mr. Villiers and somewhat comforted by the fact that the French armies had nowhere crossed the Portuguese frontier, Cradock was at last persuaded to give up his position at Passo d'Arcos. He fixed his headquarters at Lumia, left 2,000 men in garrison at Lisbon, and cantoned the remainder of his army at Sacavum and other places a few miles in front of the city. This was better than leaving them on the seashore, but the move was no more than a miserable half-measure. It was almost as indicative of an intention to depart without fighting as the retreat to Passo d'Arcos had been. In short, from January to the end of April, the British army exercised no influence whatever on the military affairs of the peninsula. Yet by March, it was beginning to grow formidable in numbers. Early in that month, all the troops which had been drawn off to Cadiz were sent to Lisbon, and by the addition of 7 good battalions to his corps, Cradock found himself at the head of over 16,000 men. There were but 800 effective cavalry, and of the 6 batteries only 2, incredible as it may seem, were properly horsed, though 3 months had passed by since the general had begun his first complaints on this point. But 16,000 British troops were a force not to be despised, and if Wellesley or some other competent officer had been in command, we cannot doubt that they would have been turned to some profitable use. Under Cradock, they remained cantoned in the suburbs of Lisbon for the whole time during which Soult was completing his conquest of Oporto and northern Portugal, and Victor executing his invasion of Estremadura. It was not till Soult's advanced guard was on the Vouga that Hill and Beresford succeeded in inducing the general to carry forward his headquarters to Leiria and his outposts to Tama. Fortunately, his tenure of command was at last drawing to an end. On April, Sir Arthur Wellesley arrived in Lisbon and took over charge of the troops in Portugal. How startling were the consequences of this change of generals we shall soon see. Ere May was out, the whole peninsula realized once more that there was a British army within its limits, a fact that might well have passed unnoticed during the last 4 months. Section 13, Chapter 3. The Portuguese Army, its history and its reorganization. While the Regency was wasting much of its energy on the arming of the undisciplined masses of the Ordinanza, and while Cradock sat supine at Passo d'Arcos and at Sacavum, one useful piece of work at least was being taken in hand. This was the reorganization of the Portuguese regular army, a task which the Regency determined, though only so late as February 1809, to hand over to a British general officer. To explain the chaotic condition of the force at the moment when Soult was just about to enter Portugal, a short account of its previous history is necessary. It had received its existing shape from a foreign hand, that of the well-known Conde de la Lippe, i.e. the German Marshal Frederick Count of Lippe-Buchberg, who had been entrusted with its command during the short war with Spain in 1762. He it was who first gave Portugal an army of the modern type, modeled on the ordinary system of the 18th century and showing many traces of adaptations from a Prussian original. The Marshal was a great organizer and a man of mark. His name is perhaps best remembered in connection with the citadel of Elvas, which he rebuilt and christened La Lippe after himself. Under that designation, we shall repeatedly have to mention it while describing the early years of the Peninsular War. As he left it, the Portuguese army consisted of 24 regiments of the line, each forming a single battalion of 7 companies and men. There were 12 regiments of cavalry, each originally composed of no more than 240 sabres, and 3 regiments of artillery of 8 batteries each, besides a few garrison companies of that arm. After La Lippe's departure, the army had shared in the general decay of strength and organization in the kingdom, which prevailed during the reign of the mad Queen Maria and her son, the feeble Prince Regent John. But the lack of mere numerical strength was not nearly so fatal to its efficiency as the rustiness and rottenness of its internal machinery. Under an octogenarian commander-in-chief, the Duke of Alençon, every department of the army had been decaying in the latter years of the 18th century. All the typical faults of an army of the ancient regime after a long period of peace were developed to the highest possible pitch. Commissions were sold or given away by intrigue and corruption, often to persons of unsuitable rank and education. Promotion was slow and perfectly arbitrary. The pay of the officers was very low, while every incentive to petty jobbing and embezzlement was afforded by the vicious system under which the colonel contracted with the government for his regiment and the captain with the colonel for his company. In the Portuguese army, as in all others where this antiquated practice prevailed, the temptation to fill the muster rolls with deadheads and absentees so that the contractor might save their food and pocket their pay had been too strong for the ordinary officer to resist. Hence came the empty ranks of the battalions, the ludicrous disproportion of horses to men in the cavalry, the depleted condition of the regimental stores and equipment. The short Spanish War of 1812 had revealed the complete disorganization of the army. Hasty measures were taken to strengthen it. In the moment of panic, every infantry regiment was ordered to raise a second battalion, and though the number of companies per battalion was lowered from 7 to 5, yet as each of them was now to consist of 150 instead of 116 men, the total strength of each infantry corps was raised to 1,500 officers and men. At the same time, the cavalry regiments were supposed to have been increased to 470 sabres, and a fourth regiment of artillery was created. Nor was this all. An experimental legion for light infantry service, 8 companies strong, with a couple of squadrons and a horse artillery battery attached to it, was soon afterwards raised by the Marquis 500 Alorna. But after the Peace of Badajoz had been signed, the army was allowed to sink back into its old sloth and inefficiency. When Junot entered Portugal in December 1807, it is doubtful if there were as many as 20,000 troops really embodied, though the nominal total of the national army reached nearly 50,000 men. Portugal had a few keen soldiers, such as Gomes Frere de Andrade and the renegade 500 Alorna, who had received abroad a good military education and had even written military books. But the majority of the officers were slack, ignorant, and incompetent, while the men were half-drilled, badly disciplined, and ill-equipped. The only attempt which had been made to introduce any of the modern military discoveries which had been worked out in the wars of the French Revolution consisted in the creation of the already mentioned experimental legion, which 500 Alorna had been allowed to raise and to train with a new light infantry drill, adapted by himself from French models. The main body of the army looked with some jealousy and suspicion on this corps, and had made no effort to copy it. The French invasion of Portugal had dashed to pieces the old regular army. Junot, it will be remembered, had disbanded the greater part of the men and formed with the remainder a few battalions, which he had begun to send off to France ere the insurrection of June 1808 broke out. Some of them took an involuntary share in the first siege of Saragossa. Others were hurled into the Red Holocaust of Wagram. When Portugal rose against the invader, the local juntas endeavored to call back to arms all the dispersed officers and men, to serve as a nucleus for the insurrectionary hosts. The system of recruiting which La Lippe had introduced made this comparatively easy. He had instituted regimental districts in a very complete form. Each corps was named after a particular town or region, drew its conscripts from that locality, and was usually quartered in it. When Junot disbanded the old army, the men naturally returned to their homes. It resulted that when, for example, the Oporto junta summoned out to service the late members of the 6th and 8th regiments of the line, the 2 units belonging to the Oporto district, it could be certain of finding the greater part of the rank and file without much difficulty. To reconstitute in a hurry the corps of officers was a much harder matter. A disproportionate number of the more competent holders of commissions had been drafted into the contingent sent to France. Comparatively few resided in their proper regimental districts, many in Lisbon, which was still in Junot's hands. Hence the battalions which fought under Late at Evora or accompanied Wellesley to Vimiro bore their old names indeed, but were not merely ill-equipped and low in numbers, but lacked a due supply of officers. Considering the inefficiency of the regiments even before they were destroyed by Junot, they might now be described as no more than the shadow of a shade. When the French had been driven out of Portugal, and the junta of Regency took in hand the reconstruction and enlargement of the army, the problem of organization seemed almost insoluble. The government decreed that the regiments of infantry of the line should be raised to their full establishment of 1,500, a figure which they had never really attained in the old days. It was also decided to create 6 new battalions of riflemen cazadores, a class of infantry of which 500 Alorna's experimental legion had hitherto been the sole representatives in Portugal. As to the cavalry and artillery, it was an obvious fact that the dearth of horses in the kingdom made it impossible to enlarge the number of units. The 12 old regiments of horse, the 32 old batteries of artillery were to be reconstructed, but no new ones were to be created. Considering that the old corps of officers in Portugal was notoriously incompetent, it was hard to see how the expanded army was to be drilled and disciplined. About 25,000 recruits were suddenly shot into the old cadres. They could be readily procured, for not only were volunteers forthcoming in great numbers, but if they ran short, a stringent conscription law was in existence. But how were the regiments to be officered? It was true that a considerable amount of the raw material for officers was obtainable, for patriotic enthusiasm was driving the young men of the upper classes into the army in a way that had never before been seen. The service had not hitherto been popular, owing to its poor pay and prospects. But one cannot officer raw recruits with equally raw ensigns and call the result a regular army. Moreover, arms and equipment were lamentably deficient. Junot had confiscated and destroyed almost all the store of arms belonging to the old army. It is said that the insurgents had not 10,000 serviceable muskets among them when Wellesley landed. The British had distributed some 42,000 more between August and December, but what were these among so many? There were to be over 50,000 regulars when the establishment was completed, and the Regency hoped to call out some 40,000 militia when the first line of defense had been equipped, and after that, to arm the vast masses of the ordinanza. A Portuguese cavalry soldier. Portuguese dragoon of the 1st Alcantara Regiment. From a drawing of 1809. Walker and Cockerell, Ph.Sc. The natural results followed. In obedience to the decree issued by the Regency, a considerable number of men were collected at each regimental depot. Of these, about 1/3, on an average, were old soldiers, but the proportion varied, for some corps had suffered more than others from the drafts of trained men which Junot had sent off to France. A good many of the regiments succeeded, so far as numbers went, in constituting their 2 battalions without much difficulty. Others were less fortunate, and could only raise 1. 2 were so hopelessly incomplete that Beresford distributed the few hundred men whom they could produce among other corps, and temporarily disbanded them. It was the same with the cavalry, of which 2 regiments were wholly without horses, and several were so absurdly short of mounts that they could not be used. Even of the corps which were not dissolved, several were so weak that they had not recruited themselves up to half their nominal strength even by September. This was more especially the case in the Alemtejo, where the population displayed an apathy that contrasted strongly with the turbulent enthusiasm prevalent in Lisbon and in the north. 2 invaluable sets of returns in the Record Office show us that, as far as mere numbers went, the Regency had not done so much as it should in the way of increasing the total of men under arms during the 2 months that followed the Convention of Sintra. On September 13, according to a report from Baron Deccan, who had gone round the insurrectionary armies of Frere, Leyte, and the Montero Moor, there were under arms 13,272 line infantry, 3,384 light infantry cazadores, 1812 cavalry, and 0 militia. The force of artillery is not given. But of these 37,000 men, only 13,600 had serviceable weapons and equipment, and were fit to take the field. On November 26, these figures had risen to 22,361 infantry, 3,422 cavalry, 40,31 artillery, and 880 militia. But owing to the importation of English muskets during the last 2 months, there were now 31,833 men properly equipped, of whom 52 were mounted men. The remaining 19,000 had still nothing more than pikes or non-military firearms, such as fowling pieces and blunderbusses. 1,400 cavalry was still without horses. The figures are very moderate, but the worst part of the situation was that a collection of 1,000 or 1,500 men does not constitute a regiment, even if 300 or 400 of them chanced to have been old soldiers. There were not, it is clear, muskets enough to arm more than 2/3 of the rank and file. Belts, pouches, knapsacks, and other equipment were still more deficient. Yet the really fatal point was that there was a wholly inadequate number of officers, and that of those who were forthcoming the elder men were mostly incompetent, and the younger entirely untrained. In the official correspondence of the early months of 1809, the most prominent fact that emerges is the difficulty that was found in discovering colonels and majors capable of licking into shape the incoherent mass of men at the regimental headquarters, and of teaching the newly appointed junior officers their duty. It seemed that their long peace service in small garrison towns had taken all energy and initiative out of the seniors of the army of the ancient regime. They gazed with despair on the task before them and seemed quite incapable of coping with it. When a British general took over the command of the Portuguese army, he complained that long habits of disregard to duty and consequent laziness make it not only difficult, but almost impossible to induce the senior officers of this service to enter into any regular and continued attention to the duties of their situations, and neither reward nor punishment will induce them to bear up against the fatigue. It was only when a whole generation of colonels had been cleared away that the army grew efficient, and the reorganized regiments began to distinguish themselves in the field. For the purpose of mobilization, every regiment had been sent in the autumn of 1808 to its proper headquarters, in the center of its recruiting district. There they still lay in the end of February, when Soult was drawing near the frontier. There was absolutely no Portuguese army in the field, only a number of battalions, squadrons, and batteries in a more or less imperfect state of organization scattered broadcast over the country. They were, as we have already seen, still insufficiently supplied with arms and equipment. Of transport and train to enable them to move, there was hardly a trace. The only thing approaching a concentration of force was that in Lisbon and its immediate vicinity there were 7 regiments of foot and 3 of horse, which were there assembled simply because their headquarters and their recruiting ground lay in this quarter. Of the remainder of the infantry, 2 regiments were in Algarve, in the far south, 5 in the Alentejo, 4 in Beira, 2 in the Trás-os-Montes, 4 in Oporto and the adjoining province of Entredauro e Minho. It was with the last 6 alone that Soult had to deal when he invaded northern Portugal. Not one of the others was moved up to aid the northern regiments in holding him back. Impressed with the state of hopeless disarray in which their army lay, and conscious that, for stores and weapons to equip it, and money to pay it, they could look only to Great Britain, the Regency asked in February for the appointment of a British commander-in-chief. This was the best pledge that they could give of their honest intention to place all their military resources at the disposition of their allies. It had another obvious advantage. Bernardino Frere, late Silveira, the Monteiro Moor, and the other Portuguese generals commanding military districts were at feud with each other. It would be very difficult to place one above the rest, and to secure for him loyal cooperation from his subordinates. It was probable that an Englishman, a stranger to their quarrels and intrigues, would be better obeyed. The Regency, it would seem, suggested that they would be glad to see the post of commander-in-chief given to Sir Arthur Wellesley. But the victor of Vimiro refused to accept it, probably because he had already secured from Lord Castlereagh the promise that he should be sent out again to Portugal to supersede Cradock. When he had declined the offer, it was, to the surprise of most men, passed on to General Beresford. This officer had the advantage of knowing Portuguese. He had commanded one of Moore's brigades during the Corunna retreat and had seen much service, on both sides of the Atlantic. He was a comparatively young man, being only in his 41st year, and was very junior in his rank, having only become a major general in 1807. Many officers who were his elders had coveted the post, and some friction was caused by the fact that with his new Portuguese commission, he outranked several of his seniors in Cradock's army. Beresford was a good fighting man and a hard worker, but he was neither a tactician nor a strategist, and did not shine when placed in independent command, as witness Albura. When Wellington had learnt his limitations, he never gave him a task of any great difficulty, and in the later years of the war either kept him under his own eye or sent him on errands where it was not easy to go wrong. For really responsible work in 1812-14, he always used Hill, Hope, or Graham. But in 1809, Beresford was, but for his undoubted courage, more or less of an unknown quantity to his colleagues and his subordinates. Fortunately, he turned out a good organizer, if a mediocre general. For what he did in the way of reforming and almost recreating the Portuguese army, he deserves considerable credit. Everyone will remember the quaint story of how he was received by his army after a short absence, with the ingenuous cry of "Long live Marshal Beresford, who takes care of our stomachs." This in one way was a high compliment. It was not every general, English, French, or Spanish, who succeeded in filling his soldiers' bellies during the Peninsular War. The power to do so was not the least among the qualities necessary for a commander-in-chief. Why the British cabinet chose Beresford from among many possible candidates for the very responsible post now put in his charge, it is hard to see. Castlereagh knew him as being, like himself, one of a powerful Anglo-Irish family connection with strong parliamentary influence. This may have told in his favour. It was perhaps also remembered that he was a personal friend of Wellesley, whom Castlereagh was intending to send out to command the British army in Portugal, and moreover his junior. This would facilitate matters when the two generalissimos had to act together. Beresford would probably prove a more tractable colleague and subordinate to the self-confident, autocratic, and frigid Wellesley than any officer who was a stranger to him or his senior in years and service. It is by no means impossible that Castlereagh nominated him at Sir Arthur's private suggestion, but into the secrets of ministerial patronage it is useless to pry. Appointed to his new post in February, only a month after he had returned from the Corunna expedition, Beresford at once set sail for Lisbon and took up the command ere 3 weeks had expired since his appointment. He arrived at the very moment at which Soult was about to pass the northern frontier, and was at once gazetted as a Portuguese field marshal. After a short survey of those parts of his command which lay in and about Lisbon, he reported to the Regency that the dearth of officers, and especially of competent superior officers, was so great that he could not hope to reorganize the army unless he were allowed to give commissions in the Portuguese service to many foreigners. As a preliminary measure, he asked for volunteers from Sir John Cradock's army, and obtained about enough English officers to give 3 to each regiment. The main inducement which attracted candidates was Beresford's pledge that everyone accepted for the Portuguese service should gain a step. A lieutenant would become a captain a major. The marshal at once placed all the battalions with notoriously inefficient commanders in charge of British officers, and drafted into them a larger proportion of his volunteers than was given to those which were in better state. He also got leave from the British cabinet to offer Portuguese commissions to officers serving in corps on the home station. This gave him by the end of the year some scores of men of the sort required, and it was by them that the new army was mainly formed and disciplined. The British drill was introduced, and to teach it, Beresford was allowed to borrow many non-commissioned officers from Cradock's regiments. As was but natural, there arose considerable friction between the newcomers and the native Portuguese officers, over whose heads they were often placed. This was inevitable, but led to less harm than might have been expected, because the rank and file, quick to recognize soldierly qualities, took kindly to their new commanders and served them loyally and well. In the beginning, Beresford's reorganization only extended to the regiments in Lisbon and the south. Those stationed beyond the Douro were already in the field and actively engaged with Soult. They had hardly received any assistance, either of officers or of arms and equipment, before they became involved in the campaign of March 1809. In fairness to them, this must be borne in mind when their conduct in battle is compared with that of the reorganized army in the following year. The Portuguese Regency, in their report on the Oporto campaign sent to their prince on May 31, 1809, pleaded with truth that the armies formed in the northern provinces were motley assemblies, whose numbers and good will bore witness to the zeal of the people, and their determination not to accept the French yoke, but which could not with any propriety be called regular troops. They were composed of incomplete and fractional regiments, and the larger proportion of the rank and file consisted of recruits, many of whom had not been a month under arms. Some of the corps were short of muskets. Those which had them were armed with weapons of bad quality and various caliber. All were deficient in the most essential articles of equipment. It was not fair to expect that such troops could oppose with any prospect of success a well-armed and well-disciplined veteran army like that of France. The regular troops and the totally undisciplined ordinanza levies did not form the whole military force of Portugal. There also existed, mainly on paper, another line of defense for the kingdom. This was the militia. According to the old military system of the realm, each regimental district had to supply not only its line battalion, but also 2 or sometimes 1 battalions of militia. There should have been 43 such regiments in existence in 1808, and early in 1809 the Regency ordered that they should be raised to 48, and that each should consist of 2 battalions of 500 men each. This force, however, was purely a paper army. The militia had not been called out since the War of 1802. There were a few officers bearing militia commissions, but no rank and file. When the Regency decreed its mobilization, all that could be done was that the local authorities should tell off such eligible young men as had not been embodied in the regular army for militia recruits. But as there were neither officers to drill them, nor muskets to arm them, the conscription was but a farce. The men were not even called out in many districts, since it was useless to do so till arms could be procured for them. But in the 2 northern provinces, when Soult crossed the frontier, the militiamen took the field alongside with the ordinanza, from whom they were distinguished by name alone, for they were almost as destitute of uniform, weapons, and officers as the levée en masse itself. It would seem that most of the other border regiments of militia were also mobilized in the spring of 1809 in the neighborhood of Almeida, Castelo Branco, and Elvas. That they were perfectly useless was shown in Maine's fight with Victor at the bridge of Alcantara, May 14, when their conduct contrasted shamefully with the steady and obstinate fighting of the Lusitanian Legion. In June, Wellesley ordered that all men for whom there were no arms should be sent home on furlough, and that the regiments should endeavor to drill and exercise their men by relays of 200 at a time, each batch being kept 2 months under arms. This was apparently because there were not arms, officers, or drill sergeants enough to provide for more than a small proportion of the available number of militiamen. In this way, between 8,000 and 0 militia were to be out during the times of the year when the countryside could best spare them from the labor of the fields. The rest were to be left at home, unless an actual invasion of Portugal should occur. From the modest scope of this plan, it may easily be guessed what the state of the militia had been 4 months earlier, when Soult was in the Trás-os-Montes, and Beresford had barely begun his work of reorganization. The militiamen were supposed to provide their own uniforms, the result of which was that few save the officers ever owned uniforms at all. In 1810, Wellesley had to make formal representation to Massena that they were part of the armed force of the Portuguese kingdom, and not banditti, as the marshal threatened to deny the rights of regular combatants to any prisoners not wearing a military dress. The officers, however, had a blue uniform similar to that of the line, save that they had silver instead of gold lace on their collars and wrists. The militia were not entitled to any pay when mobilized within the limits of their own province. When taken over, its border officers and men were supposed to draw half the pay of the regulars of corresponding rank, but did not find it easy to obtain the modest stipend to which they were entitled. Throughout the war, the Portuguese militia were only intermittently in the field. The longest continuous piece of service which they performed was that during Massena's invasion, when they were all mobilized for more than a year on end, from June 1810 to July 1811. At other times, the whole or parts of various regiments were under arms for periods of varying length, either to relieve the regulars from garrison duty or to watch the less exposed frontier points in times when the French were active in the neighboring districts of Spain. They were very seldom exposed to the ordeal of battle, as their presence in the line would have been a source of danger rather than a help. But they were useful for secondary work, such as guarding convoys, maintaining lines of communication, and most of all, restraining minor raids by small bodies of the enemy. During Massena's invasion, the greater part of them were not drawn within the lines of Torres Vedras like the Portuguese regulars, but left out in the countryside to shift for themselves. Here they did invaluable service in cutting the marshal's line of communication with Spain and harassing all his detachments. It was they who surprised and captured his wounded and his depot at Coimbra, who worried Drouet, and who turned back Gardin when he tried to push forward from Almeida in order to join the main French army. But all this was in the far future when the spring campaign of 1809 began. At that date, as we have already seen, the militia were as undisciplined, as ill-armed, and as useless as the mass of ordinanza levies with which they were confused. A word must be added as to the theoretical organization of this last force. It dated back to the Middle Ages and had been regularly used during the days of the enfranchisement of Portugal from the yoke of the Spanish Habsburgs in the 17th century. The ordinance was a royal decree summoning to arms all males between 16 and 60, with the exception of ecclesiastics. In districts owning a feudal lord, that person was ex officio declared chief captain, capital mor of his fief, and charged with the summoning of his vassals to the field. Where manorial customs had disappeared, the senior magistrate of the town, village, or district had to take up the post of capital mor, unless a substitute was named by the crown. It was the duty of this commander to call out all the able-bodied men of his region, to divide them into companies of 250 men, and to name a captain, ensign, sergeant, clerk, marinho, and 10 corporals for each of these bodies. Persons able to provide a horse were to serve apart, as cavalry, under separate commanders, but no one ever saw or heard of mounted ordinanza troops during the Peninsular War. All the horses of the country did not suffice to provide chargers even for the 12 regiments of the regular army. The whole levy was supposed to be called out twice a year by the capital mor, in order that it might be seen that every man was properly enrolled in a company. But as a matter of fact, the ordinanza had not been summoned out, save in 1762 and since the end of the War of the Spanish Succession. Nor had any care been taken to see that every householder possessed a weapon of some sort, as the law directed. When they mustered in 1809, the men with pikes outnumbered those with fowling pieces or blunderbusses, and the men furnished with no more than scythes on poles or goads or such-like rustic weapons were far more numerous than the pikemen. The whole mass was perfectly useless. It was cruel to place it in the field and send it against regular troops. Tumultuous, undisciplined, unofficered, it was doomed to massacre whenever it allowed the enemy to approach. It would have been well to refrain from calling it out altogether and to turn over the few serviceable arms which it possessed to the militia. Note, by far the best account of the Portuguese army and military system is to be found in Halliday's Present State of Portugal and the Portuguese Army, an invaluable book of 1812. Something can be gleaned from Dumouriez's essay on the military topography of Portugal. A little information comes from Foy, but many of his statements in his vol. Roman II are inaccurate. The Wellington and Beresford dispatches in the Record Office are of course full of information, but would be very unintelligible but for Halliday's explanatory memoir, as they presuppose knowledge of the details of organization, but do not generally describe them. For the Lusitanian Legion, see Maine's monograph on that corps and the dispatches of Sir Robert Wilson. I have inserted in an appendix a table of the reorganized army as it stood in the autumn of 1809. A Portuguese infantry soldier and a man of the ordinanza. Portuguese infantry. A private of the Lisbon regiment and a man of the Algarve ordinanza. From a drawing of 1809. Walker and Cockerell, Ph. Sc. Section 13, Chapter IV. Combats about Chaves and Braga. Capture of Oporto, March 1029, 1809. When La Romana marched off to the east and abandoned his Portuguese allies to their own resources, the duty of defending the frontier fell upon General Francisco Silveira, the military governor of the Trás-os-Montes. He had mobilized his forces at Chaves the moment that Soult's departure from Orense became known, and had there gathered the whole levy of his province. The total amounted to 2 incomplete line regiments, 4 battalions of disorderly and ill-equipped militia, the skeletons of 2 cavalry regiments, with hardly 200 horses between them, and a mass of the local ordinanza, armed with pikes, goads, scythes, and fowling pieces. The whole mass may have numbered some 12,000 men, of whom not 6,000 possessed firearms of any kind. Against them, the French marshal was marching at the head of 22,000 veterans who had already gained experience in the art of mountain warfare from their recent campaign in Galicia. The result was not difficult to foresee. If the Portuguese dared to offer battle, they would be scattered to the winds. Silveira's levies were not the only force in arms on the frontier. The populous province of the Entredauro e Minho, roused to tumultuous enthusiasm by the Bishop of Oporto, had sent every available man, armed or unarmed, to the front. A screen of militia and regulars under General Botilho was watching the line of the lower Minho. A vast mass of ordinanza, backed by a very small body of line troops, lay in and about Braga under General Bernardino Freire. Another multitude was still thronging the streets of Oporto and listening to the windy harangues of the bishop. But none of these masses of armed men were sent to the aid of Silveira. He was not one of the bishop's faction, nor was he on good terms with his colleague Freire. Neither of them showed any inclination to combine with him, and their followers, in the true spirit of provincial particularism, thought of nothing but defending their own hearths and homes, and left the Trás-os-Montes to take care of itself. Yet they had for the moment no enemy in front of them but the small French garrison of Tai, and could have marched without any risk to join their compatriots. Relying on the aid of La Romana, General Silveira had taken post at Vallejo on the right bank of the Taimga, leaving the defense of the left bank to the Spaniards, whom he supposed to be still stationed about Monterrey and Verin. On the very day upon which the army of Galicia absconded, the Portuguese general sent forward a detachment, consisting of a line regiment and a mass of peasants, to menace the flank of the French advance. This force, having crossed the Spanish frontier, got into collision with the enemy near Valaza. Since Francesca's horsemen and Hudelit's infantry had turned off to the east in pursuit of La Romana, the Portuguese fell in with the leading column of Soult's main body, a brigade of Lahouse's dragoons supported by de Laborde's division. This force they ventured to attack, but were promptly beaten off by Foy, the brigadier of the advanced guard, who routed them and captured their sole piece of artillery. The shattered column fell back on the main body at Vallejo, and then Silveira, hearing of the departure of the Spaniards, resolved to retire and to look for a defensive position which he might be able to hold by his own unaided efforts. There was none such to be found in front of Chaves, for the valley of the Taimga widens out between Monterrey and the Portuguese frontier fortress, and offers no ground suitable for defense. Accordingly, Silveira very prudently decided to withdraw his tumultuary army to the heights of San Pedro, a league to the south of the town, where the space between the river and the mountains narrows down and offers a short and compact line of resistance. But he waited to be driven in, and meanwhile left rearguards in observation at Fices de Abaxo on the left and Altairo on the right bank of the Taimga. Soult halted 3 days at Monterrey in order to allow his rearguard and his convoy of sick to close up with the main body. But on March 10, he resumed his advance, using the 2 parallel roads on the 2 banks of the Taimga. Francesca's light horse and Hudelit's division pushed down the eastern side, Caulaincourt's brigade of dragoons and de Laborde's infantry down the western side of the river. Merle and Mermet was still near Verin. As the Taimga was unfordable in most places, the army seemed dangerously divided, but Soult knew well that he was running little or no risk. Both at Fices and Altairo, the Portuguese detachments, which covered Silveira's main body, tried to offer serious resistance. They were of course routed, with the loss of a gun and many prisoners. On hearing that his enemy was drawing near, Silvera ordered his whole army to retreat behind Chaves to the position of San Pedro. This command nearly cost him his life. The ignorant masses of militia and ordinanza could only see treason in the proposed move, which abandoned the town to the French. The local troops refused to march and threatened to shoot their general. He withdrew with such of his men as would still obey orders, but a mixed multitude consisting of part of the 12th Regiment of the Line, the Chaves Regiment, and a mass of ordinanza and militia remained behind to defend the dilapidated town. Its walls had never been repaired since the Spaniards had breached them in 1762. Of the 50 guns which armed them, the greater part were destitute of carriages and rusting away in extreme old age. The supply of powder and cannonballs was wholly insufficient for even a short siege. But encouraged by the advice of an incompetent engineer officer, who said that a few barricades would make the place impregnable, 3,000 men shut themselves up in it, and aided by 1,200 armed citizens, defied Soult, and opened a furious fire upon the vedettes, which he pushed up to the foot of the walls. The marshal sent in a fruitless summons to surrender, and then invested the place on the evening of the 10th. All night the garrison kept up a haphazard cannonade and shouted defiance to the French. Next morning Soult resolved to drive away Silvera from the neighboring heights, convinced that the spirits of the defenders of Chaves would fail the moment that they saw the field army defeated and forced to abscond. The divisions of de Laborde and Lahousse soon compelled Silvera to give ground. He displayed, indeed, a laudable prudence in refusing to let himself be caught and surrounded, and made off southeastward towards Villarreal with 6,000 or 7,000 men. The marshal then summoned Chaves to surrender for the second time. The garrison seemed to have tired themselves out with 12 hours of patriotic shouting, and to have used up great part of their munitions in their silly nocturnal fireworks. When they saw Silvera driven away, their spirits sank, and they allowed their leader, Major Pizarro, to capitulate without remonstrance. In short, they displayed even more cowardice on the 11th than indiscipline upon the 10th of March. On the 12th, the French entered the city in triumph. Soult was much embarrassed by the multitude of captives whom he had taken. He could not spare an escort strong enough to guar 0 prisoners to a place of safety. Accordingly, he made a virtue of necessity, permitted the armed citizens of Chaves to retire to their homes, and dismissed the mass of 2,500 ordinanza and militiamen, after extracting from them an oath not to serve against France during the rest of the war. The 500 regulars of the 12th Regiment were not treated in the same way. The marshal offered them the choice between captivity and enlisting in a Franco-Portuguese legion, which he proposed to raise. To their great discredit, the majority, both officers and men, took the latter alternative, though it was with the sole idea of deserting as soon as possible. At the same moment, Soult made an identical offer to the Spanish prisoners captured from Mahi's division at the combats of Osonio and La Trepa on March 6. They behaved no better than the Portuguese. Several hundred of them took the oath to King Joseph and consented to enter his service. The Duke of Dalmatia had resolved to make Chaves his base for further operations in Portugal. He brought up to it from Monterrey all his sick and wounded, including those who had been transported from Orense. The total now amounted to 1,325, of whom many were convalescents already fit for sedentary duty. To guard them, a single company of a French regiment and the inchoate Portuguese legion were detailed, while the command was placed in the hands of the chef de bataillon messenger. The flour and unground wheat found in the place fed the army for several days, and the small stock of powder captured was utilized to replenish its depleted supply of cartridges. From Chaves, Soult had the choice of 2 roads for marching on Oporto. The more obvious route on the map is that which descends the Taimga almost to its junction with the Douro, and then strikes across to Oporto by Amarante and Penafiel. But here, as is so often the case in the peninsula, the map is the worst of guides. The road along the river, frequently pinched in between the water and overhanging mountains, presents a series of defiles and strong positions, is considerably longer than the alternative route, and passes through difficult country wellnigh from start to finish. The second path from Chaves to Oporto is that which strikes westward, crosses the Serra de Cabrera, and descends into the valley of the Cavado by Ruivines and Salamand. From thence it leads to Braga, on the great coast road from Valença to Oporto. The first 2 or 3 stages of this route are rough and difficult, and pass through ground even more defensible than that on the way to Amarante and Penafiel. But when the rugged defiles of the watershed between the Taimga and the Cavado have been passed, and the invader has reached Braga, the country becomes flat and open, and the coast plain, crossed by 2 excellent roads, leads him easily to his goal. It has also to be remembered that, by adopting this alternative, Soult took in the rear the Portuguese fortresses of the Lower Minho, and made it easy to reopen communications with Tai and the French forces still remaining in Galicia. If any other persuasion were needed to induce the Marshal to take the western, and not the eastern, road to Oporto, it was the knowledge of the position of the enemy which he had attained by diligent cavalry reconnaissances. It was ascertained that Silveira with the remains of his division had fallen back to Vila Pauca, more than 30 miles away, in the direction of Vila Real. He could not be caught, and could retreat whithersoever he pleased. Frere, on the other hand, was lying at Braga with his unwieldy masses, and had made no attempt to march forward and fortify the passes of the Serra de Cabrera. By all accounts that the horsemen of Franceschi could gather, the defiles were blocked only by the ordinanza of the mountain villages. This astounding news was absolutely correct. Frere's obvious course was to defend the rugged watershed, where positions abounded, but he contented himself with placing mere observation posts, bodies of 30 or 100 men, in the passes, while keeping his main army concentrated. The truth was that he was in a state of deep depression of mind and prepared for a disaster. Judging from the line which he adopted in the previous year, while cooperating with Wellesley in the campaign against Junot, we may set him down as a timid rather than a cautious general. He had no confidence in himself or in his troops. The indiscipline and mutinous spirit of the motley levies which he commanded had reduced him to despair, and he received no support from the Bishop of Oporto and his faction, who were omnipotent in the province. Repeated demands for reinforcements of regular troops had brought him nothing but the 2nd Battalion of the Lusitanian Legion, under Baron Eben. The bishop kept back the greater part of the resources of which he could dispose, for the defense of his own city, in front of which he was erecting a great entrenched camp. Frere had also called on the Regency for aid, but they had done no more than order 2 line battalions under General Vittoria to join him, and these troops had not yet crossed the Douro. When he heard that the French were on the march, and that he himself would be the next to receive their visit, he so far lost heart that he contemplated retiring on Oporto without attempting to fight. Instead of defending the defiles of Ruivines and Salamand, he began to send to the rear his heavy stores, his military chest, and his artillery of position. This timid resolve was to be his ruin, for the excitable and suspicious multitude which surrounded him had every intention of defending their homes, and could only see treason and cowardice in the preparations for retreat. In a few days, their fury was to burst forth into open mutiny, to the destruction of their general and their own ultimate ruin. Soult meanwhile had set out from Chaves on March 14, with Franceschi and de Laborde at the head of his column, as they had been in all the operations since their departure from Orense. Mermet and Lahouse's dragoons followed on the 15th. Houdelet, with whom were the headquarters, staff, and the baggage, marched on the 16th. Merle, covering the rear of the army, came in from Monterey on that day and started from Chaves on the 17th. Only Violand's brigade of dragoons was detached. These 2 regiments were directed to make a feint upon Vila Real, with the object of frightening and distracting Silveira, lest he should return to his old post when he heard that the French army had departed, and fall upon the rear of the marching columns. They beat up his outposts at Vila Pauca, announced everywhere the marshal's approach with his main body, and retired under cover of the night, after having deceived the Trasosmontes troops for a couple of days. The divisions of de Laborde and Franceschi, while clearing the passes above Chaves, met with a desperate but futile resistance from the ordinanza of the upper Cavado Valley, practically unaided by Frere, who had only sent to the defile of Salamand 300 regular troops, a miserable mockery of assistance, the gallant peasantry did their best. Even the smallest villages, wrote an aide-de-camp of Soult, tried to defend themselves. It was not rare to see a peasant barricade himself all alone in his house and fire from the windows on our men till his door was battered in, and he met his death on our bayonets. The Portuguese defended themselves with desperation and never asked for quarter. If only these brave and devoted fellows had possessed competent leaders, we should have been forced to give up the expedition, or else we should never have got out of the country. But their resistance was individual. Each man died defending his hamlet or his home, and a single battalion of our advanced guard easily cleared the way for us. I saw during these days young girls in the fighting line, firing on us, and meeting their death without recoiling a step. The priests had told them that they were martyrs, and that all who died defending their country went straight to paradise. In these petty combats, which lasted day after day, we frequently found, among the enemy's dead, monks in their robes, their crucifixes still clasped in their hands. Indeed, while advancing we could see from afar these ecclesiastics passing about among the peasants and animating them to the combat. While the columns were on the march, isolated peasants kept up a continual dropping fire on us from inaccessible crags above the road. At night, they attacked our sentries or crept down close to our bivouacs to shoot at the men who sat round the blaze. This sort of war was not very deadly, but infinitely fatiguing. There was not a moment of the day or night when we had not to be upon the qui-vive. Moreover, every man who strayed from the ranks, whether he was sick, drunk, tired, or merely a marauder, was cut off and massacred. The peasants not only murdered them, but tortured them in the most horrid fashion before putting them to death. Among scenes of this description, Franceschi and de Laborde forced their way down the valley of the Cavado, till they arrived at the village of Carvalho d'Este, 6 miles from Braga, where they found a range of hills on both sides of the road, occupied by the whole horde of 25,000 men who had been collected by Frere. The division which followed the French advanced guard had also to sustain several petty combats, for the survivors of the Ordinanza, whom de Laborde had swept out of the way, closed in again to molest each column, as it passed by the defiles of Vendanova, Ruivines, and Salamond. Mermet's division, which brought up the rear, had to beat off a serious attack from Silvera's army, for that general, as soon as he discovered that he had been fooled by Lorge's demonstration, sent across the Taimga a detachment of 3,000 men, who fell upon Soult's rear. But a single regiment drove them off without much difficulty. They drew back to their own side of the mountains and did not quit the valley of the Taimga. It was on March 17 that Franceschi and de Laborde pushed forward to the foot of the Portuguese position, which swept round in a semicircle on each side of the high road. Its western half was composed of the plateau of Monte de Fé, whose left overhangs the river Cavado, while its right slopes upward to join the wooded Monte Valongo. This latter hill is considerably more lofty than the Monte de Fé and less easy of access. In front of the position, and bisected by the high road, is the village of Carvalho d'Este. At the foot of the Monte Valongo is another village, Lanhoso, whose name the French have chosen to bestow on the combat which followed. To the left rear of the Monte de Fé, pressed in between its slopes and the river, is a third village, Pont du Prado, with a bridge across the Cavado, which is the only one by which the position can be turned. The town of Braga lies 3 miles further to the rear. The invaders halted on seeing the whole range of hills, some 6 miles long, crowned with masses of men in position. Franceschi would not take it upon himself to attack such a multitude, even though they were but peasantry and militia, of the same quality as the horde that had been defeated near Chaves a few days before. He sent back word to the marshal, and drew up in front of the position to await the arrival of the main body. But noting that a long rocky spur of the Monte de Fé projected from the main block of high ground which the enemy was holding, he caused it to be attacked by Foy's brigade of infantry, and drove back without much difficulty the advanced guard of the Portuguese. The possession of this hill gave the French a foothold on the heights, and an advantageous emplacement for artillery such as could not be found in the plain below. It was 3 days before the rest of Soult's army joined the leading division. Not until the 20th was his entire force, with the exception of Merle's infantry, concentrated at the foot of the enemy's position and ready to attack. This long period of waiting, when every mind was screwed up to the highest pitch of excitement, had completely broken down the nerve of the Portuguese, who spent the hours of respite in hysterical tumult and rioting. Frere, as we have already seen, had been planning a retreat on Oporto, but he found the spirit of his army so exalted that he thought it better to conceal his project. He pretended to have abandoned the idea of retiring and gave orders for the construction of entrenchments and batteries on the Monte de Fe to enfilade the main approach by the high road. But he could not disguise his downheartedness, nor persuade his followers to trust him. Presently the wrecks of the Ordinanza levies who had fought at Salamand fell back upon Braga, loudly accusing him of cowardice for not supporting them in their advanced position. The whole camp was full of shouting, objectless firing in the air, confused cries of treason, and mutinous assemblies. On the day when the French appeared in front of the position, Frere grew so alarmed at the threats against his life, which resounded on every side, that he secretly quitted Braga to fly to Oporto. But he was recognized and seized by the Ordinanza of Tabosa, a few miles to the rear. They brought him back to the camp as a prisoner and handed him over to Baron Eben, the colonel of the 2nd Battalion of the Lusitanian Legion, who had been acting as Frere's second-in-command. This officer, an ambitious and presumptuous man and a great ally of the Bishop of Oporto, played the demagogue, harangued the assembled multitude, and readily took over the charge of the army. He consigned his unfortunate predecessor to the jail of Braga and led on the mutineers to reinforce the array on Monte de Fe. When Eben had departed, a party of Ordinanza returned to the city, dragged out the wretched Frere, and killed him in the street with their pikes. The same afternoon, they murdered Major Villas-Boas, the chief of Frere's engineers, and one or more of his aide-de-camp. They also seized and threw into prison the corregidor of Braga and several other persons accused of sympathy with the French. Eben appears to have winked at these atrocities, much as his friend the Bishop of Oporto ignored the murders which were taking place in that city. By assuming command in the irregular fashion that we have seen, he had made himself the slave of the hysterical horde that surrounded him, and had to let them do what they pleased, lest he should fall under suspicion himself. It would seem, however, that Eben did the little that was possible with such material in preparing to oppose Soult. He threw up more entrenchments on the Monte de Fe, mounted the few guns that he possessed in commanding situations, and did his best to add to the lamentably depleted store of munitions on hand. Even the church roofs were stripped for lead, when it was found that there was absolutely no reserve of cartridges, and that the Ordinanza had wasted half of their stock in demonstrations and profitless firing at the French vedettes. On the morning of the 19th, he extended his right wing to some hills below the Monte Valongo, beyond the village of Lanhoso, a movement which threatened to outflank and surround that part of the French army which was in front of him, and to cut it off from the divisions still in the rear. This could not be tolerated, and Mermet's infantry were dispatched to dislodge the 2,000 men who had taken up this advanced position. They were easily beaten out of the village and off the hill, and retired to their former station on the Monte Valongo. The French here captured 2 guns and some prisoners. Soult gave these men copies of a proclamation which he had printed at Chaves, offering pardon to all Portuguese who should lay down their arms, and sent them back into Eben's lines under a flag of truce. When the Ordinanza discovered what the papers were, they promptly put to death the 20 unfortunate men as traitors, without listening to their attempts to explain the situation. On the morning of March 20, Soult had been joined by Lorges, dragoons, and his other belated detachments, and prepared to attack the enemy's position. To defend it, Eben had now, besides 700 of his own legion, 1 incomplete line regiment, Viana No. 9, the militia of Braga and the neighboring places, and some 23,000 Ordinanza levies, of who 0 had firearms, 11,000 pikes, and the remaining 7,000 nothing better than scythes, goads, and instruments of husbandry. There were about 15 or 20 pieces of artillery distributed along the front of the 6-mile position, the majority of them in the entrenchments on the Monte de Fe, placed so as to command the high road. Knowing the sort of rabble that was in front of him, Soult made no attempt to turn or outflank the Portuguese, but resolved to deliver a frontal attack all along the line, in the full belief that the enemy would give way the moment that the charge was pushed home. He had now about 3,000 cavalry and 0 infantry with him, Merle being still absent. He told off de Laborde's division with Lahusse's dragoons to assail the enemy's center on both sides of the high road, where it crosses the Monte de Fay. Mermet's infantry and Francesca's light horse attacked, on the left, the wooded slopes of the Monte Valongo. Hugh-de-List's division, on the right, sent one brigade to storm the heights above the river and left the other brigade as a general reserve for the army. Lorge's dragoons were also held back in support. As might have been expected, Soult's dispositions were completely successful. When the columns of de Laborde and Hugh-de-List reached the foot of the enemy's position, the motley horde which occupied it broke out into wild cheers and curses and opened a heavy but ineffective fire. They stood as long as the French were climbing up the slopes, but when the infantry debouched on to the plateau of Monte de Fay, they began to waver and disperse. Then Soult let loose the cavalry of Lahusse, which had trotted up the high road close in the rear of de Laborde's battalions, the 17th Dragoons leading. There was no time for the reeling mass of peasants to escape. "We dashed into them," wrote one officer who took part in the charge. "We made a great butchery of them. We drove on among them pell-mell right into the streets of Braga, and we pushed them 2 leagues further, so that we covered in all 4 leagues at full gallop, without giving them a moment to rally. Their guns, their baggage, their military chest, many standards fell into our power." Such was the fate of the Portuguese center on each side of the high road. Further to the right, above the Cavado, Hugh-de-List was equally successful in forcing his way up the northern slopes of the Monte de Fay. The enemy broke when he reached the plateau, but as he had no heavy force of cavalry with him, their flight was not so disastrous or their loss so heavy as in the center. Indeed, when they had been swept down into the valley behind the ridge, some of the Portuguese turned to bay at the Pont du Prado and inflicted a sharp check on the Hanoverian Legion, the leading battalion in Hugh-de-List's advance. It was not till the 26th of the line came up to aid the Germans that the rallied peasantry again broke and fled. They only lost 300 men in this part of the field. Far to the left, in the woods on the slope of the Monte Valongo, Mermet and Franceschi had found it much harder to win their way to the edge of the plateau than had the troops in the center. But it was only the physical obstacles that detained them. The resistance of the enemy was even feebler than in the center. By the time that the infantry of Mermet emerged on the crest of the hill, the battle had already been won elsewhere. The Portuguese right wing crumpled up the moment that it was attacked and fled devious over the hillsides, followed by Franceschi's cavalry, who made a dreadful slaughter among the fugitives. 5 miles behind their original position, a body of militia with 4 guns rallied under the cliffs on which stands the village of Falpera. The cavalry held them in check till Mermet's leading regiment, the 31st Leger, came up, and then, attacked by both arms at once, the whole body was ridden down and almost exterminated. "The commencement was a fight, the end a butchery," wrote an officer of the 31st. "If our enemies had been better armed and less ignorant of the art of war, they might have made us pay dearly for our victory. But for lack of muskets, they were half of them armed with pikes only. They could not maneuver in the least. How was such a mob to resist us? They could only have held their ground if they had been behind stone walls." The rout and pursuit died away in the southern valleys beyond Braga, and Soult could take stock of his victory. He had captured 17 guns, 5 flags, and the whole of the stores of Eben's army. He had killed, according to his own estimate, some 4,000 men, and taken only 400 prisoners. This shocking disproportion between the dead and the captives was caused by the fact that the French in most parts of the field had given no quarter. Some of their historians explain that their cruelty resulted from the discovery that the Portuguese had been murdering and mutilating the stragglers who fell into their hands. But it was really due to the exasperation of spirit that always accompanies guerrilla warfare. Constantly worried by petty ambushes, sniped in their bivouacs, never allowed a moment of rest, the soldiers were in a state of nervous irritation which found vent in needless and unjustifiable cruelty. In the fight, they had lost only 40 killed and wounded, figures which afford no excuse for the wholesale slaughter in the pursuit to which they gave themselves up. In the first flush of victory, the French supposed that they had made an end of the Ordonnanza and that northern Portugal was at their feet. Cette journée a été fatale à l'insurrection portugaise, wrote one of the victors in his diary. But no greater mistake could have been made. Though many of the routed horde dispersed to their homes, the majority rallied again behind the Ave, only 10 or 12 miles from the battlefield. Nor did the Battle of Braga even open the way to Galicia. General Botilho, with the levies of the Valenza and Viana district, closed in behind Soult and blocked the way to Tai, the nearest French garrison. The marshal had only conquered the ground on which he stood, and already his communication with Chaves, his last base, had been intercepted by detachments sent into the passes by Silveira. Soult halted 3 days at Braga, a time which he utilized for the repair of his artillery and the replenishing of the cartridge boxes of his infantry from the not too copious supply of munitions captured from the Portuguese. His cavalry scoured the country down the Cavado as far as Barcelos and southward to the line of the Ave, only to find insurgents everywhere, the bridges broken, and the fords dredged up and staked. The marshal, however, undaunted by the gloomy outlook, resolved to march straight for his destined goal without paying any attention to his communications. He now made Braga a temporary base, left their Hudelitz division in charge of 600 sick and wounded, and moved on Oporto at the head of his 3 remaining infantry divisions and all his cavalry. 2 good chaussées and 1 additional mountain road of inferior character lead from Braga to Oporto, crossing the Ave, the one 4, the next 6, the third 24 miles from the sea. The first and most westerly passes it at Pont de Ave, the second at Barca de Trofa, where there is both a bridge and a wide ford, the third, and least obvious at Guimarães, not far from its source in the Serra de Santa Catalina. Soult resolved to use all 3 for his advance, wisely taking the difficult road by Guimarães into his scheme, since he guessed that it would probably be unwatched by the Portuguese, precisely because it was far less eligible than the other 2. He was perfectly right. The Bishop of Oporto, the moment that he heard of the fall of Braga, pushed up some artillery and militia to aid the Ordinanza in defending both the Pont de Ave and the Barca de Trofa bridges. Each was cut, batteries were hastily thrown up commanding their approaches, and entrenchments were constructed in their rear. At Barca de Trofa, the ford was dredged up and completely blocked with chevox de frise, but the remote and secondary passage at Guimarães was comparatively neglected and left in charge of such of the local Ordinanza as had returned home after the rout of Braga. Soult directed Lorges' dragoons against the western road. He himself, with de Laborde's and Merle's infantry and Lahoussaye's cavalry, took the central chaussée by Barca de Trofa. On the difficult flanking path by Guimarães, he sent Francesca's light horse and Mermet's infantry. On both the main roads, the Portuguese positions were so strong that the advancing columns were held back. Soult would not waste men. He was beginning to find that he had none to spare in attempting to force the entrenched positions opposite him. After feeling them with caution, he pushed a column upstream to a small bridge at San Justo, which had been barricaded but not broken. Here he established by night a heavy battery commanding the opposite bank. On the morning of the 26th, he opened fire on the Portuguese positions across the water, and when the enemy had been well battered, hurled the brigade of General Foy at the fortified bridge. It was carried, and de Laborde's division was beginning to pass, when it met another French force debouching on the same point. This was composed of Mermet and Francesca's men. They had beaten the local Ordinanza at Guimarães, crossed the Ave high up, and were now pushing along the southern bank to take the Barca de Trofa position in the flank. Thus Soult found that, even if his frontal assault at San Justo had failed, his left-hand column would have cleared the way for him a few hours later, being already across the river and in the enemy's rear. Indeed, his lateral detachment had done all that he had expected from it, and at no great cost, for though the Ordinanza had opposed it bravely enough, they had never been able to hold it back. The only notable loss that had been sustained was that of General Jardin, one of Mermet's brigadiers, who had met his death by his own recklessness. Finding his men checked for a moment, he had seized a musket and charged on foot at the head of his skirmishing line. This was not the place for a brigadier general, and Jardin died unnecessarily, doing the work of a sub-lieutenant. Finding the French across the river at San Justo, the Portuguese, who were defending the lower bridges, had to give way, or they would have been surrounded and cut off. they yielded unwillingly, and at Pont du Ave actually beat off the first attempt to evict them. But in the end, they had to fly, abandoning the artillery in the redoubts that covered the two bridges. On the 27th, therefore, Soult was able to press close into Oporto, for the line of the Ave is but 15 miles north of the city. On approaching the heights, which overhang the Douro, the French found them covered with entrenchments and batteries ranged on a long front of 6 or 7 miles, from Saint-Jean-de-Faz on the seashore to the chapel of Bam Fin overlooking the river above the town. Ever since the departure of the French from Orense and their crossing of the frontier had become known, the whole of the populace had been at work on the fortifications, under the direction of Portuguese and British engineer officers. In 3 weeks, an enormous amount of work had been done. The rounded summits of the line of hills, which rise immediately north of the city and only half a mile in advance of its outermost houses, had been crowned with 12 redoubts armed with artillery of position. The depressions between the redoubts had been closed by palisades and abatis. Further west, below the city, where the line of hills is less marked, the front was continued by a deep ditch, fortified buildings, and 4 strong redoubts placed in the more exposed positions. It ended at the walls of Saint-Jean-de-Faz, the old citadel which commands the mouth of the Douro, and had in this direction an outwork in another ancient fort, the castle of Quijo, on the seashore, a mile north of the estuary. There were no less than 197 guns of various calibers distributed along the front of the lines. Nor was this all. The main streets of the place had been barricaded to serve as a second line of defense, and even south of the river, a battery had been constructed on the height crowned by the Serra convent, which overlooks the bridge and the whole city. To hold this enormous fortified camp, the Bishop of Oporto had collected an army formidable in numbers if not in quality. There was a strong nucleus of troops of the regular army. It included the 2 local Oporto regiments, 6th Anth of the line, 2 more battalions brought in by Brigadier General Vittoria, who had been too late to join in the defense of Braga, a battalion of the regiment of Valenza, number 21, a fraction of that of Viana, no. 9 with the wrecks of the 2nd Battalion of the Lusitanian Legion, which had escaped from Eben's rout of the 20th, and the skeleton of an incomplete cavalry regiment, number 12, Miranda. In all there cannot have been less than 5,000 regular troops in the town, though many of the men were recruits with only a few weeks of service. To these may be added 3 or 4 militia regiments in the same condition as were the rest of the corps of that force, i.e. half-armed and less than half-disciplined. But the large majority of the garrison was composed of the same sort of levies that had already fought with such small success at Chaves and Braga. There were 9,000 armed citizens of Oporto and a somewhat greater number of the ordinanza of the open country, who had retired into the city before Soult's advancing columns. The whole mass, regulars and irregulars, may have made up a force of 30,000 men, nothing like the 40,000 or 60,000 of the French reports. Under the bishop, the military commanders were 3 native brigadier generals, Lima Barreto, Pareras, and Vittoria. Eben had been offered the charge of a section of the defenses, but depressed with the results of his experiment in generalship at Braga, he refused any other responsibility than that of leading his battalion of the Lusitanian Legion. The bishop had allotted to Pareras the redoubts and entrenchments on the north of the town, to Vittoria those on the northeast and east, to Lima Barreto those below the town as far as Saint-Jean-de-Faz. The regulars had been divided up so as to give 2 or 3 battalions to each general. They were to form the reserve, while the defenses were manned by the militia and ordinanza. There was a lamentable want of trained gunners. Less than 1,000 artillerymen were available for the 200 pieces in the lines and on the heights beyond the river. To make up the deficiency, many hundreds of raw militiamen had been turned over to the commanders of the batteries. The natural result was seen in the inferior gunnery displayed all along the line upon the fatal 29th of March. To complete the picture of the defenders of Oporto, it must be added that the anarchy tempered by assassination, which had been prevailing in the city ever since the bishop assumed charge of the government, had grown to a head during the last few days. On the receipt of the news of the disaster at Braga, it had culminated in a riot, during which the populace constituted a sort of revolutionary tribunal at the Porto do Olival. They hailed out of the prisons all persons who had been consigned to them on a charge of sympathizing with the French, hung 14 of these unfortunates, including the Brigadier General Luis de Oliveira, massacred many more in the streets, and dragged the bodies round the town on hurdles. The bishop, though he had 0 regular troops at hand, made no attempt to intervene. He could not stand in the way of the righteous vengeance of the people upon traitors. On the night of the 28th, he retired to a place of safety, the Serra convent across the river, after bestowing his solemn benediction upon the garrison and handing over the further conduct of the defense to the 3 generals whose names we have already cited. The town of Oporto was hidden from Soult's eyes by the range of heights, crowned by fortifications, which lay before him. For the place was built entirely upon the downslope of the hill towards the Douro, and was invisible till those approaching it were within half a mile of its outer buildings. It is a town of steep streets running down to the water, and meeting at the foot of the great pontoon bridge, more than 200 yards long, which links it to the transpontine suburb of Villanova and the adjacent height of the Serra do Pillar. The river front forms a broad quay, along which were lying at the time nearly 30 merchant ships, mostly English vessels laden with port wine, which were wind-bound by a persistent northwester, and could not cross the bar and get out to sea. Although his previous attempts to negotiate with the Portuguese had not been very fortunate, the marshal thought it worthwhile to send proposals for an accommodation to the bishop. He warned him not to expose his city to the horrors of a sack, pointed out that the raw levies of the garrison must inevitably be beaten, and assured him that the French came not as enemies, but as the deliverers of Portugal from the yoke of the English. It was for the benefit of these aliens alone that the bishop would expose Oporto to the incalculable calamities attending a storm. The bearer of the marshal's letter was a Portuguese major taken prisoner at Braga, who would have been massacred at the outposts if he had not taken the precaution of explaining to his countrymen that Soult had sent him in to propose the surrender of the French army, which was appalled at the formidable series of defenses to which it found itself opposed. The reply sent by the bishop and his council of war was, of course, defiant, and bickering along the front of the lines immediately began. While the white flag was still flying, General Foy, the most distinguished of Soult's brigadiers, trespassed by some misconception within the Portuguese pickets and was made prisoner. While being conducted into the town, he was nearly murdered, being mistaken for Loyson, for whom the inhabitants of Oporto nourished a deep hatred. On finding that the Portuguese were determined to fight, Soult began his preparations for a general assault upon the following day. He drove in the enemy's outposts outside the town and captured 1 or 2 small redoubts in front of the main line. Having reconnoitered the whole position, he told off de Laborde and Franceschi to attack the northeastern front, Mermet, and 1 brigade of Lahouse's dragoons to storm the central parts of the lines, due north of the city, where the fortifications were most formidable, Merle and the other brigade of Lahouse to press in upon the western entrenchments below the city. There was no general reserve save Lorges, 2 regiments of cavalry, and these had the additional task imposed upon them of fending off any attack on the rear of the army which might be made by scattered bodies of ordinanza, who were creeping out into the woods along the sea-coast and threatening to turn the marshal's right flank. Soult had but 16,000 men available, of who 0 were cavalry, and therefore could not be employed till the infantry should have broken through the line of fortifications which completely covered the Portuguese front. Nevertheless, he had no doubts of the result, though he had to storm works defended by 30,000 men and lined with 197 cannon. He now knew the exact fighting value of the Portuguese levies and looked upon Oporto as his own. The marshal's plan was not to repeat the simple and simultaneous frontal attack all along the line by which he had carried the day at Braga. There was a good deal of strategy in his design. The 2 flank divisions were ordered to attack, while the center was for a time held back. Merle, in especial, was directed to do all that he could against the weakest point of the Portuguese line, in the comparatively level ground to the west of the city. Soult hoped that a heavy attack in this direction would lead the enemy to reinforce his left from the reserves of his center, and gradually to disgarnish the formidable positions north of the city, when no attack was made on them. If they committed this fault, he intended to hurl Mermet's division, which he carefully placed under cover till the critical moment at the central redoubts. A successful assault at this point would finish the game, as it would cut the Portuguese line in two and allow the troops to enter the upper quarters of the city in their first rush. The French were under arms long ere dawn, waiting for the signal to attack. The Portuguese also were awake and stirring in the darkness, when at 3 o'clock a thunderstorm, accompanied by a terrific hurricane from the northwest, swept over the city. In the midst of the elemental din, some of the Portuguese sentinels thought that they had seen the French columns advancing to the assault. They fired, the artillery followed their example, and for half an hour the noise of the thunderstorm was rivaled by that of 200 guns of position firing at nothing. Just as the gunners had discovered their mistake, the tempest passed away, and soon after the day broke. So drenched and weary were the French, who had been lying down under the torrential rain, that Soult put off the assault for an hour, in order to allow them to dry themselves and take some refreshment. The pause also allowed the sodden ground to harden. At 7 all was again ready, and Merle's and de Laborde's regiments hurled themselves at the entrenchments above and below the city. Both made good progress, especially the former, who lodged themselves in the houses and gardens immediately under the main line of the Portuguese left wing, and captured several of its outlying defenses. Seeing the position almost forced, Pereira's, the commander of the central part of the lines, acted just as Soult had hoped, and sent most of his reserve to reinforce the left. The marshal then bade Merle halt for a moment, but ordered de Laborde on his eastern flank to push on as hard as he could. The general obeyed and charged right into the Portuguese entrenchments, capturing several redoubts and actually breaking the line and getting a lodgment in the northeast corner of the city. Pereira's, to aid his colleague in this quarter, drew off many of his remaining troops and sent them away to the right, thereby leaving his own section of the line only half-manned. Thereupon Soult launched against the central redoubts his main assaulting column, Mermet's division, and the 2 regiments of dragoons. The central battalion went straight for the main position above the high road, where the great Portuguese flag was flying on the strongest redoubt. The others attacked on each side. This assault was decisive. The Portuguese gunners had only time to deliver 2 ineffective salvos when the French were upon them. They charged into the redoubts through the embrasures, pulled down the connecting abatis, and swept away the depleted garrison in their first rush. The line of the defenders was hopelessly broken, and Mermet's division hunted them down the streets leading to the river at full speed. The center being thus driven in, the Portuguese wings saw that all was lost and gave way in disorder, looking only for a line of retreat. Vittoria, with the right wing, abandoned his section of the city and retreated east along the Valongo road, towards the interior. He got away without much loss, and even turned to bay and skirmished with the pursuing battalions of de Laborde when once he was clear of the suburbs. Far other was the lot of the Portuguese left wing, which had the sea behind it instead of the open country. General Lima Barredo, its commander, was killed by his own men. He had given orders to spike the guns and double to the rear the moment that he saw the central redoubts carried. Unfortunately for himself, he was among a mass of men who wished to hold on to their entrenchments in spite of the disaster on their right. When he reiterated his order to retreat, he was shot down for a traitor. But Merle's division soon evicted his slayers and sent them flying towards St. Joe de Faz and the sea. It was a dreadful slaughter of the Portuguese in this direction. Some escaped across the river in boats. A large body slipped round Merle's flank and got away to the north along the coast. Though Lorge's dragoons pursued them among the woods above the water and sabred many, others threw themselves into the citadel of St. Joe and capitulated on terms. But several thousands, pressed into the angle between the Douro and the ocean, were slaughtered almost without resistance, or rolled en masse into the water. The fate of the Portuguese center was no less horrible. Their commander, Pereira's, fled early and got over the bridge to report to the bishop the ruin of his army. The main horde followed him, though many lingered behind, endeavoring to defend the barricades in the streets. When several thousands had passed the river, some unknown officer directed the drawbridge between the central pontoons to be raised in order to prevent the French from following. This was done while the larger part of the armed multitude was still on the further bank, hurrying down towards the sole way of escape. Nor was it only the fighting men whose retreat was cut off. When the news ran round the city that the lines were forced, the civil population had rushed down to the quays to escape before the sack began. It was fortunate that half the people had left Oporto during the last 2 days and taken refuge in Iberia. But tens of thousands had lingered behind, full of confidence in their entrenchments and their army of defenders. A terrified mass of men, women, and children now came pouring down to the bridge and mingled with the remnants of the routed garrison. The pontoons were still swinging safely on their cables, and no one, save those in the front of the rush, discovered that there was a fatal gap in the middle of the passage, where the drawbridge had been raised. There was no turning back for those already embarked on the bridge, for the crowds behind continued to push them on, and it was impossible to make them understand what had happened. The French had now begun to appear on the quays and to attack the rear of the unhappy multitude. Their musketry drowned the cries of those who tried to turn back. At the same time, the battery on the Serra Hill, beyond the river, opened upon the French, and the noise of its 20 heavy guns made it still more impossible to convey the news to the back of the crowd. For more than half an hour, it is said, the rush of fugitives kept thrusting its own front ranks into the death trap, 40 feet broad, in the midst of the bridge. If anything more was needed to add to the horror of the scene, it was supplied by the sudden rush of a squadron of Portuguese cavalry, which, cut off from retreat to the east, galloped down from a side street and ploughed its way into the thickest of the crowd at the bridgehead, trampling down hundreds of victims, till it was brought to a standstill by the mere density of the mass into which it had penetrated. So many persons at last were thrust into the water that not only was the whole surface of the Douro covered with drowning wretches, but the gap in the bridge was filled up by a solid mass of the living and the dead. Over this horrid gangway, as it is said, some few of the fugitives scrambled to the opposite bank. At first the French, who had fought their way down to the quay, had begun to fire upon the rear of the multitude which was struggling to escape. But they soon found that no resistance was being offered, and saw that the greater part of the flying crowd was composed of women, children, and non-combatants. The sight was so sickening that their musketry died down, and when they saw the unfortunate Portuguese thrust by thousands into the water, numbers of them turned to the charitable work of helping the strugglers ashore and saved many lives. The others cleared the bridgehead by forcing the fugitives back with the butt ends of their muskets and edging them along the quays and into the side streets till the way was open. In the late afternoon, some of Mermet's troops mended the gap in the bridge with planks and rafters and crossed it, despite of the irregular fire of the Portuguese battery on the heights above. They then pushed into the transpontine suburb, expelled its defenders, and finally climbed the Serra Hill and captured the guns which had striven to prevent their passage. Meanwhile, the parts of Oporto remote from the pontoon bridge had been the scene of a certain amount of desultory fighting. Many small bodies of the garrison had barricaded themselves in houses and made a desperate but ineffectual attempt to defend them. In the bishop's palace, at the south end of the town, 400 militia held out for some hours, and were all bayoneted when the gates were at last burst open. Street fighting always ends in rapine, rape, and arson, and as the resistance died down, the victors turned their hands to the usual atrocities that follow a storm. It was only a small proportion of them who had been sobered and sickened by witnessing the catastrophe on the bridge. The rest dealt with the houses and with the inhabitants after the fashion usual in the sieges of that day, and Oporto was thoroughly sacked. It is to the credit of Soult that he used every exertion to beat the soldiers off from their prey and restored order long ere the following morning. It is to be wished that Wellington had been so lucky at Badajoz and San Sebastian. Map of the combat of Braga or Lanhos. Enlarged combat of Braga or Lanhoso. March 20th, 1809. Oporto showing the Portuguese lines. Enlarge Oporto. March-May 1809. Showing the Portuguese lines. The French army had lost, so the marshal reported, no more than 80 killed and wounded, an extraordinary testimony to the badness of the Portuguese gunnery. How many of the garrison and the populace perished it will never be possible to ascertain. The figures given by various contemporary authorities run up from 0 to 20,000. The smaller number is probably nearer the truth, but no satisfactory estimate can be made. It is certain that some of the regiments which took part in the defense were almost annihilated, and that thousands of the inhabitants were drowned in the river. Yet the town was not depopulated, and of its defenders, the greater proportion turned up sooner or later in the ranks of Silvera, Botilho, and Trant. The slain and the drowned together may perhaps be roughly estimated at 7,000 or 8,000, about equally divided between combatants and non-combatants. Soult meanwhile could report to his master that the first half of his orders had been duly carried out. He had captured cannon, a great store of English ammunition and military equipment, and more than 30 merchant vessels laden with wine. He had delivered Foy and some dozens of other French captives, for it would be doing the Portuguese injustice to let it be supposed that they had killed or tortured all their prisoners. In short, the victory and the trophies were splendid, yet the Marshal was in reality almost as far from having completed the conquest of northern Portugal as on the day when he first crossed its frontier. He had only secured for himself a new base of operation to supersede Chaves and Braga. For the next month he could do no more than endeavor ineffectually to complete the subjugation of one single province. The main task which his master had set before him, the capture of Lisbon, he was never able to contemplate, much less to take in hand. Like so many other French generals in the peninsula, he was soon to find that victory is not the same thing as conquest. NB. The sources for this part of the Portuguese campaign are very full. On the French side, we have, besides the Marshal's dispatches, the following eyewitnesses: Lenoble, Soult's official chronicler; St. Chamans, one of the Marshal's aide-de-camp; General Bigorre, King Joseph's representative at the headquarters of the Second Corps; Nayles of Lahouse's dragoons; and Fantin des Odords of the 31st Leger. On the Portuguese side, we have the lengthy dispatches of Eben, the narrative of Hennegan, who had brought the British ammunition to Oporto; some letters from Brotherton, who was first with La Romana and then with Silvera, and a quantity of official correspondence in the Record Office between Beresford and the Portuguese. Section 13, Chapter 5. SOULTS Halt AT Oporto, Operations of Wilson and LAPISSC on the Portuguese frontier. SILVIRAS Defense of AMARANT. Oporto had been conquered. The unhappy levies of the bishop had been scattered to the winds. By the captures which it had made, the French army was now, for the first time since its departure from Orense, in possession of a considerable store of provisions and an adequate supply of ammunition. Soult was no longer driven forward by the imperative necessity for finding new resources to feed his troops, nor forced to hurry on the fighting by the fear that if he delayed his cartridges would run short. He had at last leisure to halt and take stock of his position. The most striking point in the situation was that he was absolutely ignorant of the general course of the war in the other regions of the peninsula. When he had been directed to march on Oporto, he had been assured that he might count on the cooperation of Lapis, who was to advance from Salamanca with his 9,000 men, and of Victor, who was to stretch out to him a helping hand from the valley of the Tagus. It was all important to know how far the promised aid was being given, yet the Marshal could learn nothing. More than 2 months had now elapsed since he had received any dispatches from the Emperor. It was a month since he had obtained his last news of the doings of his nearest colleague, nay, which had been brought to him, as it will be remembered, just as he was about to leave Orense. At that moment, the Duke of Elchingen had been able to tell him nothing save that the communications between Galicia and Leon had been broken, and that the insurrection was daily growing more formidable. After this, his only glimpse of the outer world had been afforded by Portuguese letters, seized in the post offices of Braga and Oporto, from which he had learnt that his garrisons left behind at Vigo and Tai were being beleaguered by a vast horde of Galician irregular levies. "The march of the Second Corps," wrote one of Soult's officers, "may be compared to the progress of a ship on the high seas. She cleaves the waves, but they close behind her, and in a few moments all trace of her passage has disappeared." To make the simile complete, Fantin des Odords should have compared Soult to the captain of a vessel in a dense fog, forging ahead through shoals and sandbanks without any possibility of obtaining a general view of the coast till the mists may lift. To all intents and purposes, we may add, the fog never dispersed till May had arrived, and Wellesley hurtled down in a dreadful collision on the groping commander, ere he had fully ascertained his own whereabouts. When the whole countryside is up in arms, as it was in Galicia and northern Portugal in the spring of 1809, it is useless to dispatch small bodies of men in search of news. They are annihilated in a few hours, but to make large detachments and send them out on long expeditions so weakens the main army that it loses its power of further advance. This was the fate of the Second Corps after the fall of Oporto. Soult, compelled to seek for information at all costs, had to send one of his 4 infantry divisions back towards Galicia to succor Tai and Vigo and obtain news of Ney, while another marched eastward to the Trás-os-Montes to look for signs of the advance of Lapis from Salamanca. When these detachments had been made, the remainder of the army was too weak to resume the march on Lisbon, which the Emperor had commanded, and was forced to remain cantoned in the neighborhood of Oporto. The details of Soult's disposition of his troops after the fall of Oporto were as follows. Francesca's cavalry, supported by Mermet's division of infantry, were pushed forward across the Douro, on the road to Coimbra, to watch the movements of the wrecks of the bishops' army, which had retired to the line of the Vouga. Merle's division and half de Laborde's remained in garrison at Oporto, while Lorges and 1 brigade of Lahouse's dragoons were kept not far from them, in the open country north of the city, about Villa de Conde and Valongo. The other brigade of Lahouse's division, supported by Foy's infantry, was sent out on an expedition towards the Trás-os-Montes, with orders to brush away Silveira and seek for news of the expected approach of Lapis. Loyson was placed in command of this detachment. Finally, Houdelot's division, which had been guarding the sick and the stores of the army at Braga, was ordered to send on all the impedimenta to Oporto, and then to prepare to march northward in order to relieve Tai and Vigo, and to get into touch with Ney and the Sixth Corps. It was clear that the further movements of the Duke of Dalmatia would depend on the intelligence which Loyson and Houdelot might obtain. If Ney should have crushed the Galician insurgents, if Lapis should be met with somewhere on the borders of Spain, matters would look well for the resumption of the advance on Lisbon. It was also to be hoped that Lapis would be able to give some information as to the doings of Victor and the First Corps, for it was necessary to find out how the Duke of Belluno had been faring in Estremadura, and to know whether he was prepared to cooperate in that general movement against the Portuguese capital, which the Emperor had prescribed in his parting instructions from Valladolid. As a matter of fact, Victor, having beaten Cuesta at Medellin on the day before Soult captured Oporto, March 28, had reached the end of his initiative and was now lying at Merida, incapable, according to his own conception, of any further offensive movement, till he should have received heavy reinforcements. Ney in Galicia was fighting hard against the insurgents and beginning to discover that though he might rout them a dozen times, he could not make an end of them. He had not a man to spare for Soult's assistance. There remained Lapis, who in his central position at Salamanca should have been, according to Napoleon's design, the link between Ney, Victor, and Soult. He had been directed, as it will be remembered, to move on Ciudad Rodrigo and Almeida, to capture both these fortresses, and then to advance into Portugal and to strike at Abrantes. When he arrived there, it was hoped that he would find Soult on his right and Victor on his left, and would join them in the general assault on Lisbon. There can be no doubt that Napoleon was giving too heavy a task to Lapis. He had but a single division of infantry, though it was a strong one of 12 battalions, and 1 provisional brigade of cavalry, in all about 9,000 men. This was ample for the holding down of the southern parts of the Kingdom of Leon, or even for the attack on Almeida and Rodrigo. But it was a small force with which to advance into the mountains of central Portugal or to seize Abrantes. If he had carried out his instructions, Lapis would have had to march for nearly 200 miles through difficult mountain country, beset every day by the Ordinanza, as Soult had been in his shorter route from Orense to Oporto. And if he had ever cut his way to Abrantes, he ought to have found himself faced by Cradock's 9,000 British troops and by the reorganized Portuguese regular army, which lay in and about Lisbon, with a strength which even in February was not less than 12,000 men. Napoleon had given Lapis too much to do, but on the other hand, that general performed far too little. Though he could never have reached Abrantes, he ought to have reached Almeida, where his presence would have been of material assistance to Soult, more especially if he had from thence pushed exploring columns towards Lamigo and Viseu, before plunging into the mountains on the road to the south. As a matter of fact, Lapis in February and March never advanced so much as 50 miles from Salamanca, and allowed himself to be contained and baffled for 2 whole months by an insignificant opposing force, commanded by a general possessing that enterprise and initiative which he himself entirely lacked. The officer who wrecked this part of Napoleon's plan for the invasion of Portugal was Sir Robert Wilson, one of the most active and capable men in the English army, and one who might have made a great name for himself had fortune been propitious. But though he served with distinction throughout the Napoleonic War, and won golden opinions in Belgium and Egypt, in Prussia and Poland, no less than in Spain, he never obtained that command on a large scale which would have enabled him to show his full powers. It may seem singular that a man who won love and admiration wherever he went, who was decorated by 2 emperors for brilliant feats of arms done under their eyes, who was equally popular in the Russian, the Austrian, or the Portuguese camp, who had displayed on 100 fields his chivalrous daring, his ready ingenuity, and his keen military insight, should fail to achieve greatness. But Wilson, unhappily for himself, had the defects of his qualities. When acting as a subordinate, his independent and self-reliant character was always getting him into trouble with his hierarchical superiors. He was not the man to obey orders which he believed to be dangerous or mistaken. He so frequently thought for himself and carried out plans quite different from those which had been imposed upon him, that no commander-in-chief could tolerate him for long. His moves were always clever and generally fortunate, but mere success did not atone for his disobedience in the eyes of his various chiefs, and he never remained for long in the same post. All generals, good and bad, agree in disliking lieutenants who disregard their orders and carry out other schemes, even if they be ingenious and successful ones. It must be added that Wilson dabbled in politics on the Whig side and was not a favorite with Lord Castlereagh, a drawback when preferments were being distributed. But when trusted with any independent command and allowed a free hand, Wilson always did well. Not only had he all the talents of an excellent partisan chief, but he was one of those genial leaders who have the power to inspire confidence and enthusiasm in their followers, and are able to get out of them double the work that an ordinary commander can extort. He was in short one of those men who, if left to themselves, achieve great things, but who, when placed in a subordinate position, quarrel with their superiors and get sent home in disgrace. From the moment when Beresford assumed command of the Portuguese army, his relations with Wilson were one long story of friction and controversy, and Wellesley, though acknowledging his brilliant services, made no attempt to keep him in the peninsula. He wanted officers who would obey orders, even when they did not understand or approve them, and would not tolerate lieutenants who wished to argue with him. It was Wilson who first showed that the new levies of Portugal could do good service in the field. While Silvera and Eben were meeting with nothing but disaster in the Trás-os-Montes and the Entredauro Minho, he was conducting a thoroughly successful campaign on the borders of Leon. From January to April 1809, he and he alone protected the eastern frontier of Portugal, and with a mere handful of men kept the enemy at a distance, and finally induced him to draw off and leave Salamanca, just at the moment when Soult's operations on the Douro were becoming most dangerous. The force at his disposal in January 1809 consisted of nothing more than his own celebrated loyal Lusitanian Legion. We have already had occasion to mention this corps while speaking of the reorganization of the Portuguese army. On December 14, as we have seen, he had led out his little brigade of greencoats towards the frontier. Wilson's reasons for moving forward were partly political, partly military. On the one hand, he wished to get away from the neighborhood of the Bishop of Oporto, whose intrigues disgusted him. On the other, he saw that it was necessary to bring up a force to cover the frontier of Portugal, When Moore marched forward into Spain, as long as Moore had remained at Salamanca, there was a strong barrier in front of Portugal, but when he departed, it was clear that the kingdom must defend itself. Wilson therefore advanced to Pinhel, near Almeida, and there established his little force in cantonments. He was at this place when the startling developments of the campaign in the last 10 days of December 1808 took place. Moore retired on Galicia, Napoleon's army swept on into Leon, and Wilson found himself left alone with the whole defense of the northeastern frontier of Portugal thrown on his hands. He soon heard of the storming of Zamora and Toro, and learnt that Lepis's division had arrived at Salamanca. 3 marches might bring that general to the border. A few days later, Wilson received from Sir John Cradock the news that he had ordered the British garrison to evacuate Almeida and to retire on Lisbon, as the whole remaining force in Portugal would probably have to embark in a few days. The new commander-in-chief added that he should advise Wilson to bring off his British officers and depart with the rest, as the Portuguese would be unable to make any head against Bonaparte, and it would be a useless sacrifice to linger in their company and be overwhelmed. This pusillanimous counsel shocked and disgusted Wilson. He called together his subordinates and found that they agreed with him in considering Cradock's advice disgraceful. They resolved that they could not desert their Portuguese comrades and were in honor bound to see the campaign to an end, however black the present outlook might appear. When therefore the British garrison of Almeida was withdrawn, Wilson entered that fortress with the legion and took charge of it. He obtained from the Regency leave to appoint his lieutenant colonel, William Maine, as the governor, and also received permission to assume command of the local levies in the neighborhood. These consisted of the skeletons of 2 line regiments, Nos. 11, and whose reorganization had but just begun. There were also 2 militia regiments, Garda and Trancos, to be raised in the district, but at this moment they existed only in name and possessed neither officers nor arms. For immediate action, Wilson could count upon nothing but the 1,300 men of the Lusitanian Legion. Nevertheless, he resolved to advance at once and to endeavor to impose on Lepis by a show of activity. Leaving the Portuguese regulars and men of the Legion to garrison Almeida, he crossed the frontier with his handful of cavalry, not 200 sabres, 2 guns, and men of his light companies. Passing the Spanish fortress of Ciudad Rodrigo, he advanced some distance on the Salamanca road and took up his position behind the Yeltes River, with his right resting on the inaccessible Sierra de Francia and his left at San Felices, halfway to the Douro. His whole force constituted no more than a thin line of pickets, but he acted with such confidence and decision, beating up the French outposts with his dragoons, raiding well forward in the direction of Ledesma and Tamames, and stirring up the peasants of the mountain country to insurrection, that Lepis gave him credit for having a considerable force at his back. The French general had expected to meet with no opposition on his way to Almeida, believing that Cradock was about to embark and that the Portuguese would not fight. He was accordingly much surprised to find a long line in his front, occupied by troops dressed like British riflemen and commanded by British officers, whose strength he was unable to ascertain. He halted in order to take stock of his opponent, when a bold push would have shown him that only a skeleton army was before him. In an intercepted dispatch of February, he reported that the peasantry informed him that Wilson had 0 men, and that as many more were in garrison at Ciudad Rodrigo and Almeida. As the weeks wore on and the winter drew to an end, Wilson obtained some slight reinforcements. When he first advanced, the Spaniards could give him no help, for the garrison of Ciudad Rodrigo itself consisted of nothing but its 6 companies of urban militia and a new battalion of 500 men, which had been on the point of setting out to join La Romana when its way to Leon was intercepted by the French. There were 1,400 men to man a fortress, which required a garrison of 4,000. But before January was out, Pignatelli, the Captain General of Castile, had sent into the place a regiment which he had raised in the mountains of Avila, and Carlos de España had begun to form some new battalions from the peasantry of the Ciudad Rodrigo district, stiffened by stragglers from La Romana's army. In February, the Central Junta gave Wilson a provisional command over the Spanish forces in Leon, and he used his authority to draw upon the garrison of Rodrigo for detachments to strengthen his outposts. He also requisitioned men from Almeida, when the Portuguese regiments there placed had begun to fill up their ranks to a respectable strength. A few cavalry of the reformeth of the line were especially useful to him for scouting work. With this small assistance, Wilson, whose total force never exceeded horse and 0 infantry, kept Lapis employed throughout February and March. He beat up the French quarters on several occasions, and twice captured large convoys of provisions which were being directed on Salamanca. To fall upon one of these, a great requisition of foodstuffs from Ledesma, he dashed far within Lapis's lines, but brought out all the wagons in safety, and delivered them to the governor of Ciudad Rodrigo. At last, emboldened by his adversary's timidity, he extended his right beyond the Sierra de Francia, and established part of the legion under Colonel Maine in the Puerto de Baños, the main pass between Salamanca and Estremadura. Thus Lapis was completely cut off from all communication with Victor and the French army on the Tagus, save by the circuitous route through Madrid. Jourdan, writing in the name of King Joseph, had duly transmitted to Lapis the emperor's orders to march on Abrantes, the moment that it should be known that Soult had arrived at Oporto. He had even reiterated these directions in February, though both he and the king doubted their wisdom. Victor had written to Madrid to suggest that Alcantara would be a much better and safer objective for the division to aim at than Abrantes. He wished to draw Lapis's troops, which properly belonged to the First Corps, into his own sphere of operations, and repeatedly declared that without them he had no hope of bringing his Estremadurian campaign to a happy end, much less of executing any effective diversion against Portugal. Jourdan agreed with him, opining that Lapis would miscarry if he invaded central Portugal on an independent line of operations. But no one was so convinced of this as Lapis himself, who, with his exaggerated ideas of the strength of Wilson, was most reluctant to move forward. As late as the end of March, the emperor's orders were still ostensibly in vigor, and the general only excused himself for not marching by pretending that he could not venture to advance till he had certain news of Soult's movements. This the Galician insurgents were obliging enough to keep from him. At last, however, Jourdan yielded to Victor's wishes and authorized Lapis to drop down on to Alcantara, keeping outside the limits of Portugal, instead of making the attack on Rodrigo and the subsequent dash at Abrantes, which the emperor had prescribed. Overjoyed at escaping from the responsibility which he dreaded, Lapis first prepared to march southward by the Puerto de Baños. But when he found it held by Maine and the troops of Wilson's right wing, he made no attempt to force the passage, but resolved to carry out his design by stratagem. Massing his division, he marched on Ciudad Rodrigo upon after he pierced with ease the feeble screen of Wilson's outposts and appeared in front of the Spanish fortress, which he duly summoned to surrender. But though the place might easily have been carried by a coup de main in January, it was now safe against anything but a formal siege, and Lapis had neither a battering train nor any real intention of attacking. When the governor returned a defiant answer, the French division made a show of sitting down in front of the walls. This was done in order to draw Wilson to the aid of the place, and the move was successful. Calling in all his outlying detachments from the nearer passes and collecting some of Carlos d'Espagna's levies, Sir Robert took post close to the walls of Ciudad Rodrigo, with a battalion of the Legion under Colonel Grant, some other Portuguese troops, and 4 guns. Having thus lured Wilson away from the passes, the French generals suddenly broke up by night and made a forced march for the Puerto de Perales, the nearest mountain road to Alcantara. He thus obtained a full day's start and got off unmolested. Sir Robert and Carlos d'Espagna followed on his track as soon as they discovered his departure, and Maine also pursued from the Puerto de Baños, but none of them could do more than harass his rearguard, with which they skirmished for 3 days in the passes. It would not have been wise of them to attempt more, even if they could have got into touch with the main body, for the French division was double their strength. Meanwhile, the peasantry of the Sierra de Gata endeavored to stop Lapis's progress by blocking the defiles, but he swept them away with ease, and they never succeeded in delaying him for more than a few hours. Their incessant sniping and night attacks exasperated the French, who dealt most ruthlessly with the countryside as they passed. When they arrived at Alcantara and found the little town barricaded, they not only refused all quarter to the fighting men when they stormed the place, but committed dreadful atrocities on the non-combatants. Not only murder and rape, but mutilation and torture are reported by credible witnesses. After the houses had been sacked, the very tombs in the churches were broken open in search of plunder. Leaving Alcantara full of corpses and ruins, the division marched on by Caceres and joined Victor in his camp near Merida. Since Lapis, then, had moved off far to the south, and thrown in his lot with his old comrades of the First Corps, it was in vain that Soult sought for news of him on the Douro after the fall of Oporto. When Loyson set out to cross the Taimga and to enter the Trás-os-Montes, in order that he might obtain information of the movements of the division at Salamanca, that division was making ready for its march to Alcantara. A fortnight later, it had disappeared from the northern theater of operations altogether, and Soult's last chance of obtaining external help for his invasion of Portugal was gone. This section, in short, of Napoleon's great plan for the march on Lisbon had been foiled, and foiled almost entirely by Sir Robert Wilson's happy audacity and resourceful generalship. But for him, the timidity of Cradock, the impotence of the Spaniards, and the disorganization of the Portuguese army might have brought about the fall of Ciudad Rodrigo and Almeida, at the same moment that Soult was entering Portugal on its northern frontier. His services have never received their proper meed of praise, either from the government, which he served so well, or from the historians who have told the annals of the Peninsular War. We must now return to the details of the Duke of Dalmatia's operations. His movements were clearly dependent on the results of the two expeditions under Houdelot and Loyson, which he had sent out to the north and the east after his victory of March 29. Houdelot, after discharging on to Oporto the sick and wounded, and the stores which he had been guarding at Braga, started out northward on Apra, with the 4,000 infantry of his own division and Lorges dragoons, whom the marshal had ordered up to his aid from Villa de Conde. Houdelot was ordered to disperse the insurgents in the valleys of the Lima and Minho, and to relieve Tai and Vigo, where the French garrisons were known to be in a state of siege. To reach them, it was necessary to pierce through the screen of militia and ordinanza under General Botilho, which had cut off all communication between Galicia and the army of Portugal since the month of February. On Apra, the French general neared the line of the Lima, only to find the bridges barricaded and Botilho's horde entrenched behind them. After some preliminary skirmishing, fords were discovered, which Houdelot's infantry passed upon the following morning, sending the unfortunate Portuguese flying in every direction and capturing the 3 guns which formed their sole artillery. On the 10th, the frontier fortress of Valenza was reached. It was found to be in a dilapidated condition and garrisoned by only 200 men, who surrendered at the first summons. Tai, where General Lamartinière had been shut up for the last 7 weeks, faces Valenza across the broad estuary of the Minho, so that Houdelot was now in full communication with it. Lamartinière, as it will be remembered, had been left behind, with Soult's heavy artillery, wheeled transport, and sick, when the Second Corps marched for Orense on February 16. He had gathered in several belated detachments, which had started from Santiago in the hope of joining the rear of the marching column, so that he had the respectable force of 3,300 men, though 1,200 of them were invalids or convalescents. The walls of Tai were in a bad state of repair, but the governor had found no great difficulty in maintaining himself against the Galician insurgents on his own side of the Minho, and the Portuguese levies from the other bank, which Botilho sent to the aid of the Spaniards. But he had been completely shut in since Soult's departure, and could give no information concerning Ney's operations in northern Galicia or the general progress of the war in the other parts of Spain. The only news which he could supply was that Vigo, the next French garrison, had fallen into the hands of the enemy. On his way to Portugal, Soult had dropped a force of 700 men at that fortress, lest its excellent harbor should be utilized by the British for throwing in supplies to the Galician insurgents. The paymaster general of the Second Corps, with his treasure and its escort, had lagged behind during the marshal's advance, and being beset by the peasantry, had entered Vigo instead of pushing on to Tai. When Soult had passed out of sight on the way to Orense, the Galicians of the coastland, headed by Pablo Morillo, a lieutenant of the regular army whom La Romana had sent down from the interior, and by Manuel Garcia del Barrio, a colonel dispatched by the central junta from Seville, had taken arms in great numbers and blockaded Vigo. The French commander, Colonel Chalot, found himself unable to defend the whole extent of the fortifications for sheer want of men, and could not prevent the insurgents from establishing themselves close under the walls and keeping up a continual fire upon the garrison. He believed that a serious assault would infallibly succeed, and only refused to surrender because he was ashamed to yield to peasants. On March 23, 2 English frigates, the Lively and Venus, appeared off the harbor mouth and began to supply the insurgents with ammunition and to land heavy naval guns for their use. On the 27th, one of the gates was battered in, and the Galicians were preparing to storm the place, when Chalot surrendered at discretion, only stipulating that he and his men should be handed over to the British and not to the Spaniards. This request was granted, and Captain Mackinley received 23 officers and nearly 800 men as prisoners, besides a number of sick and several hundred non-combatants belonging to the train and camp followers. The plunder taken consisted of 60 wagons, 339 horses, and more than £6,000 in hard cash, composing the military chest of the Second Corps. The Galicians had somewhat relaxed the blockade of Tai in order to press that of Vigo, and on the very day when Chalot surrendered, General Lamartiniere had sent out a flying column to endeavor to communicate with his colleague. It returned pursued by the Spaniards to report to the governor that Vigo had fallen. On its way back to Tai, it suffered a loss of 70 prisoners and nearly 200 killed and wounded. Houdelet and Lamartiniere had now some 7,000 men collected at Tai, a force with which they could easily have routed the whole of the insurgents of the Minho and forced them to retire into the mountains. But Soult's orders to his lieutenants were to avoid operations in Galicia and to concentrate towards Portugal. Tai was evacuated and its garrison transferred across the frontier river to the Portuguese fortress of Valença. Before the transference was completed, the French generals received an unexpected visit from some troops of the Sixth Corps. Ney, disquieted as to the condition of Tai and Vigo, had sent a brigade under Mokyun to seek for news of their garrisons. This force, cutting its way through the insurgents, came into Tai on Apra. Thus, Houdelet was at last able to get news of the operations of Ney. The information received was not encouraging. The Duke of Elchingen was beset by the Galicians on every side. La Romana had cut off one of his outlying garrisons, that of Villafranca, and his communications with Leon were so completely cut off that he had no reports to give as to the progress of affairs in the rest of Spain. Finding that Vigo was lost and the garrison of Tai relieved, Mokyun retraced his steps and returned to Santiago, harassed for the whole of his march by the insurgents of the coastland. Meanwhile, Houdelet's communication with Oporto had been interrupted, for the Portuguese, routed on the Lima a week before, had come back to their old haunts, seized Braga, and blocked the high road and the bridges. Soult only got into touch with his expeditionary force by sending out Lahousse with 3,000 men to reopen the road to the north. When this was done, he bade Houdelet evacuate Valença, whose fortifications turned out to be in too bad order to be repaired in any reasonable space of time, and to disperse his division in garrisons for Braga, Viana, and Barcelos. The whole of the convoy and the sick from Tai were sent up to Oporto. The net result of Houdelet's operations was that the Marshal, at the cost of immobilizing one of his 4 infantry divisions, obtained a somewhat precarious hold upon the flat country of Entredauro y Minho. The towns were in his hands, but the Ordinanza had only retired to the hills and perpetually descended to worry Houdelet's detachments and to murder couriers and foraging parties. Meanwhile, 4,000 men were wasted for all purposes of offensive action. Vigo, Tai, and Valença had all been abandoned, and touch with the army of Galicia had been completely lost. Even this modest amount of success had been denied to Soult's second expedition, that which he had sent under Loyson towards the Trás-os-Montes. The enemy with whom the French had to deal in this region was Silveira, the same officer who had been defeated between Monterey and Chaves in the early days of March, when the Second Corps crossed the Portuguese frontier. He had fled with the wrecks of his force towards Villarreal at the moment when Soult marched on Braga, and the Marshal had fondly hoped that he was now a negligible quantity in the campaign. This was far from being the case. The moment that Silveira heard that the French had crossed the mountains and marched on Braga, he had rallied his 2 regular regiments and his masses of ordinanza, and pounced down on the detachment under Commandant Messenger, which Soult had left in garrison at Chaves. This, it will be remembered, consisted of no more than a company of infantry, a quantity of convalescents and stragglers, and the untrustworthy Spanish-Portuguese Legion, which had been formed out of the prisoners captured on March 6, and on the very day upon which Soult was routing Eben in front of Braga, Silveira appeared before the walls of Chaves with 6,000 men. Messenger retired into the citadel, abandoning on the outer walls of the town a few guns, which the Portuguese were thus enabled to turn against the inner defenses. After a siege of 5 days and much ineffective cannonading, the governor surrendered, mainly because the native legion was preparing to open the gates to Silveira. 1,200 men were captured, of whom only 1/3 were Frenchmen capable of bearing arms, the rest being sick or legionaries. Having made this successful stroke, Silveira marched down the Taimga to Amarante, making a movement parallel to Soult's advance on Oporto. His recapture of Chaves brought several thousands more of ordinanza to his standard, and at Amarante he was joined on the 30th by many of the fugitives who had escaped from the sack of Oporto on the previous day. He spread his army, now amounting to 9,000 or 10,000 men, along the left bank of the Taimga, whose bridges and fords he protected with entrenchments. Advanced guards were pushed out on the further side of the river on the 3 roads which lead to Oporto. When, therefore, the troops under Loyson, which Soult had sent out towards the Trás-os-Montes, drew near the Taimga, they found the Portuguese in force. The cavalry could get no further forward than Penafiel. When Foy's infantry came up Apra, Loyson tried to force the enemy back, both on the Amarante and on the Caneves' road. He failed at each point and sent back to the Marshal to ask for reinforcements. Seeing him halt, Silveira, whose fault was not a want of initiative, actually crossed the river with his whole army and fell upon the 2 French brigades. He was checked, but not badly beaten, and Loyson remained on the defensive Apra. At this moment Soult heard of the fall of Chaves, full 17 days after it had happened. Realizing that Silveira was now growing formidable, he sent to Loyson's aide General de Laborde with the 2nd of his infantry brigades and Lorge's dragoons. These reinforcements brought the troops facing Silveira up to a total of some 6,500 men, nearly 1/3 of Soult's whole disposable force. As Houdelet was still absent on the Minho with 4,000 men more, the Marshal had less than 10,000 left in and about Oporto. It was clear that the grand march on Lisbon was not likely to begin for many a long day. On Apra, Loyson advanced against Silveira, who boldly but unwisely offered him battle on the heights of Valamia in front of Amarante. Considering that he had but 2,000 regulars and 0 or 8,000 half-armed militia and ordinanza, his conduct can only be described as rash in the extreme. He was, of course, beaten with great loss and hustled back into the town of Amarante. He would have lost both it and its bridge, but for the gallantry of Colonel Patrick, an English officer commanding a battalion of the 12th of the line, who rallied his regiment in the streets, seized a group of houses and a convent at the bridgehead, and beat off the pursuers. Patrick was mortally wounded, but the passage of the river was prevented. This saved the situation. Silveira got his men together, planted his artillery so as to command the bridge, and took post in entrenchments already constructed on the commanding heights on the left bank. Next day Loyson stormed the buildings at the bridgehead, but found that he could get no further forward. The town was his, but he could not debouch from it, as the bridge was palisaded, built up with a barricade of masonry, and raked by the Portuguese artillery. Soult now sent up to aid Loyson still further reinforcements, Sarrat's brigade of infantry from Merle's division and the 2nd Brigade of Lahouse's dragoons. Thus no less than 9,000 French troops, nearly half the army of Portugal, were concentrated at Amarante. The fact that 12 whole days elapsed between the arrival of these last succors and the forcing of the passage of the Tamga had no small influence on the fate of Soult's campaign. Hitherto, the initiative had lain with him, and he had faced adversaries who could only take the defensive. This period was nearly at an end, for on April Wellesley had landed at Lisbon, the English reinforcements had begun to arrive, and an army, differing in every quality from the hordes which the Marshal had encountered north of the Douro, was about to assume the offensive against him. By the time that Loyson at last forced the bridge of Amarante, the British were already on the march for Coimbra and Oporto. Silveira and his motley host, therefore, were doing admirable service to the cause of their country when they occupy 0 out of Soult's 21,000 men from Ypres to Maytu on the banks of the Tamga. The ground was in their favor, but far stronger positions had been forced ere now, and it was fortunate that this one was maintained for so many days. The town of Amarante, it must be remembered, lies on comparatively low ground. Its bridge is completely commanded by the heights on which Silveira had planted his camp and his batteries. The river flows in a deep-sunk ravine, and was at this moment swollen into an impassable torrent by the melting of the mountain snows. Loyson more than once sent swimmers by night, in search of places where the strength of the current might be sufficiently moderate to allow of an attempt to pass on rafts or boats. Not one of these explorers could get near the further bank. They were swept off by the rushing water and cast ashore far downstream, on the same side from which they had started. There had been bridges above Amarante at Mondem and Arosa, and below it at Canaves's, but reconnaissances showed that they had all three been blown up, and that Portuguese detachments were watching their ruins to prevent any attempt to reconstruct them. Loyson found, therefore, that he could not turn Silveira's position by a flanking movement. There was nothing to do save to wait till the river should fall, or to attempt to force the bridge of Amarante at all costs. Continual rains made it hopeless to expect the subsidence of the Tamga for many days, wherefore Loyson devoted all his energies to the task of capturing the bridge. Even here, there was one difficulty to be faced which might prove fatal. The French engineers had discovered that the structure was mined. It was necessary, therefore, not only to drive back the Portuguese, but to prevent them from blowing up the bridge at the moment of their retreat. Loyson had entrusted the details of the attack on the bridge to de Laborde, whose infantry held the advanced posts. That officer first tried to approach the head of the bridge by means of a flying sap, but when it had advanced a certain distance, the fire of the Portuguese from across the river became so deadly that after many men had been killed in the endeavor to work up to the palisades on the bridge, the attempt had to be abandoned. The next device recommended by the engineers was that an attempt should be made to lay a trestle bridge at a spot some way below the town, where a mill dam contracted the width of the angry river. This was found to be impossible, the stream proving to be far deeper than had been supposed, while the Portuguese from the left bank picked off many of the workmen. Soult was now growing vexed at the delay, and sent 2 guns of position from Oporto to Loyson to enable him to subdue the fire of the enemy's batteries. He also offered to call up Houdelot's division from Braga, even at the cost of abandoning his hold on the northern part of the province of Entredauro e Minho. But a mere increase of his already considerable force would have been of no service to Loyson. It was a device for passing the Tamga that he needed. Such a scheme was at last laid before him by Captain Bouchard, one of his engineers. The French officers had discovered, by a careful use of their glasses, that the Portuguese mine, which was to destroy the bridge, was situated in its left-hand arch, and that the mechanism by which it was to be worked was not a sausage or a train of powder, but a loaded musket, whose muzzle was placed in the mine, while to its trigger was attached a cord which ran to the nearest trenches beyond the river. The musket was concealed in a box, but its cord was visible to those provided with a good telescope. Bouchard argued that if the cord could be cut or broken, the enemy would not be able to touch off the mine, and he had thought out a plan for securing his end. He maintained that an explosion at the French side of the bridge would probably sever the cord without firing the mine, and that a sudden assault, made immediately after the explosion, and before the Portuguese could recover themselves, might carry the barricades. In spite of the strongly expressed doubts of Foy and several other generals, Bouchard was finally permitted to carry out his scheme. He executed it on the night of May 2, when a dense fog chanced to favor his daring and hazardous proceedings. Having first told off some tirailleurs to keep up a smart fire on the enemy's trenches and distract his attention, he sent 4 sappers, each provided with a small powder barrel, onto the bridge. The men, dressed in their gray capotes, crawled on hands and knees, each rolling his barrel, which was wrapped in cloth to deaden the sound, before him. They kept in the shadow, and getting close under the parapet of the bridge crept on till they reached the outermost Portuguese palisade. One after another, at long intervals, each got forward unobserved, left his barrel behind, and crawled back. The 4th sapper, starting to his feet on his return journey, was observed by the Portuguese and shot down, but Silvera's men did not realize what he had been doing, and merely took him for some daring explorer who was endeavoring to spy out the state of the defenses. After waiting for an hour, Bouchard sent out a 5th sapper, who dragged behind him a sausage of powder 30 yards long, which he successfully connected with the 4 barrels. All was now ready, and a battalion of picked grenadiers from de Laborde's division filed silently down into the street near the bridgehead. A whole brigade came behind them. At 2 o'clock Bouchard fired his sausage, and the explosion followed. There were 2 chances of failure, one that the apparatus for firing the mine might not be disturbed by the concussion, the other that the shock might prove too strong, reach the mine, and destroy the bridge. Neither of these fatalities took place. The explosion duly broke the cord, shattered the nearest palisades, but did not affect the mine. Before the smoke had cleared away, de Laborde's grenadiers had dashed out onto the bridge, scrambled over the barricades, and driven off the guard on the further side. Regiment after regiment followed them and charged up the mountainside towards Silvera's batteries and entrenchments. None of the Portuguese were under arms, save the few companies guarding the debouches from the bridge. These were swept away, and the French columns came storming into the bivouacs of the enemy before he was well awake. Hardly half a dozen cannon shots were fired on them from the batteries, and the greater part of the army of the Trás-os-Montes fled without firing a shot. Silvera escaped almost naked by the back window of the house above the bridge in which he had been sleeping. All the 10 guns in the Portuguese batteries, 5 standards, and several hundred prisoners fell into the hands of the victorious French, who lost, it is said, no more than 2 killed and 7 wounded. Their good fortune had been extraordinary. Without the opportune fog which hid their advance, their preliminary operations would probably have been discovered. If their explosion had done a little more or a little less than was hoped, the bridge might have been totally destroyed, or its barricades left practically uninjured, either of which chances would have foiled Bouchard's plan. But the luck of the army of Portugal was still in the ascendant, and all went exactly as had been intended. Thus the Taimga was passed, and Silvera decisively beaten. His levies had fled in all directions, and Soult opined that it would take a long time to rally them. The day after the fight, Loyson was joined at Amarante by Houdelot's division from Braga, which, in obedience to the marshal's orders, had marched to join the expeditionary force, leaving only a single battalion behind to hold Viana. This was an unfortunate move, as on Houdelot's departure the Ordinanza came down from the Serra de Santa Catalina and overran the district which had been evacuated in spite of Lorge's dragoons, who had been directed to keep the roads clear after the infantry had been withdrawn. Meanwhile, there were far more troops at Amarante than were needed for the pursuit of Silvera, so Soult called back to Oporto the division of de Laborde, leaving to Loyson the infantry of Houdelot and Sarrat, with Lahausse's 2 brigades of dragoons, a force of about 7,000 men. He ordered his lieutenant to scour the country as far as Villarreal and to send reconnaissances on the roads toward Chaves and Braganza, with the object of frightening the insurgents to retreat as far as possible. But Loyson was not to advance for more than 2 days' march into the Trás-os-Montes, for rumors were beginning to arrive concerning the appearance of British troops in the direction of Coimbra, and the marshal wished to keep his various divisions close enough to each other to enable them to concentrate with ease. If there were any truth in the news from the south, it would be dangerous to allow a force, which formed a third of the whole army of Portugal, to go astray in the heart of the mountains beyond the Taimga. Loyson accordingly marched off on May 8 towards Villarreal, which he occupied without meeting with resistance. He learnt that Silvera and his regulars had crossed the Douro and gone off in the direction of Lamigo, but Botilho had fled up the Taimga towards Chaves, and the Ordinanza were lurking in the hills. He then returned to Amarant, where we may leave him at the end of his tether, while we describe the state of affairs in Oporto. Section 13, Chapter 6. Intrigues at Oporto, the conspiracy of Argenton. It will have occurred to every student of the operations of the Army of Portugal during the month of April that it was strange that Marshal Soult should have remained quiescent at Oporto, while the fate of his entire campaign was at stake during the fighting on the Taimga. His headquarters were only 30 miles from Amarant, but one day's ride for himself and his staff, yet he never paid a single flying visit to the scene of operations, even after he had come to the conclusion that Loyson was mismanaging the whole business. He sent his lieutenant many letters of reproach, forwarded to him guns of position and ample reinforcements, but never came himself to the spot to urge on the advance, even when 10 and 12 days had elapsed since the first unsuccessful attempts to force the passage of the Taimga. The explanation of this persistent refusal of the Marshal to quit Oporto is to be found in the political, not the military state of affairs. At Chaves, he had proclaimed himself Viceroy of Portugal. His viceroyalty at that moment embraced only just so much soil as was covered by the encampments of his battalions. But after the capture of Oporto and the occupation of the neighboring towns of the Invaluable e Minho, his position assumed an air of reality, and he himself allowed the duties of the viceroy to trespass on those of the commander of the Second Corps d'Armée. Nay more, there is good reason to believe that he was not merely dreaming of setting up a stable government in northern Portugal, but of something else. The evidence as to his intentions is hard to weigh, for most of it comes from the letters and diaries of men who disliked him, but there are certain facts which cannot be disguised, and the inference from them is irresistible. With the example of Murat's exaltation before them, the more ambitious and capable of Napoleon's marshals could not refrain from dreaming of crowns and scepters. Nothing seemed impossible in those astounding days, when the emperor was creating sovereigns and realms by a stroke of the pen, whenever the notion seized him. The line between an appanaged duke and a vassal prince was a very thin one, as the case of Berthier shows. Junot had dreamed of royalty at Lisbon in 1808, and there seems little doubt that the same mirage of a crown floated before Soult's eyes at Oporto in 1809. The city itself suggested the idea. In the Treaty of Fontainebleau, Napoleon had put on paper the project for creating a king of northern Lusitania, with Oporto as his capital and then Tredauro e Minho as his realm. Soult was cautious and wary, but he was also greedy and ambitious. If on the one hand he had a wholesome fear of his master, he had on the other good reasons for believing that it might be possible to force his hand by presenting him with a fait accompli. There was in the city the nucleus of a party which was not wholly indisposed to submit to the French domination. It was mainly composed of those enemies of the Bishop of Oporto who had been suffering from his anarchical rule of the last 2 months. They were the friends and relatives of those who had perished by the dagger or the rope during the mob law which had prevailed ever since Dom Antonio returned from Lisbon. To these may be added some men of purely material interests, who saw that the insurrection was ruining them, and a remnant of the old corrupt bureaucracy which had submitted once before to Junot, whose only thought was to keep or gain profitable posts under the government of the day, whatever that government might be. The whole body of dissidents from the cause of patriotism and independence was so small and weak that it is impossible to believe that they would have taken any overt action if they had not received encouragement from Soult. This much is certain, that when the disorders which accompanied the capture of Oporto were ended, Soult showed himself most anxious to conciliate the Portuguese, not only by introducing a regular and orderly government, but by going out of his way to soothe and flatter any notable who lingered in the city. In his anxiety to win over the clergy, he caused new silver vessels and candelabra to be made to replace those which had been stolen from the churches in the sack. He filled up all civil appointments whose holders had fled, from the small number of persons who were ready to adhere to the French. He again, as already at Chaves, endeavored to enlist a native military force by putting tempting offers before those officers of the regular army who had been made prisoners. All this might have had no other cause than the wish to build up a party of afrancesados, such as already existed in Spain, and Soult openly declared that such was his object. This was the only purpose that he avowed in his dispatches to the emperor and in his communications with his colleagues. But if the marshal had no ulterior object in view, it is singular that all his native partisans concurred in setting on foot a movement for getting him saluted as King of Northern Portugal. The new municipal authorities, whom he had established in the half-deserted towns occupied by his troops, sent in petitions begging him to assume the position of sovereign. Documents of this kind came in from Braga, Barcelos, Guimarães, Feira, Oliveira, and Villa de Conde. In Oporto, proclamations were posted on the walls declaring that the Prince Regent, by his departure to Brazil, had formally resigned his crown, and that the only salvation for Portugal would be that the Duke of Dalmatia, the most distinguished of the pupils of the great Napoleon, should ascend the vacant throne. A priest named Veloso and other persons went about in the street, delivering harangues in favor of the creation of the Kingdom of Northern Lusitania. A register was opened in the municipal buildings to be signed by all persons who wished to join in the petition to the marshal to assume the regal title, and a certain number of signatures were collected. A newspaper called the Diario do Porto was started to support the movement and ran for about a month. It is said that Soult's partisans even succeeded in gathering small crowds together before the mansion where his headquarters were established to shout "Viva o Rei Nicolau," and that the acclamations were acknowledged by showers of copper coins thrown from the windows. The latter part of this story is no doubt an invention of Soult's enemies, but it was believed at the time by the majority of the French officers, and Leroy Nicolas was for the future his nickname in the army of Portugal. On April, the marshal ordered his chief of the staff, General Ricard, to issue a circular letter to the generals of divisions and brigades, inviting their cooperation in the movement, and assuring them that no disloyalty to the emperor would be involved even if the marshal assumed regal powers. This document is the most convincing piece of evidence that exists as to Soult's intentions. In it, there is no attempt made to conceal the movement that had been set on foot. The writer's only preoccupation is to show that it was not directed against Napoleon. When 5 months later, Ricard's circular came under the emperor's eye, it roused his wrath to such a pitch that he wrote in the most stinging and sarcastic terms to Soult. He is astounded, he says, to find the chief of the staff suggesting to the generals that the marshal should be requested to take up the reins of government and assume the attributes of supreme authority. If he had assumed sovereign power on his own responsibility, it would have been a crime clair lèse majesté, an attack on the imperial authority. How could a man of sense like Soult suppose that his master would permit him to exercise any power that had not been delegated to him? No wonder that the army grew discontented, and that rumors got about that the marshal was working for himself, not for the emperor or France. After receiving this circular, it is doubtful whether any French officer would not have been fully justified in refusing to obey any further orders issued from Oporto. This was written from Vienna, before the emperor had received any full and exact account of the details of Soult's intrigues. Had he but known them all, it is doubtful if he would have granted his lieutenant the complete pardon and restoration to favor with which his dispatch concludes. There can be no doubt that the Duke of Dalmatia might have put a stop to all the activity of his Portuguese friends by merely raising his hand. It would have sufficed for him to assure the deputations which visited him that his duty as the lieutenant of the emperor forbade him to listen to their proposals. He could have caused the proclamations to be torn down and have silenced the street orators. They could not have made him king against his own will, as one of his officers remarked, but no action of the kind was taken, and the movement was openly encouraged. The marshal's explanation that he was only taking the best means in his power to build up a French party in Oporto will not stand examination. Why should the scheme involve his own promotion to the throne if his views were disinterested and his actions merely intended to serve his master's ends? Is it conceivable that the Portuguese should, of their own accord, and without any suggestion from without, have hit upon the idea of crowning a conqueror whose very name was strange to them 3 weeks before, and whose hands were red with the blood of thousands of their fellow countrymen. Clever and cautious though the marshal was, it is impossible to avoid the conclusion that he had for once allowed his ambition to take the bit between its teeth, and to whirl him off into an enterprise that was worthy of the most harebrained of adventurers. Meanwhile, the consequences of his intrigue were strange and various. The army received the news of what was going on at Oporto with puzzled surprise. Of those who were not present at the center of affairs, some refused to believe the stories that reached them, and merely observed that the marshal was not such a fool as to take in hand a plan that was both treasonable to his master and preposterous in itself. Others, particularly his personal enemies, not only credited the information, but began to concert measures for resisting him if he should try to carry out his scheme. This party was very strong among the officers of Junot's old army of Portugal, who had been transferred in large numbers to the Second Corps. They disliked the expedition, had been prophesying disaster from the first, and had criticized every move of the marshal. Now they found in the news of his intrigue another excuse for running counter to his orders. There is good reason for believing that Loyson and de Laborde had actually conferred on the necessity for seizing and imprisoning the marshal if he should take the final step and allow himself to be proclaimed king. Both these generals were faithful adherents of Napoleon and had no thought save that of serving their master. But there were other officers who watched the progress of affairs with very different eyes. There had existed in the French army, from the day when the empire was first proclaimed, a party of malcontents who still regarded Bonaparte as a usurper, and were only biding their time till it might be safe to deal a blow at him. Hitherto, his career had been so uniformly successful that no opportunity had arisen. But secret societies, of which the Philadelphs was the best known, were at work all through the years of the emperor's reign. Their one object was to be ready for a coup d'etat when the favorable moment should arrive. The history of these associations is so obscure that it is impossible to estimate their strength at any given time. No trustworthy historian ever arose from their ranks to tell the story of their schemes, when lips were unsealed by the fall of Napoleon. It is only by the sudden appearance of phenomena like Mallet's conspiracy of 1812, and the plot which we are now about to describe, that the reality of the existence of these secret societies is proved. In the army of Portugal, there was a group of officers who belonged to the band of the discontented, and were perfectly prepared to execute a pronunciamiento against the empire if the times and circumstances proved propitious. We know the names of 4: Donadieu, colonel of the 47th of the line; Lafitte, colonel of the 18th Dragoons; his brother, a captain in the same regiment who was serving on Soult's staff; and Argenton, another captain who was adjutant of Lafitte's regiment. 2 other plotters are hidden under the assumed names of Dupont and Garis, by which they were introduced to Wellesley. There were certainly other officers implicated, for it is inconceivable that 6 men could have planned an insurrection unless they were sure of a certain measure of support. At this moment, they were carrying on an active propaganda of discontent, especially among the officers of de Laborde's division and of Lahoussaye's dragoons. There were many men who saw the full iniquity of the Spanish War, and were disgusted at finding themselves involved in it. Others loathed the hanging and burning, the shooting of priests and women, the riding down of half-armed peasants, which had been their lot for the last 2 months. Still, more were simply discontented at being lost in a remote corner of Europe, where glory and profit were both absent, and where ignominious death at the hands of the lurking sniper or the midnight assassin came all too frequently, sometimes death accompanied by torture. It was 3 months since the army had received a mail from France. They might as well have been in Egypt or America, and they felt themselves forgotten by their master. In many a mind the question arose whether the game was worth playing. Must they forever persist in this wretched, interminable campaign, in order that the Duke of Dalmatia might become a king, or even in order that the emperor might be able to apply the continental system in its full rigor to this land of brutish peasants and fanatical monks? A speedy return to France seemed the one thing desirable. It is easy to understand that the conspirators found many sympathizers, so long as they confined themselves to setting forth the miseries of the campaign and to criticizing the marshal and the emperor. But they erred when they took a general readiness to grumble for a sign that the army was ripe for revolt. However discontented the officers might be, there were very few of them who were prepared to engage in the game of high treason. The vast majority were still unable to dissociate the idea of the emperor from the idea of France. It was only a few who could rise or sink to the conception of turning their arms against Bonaparte in order to free France from autocracy. This bore too close a resemblance to treachery to be palatable to men of honor. None save exalted Jacobins or men of overweening ambition and few scruples could contemplate the idea with patience. When we find that the plans of the conspirators included not merely a pronunciamiento, but the conclusion of a secret pact with the enemies in arms against them, we are driven to conclude that they belonged to the last named of these classes, that their heads were turned with the grandiose notion of getting an army into their power and changing the fate of Europe. The conspirators, observing the course of affairs at Oporto, were fully convinced that Soult would within a few days declare himself king of northern Lusitania. This act would produce an outburst of wrath in the army, and they hoped to turn the inevitable mutiny to their own profit. They intended to seize the marshal, and then to make an appeal to the soldiery, not in the name of Napoleon, but in that of France. They were also prepared to lay hands on any general who might attempt to assume command of the troops in the emperor's interest. Donadieu and Lafitte had secured some of the officers of their own regiments and believed that the men would follow them. The other corps, as they hoped, would be drawn away after them, and the cry of liberty and the promise of an instant return to France would lure the whole army into rebellion. So far the plot, though rash and hazardous, might conceivably have been carried out, but their next step was to be the issue of an appeal to Ney's divisions and the other French troops in northern Spain to join them and march upon the Pyrenees. Even though there were members of the secret societies scattered all through the army, it seems absolutely impossible to believe that they could have carried away with them into open revolt the whole of their companions. The movement of protest against Napoleon would have begun and ended with the Second Corps, if even it got so far as the initial pronunciamiento. To be effective, it would have required a strong backing in France, and the list of the leaders in that country, on whom the conspirators said that they relied for aid, does not give us a high opinion of the strength and organization of the plot. The persons named were the old Jacobin General Lecourbe, MacDonald who, though they did not know it, had just been taken back into favor by the emperor, and Dupont, who was in prison and incapable for the moment of helping himself or anyone else. They also spoke of sending for Moreau from America and placing him at the head of the whole movement. But it is clear that they were not in actual communication with the generals in France, much less with the exiled Victor of Hohenlinden. The whole plan was ill-considered. It was the result of the intense irritation against Soult and Bonaparte felt by the officers of the army of Portugal, acting upon the disordered ambition of a knot of intriguers. Anger and vain self-confidence blinded them to the inadequacy of their resources. It was a main condition of the projected outbreak that Soult's position should be made impossible. The most favorable course of events, so the conspirators held, would be that he should persist in his monarchical ambitions and proclaim himself king. When he did so, the party loyal to Bonaparte among his officers would make an attempt, successful or unsuccessful, to seize his person. Chaos and civil strife within the army would result, and it was then that the conspirators intended to show their hand. It would seem that their Machiavellian foresight went so far that they proposed to wait till the marshal should be imprisoned or should find himself involved in hostilities with the Bonapartists, and then offer him the aid of their regiments, on condition that he should put himself at the head of the anti-imperialist movement. All this was too ingenious for practical work, but the next development of the plot was even more astonishing in its futile cunning. The conspirators wished to draw the English commander at Lisbon into their scheme. It was Cradock whom they had in view, for Wellesley was in England when the plot began, and when it developed he had landed indeed, but his arrival was not known. The part which they had allotted to Cradock was twofold. he was to be asked to send secret advice to the Portuguese notables of the north, ordering them to feign an enthusiastic approval of Soult's designs on the crown, and to join with all possible clamor in the demonstrations at Oporto. When this unexpected outburst of devotion to his person should be forthcoming, they supposed that the marshal would not hesitate any longer to assume the crown. Then would follow civil strife and the desired opportunity for intervention by the conspirators. The second request which they intended to make was that Cradock should bring up the British army to the front and place it so as to make it dangerous or impossible for Soult to force his way out of Portugal in the direction of the Middle Douro and Salamanca. They suggested Villarreal in the Trás-os-Montes as a suitable position for him. Their idea in making this proposal was that the army would be filled with despair at seeing its best line of retreat cut off, that by Galicia was growing to be considered impossible, and would therefore be more incensed against Soult, and at the same time more inclined to secure safety by coming to a pact and agreement with the enemy. The officer who volunteered for the dangerous task of going within the English lines was Captain Argenton, the adjutant of Lafitte's regiment of dragoons. He was a vain, ready, plausible man, full of resources but destitute of firmness. His character is sufficiently shown by the fact that he ultimately wrecked the plot by his indiscretion in tampering with loyal Bonapartists who delated him, and that when seized, he betrayed the whole scheme to Soult in the hope of saving his life. Clearly, he was deficient both in the caution and in the stoic courage required for a conspirator, successful or unsuccessful. We must note that he started from the camp of Lahausse's dragoons near Amarant on Apra, that he reached the French outposts on the Vouga and got into communication with Major Douglas, one of Beresford's officers in the Portuguese service. On the 21st, finally, that at the invitation of Douglas and Beresford, he came into Lisbon and reached that city on the 25th, just in time to meet the newly landed Wellesley. The plot meanwhile stood still in his absence, for the Duke of Dalmatia did not take the overt step which would have given the plotters their opportunity. He refrained from accepting the crown which his Portuguese partisans were so continually pressing him to assume. Nothing decisive had occurred when the situation was suddenly changed by the appearance of the British army upon the offensive on May 7. N.B. For some documents bearing on Argenton's conspiracy, see Appendix at the end of this volume. Section 14. Wellesley's campaign in northern Portugal. May 1809. Chapter 1. Sir Arthur Wellesley. On No. 1808, Sir John Moore, in answer to a question from Lord Castlereagh, wrote the following conclusions as to the practicability of defending Portugal. I can say generally that the frontier of Portugal is not defensible against a superior force. It is an open frontier, all equally rugged, but all equally to be penetrated. If the French succeed in Spain, it will be vain to attempt to resist them in Portugal. The Portuguese are without a military force. No dependence can be placed on any aid that they can give. The British must in that event, I conceive, immediately take steps to evacuate the country. Lisbon is the only port, and therefore the only place from whence the army, with its stores, can embark. We might check the progress of the enemy while the stores are embarking, and arrangements are being made for taking off the army. Beyond this, the defense of Lisbon or of Portugal should not be thought of. 4 months later, on March 7, 1809, Sir Arthur Wellesley answered the same question, put to him by the same minister, in very different terms. I have always been of opinion that Portugal might be defended, whatever might be the result of the contest in Spain, and that in the meantime measures adopted for the defense of Portugal would be highly useful to the Spaniards in their contest with the French. My notion was that the Portuguese military establishment ought to be revived, and that in addition to those troops, His Majesty ought to employ about 20,000 British troops, including about 4,000 cavalry. My opinion was that, even if Spain should have been conquered, the French would not be able to overrun Portugal with a smaller force than 100,000 men. As long as the contest may continue in Spain, this force, the 20,000 British troops, if it could be placed in a state of activity, would be highly useful to the Spaniards, and might eventually decide the contest. Between these two divergent views as to the practicability of defending Portugal, Lord Castlereagh had to make his decision. On it, though he could not be aware of the fact, depended the future of Britain and of Bonaparte. He carefully considered the situation. After the disasters of the Corunna retreat, it required some moral courage for a minister to advise the sending of another British army to the peninsula. Moore's gloomy prognostications were echoed by many military experts, and there were leading men, soldiers and politicians, who declared that the only thing that now remained to be done was to withdraw Cradock's 10,000 sabres and bayonets from Lisbon before the French came near enough to that city to make their embarkation difficult. Castlereagh resolved to stake his faith on the correctness of Wellesley's conclusions. All through these years of contest, he had made him his most trusted adviser on things military, and now he did not swerve from his confidence. He announced to him, privately in the end of March, and officially on Ypres, that the experiment of a second expedition to Portugal should be tried, and that he himself should have the conduct of it. Reinforcements should at once be sent out to bring the British army at Lisbon up to a total of 30,000 men, the number to which Wellesley, on consideration, raised the Regina, 0 of which he had spoken. Beresford had already sailed, with orders to do all that he could for the reorganization of the disorderly native forces of Portugal. The few regiments in England that were ready for instant embarkation were sent off ere March ended, and began to arrive at Lisbon early in April. Others were rapidly prepared for foreign service, but it was a misfortune that the Corunna battalions were still too sickly and depleted to be able to sail, so that troops who had seen nothing of the first campaign had to be sent out. The majority of them were second battalions from the home establishment, many of them very weak in numbers and full of young soldiers, as they had been drained in the previous year to fill their first battalions up to full strength. Finally, just behind the first convoys of reinforcements, Wellesley himself set sail from Portsmouth, after resigning his position as Under-Secretary for Ireland, which, by a curious anomaly, he had continued to hold all through the campaign of Vimeiro and the proceedings of inquiry concerning the Convention of Sintra. He sailed upon Ypres in the Surveillante frigate, had the narrowest of escapes from shipwreck on the Isle of Wight during the first night of his voyage, but soon obtained favorable winds and reached Lisbon on the 22nd, after a rapid passage of less than 8 days. Just before he started, there had been received from Portugal not only the correct intelligence that Soult had stormed Oporto upon March 29, but a false rumor that Victor had been joined by the corps of Sebastiani and had after his victory at Medellin laid siege to Badajoz. If this had been true, the Duke of Belluno would have been strong enough to move against Portugal with 25,000 men, after detaching a competent force to watch the wrecks of Cuesta's army. Fortunately, the whole story was an invention, but it kept Wellesley in a state of feverish anxiety till he reached Lisbon. His fears are shown by the fact that he drew up a memorandum for Lord Castlereagh, setting forth the supposed situation, and asking what he was to do on arriving if he should find that Cradock had already embarked his troops and quitted Portugal. The Secretary of State, equally harassed by the false intelligence, replied that he was to make an effort to induce the Spaniards to let him land the army at Cadiz, and if they should refuse, might reinforce the garrison of Gibraltar to 8,000 men and bring the rest of the expeditionary force back to England. It was therefore an immense relief to Wellesley to find, when he landed, that the news from Estremadura was false, that Victor had not been reinforced, and that the First Corps was lying quiescent at Merida. Soult was still at Oporto, Cradock had not been molested, and the French invasion was at a standstill. It is comparatively seldom that the historian is able to compare in detail a general's original conception of a plan of campaign with the actual scheme which he carried out. Still less common is it to find that the commander has placed on record his ideas as to the general policy to be pursued during a war, before he has assumed charge of his army or issued his first orders. It is therefore most fortunate that we have 3 documents from Wellesley's hand, written early in 1809, which enable us to understand the principles on which he believed that the Peninsular War should be fought out. These are his memorandum on the defense of Portugal, which we have already had occasion to quote, and the two dispatches to Lord Castlereagh and to Mr. Frere, which he wrote immediately after his arrival in Lisbon. The first gives us his general view of the war. He believed that an English army of 20,000 or 30,000 men, backed by the levies of Portugal, would be able to maintain itself on the flank of the French army in Spain. Its presence there would paralyze all the offensive actions of the enemy and enable the Spaniards to make head against the invaders as long as Portugal remained unsubdued. The news that a British army had once more taken the field would, he considered, induce the French to turn their main efforts against Portugal, but he believed that considering the geography of the country, the character of its people, and the quality of the British troops, they would fail in their attempt to overrun it. They could not succeed, as he supposed, unless they could set aside 100,000 men for the task, and he did not see how they would ever be able to spare such a large detachment out of the total force which they then possessed in the peninsula, a force whose numerical strength, in common with all British statesmen and soldiers of the day, he somewhat underrated. Being in the secrets of the ministry, he was already aware in March that a new war in Germany was about to break out within the next few months. When Austria took the field, Napoleon would not be able to spare a single battalion of reinforcements for Spain. If the Spaniards pursued a reasonable military policy and occupied the attention of the main armies of the French, the enemy would never be able to detach a force of 100,000 for the invasion of Portugal. He would underrate the numbers required, make his attempt with insufficient resources, and be beaten. When Wellesley landed at Lisbon and found that Soult had halted at Oporto, that Victor lay quiescent at Merida, and that Lapis with the troops from Salamanca had gone southward to join the First Corps, and so severed the only link which bound together the army in northern Portugal and the army in Estremadura, he was reassured as to the whole situation. Soult and Victor, isolated as they now were, would each be too weak to beat the Anglo-Portuguese army. They were too far apart to make cooperation between them possible, considering the geography of central Portugal and the fact that the whole country behind each was in a state of insurrection. But the best defensive is a vigorous local offensive, and Wellesley saw the advantage of the central position of the British army upon the Tagus. A few marches would place it at a point from which it could fall either upon Victor to the right or Soult to the left, before either marshal could be in a position to lend help to his colleague, probably long before he would even be aware that his colleague was in danger. Wellesley could strike at the one or the other, with almost perfect certainty of catching him unreinforced. Nay, it was true, lay behind Soult, but he was known to be entangled in the trammels of the vigorous Galician insurrection. Victor had Sebastiani in his rear, but the Fourth Corps was having occupation found for it by the Spanish army of La Mancha. It was improbable that either Soult or Victor, if suddenly attacked, could call up any appreciable reinforcements. Victor, moreover, had Cuesta to observe, and could not move off leaving 20,000 Spaniards behind him. Soult was known to be distracted by Silvera's operations on the Taimga. Wellesley, therefore, saw that it was well within his power to strike at either of the marshals. He would, of course, be obliged to place a containing force in front of the one whom he resolved to leave alone for the present. But this detachment need not be very large, and might be composed for the most part of Portuguese troops. Its duty would be to distract, but not to fight the enemy. On the whole, Wellesley thought it would be best to make the first onslaught on Soult. "I should prefer an attack on Victor," he wrote 2 days after landing, "in concert with Cuesta, if Soult were not in possession of a fertile province of this kingdom, and of the favorite town of Oporto, of which it is most desirable to deprive him. Any operation upon Victor, connected with Cuesta's movements, would require time to concert, which may as well be employed in dislodging Soult from the north of Portugal, before bringing the British army to the eastern frontier. I intend to move upon Soult as soon as I can make some arrangement on which I can depend for the defense of the Tagus, to impede or delay Victor's progress, in case he should come on while I am absent. I think it probable," he wrote on the same day but in another letter, "that Soult will not remain in Portugal when I pass the Mondego. If he does, I shall attack him. If he should retire, I am convinced that it would be most advantageous for the common cause that we should remain on the defensive in the north of Portugal, and act vigorously in cooperation with Cuesta against Victor. Further forward, it was impossible to look. A blow at Soult, followed by another at Victor, was all that could at present be contemplated. Wellesley was directed, by the formal instructions which he had received from Castlereagh, to do all that was possible to clear Portugal and the frontier provinces of Spain from the enemy, but not to strike deep into the peninsula till he should have received permission from home to do so. Nevertheless, he had devoted some thought to the remoter possibilities of the situation. If Portugal were preserved, and Soult and Victor beaten off, more ambitious combinations might become possible. He expressed his conviction that the French occupation of Spain would only be endangered when a very large force, acting in unison under the guidance of a single mind, should be brought together. The cooperation of the English army and that of Cuesta might be the groundwork of further measures of the same and a more extended description. He was under no delusions as to the easiness of the task before him. He did not hurry on in thought, to dream of the expulsion of the French from the peninsula as a goal already in sight. But he believed that he and his army might be highly useful to the Spaniards and might eventually decide the contest. It is the survey of documents such as these that enables us to appreciate Wellesley at his best. He had gauged perfectly well the situation and difficulties of the French. He saw exactly how much was in his own power. The whole history of the Peninsular War for the next 2 years is foreseen in his prophetic statement, that with 30,000 British troops and the Portuguese levies, he would guarantee to hold his own against any force of less than 100,000 French, and that he did not think that the enemy would find it easy to collect an army of that size to send against him. This is precisely what he accomplished. For the first 15 months after his arrival, he held with ease that frontier which Moore had described as indefensible against a superior force. When at last Napoleon, free from all other continental troubles, launched against him an army under Massena, which almost reached the figure that he had described as irresistible in 1809, he showed in 1810-11 that he had built up resources for himself which enabled him to beat off even that number of enemies. Though 4/5 of Spain had been subdued, he held his own, because he had grasped the fundamental truth that, to use his own words, the more ground the French hold down, the weaker will they be at any given point. In short, he had fathomed the great secret, that Napoleon's military power, vast as it was, had its limits, that the emperor could not send to Spain a force sufficient to hold down every province of a thoroughly disaffected country, and also to provide, over and above the garrisons, a field army large enough to beat the Anglo-Portuguese and capture Lisbon. If the French dispersed their divisions and kept down the vast tracts of conquered territory, they had no force left with which to take the offensive against Portugal. If they massed their armies, they had to give up broad regions, which immediately relapsed into insurrection and required to be subdued again. This was as true in the beginning of the war as in the end. In 1809, the army that forced Wellesley to retreat after Talavera was only produced by evacuating the whole province of Galicia, which passed back into the hands of the insurgents. In 1812, in a similar way, the overpowering force which beat him back from Burgos had been gathered only by surrendering to the Spanish government the whole of the 4 kingdoms of Andalusia. On the other hand, during the long periods when the enemy had dispersed himself and was garrisoning the whole south and center of Spain, e.g., for the first 6 months of 1810 and for the last 6 months of 1811, Wellesley held his own on the Portuguese frontier in complete confidence, assured that no sufficient force could be brought up against him, till the enemy either procured troops from France or gave up some great section of the regions which he was holding down. A detailed insight into the future is impossible to any general, however great, but already in April Wellesley had grasped the main outlines of the war that was to be. Before passing on to the details of the campaign on the Douro, with which Wellesley's long series of victories began, it is well to take a glance at the man himself, as he sat at his desk in Lisbon dictating the orders that were to change the face of the war. Arthur Wellesley was now within a few days of completing his 40th year. He was a slight but wiry man of middle stature, with a long face, an aquiline nose, and a keen but cold gray eye. Owning an iron constitution on which no climate or seasons seemed to make the least impression, he was physically fit for all the work that lay before him, work more fatiguing than that which falls to most generals. For in the peninsula he was required, as it soon appeared, to be almost as much of a statesman as of a general, while at the same time, owing to the inexperience of the British officers of that day in warfare on a large scale, he was obliged for some time to discharge for himself many of the duties which properly fall to the lot of the chief of the staff, the commissary general, the paymaster general, and the quartermaster general in a well-organized army. No amount of toil, bodily or mental, appeared too much for that active and alert mind, or for the body which 7 years of service in India seemed to have tanned and hardened rather than to have relaxed. During the whole of his peninsular campaigns, fro to 1814, he was never prostrated by any serious ailment. Autumn rains, summer heat, the cold of winter had no power over him. He could put up with a very small allowance of sleep, and when necessary could snatch useful moments of repose at any moment of the 24 hours when no pressing duty chanced to be on hand. His manner of life was simple and austere in the extreme. No commander-in-chief ever traveled with less baggage, or could be content with more Spartan fare. Long after his wars were over, the habit of bleak frugality clung to him, and in his old age men wondered at the bare and comfortless surroundings that he chose for himself, and at the scanty meals that sustained his spare but active frame. Officers who had long served in India were generally supposed to contract habits of luxury and display, but Wellesley was the exception that proved the rule. He hated show of any kind. After the first few days of the campaign of 1809, he discarded the escort which was wont to accompany the commander-in-chief. It was on very rare occasions that he was seen in his full uniform. The army knew him best in the plain blue frock coat, the small featherless cocked hat, and the short cape, which have been handed down to us in 100 drawings. Not unfrequently, he would ride about among his cantonments dressed like a civilian in a round hat and grey trousers. He was as careless about the dress of his subordinates as about his own, and there probably never existed an army in which so little fuss was made about unessential trappings as that which served in the Peninsular fro to 1814. Nothing could be less showy than its headquarters staff, a small group of blue-coated officers, with an orderly dragoon or two, riding in the wake of the dark cape and low-glazed cocked hat of the most unpretentious of chiefs. It contrasted in the strangest way with the plumes and gold lace of the French marshals and their elaborately ornate staffs. Considered as a man, Wellesley had his defects and his limitations. We shall have ere long to draw attention to some of them. But from the intellectual point of view, he commands our undivided admiration as a practical soldier. A careful study of his dispatches leaves us in a state of wonder at the imbecility of the school of writers, mostly continental, who have continued to assert for the last 80 years that he was no more than a man of ordinary abilities, who had an unfair share of good luck, and was presented with a series of victories by the mistakes and jealousies of the generals opposed to him. Such assertions are the results of blind ignorance and prejudice. When found in English writers, they merely reflect the bitter hatred that was felt toward Wellesley by his political opponents during the second and third decades of the 19th century. In French military authors, they only represent the resentful carpings of the vanquished army, which preferred to think that it was beaten by anything rather than by the ability of the conqueror. In 1820, every retired colonel across the Channel was ready to demonstrate that Toulouse was an English defeat, that Talavera was a drawn battle, and that Wellesley was overrash or overcautious, a fool or a coward, according as their thesis of the moment might demand. They were but echoing their emperor's rancorous remark to Soult, on the hillside of La Belle Alliance, when after telling the marshal that he only thought his old adversary a good general because he had been beaten by him, he added, "Et moi, je vous dis que Wellington est un mauvais général, et que les Anglais sont de mauvaises troupes." Bonaparte consistently refused to do justice to the abilities of the Duke. He regarded him as a bitter personal enemy, and his whole attitude towards Wellesley was expressed in the scandalous legacy to Cantillon, which disgraces his last will and testament. In strict conformity with their master's pose, His followers, literary and military, have refused to see anything great in the victor of June 18, 1815. Even to the present day, too many historians from the other side of the straits continue to follow in the steps of Thiers, and to express wonder at the inexplicable triumphs of the mediocre general who routed in succession all the best marshals of France. To clear away any lingering doubts as to Wellesley's extraordinary ability, the student of history has only to read a few of his more notable dispatches. The man who could write the two memoranda to Castlereagh, dated September 5, 1808, and March 7, 1809, foresaw the whole future of the Peninsular War. To know at that early stage of the struggle that the Spaniards would be beaten when, and wherever they offered battle, that the French, in spite of their victories, would never be able to conquer and hold down the entire country, that 30,000 British troops would be able to defend Portugal against any force that could be collected against them, required the mind of a soldier of the first class. When the earliest of those memoranda was written, most Englishmen believed that the Spaniards were about to deliver their country by their own arms. Wellesley saw that the notion was vain and absurd. When, on the other hand, he wrote the second, the idea was abroad that all was lost, that after Corunna, no second British army would be sent to the peninsula, and that Portugal was indefensible. Far from sharing these gloomy views, he asks for 30,000 men, and states that though Spain may be overrun, though the Portuguese army may be in a state of hopeless disarray, he yet hopes with this handful of men to maintain the struggle and eventually to decide the contest. How many generals has the world seen who could have framed such a prophecy and have verified it? To talk of the good fortune of Wellesley, of his lucky star, is absurd. He had, like other generals, his occasional uncovenanted mercies and happy chances, but few commanders had more strokes of undeserved disappointment or saw more of their plans frustrated by a stupid subordinate, an unexpected turn of the weather, an incalculable accident, or a piece of false news. He had his fair proportion of the chances of war, good and bad, and no more. If fortune was with him at Oporto in 1809 or at El Badon in 1811, how many were the occasions on which she played him scurvy tricks? A few examples may suffice. In May 1809, he might have captured the whole of Soult's army if Silvera had but obeyed orders and occupied the impregnable defile of Salamand. On the night of Salamanca, he might have dealt in a similar fashion with Marmont's routed host, if Carlos d'Espana had not withdrawn the garrison of Alba de Tormes in flat disobedience to his instructions, and so left the fords open to the flying French. It is needless to multiply instances of such incalculable misfortune. Any serious student of the Peninsular War can cite them by the dozen. Massena's invasion of Portugal in 1810 would have been checked by the autumn rains, and never have penetrated far within the frontier, but for the unlucky bomb which blew up the Grand Magazine at Almeida, and reduced in a day a fortress which ought to have held out for a month. In the autumn of 1812, the retreat beyond the Douro need never have been made if Ballesteros had obeyed orders and moved up from Granada to threaten Soult's flank, instead of remaining torpid in his cantonments 200 miles from the theatre of war. Wellington was not the child of fortune. He was a great strategist and tactician, placed in a situation in which the military dangers furnished but half his difficulties. He had to cherish his single precious British Army Corps and to keep it from any unnecessary loss, because if destroyed, it could not be replaced. With those 30,000 men, he had promised to keep up the war. The home government was reluctant to risk the whole of its available field army in one quarter, and for years refused to raise his numbers far above that total. It was not till the middle of 1810 that his original 5 divisions of infantry were increased to 6, nor that his 7th and 8th divisions were completed. Right down to 1812, it was certain that if he had lost any considerable fraction of his modest army, the ministry might have recalled him and abandoned Portugal. He had to fight with a full consciousness that a single disaster would have been irreparable, because it would have been followed not by the sending off of reinforcements to replace the divisions that might be lost, but by an order to evacuate the peninsula. His French opponents fought under no such disabilities. When beaten, they had other armies at hand on which to fall back, and behind all the inexhaustible reserve of Napoleon's conscription. Considering the campaigns of 1809–10–11, it is not Wellington's oft-censured prudence that we find astonishing, but his boldness. Instead of wondering that he did not attempt to relieve Rodrigo or Almeida in July–August 1810, or to fall upon Massena at Santarem in January 1811, we are filled with surprise at the daring which inspired the storming of Oporto and the offering of battle at Busaco and Fuentes d'Oñoro. When a defeat spelt ruin and recall, it required no small courage to take any risks, but Wellesley had the sanest of minds. He could draw the line with absolute accuracy between enterprise and rashness, between the possible and the impossible. He had learned to gauge with wonderful insight the difficulties and disabilities of his enemies, and to see exactly how far they might be reckoned upon in discounting the military situation. After some time, he arrived at an accurate estimate of the individual marshals opposed to him, and was ready to take the personal equation into consideration, according as he had to deal with Soult or Massena, Marmont or Jourdan. In short, he was a safe general, not a cautious one. When once the hopeless disparity between his own resources and those of the enemy had ceased to exist, in the year 1812, he soon showed the worth of the silly taunts which imputed timidity to him, by the smashing blows which reduced Ciudad Rodrigo and Badajoz, and the lightning stroke which dashed to pieces Marmont's army. At Salamanca, in the next year, when for the first time he could count on an actual superiority of force, his irresistible march to Vitoria displayed his mastery of the art of using an advantage to the uttermost. Napoleon himself never punished a strategic fault on the part of the enemy with such majestic ease and confidence. Of Wellington as a tactician, we have already had occasion to speak in the first volume of this work. It is only necessary to repeat here that the groundwork of his tactics was his knowledge of the fact that the line could beat the column, whether on the offensive or the defensive. The data for forming the conclusions had been in possession of anyone who chose to utilize them, but it was Wellesley who put his knowledge to full account. Even before he left India, it is said, he had grasped the great secret, and had remarked to his confidants that the French were sweeping everything before them in Europe by the use of the formation in column, but that he was fully convinced that the column could and would be beaten by the line. Yet even though the epic-making, yet half-forgotten fight of Maida had occurred since then, the first peninsular battles came as a revelation to the world. After Vimero and Talavera, it became known that the line was certainly superior for the defensive, but it was only the triumphant line advance of Salamanca that finally divulged the fact that the British method was equally sure and certain for the attack. If Wellesley's reputation rested on the single fact that he had made this discovery known to the world, he would have won by this alone a grand place in military history. But his reputation depends even more on his strategical than on his tactical triumphs. He was a battle general of the first rank, but his talents on the day of decisive action would not have sufficed to clear the French out of Spain. His true greatness is best shown by his all-embracing grasp of the political, geographical, and moral factors of the situation in the peninsula, and by the way in which he utilized them, all when drawing up the plans for his triumphant campaigns. As to tactics, indeed, there are points on which it would be easy to point out defects in Wellesley's method. In especial, it would be possible to develop the too old, but none the less true, criticisms that he was preeminently an infantry general, and that, when he had won a battle, he did not always utilize his success to the full legitimate end. The two charges hang closely together, for the one defect was but the consequence of the other, a tendency to refrain from making the greatest possible use of his cavalry for breaking up an enemy who had already begun to give ground, and for pursuing him à outrance when he was well on the run, was the natural concomitant of a predilection for the use of infantry in the winning of battles. If Napoleon had commanded the British army at Salamanca, Marmont's troops would have been annihilated by a rapid cavalry pursuit, instead of merely scattered. If Wellington had commanded the French army in the Jena-Auerstadt campaign, it is reasonably certain that Hohenlohe's broken divisions would have escaped into the interior, instead of being garnered in piecemeal by the inexorable and untiring chase kept up by the French horse. The very distrust which Wellington expressed for the capacities of the British cavalry, who after all were admirable troops when well handled, is but an illustration of the fact that he was no true lover of the mounted arm. But of this we have already spoken, and it is unnecessary to dwell at greater length on his minor deficiencies than on his numerous excellencies on the day of battle. A far more serious charge against Wellesley than any which can be grounded on his tactical faults is that, though he won the confidence of his army, he could never win their affection. "The sight of his long nose among us on a battle morning," wrote one of his veterans, "was worth 10,000 men any day of the week." But it was not personal attachment to him which nerved his soldiers to make their best effort. He was feared, respected, and followed, but never loved. He was obeyed with alacrity, but not with enthusiasm. His officers and his men believed, and believed rightly, that he looked upon them as admirable tools for the task that had been set him, and did his best to keep those tools unbroken and in good repair, but that he felt no deep personal interest in their welfare. It is seldom that the veterans who have served under a great commander have failed to idolize as well as to respect him. But Wellesley's men, while acknowledging all his greatness, complained that he systematically neglected both their feelings and their interests. It was but too true. He showed for his army, the officers no less than the rank and file, a certain coldness that was partly bred of intellectual contempt, partly of aristocratic hauteur. There are words of his on record concerning his men which can never be forgiven, and words, too, not spoken in the heat of action or the moment of disappointment, but in the leisure of his later years. Take, for example, the passage in Lord Stanhope's conversations with the Duke of Wellington, where he is speaking of the rank and file. "They are the scum of the earth. English soldiers are fellows who have enlisted for drink. That is the plain fact. They have all enlisted for drink." He described the men who won Talavera as a rabble who could not bear success, and the Waterloo troops as an infamous army. The terms are unpardonable. His notions of discipline were worthy of one of the drill sergeants of Frederick the Great. "I have no idea of any great effect being produced on British soldiers," he once said before a royal commission, "by anything but the fear of immediate corporal punishment. Flogging was the one remedy for all evils, and he declared that it was absolutely impossible to manage the army without it. For any idea of appealing to the men's better feeling or moving them by sentiment, he had the greatest contempt." The most distressing feature in Wellington's condemnation of the character of his soldiery is that he was sinning against the light. Officers, of less note but of greater heart, were appealing to the self-respect, patriotism, and good feeling of their men, with the best results, at the very moment that Wellesley was denouncing them as soulless clods and irreclaimable drunkards. It was not by the lash that regiments like Donnellan's 48th or Colborne's 52nd or many other corps of the Peninsular Army were kept together. The reminiscences of the Napiers and many other regimental officers of the better class are full of anecdotes illustrating the virtues of the rank and file. There are dozens of diaries and autobiographies of sergeants and privates of Wellesley's old divisions, which prove that there were plenty of well-conditioned, intelligent, sober, and religious men in the ranks. It is only necessary to cite as examples the books of Surtees, Anton, Morris, and Donaldson. If there were also thousands of drunkards and reckless brutes in the service, the blame for their misdoings must fall to a great extent on the system under which they were trained. The ruthless medieval cruelty of the code of punishment alone will account for half the ruffianism of the army. The same indiscriminate censure which Wellesley poured on his men, he often vented on his officers, denouncing them en masse in the most reckless fashion. There were careless colonels and stupid subalterns enough under him, but what can excuse such sweeping statements as that, "When I give an order to an officer of the line it is, I venture to say, 100 to 1 against its being done at all," or for his circular of November, 1812, declaring that all the evils of the Burgos retreat were due to the habitual inattention of the officers of regiments to their duty. It was a bitter blow to the officers of the many battalions which had kept their order and discipline, to find themselves confused with the offending corps in the same general blast of censure. But by 1812, they were well accustomed to such slashing criticism on the part of their commander. Such a chief could not win the sympathy of his army, though he might command their intellectual respect. Equally unfortunate were his autocratic temper and his unwillingness to concede any latitude of instructions to his subordinates, features in his character which effectually prevented him from forming a school of good officers capable of carrying out large independent operations. He trained admirable generals of division, but not commanders of armies, for he always insisted on keeping the details of operations, even in distant parts of the theater of war, entirely under his own hand. His preference for Hill as a commander of detached corps came entirely from the fact that he could trust that worthy and gallant officer to make no movements on his own initiative, and to play a safe waiting game which gave his chief no anxiety. In his younger days, while serving under other generals, Wellesley had been by no means an exponent of blind obedience or unquestioning deference to the orders of his superiors. But when placed in command himself, he was autocratic to a fault. He was prone to regard any criticism of his directions as insubordination. He preferred a lieutenant on whom he could rely for a literal obedience to orders, to another of more active brain who possessed initiative and would think for himself. There was hardly an officer in the Peninsular Army to whom he would grant a free hand, even in the carrying out of comparatively small tasks. His most trusted subordinates were liable to find themselves overwhelmed with rebukes delivered in the most tempestuous fashion if they took upon themselves to issue a command on their own responsibility, even when the great chief was many leagues away. Sometimes, when their inspirations had been obviously useful and successful, he would wind up his harangue not with an expression of approval, but with a recommendation to the effect that matters had turned out all right, but they must never again act without orders. This was not the way to develop their strategical abilities or to secure that intelligent cooperation which is more valuable than blind obedience. It may be pleaded in Wellesley's defense that at the commencement of the war he had many stupid and discontented officers under him, and that their carpings at his orders were often as absurd as they were malevolent. But it was not only for them that he reserved his thunders. They fell not unfrequently on able and willing men who had done no more than think for themselves, when an urgent problem had been presented to them. He was, it must be confessed, a thankless master to serve. He was almost as pitiless as Frederick the Great in resenting a mistake or an apparent disobedience to orders. The case of Norman Ramsay may serve as an example. Ramsay was perhaps the most brilliant artillery officer in the Peninsular Army. The famous charge of his guns through a French cavalry regiment at Fuentes d'Oñoro is one of the best-known exploits of the whole war. But at Vittoria, he made an error in comprehending orders and moved forward from a village where the commander-in-chief had intended to keep him stationed. He was placed under arrest for 3 weeks, cut out of his mention in dispatches, and deprived of the brevet majority which had been promised him. His career was broken, and 2 years later he fell, still a captain, at Waterloo. It would almost seem that Wellesley had worked out for himself some sort of general rule, to the effect that incompetent being more common than competent subordinates, it would be safer in the long run to prohibit all use of personal initiative, as the occasions on which it would be wisely and usefully employed would be less numerous than those on which it would result in blunders and perils. He had a fine intellectual contempt for many of the officers whom he had to employ, and never shrank from showing it. When once he had made up his mind, he could not listen with patience to advice or criticism. It was this that made him such a political failure in his latter days. He carried into the cabinet the methods of the camp and could not understand why they were resented. His colleagues started up with crotchets. He complained, "I have not been used to that in the early part of my life. I was accustomed to carry on things in quite a different manner. I assembled my officers and laid down my plan, and it was carried into effect without any more words." For councils of war or other devices by which a weak commander-in-chief endeavors to discharge some of the burden of responsibility upon the shoulders of his lieutenants, Wellesley had the greatest dislike. He never allowed discussion as long as he held supreme authority in the field. He would have liked to enforce the same rule in the cabinet when he became Prime Minister of England. Sometimes he had glimpses of the fact that it is unwise to show open scorn for the opinion of others, especially when they are men of influence or capacity. But it was not often that the idea occurred to him. His reception of an officer who came with a petition or a piece of advice was often such that the visitor went away boiling with rage or prostrated with nervous exhaustion. Charles Stuart is said to have wept after one stormy interview with his chief, and Picton, whose attempts at familiarity were particularly offensive to the Duke, would go away muttering words that could not be consigned to print. A passage from the memoir of the chief of one of his departments may suffice to paint the sort of scene which used to occur. One morning I was in his lordship's small apartment when two officers were there to request leave to go to England. A general officer of a noble family commanding a brigade advanced, saying, "My lord, I have of late been suffering much from rheumatism." Without allowing him time to proceed further, Lord Wellington rapidly said, "And you must go to England to get cured of it. By all means, go there immediately." The general, surprised at his lordship's tone and manner, looked abashed, while he made a profound bow. To prevent his saying anything more, his lordship turned to address me, inquiring about the casualties of the preceding night and sea. Hardly less humiliating to many of Wellesley's subordinates than personal interviews of this kind were the letters which they received from him when he chanced to be at a distance. He had not the art, probably he had not the wish, to conceal the fact that he despised as well as disliked many of those whom the fortune of war or the exigencies of home patronage placed under his command. The same icy intellectual contempt which he showed for the needy peers, the grovelling place hunters, and the hungry lawyers of Dublin when he was Under-Secretary for Ireland pierces through many of his letters to the officers of the army of Portugal. Very frequently, his mean opinion of their abilities was justifiable, but there was no need to let it appear. In this part of the management of men Wellesley was deficient. He failed to see that it is better in the end to rule subordinates by appealing to their zeal and loyalty than to their fears, and that a little commendation for work well performed goes further in its effect on an army than much censure for what has been done amiss. When he has to praise his officers in a dispatch, the terms used are always formal and official in the extreme. It is the rarest thing to find a phrase which seems to come from the heart. The careful reader will know what importance to attach to these expressions of approval when he notes that the names of subordinates whom Wellesley despised and distrusted are inserted, all in due order of seniority, between those of the men who had really done the work. All commanders-in-chief have to give vent to a certain amount of these empty and meaningless commendations, but few have shown more neglect in discriminating between the really deserving men and the rest than did the victor of Salamanca and Waterloo. Occasionally this carelessness as to the merits and the feelings of others took the form of gross injustice. More frequently it led to nothing worse than a complete mystification of the readers of the dispatch as to the relative merits of the persons mentioned therein. The explanation of this feature in Wellesley's correspondence is a fundamental want of broad sympathy in his character. He had a few intimates to whom he spoke freely, and it is clear that he often showed consideration and even kindness to his aide-de-camp and other personal retainers. There were one or two of his relatives to whom he showed an unswerving affection and whose interests were always near his heart. Among these, neither his wife nor his elder brother Richard, the great Governor-General of India, were to be numbered. He quarreled so bitterly with the latter that for many years they never met. No doubt there were faults on both sides, yet Wellington might have borne much from the brother who started him on his career. But for him, the position of resident in Mysore would not have been given to so junior an officer, nor would the command of the army that won Assay and Argam have been placed in his hands. It is small wonder that the grievances and petty ambitions of the average line officer never touched the heart of the man who could be estranged from his own brother by a secondary political question. It has often been noted that when the wars were over, he showed little predilection for the company of his old peninsular officers. Some of his most trusted subordinates hardly looked upon his face after 1815. He clearly preferred the company of politicians and men of fashion to that of the majority of his old generals. They only met him at the formal festivity of the annual Waterloo banquet. The remembrance of the countless panegyrics upon Wellington, not only as a general, but as a man, which have appeared during the last 60 years, has made it necessary, if painful, to speak of his limitations. For 2 whole generations, it seemed almost treasonable to breathe a word against his personal character. So great was the debt that Britain owed him for Salamanca and Waterloo. His frigid formalism was regarded with respect and even admiration. His lack of geniality and his utter inability to understand the sentimental side of life were even praised as signs of Spartan virtue. Certain episodes which did not fit in too happily with the Spartan hero theory were deliberately ignored. The popular conception of Arthur Wellesley has been largely built up on laudatory sketches written by those who knew him in his old age alone. He lives in our memories as a kind of Nestor, replete with useful and interesting information, as Lord Stanhope drew him in his conversations with the Duke of Wellington. This was not the man known to his contemporaries in the years of the Peninsular War. Yet there was much to admire in Wellesley's personal character. England has never had a more faithful servant. Though intensely ambitious, he never allowed ambition to draw him aside from the most tedious and thankless daily tasks. When once convinced that it was his duty to undertake a piece of work, he carried it through with unswerving industry and perseverance, if not always with much tact or consideration for the feelings of others. He was unsparing of himself, careless of praise or blame, honest in every word and deed. He was equally ready to offend his king or to sacrifice his popularity with the multitude when he thought that he had to face a question in which right and wrong were involved. He was essentially what he once called himself, using a familiar Hindustani phrase, a man of his salt. In spite of all his faults, he stands out a majestic figure in the history of his time. It is the misfortune of the historian that, when he sees so much to admire and to respect, he finds so little that commands either sympathy or affection. Section 14, Chapter 2. Wellesley retakes Oporto. On arriving at Lisbon, Wellesley, as we have already seen, was overjoyed to find that the situation in Portugal remained just as it had been when he set sail from Portsmouth. Victor was still quiescent in his cantonments round Merida. Soult had not moved forward on the road toward Coimbra and was in the midst of his unfruitful bickerings with the army of Silveira. Lapis had disappeared from his threatening position in front of Ciudad Rodrigo and had passed away to Estremadura. All the rumors as to an immediate French advance on Badajoz and Abrantes, which had arrived just as the new commander-in-chief was quitting England, had turned out to be baseless inventions. There were reassuring dispatches awaiting him from the English attachés with the armies of Cuesta and La Romana, which showed that Galicia was in full insurrection and that a respectable force was once more threatening Victor's flank. Accordingly, it was possible to take into consideration plans for assuming the offensive against the isolated French armies, and the defensive campaign for the protection of Lisbon, which Wellesley had feared to find forced upon him, was not necessary. Within 36 hours of his arrival, the British commander-in-chief had made up his mind as to the strategy that was incumbent on him. He resolved, as we have already seen, to leave a containing force to watch Victor, while he hastened with the main body of his army to strike a blow at Soult, whose corps was clearly in a state of dispersion, which invited attack. The Duke of Dalmatia was operating at once upon the Minho, the Taimga, and the Vouga, and it seemed likely that a prompt stroke might surprise him in the midst of the movement for concentration which he would be compelled to make, when he should learn that the British were in the field. The forces available for Wellesley's use consisted of some 25,000 British and 0 Portuguese troops. Cradock, urged on by Hill and Beresford, had advanced with the main body of his army to Leiria and lay there upon the 24th, the day upon which he received Wellesley's notification that he had been superseded and was to sail to take up the governorship of Gibraltar. But 4 or 5 newly arrived corps still lay at Lisbon, and more were expected. The army was very weak in cavalry. There were but 4 regiments and fractions of 2 others available. Of the infantry, there were only present 5 of the battalions which had served at Vimero and knew the French and their manner of fighting. The rest were all inexperienced and new to the field, and the majority indeed were weak second battalions, which had not originally been intended for foreign service, and had been made up to their present numbers by large and recent drafts from the militia. Even at Talavera, 6 months after the campaign had begun, it is on record that many of the men were still showing the names and numbers of their old militia regiments on their knapsacks. The battalions which had joined in Moore's march into Spain only began to reappear in June, when Robert Crawford brought back to Lisbon the 143rd, 152nd, and 95th, which were to form the nucleus of the famous Light Division. The remainder of the Corunna troops, when they had been rested and recruited, were drawn aside to take part in the miserable expedition to Walcheren. When Wellesley first took the field, therefore, these veterans of the campaign of 1808 were only represented by the 2 battalions of detachments, which General Cameron had organized from the stragglers and convalescents of Moore's army. The Portuguese troops, which Wellesley found available for the campaign against Soult, consisted entirely of the line regiments from Lisbon and the central parts of the realm, which Beresford had been reorganizing during the last 2 months. The troops of the north had been destroyed at Oporto, or were in arms under Silveira on the Tamega. Those of the south were garrisoning Elvas, or still endeavoring to recruit their enfeebled cadres at their regimental headquarters. But Beresford had massed at Tama and Abrant's 10 line regiments, some with 1, some with their statutory 2 battalions, 3 newly raised battalions of cazadores, and 3 incomplete cavalry regiments, a force amounting in all to nearly 15,000 sabres and bayonets. Though Wellesley considered that they cut a bad figure, and that the rank and file were poor, and the native officers worse than anything he had ever seen, he was yet resolved to give them a chance in the field. Beresford assured him that they had improved so much during the last few weeks, and were showing such zeal and good spirit, that it was only fair that they should be given a trial. Accordingly, Wellesley resolved to brigade certain picked battalions among his English troops, and to take them straight to the front, while he told off others to form part of the containing force, which was to be sent off to watch Victor and the French army of Estremadura. The remainder, under Beresford himself, were to act as an independent division during the march on Oporto. 5 days of unceasing work had to be spent in Lisbon before Wellesley could go forward. But while he was making his arrangements with the Portuguese Regency, drawing out a new organization for Beresford's commissariat, and striving to get into communication with Cuesta, the British troops were already being pushed forward from Leiria towards Coimbra, and the Portuguese were converging from Tama on the same point, so that no time was being lost. It was during this short and busy stay at Lisbon that Wellesley was confronted with the conspirator Argenton, who had come up to the capital in company with Major Douglas. He did not make a good impression on the commander-in-chief, who wrote home that he had no doubt as to the reality of the plot against Soult and the discontent of the French army, but thought it unlikely that any good would come from the plot. He refused to promise compliance with Argenton's 2 requests, that he would direct the Portuguese to fall in with Soult's plans for assuming royal power, and that he would bring the British army forward to a position in which it would threaten the retreat of the Second Corps on Leon. The former savored too much of Machiavellian treachery. As to the latter, he thought so little of the profit likely to result from the plot, that he would not alter his plans to oblige the conspirators. The only information of certain value that he had obtained from the emissary was that Soult had no idea of Victor's position or projects. All that he granted to Argenton was passports to take him and his 2 friends, Captains Dupont and Garis, to England, from whence they intended to cross into France in order to set their friends in the interior on the move. Great care was taken that Argenton on his return journey to Oporto should see as little as possible of the British army, lest he should be able to tell too much about its numbers and dispositions. He was conducted back by Douglas to the Vouga by a circuitous route, and safely repassed Francesca's outposts. On the 29th, Wellesley at last got clear of Lisbon, where the formal festivities and reception arranged in his honor had tried him even more than the incessant desk work, which had to be got through before the organization of his base for supplies was completed. On Apra he pushed forward to Leiria, on May 1 to Pombal. On the 2nd, he reached Coimbra and found himself in the midst of his army, which had only concentrated itself at that city during the last 5 days. All was quiet in the front. Trant, who was holding the line of the Vouga with 3,000 disorderly militia and some small fragments rallied from the line regiments which had been dispersed at Oporto, reported that Franceschi and the French light cavalry had remained quiescent for many days. The same news came in from Wilson, who, after pursuing Lapis to Alcantara, had come back with part of his troops to the neighborhood of Almeida and had a detachment at Viseu watching the flank of the French advance. Silvera reported from Amarant that he was still holding the line of the Taimga and had at least 10,000 enemies in front of him. All therefore seemed propitious for the great stroke. Wellesley's plan, as finally worked out in detail, was to push forward his main body upon Oporto with all possible speed, while sending a flanking column under Beresford to cross the Douro near Lamigo, join Silvera, and intercept Soult's line of retreat upon the plains of Leon by way of the Trás-os-Montes. If he could move fast enough, he hoped to catch the Marshal with his army still unconcentrated. His design, as he wrote to Castlereagh, was to beat or cripple Soult, to thrust him back into Galicia. He doubted whether it would be possible to accomplish more with the force that was at his disposal, but if any chance should occur for destroying or surrounding the enemy, he would do his best. Rumors that the Marshal was preparing to evacuate Oporto were in the air. If they were true, and the French were already making ready to retreat, it was unlikely that they would stand long enough to run into danger. The detailed arrangements for the distribution of the troops were as follows. It was first necessary to provide a containing force to hold back Victor in case he should make an unexpected move down the Tagus or the Guadiana. For this purpose, Wellesley told off one of his brigades, that of Mackenzie, together with 2 regiments of heavy cavalry and one of infantry which had lately arrived at Lisbon and were now on their march to Santarém. With these 4 battalions, 1 field battery, and 8 squadrons, Mackenzie was to take post at Abrantes and behind the line of the Zezer. He was to be joined by the larger half of Beresford's reorganized Portuguese army, 7 battalions of line troops, 3 of cazadores, 5 squadrons of cavalry, and 3 batteries. He would also have 3 regiments of militia at his disposal to garrison the fortress of Abrantes. His whole force, excluding the militia, would amount to 1,400 British and Portuguese cavalry, nearly 3,000 British infantry, 6,000 Portuguese infantry, and 4 batteries. These 12,000 men ought to be able to hold back any force that Victor could detach for a raid along the Tagus. For having Cuesta's army in his front, it was absolutely impossible that he could march with his whole corps into Portugal. If the Marshal moved forward south of the Tagus, that river should be held against him, and since it was in full flood, it would be easy to keep him back, as all the boats and ferries could be destroyed, and it would be useless for him to present himself opposite Vila Velha, Abrantes, or Santarém. If he advanced north of the Tagus, the line of the Zezer was to be maintained against him as long as possible, then those of the Nabao and Rio Mayor. But the main army would be back from the north to reinforce the containing force, long ere the Marshal could push so far. As an outlying post on this front, Wellesley ordered Colonel Mayne, with the part of Wilson's Lusitanian Legion that had not returned to the north, and a militia regiment, to occupy Alcantara. He was to break its bridge if forced out of the position. Victor being thus provided for, Wellesley could turn the rest of his army against Soult at Oporto. For the main operation, he could dispose of 17,000 British and 0 Portuguese troops present with the colors, after deducting the sick, the men on detached duty, and 1 single battalion left in garrison at Lisbon. He divided them, as we have already stated, into a larger force destined to execute the frontal attack upon Soult, and a smaller one which was to cut off his retreat into central Spain. The flanking column, 5,800 men in all, was entrusted to Beresford. It was composed of 1 British brigade, that of Tilson, consisting of 1,500 bayonets, a single British squadron, the 4th of the 14th Light Dragoons, with 5 battalions, 3 squadrons, and 2 field batteries of Portuguese. These troops were originally directed to join Silvera at Amarant and cooperate with him in defending the line of the Taimga. But on May 3, there arrived at Coimbra the unwelcome news that Loyson had forced the bridge of Amarant, and that Silvera, in consequence, had retired south of the Douro and was lying at Lamigo with the wrecks of his army, some 4,000 men at most. This untoward event did not cause Wellesley to change the direction of Beresford's column, but rendered him more cautious as to pushing it beyond the Douro. He ordered his lieutenant to pick up Sir Robert Wilson's small force at Viseu, to join Silvera at Lamigo, and then to guide his further operations by the attitude of the French. If they tried to pass the Douro, he was to oppose them strenuously. If they still clung to the northern bank and had not advanced far beyond Amarant, he might cross and occupy Villarreal if he thought the move safe and the position behind that town defensible. But he was to risk nothing. If the whole of Soult's corps should retreat eastward, he was not to attempt to stop them, for, wrote Wellesley, I should not like to see a single British brigade, supported by 6,000 or 8,000 Portuguese, exposed to be attacked by the French army in any but a very good post. If Loyson alone were left on the Tamega, Beresford might take post at Villarreal and fight. If, however, Soult should appear at the head of his entire force, it would be madness to await him. The column must fall back and allow him to pass. Remember, added Wellesley in another letter, that you are a commander-in-chief and must not be beaten. Therefore do not undertake anything with your troops if you have not some strong hope of success. Beresford's column was sent off a day before the rest of the army in order to allow the flanking movement time to develop before the frontal attack was pushed home. He left Coimbra on May 6, was at Viseu on the 8th, and joined Silvera at Lamigo on the 10th. All his movements passed completely unobserved by the enemy, owing to the wide sweep to the right which he had been ordered to make. The infantry of Wellesley's main force, with which the frontal attack on Oporto was to be made, consisted of 6 brigades of British, 1 of the King's German Legion, and 4 picked battalions of Portuguese who were attached respectively to the brigades of A. Campbell, Sontag, Stewart, and Cameron. Of cavalry, in which he was comparatively weak, he had the whole of the 16th, 3 squadrons of the 14th, and 2 of the 20th Light Dragoons, with 1 squadron more from the 3rd Light Dragoons of the King's German Legion. The artillery, 24 guns in all, was composed of 2 British and 2 German field batteries. No horse artillery had yet been received from England, though Wellesley had been urging his need for it on the home authorities, at the same time that he made a similar demand for good light infantry, such as that which had formed the light brigade of Moore's army, and for remounts to keep his cavalry up to full fighting strength. The army was not yet distributed into regular divisions, but the beginnings of the later divisional arrangement were indicated by the telling off the brigades of Richard Stewart and Murray to serve together under Edward Paget, who had commanded Moore's reserve division with such splendid credit to himself during the Corunna retreat, while those of H. Campbell, A. Campbell, and Sontag were to take their orders from Sherbrooke, and those of Hill and Cameron to move under the charge of the former brigadier. The cavalry was under General Cotton, with Payne as brigadier. The senior officer of artillery was General E. Howarth. It will be noted that of the total force with which Wellesley was about to assail the Second Corps, about 16,400 were British troops and 400 Portuguese. Considering that Soult had at least 23,000 sabres and bayonets, of whom not more than 2,200 were in his hospitals, and that over 3/8 of the Allies were untried and newly organized levies, it cannot be denied that the march on Oporto showed considerable self-confidence, and a very nice and accurate calculation of the chances of war on the part of the British commander-in-chief. On the very day on which the vanguard marched out from Coimbra upon the northern road, Wellesley received a second visit from the conspirator Argenton, who had returned from consulting his friends at Oporto and Amarant. He brought little news of importance. Soult had not yet proclaimed himself king, and therefore the plotters had taken no open steps against him. The French army had not begun to move, but it appeared that the marshal was pondering over the relative advantages of the lines of retreat available to him. For Argenton brought a memorandum given him by or purloined from some staff officer, which contained a long exposition of the various roads from Oporto, and stated a preference for that by Villarreal and the Trás-os-Montes. He had a number of futile propositions to lay before Wellesley, and especially urged him to make sure of Villarreal and to cut off the marshal's retreat on Spain. The traitor was sent back, with no promises of compliance, and every endeavor was made to keep from him the fact that the Allied army was already upon the move. Unfortunately, he had passed many troops upon the road from Coimbra to the Vouga, and had guessed at what he had not seen. On the following day, he passed through the French lines on his return journey, and by the way endeavored to spread the propaganda of treason. One of the infantry brigades, which lay in support of Francesca's cavalry, was commanded by a General Lefebvre, with whom Argenton had long served as aide-de-camp. Knowing that his old chief was weak and discontented, the emissary of the malcontents paid a midnight visit to him, revealed to him the outlines of the conspiracy, and endeavored to enroll him as a fellow plotter. He had misjudged his man. Lefebvre listened to everything without showing any signs of surprise or anger, but hastened to bear the tale to Soult, and arranged for Argenton's arrest on his return to Oporto upon the following morning. Confronted with the marshal, the traitor held his head high and boasted that he was the agent of a powerful body of conspirators. He invited Soult to declare against the emperor and deliver France from servitude. He also warned him that Wellesley had arrived at Coimbra and told him that 30,000 British troops, of who 0 at least were cavalry, would fall upon Franceschi that day. Thus, owing to his conference with Argenton, Wellesley lost the chance of surprising Soult, who was warned of the oncoming storm exactly at the moment when it was most important that he should still be kept in the dark as to the force that was marching against him. Soult sent back Argenton to his prison after threatening him with death, but uncertain as to the number of the conspirators, he was thrown for a moment into a state of doubt and alarm. He probably suspected Loyson and Lahousse of being in the plot against him, as well as the real traitors, possibly Mermet also. Feeling the ground, as it were, trembling beneath his feet, he began to make instant preparations for retreat. Orders were sent to Franceschi to fall back on Oporto, and not to risk anything by an attempt to hold off Wellesley longer than was prudent. Loyson was informed that he must clear the road beyond Amarant, as the army was about to retire by the Trás-os-Montes, and he would now form its advanced guard. Lorges at Braga was directed to gather in the small fractions of Houdelot's division, which had been left at Viana and other places in the north, and to march in their company upon Amarant by the way of Guimarines. The marshal saw, with some dismay, that these isolated detachments would not be able to join the main body till the 14th or 15th of May. It was necessary to hold Oporto as long as possible in order to give them time to come up. Next day Soult contrived to extort some more information from the unstable Argenton. Receiving a promise of life for himself and pardon for his fellow conspirators, which the marshal apparently granted, because he thought that accurate information concerning the plot would be worth more to him than the right to shoot the plotters, the captain gave up the names of all the leaders. Much relieved to find that none of his generals were implicated, Soult did no more than arrest the two colonels, Lafitte and Donadieu, leaving the smaller fry untouched. He kept his promise to Argenton by hushing up the whole matter. The colonels suffered no harm beyond their arrest. Argenton escaped from custody, probably by collusion with the officer placed in charge of his person, and got back to the English lines the day after the capture of Oporto. Some months later, he secretly revisited France, was recognized, captured, and shot on the plain of Grenelle. At the very moment when Soult was cross-examining Argenton, issuing hurried orders for the concentration of his troops, and preparing for a retreat upon Amarant, Wellesley's advanced guard was drawing near the Vouga and making ready to pounce upon Franceschi. Two roads lead northward from Coimbra, the main chaussée to Oporto, which runs inland via Pont de Vouga and Ferra, and a minor route near the coast, which passes by Aveiro and Ovar. 5 of Wellesley's brigades and the whole of his cavalry marched by the former route. Moving forward under the screen of Trant's militia, which still held the line of the Vouga, they were to fall on the enemy's front at dawn on May 10. The 5 squadrons of the 14th Anth Light Dragoons under Cotton led the advance. Then followed the infantry of Edward Paget, the 2 brigades of Murray and Richard Stewart. Sherbrooke's column marched in support, 10 miles to the rear. It was intended that the whole mass should rush in upon Franceschi's pickets and roll them in upon his main body before the advance from Coimbra was suspected. Unhappily, Soult had already warned his cavalry commander of the coming storm upon the 9th, and he was not caught unprepared. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 infantry brigades of Wellesley's army, those of Hill and Cameron, were to execute a turning movement against Francesca's flank. Orders had been sent to the magistrates of the town of Aveiro, bidding them collect all the fishing boats which were to be found in the great lagoon at the mouth of the Vouga, a broad sheet of shallow water and sandbanks which extends for 15 miles parallel to the sea, only separated from it by a narrow spit of dry ground. At the northern end of this system of inland waterways is the town of Ovar, which lay far behind Francesca's rear. Hill was directed to ship his men upon the boats and to throw them ashore at Ovar, where they were to fall upon the flank of the French, when they should be driven past them by the frontal advance of the main body. If all had gone well, the French detachment might have been annihilated. Francesca had with him no more than the 4 weak cavalry regiments of his own division, not more than 1,200 sabres, with 1 light battery and a single regiment of infantry. But not far behind him was the rest of Mermet's division, 11 battalions of infantry with a strength of some 3,500 men. 1 regiment, the 31st Leger, lay at Ferra near Ovar, while Ferry's brigade was 5 miles further back at Grigian. On the night of the 9th, the British advanced guard reached the Vouga. After only a few hours, repose the cavalry mounted again at 1 a.m. and pushed forward in order to fall upon the enemy at daybreak. The night march turned out a failure, as such enterprises often do in an unexplored countryside seamed with rocks and ravines. The rear of the cavalry column got astray and fell far behind the leading squadrons. Much time was lost in marching and countermarching, and at dawn the brigade found itself still some way from Albergaria Nova, the village where Francesca's headquarters were established. It was already 5 o'clock when they fell in with and drove back the French outlying pickets. Shortly after they came upon the whole of Francesca's division, drawn out in battle array on a rough moor behind the village, with a few companies of infantry placed in a wood on their flank and their battery in front of their line. General Cotton saw that there was no chance of a surprise and very wisely declined to attack a slightly superior force of all arms with the 1,000 sabres of his 2 regiments. He resolved to wait for the arrival of Richard Stuart's infantry brigade, the leading part of the main column. When Francesca advanced against him, he refused to fight and drew back a little. Thus some hours of the morning were wasted, till at last there arrived on the Field Lanes battery and a battalion of the 16th Portuguese, followed by the 29th and the 1st Battalion of detachments. Like the cavalry, the infantry had been much delayed during the hours of darkness, mainly by the impossibility of getting the guns up the rocky defile beyond the Vouga, where several caissons had broken down in the roadway. It was only after daylight had come that they were extricated and got forward on to the upland where lies the village of Albergaria. Wellesley himself came up along with Stuart's brigade and had the mortification of seeing all his scheme miscarry, owing to the tardiness of the arrival of his infantry. For at the very moment when Francesca caught sight of the distant bayonets winding up the road, he hastily went to the rear, leaving the 1st Hussars alone in position as a rearguard. This regiment was charged by the 16th Light Dragoons and driven in with some small loss. Under cover of this skirmish, the French division got away in safety through the town of Oliveira de Asmes, which lay behind them, and after making 2 more ineffectual demonstrations of a desire to stand, fell back on the heights of Grigian, where Mermet's infantry division was awaiting them. The whole day's fighting had been futile but spectacular. "I must note," says an eyewitness, "the beautiful effect of our engagement. It commenced about sunrise on one of the finest spring mornings possible, on an immense tract of heath, with a pine wood in rear of the enemy. So little was the slaughter, and so regular the maneuvering, that it all appeared more like a sham fight on Wimbledon Common than an action in a foreign country." The picturesque side of the day's work must have been small consolation to Wellesley, who thus saw the first stroke of his campaign foiled by the chances of a night march in a rugged country, a lesson which he took to heart, for he rarely, if ever again, attempted a surprise at dawn in an unexplored region. An equal disappointment had taken place on the flank near the sea. Hill's brigade had marched down to Aveiro, where the local authorities had worked with excellent zeal and collected a considerable number of boats, enough to carry 1,500 men at a trip. During the night of the 9th-10th, the flotilla was engaged in sailing up the long lagoon which leads to Ovar. It was quite early in the morning when the brigade came to land, and if Franceschi had been driven in at an early hour, he would have found Hill in a most threatening position on his flank. But the French cavalry was still 10 or 12 miles away, engaged in its bloodless demonstration against Cotton's brigade. Finding from the peasants that there were French infantry encamped quite close to him at Ferrara, and that the English main column was still at a distance, Hill kept his men within the walls of Ovar, instead of engaging in an attempt to intercept Franceschi's retreat. He was probably quite right, as it would have been dangerous to thrust 3 battalions without cavalry or guns between Mermet's troops at Ferrara and the retiring columns of the French horsemen. Hill therefore sent back his boats to bring up Cameron's brigade from Aveiro and remained quiet all the morning. At noon, his pickets were driven in by French infantry. Mermet had at last heard of his arrival and had sent out the 3 battalions of the 31st Leger from Ferrara to contain him and protect Franceschi's flank. The Voltigeur companies of this force pressed in upon Hill, but would not adventure themselves too far. The afternoon was spent in futile skirmishing, but at last the retreating French cavalry went by at a great pace, and the English light dragoons, following them in hot pursuit, came up with the 31st Leger. Hill, seeing himself once more in touch with his friends, now pushed out of Ovar in force, and pressed on the French Voltigeur companies, which hastily retired, fell back on their regiment, and ultimately retired with it, and rejoined Mermet's main body on the heights above Grigion. The skirmishing had been almost bloodless. Hill lost not a single man, and the French infantry only half a dozen wounded. On the morning of May 11, therefore, Hill's troops on the left and Cotton's and Pagot's on the right lay opposite the position which Mermet and Franceschi had taken up. Sherbrooke was still more than 10 miles to the rear, having barely crossed the Vouga, while Cameron had not yet sailed up from Aveiro. Wellesley had therefore some 1,500 cavalry and 0 infantry under his hand, with which to assail the 1,200 horse and 200 foot of the 2 French divisions. The enemy was strongly posted. Grigion lies in a valley, with woods and orchards around it, and a steep hillside at its back. The French tirailleurs held the village and the thickly wooded slopes on each side of it. Behind them, the 15 battalions of Mermet were partly visible among the trees on the skyline of the heights. Wellesley was anxious to see whether the enemy intended to hold his ground or would retire before a demonstration. He therefore threw the light companies of Richard Stewart's brigade into the woods on each side of Grigion. A furious fire at once broke out, and the advancing line of skirmishers could make no headway. Realizing that the French intended to fight a serious rearguard action, Wellesley refused to indulge them with a frontal attack and determined to turn both their flanks. While Cotton's cavalry and the 2 English battalions of Stewart's brigade drew up opposite their center, Murray's Germans marched off to the left to get beyond Mermet's flank, while Colonel Doyle, with the battalion of the 16th Portuguese, which belonged to Stewart's brigade, entered the woods on the extreme right. Hill's brigade, a mile or 2 to the left of Murray, pushed forward on the Ovar-Porto road, at a rate which would soon have brought them far beyond the enemy's rear. The meaning of these movements was not long hidden from the French. The 1st and battalions of the King's German Legion, led by Brigadier Langworth, were soon pressing upon their right flank, while the Portuguese battalion plunged into the woods on the other wing with great resolution. Wellesley himself was watching this part of the advance with much interest. It was the first time that he had sent his native allies into the firing line, and he was anxious to see how they would behave. They surpassed his expectations. The 16th was a good regiment, with a number of students of the University of Coimbra in its ranks. They plunged into the thickets without a moment's hesitation, and in a few minutes the retiring sound of the musketry showed that they were making headway in the most promising style. This sight was an enormous relief to the commander-in-chief. If the Portuguese could be trusted in line of battle, his task became immeasurably more easy. "You are in error in supposing that these troops will not fight," he wrote to a downhearted correspondent. "One battalion has behaved remarkably well under my own eyes." Mermet and Franceschi did not hesitate for long. When they saw their flank guard beaten in upon either side and heard that Hill was marching upon their rear, they gave orders for their whole line to retire without delay. The plateau behind them was so cut up with stone walls enclosing fields that the cavalry could be of no use in covering the retreat, so Franceschi went to the rear first at a round trot. Mermet followed, leaving the 3 battalions of the 31st Leger to act as a rearguard. The whole British line now pressed in as fast as was possible in the woods and lanes. The infantry could never overtake the enemy, but 2 squadrons of the 16th Anth Light Dragoons, galloping along the high road, came up with Mermet's rear a mile beyond the brow of the hill. Charles Stuart, who was leading them on, was one of those cavalry officers who thoroughly believe in their arm and think that it can go anywhere and do anything. He at once ordered Major Blake of the 20th to charge the enemy, though the French were retiring along a narrow chaussee bordered with stone walls. Fortunately for the dragoons, their opponents were already shaken in morale. The 3 battalions were not well together, isolated companies were still coming in from the flanks, and the colonel of the 31st had completely lost his head. On being charged, the rearguard fired a volley, which brought down the front files of the pursuing cavalry, but then wavered, broke, and began scrambling over the walls to escape out of the high road into the fields. There followed a confused melee, for the English dragoons also leaped the walls and tried to follow the broken enemy among thickets and ploughland. Of those of the French who fled down the high road, many were sabred, and a considerable number captured. Indeed, the eagle of the regiment was in considerable danger for some time. But the British had no supports at hand. They scattered in reckless pursuit of the men who had taken to the fields, and many were shot down when they had got entangled among trees and walls. However, the charge, if somewhat reckless, was on the whole successful. The dragoons lost no more than 10 killed, 1 officer and 30 troopers wounded, with 8 or 10 missing, while the French regiment into which they had burst left behind it over 100 prisoners and nearly as many killed and wounded. For the rest of the day, Mermet and Franceschi continued to fall back before the advancing British, without making more than a momentary stand. At dusk, they reached Villanova, the transpontine suburb of Oporto, which they evacuated during the night. The moment that they had crossed the bridge of boats, Soult caused it to be blown up, and vainly believed himself secure, now that the broad and rapid Douro was rolling between him and his enemy. The total loss of the French in the day's fighting had been about 250 men, of who were prisoners. That of the British was 2 officers and 19 men killed, 6 officers and 63 men wounded, and 16 men missing. Nearly half the casualties were in the ranks of the 2 squadrons of dragoons. The rest were divided between the light companies of the 1st Battalion of Detachments, the 1st and Battalions of the German Legion, and the 16th Portuguese. On the night of the 11th-12th, when Mermet and Franceschi had joined him, Soult had collected in Oporto the main body of his army. He had in hand of cavalry Franceschi's 4 regiments, and of infantry 15 battalions of Mermet's division, 7 battalions of Merle's, forming Reynaud's brigade, and 7 of de Labourd's, a force in all of about 10,000 bayonets and 200 sabres. Only a few miles away, at Balta, on the road to Amarant, were Caulaincourt's dragoons and the remaining regiment of de Labourd's division, an additional force of somewhat over 2,000 men. With 13,000 men at his disposal and a splendid position behind the Douro, he imagined that he might retreat at leisure, maintaining the line of the impassable river for some days more. He intended to hold Oporto long enough to enable Loyson to clear the road to Villarreal, and to allow Lorges and the belated troops from the north time to march in to Amarant. He was somewhat vexed to have received no news from Loyson for 4 days, but when last heard of, that general was moving forward into the Trás-os-Montes, with orders to push on and open a way for the army as far as the Spanish border. Silveira having retired to the south bank of the Douro, the marshal had no doubt that Loyson would easily brush away the Ordinanza and open for the whole corps d'armée the passage to Zamora and the plains of Leon. Meanwhile, the only danger which the marshal feared was that Wellesley might send forward the fleet of fishing boats which had carried Hill to Ova, bring them to the estuary of the Douro, and use them to pass troops across its lowest reach, just within the bar at its mouth. Accordingly, he told Franceschi to patrol carefully the 5 miles of the river that lie between Oporto and the sea. The infantry was comfortably housed in the city, with pickets watching the quays. Every boat on the river, as it was supposed, had either been destroyed or brought over to the north bank. Wellesley would, as Soult calculated, be compelled to spend several days in making his preparations for passing the Douro, since he had no means of pushing his army across the broad stream, save the fishing smacks which he might bring round from the lagoon of Ova. The Marshal, therefore, was quite at his ease, even though he knew that Wellesley's vanguard was at Villanova in force. He imagined that he could count on ample time for the evacuation of Oporto and began to make arrangements for a leisurely retreat. His first care was to send off eastward all his convalescents, his reserve ammunition, and his wheeled vehicles, of which he had collected a fair supply during his 7 weeks' halt at Oporto. These were to march, under the convoy of Mermet's division, during the course of the morning. The other troops from Merle's and de Laborde's divisions, together with Francesca's horse, were to watch the lower Douro and check any attempt of the British to cross. The Marshal was himself lodged at a villa on the high ground west of the city, from which he commanded a fine view of the whole valley from Oporto to the sea. The view upstream was blocked by the hill crowned by the Serra convent, where the river makes a slight bend in order to get round the projecting heights on the southern bank. So thoroughly were both Soult and his staff impressed with the idea that Wellesley would endeavor to operate below, and not above, the city, that while the lower reaches of the Douro were watched with the greatest care, a very inefficient lookout was kept on the banks above Oporto. There would seem to have been but a single battalion placed in that direction, and this small force was lying far back from the river, with no proper system of pickets thrown forward to the water's edge. Yet the opposite bank was full of cover, of thickets, gardens, and olive groves, screening several lanes and bypaths that had led down to ferries. Such of the boats as had not been scuttled had been brought over to the north bank, but they were not all protected by proper guards. All this was inexcusably careless. The main blame must fall on the Marshal for his party pris in refusing to look upstream, though some must also be reserved for General Quesnel, the governor of Oporto, and for Foy, the brigadier whose battalions were in charge of the eastern suburb of the city. But the fact was that none of the French officers dreamed of the possibility that Wellesley might make an attempt, on the very morning of his arrival, to cross the tremendous obstacle interposed in his way by the rolling stream of the Douro. That he would deliver a frontal attack on them in full daylight was beyond the limits of the probable. They had no conception of the enterprise of the man with whom they had to deal. There was this amount of truth in their view, that the British general would not have made his daring stroke at Oporto, unless he had ascertained that the carelessness of his adversaries had placed an unexpected chance in his hands. By 10 o'clock in the morning, Wellesley had concentrated behind Villa Nova the whole of his force. The 3 columns of Paget, Hill, and Sherbrooke were now up in line. They were kept out of sight of the enemy, some in the lateral lanes of the suburb, but the majority hidden behind the back slope of the hills, where orchards and vineyards gave them complete cover from observers on the northern bank. While the troops were coming up, Sir Arthur mounted the Serra height and reconnoitred the whole countryside from the garden of the convent. He had with him Portuguese notables who were well acquainted with Oporto and its suburbs, including several persons who had come over the river on the preceding day, and could give him some notion of the general disposition and emplacement of the French army. Sweeping the valley with his glasses, he could see Francesca's vedettes moving about on the heights downstream, and heavy columns of infantry forming up outside the northeastern gates of the city. At 11 o'clock, this body moved off, escorting a long train of wagons. It was Mermet's division starting for Amarant in charge of Soult's convoy of sick and reserve artillery. On the quays, below the broken bridge, many French pickets were visible, ensconced at the openings of the streets which lead down to the water. But turning his glass to the right, Wellesley could note that upstream matters looked very quiet. The rocky banks above the deep-sunk river were deserted, and nothing was visible among the gardens and scattered houses of the southeastern suburb. It was possible that French troops might be ensconced there, but no sign of them was to be seen. Many intelligence officers had already been sent off to scour the southern bank of the river and to ascertain whether by any chance the enemy had overlooked some of the boats belonging to the riverside villages. In a short time, 2 valuable pieces of news were brought up to the commander-in-chief. The large ferry boat at Barca d'Aventas, 4 miles above the city, had been scuttled, but not injured beyond the possibility of hasty repairs. It was already being bailed out and mended by the villagers. Nearer at hand, a still more important discovery was made. Colonel Waters, one of the best scouts in the army, had met, not far south of the suburban village of Cabranlos, an Oporto refugee, a barber by trade, who had crossed over from the north bank in a small skiff, which he had hidden in a thicket. The man reported that the opposite bank was for the moment unguarded by the French, and pointed to 4 large wine barges lying stranded below the brink of the northern shore, with no signs of an enemy in charge. Yet the position was one which should have been well watched. Here a massive building, the bishop's seminary, surrounded by a high garden wall, lies with its back to the water. It was an isolated structure, standing well outside the eastern suburb, in fairly open ground, which could be easily swept by artillery fire from the dominating position of the Serra Heights. Waters had with him as guide the prior of Amarant, and by his aid collected 3 or 4 peasants from the neighboring cottages. After some persuasion from the ecclesiastic, these men and the barber consented to join the British officer in a raid on the stranded barges on the further bank. It was a hazardous undertaking, for one French picket had lately been seen to pass by, and another might appear at any moment. But the necessary half-hour was obtained. Waters and his fellows entered the barber's skiff, crossed the river unseen, got the 4 barges afloat, and returned with them to the southern bank. They turned out to be big, clumsy vessels, capable of holding some 30 men apiece. The explorer had noted that the seminary buildings above were perfectly empty. On receiving this intelligence, Wellesley resolved to take the chance which the fates offered him. If the French had shown themselves alert and vigilant, he could not have dared to throw troops across the river into their midst. But they seemed asleep at high noon, and their manifest negligence encouraged him. His mind was soon made up. He ordered Murray with 2 battalions of his brigade, 2 guns, and 2 squadrons of the 14th Light Dragoons to march hard for Barcadaventas, cross on the ferry, and seize a position on the opposite bank capable of being defended against superior numbers. But this, as the small force employed sufficiently demonstrates, was only intended as a diversion. The main blow was to be delivered nearer at hand. Wellesley had resolved to endeavor to seize the abandoned seminary and to throw his main body across the river at this point, if possible. The local conditions made the scheme less rash, in fact, than it appears on the map. The east end of the Serra Hill completely commands all the ground about the seminary. 3 batteries were quietly pushed into the convent garden and trained upon the roads leading to that isolated building, one along the shore, the other further inland. If the place could once be seized, it would be possible to protect its garrison by fire across the water. There were only 2 artillery positions on the French bank from which the seminary could be battered. One, close to the water's edge, was completely under the guns of the Serra convent. The other, on the heights, by the chapel of Bom Fin, was rather distant and could not be used against boats crossing the river, as they would be invisible to gunners working on this emplacement. Cannon placed there might do some damage to the seminary buildings, but could not prevent the garrison from being reinforced. Realizing all this at a glance, Wellesley hurried down Hill's brigade to the water's edge, and the moment that the leading company of the Buffs had got on board the barges, bade them push off. In a quarter of an hour, the first vessel was over, and a subaltern and 25 men rushed up into the empty enclosure of the seminary and closed the big iron gate opening into the Valongo road, which formed its only land exit. The men from the other barges were just behind. They set themselves to lining the garden wall and to piling up wood and earth against it, in order to give themselves a standing place from which they could fire over the coping. The barges went back with all speed and were again loaded and sent off. Meanwhile, Wellesley and his staff were looking down in breathless anxiety on the quiet bend of the river, the silent suburb, and the toiling vessels. At any moment the alarm might be given, and masses of the enemy might debouch from the city and dash in upon the seminary before enough men were across to hold it. For the best part of an hour, the commander-in-chief must have been fully aware that his daring move might end only in the annihilation of 2 or 3 companies of a good old regiment, and a check that would appear as the righteous retribution for recklessness. But no stir was seen in Oporto. The barges crossed for a second time unmolested. On their 3rd trip, they carried over General Edward Paget, whom Wellesley had placed in command of the whole movement. More than half the Buffs had passed, and the seminary was beginning to be adequately manned, when at last some shots were heard outside the gates, and a few minutes later a line of French tirailleurs, supported by 3 battalions in column, came rushing down upon the enclosures. A full hour had passed between the moment when the first boatload of British soldiers had been thrown across the river and the time when the French discovered them. The Douro above Oporto. Wellesley's passage of the Douro. N.B. The trees on the cliff to the right are close outside the enclosure of the Serra convent. The roof of the seminary is just visible over the crest of the hill on the other bank. In the background are the low slopes above Aventas. The fact was that the enemy's commander was in bed and his staff breakfasting. The Duke of Dalmatia had sat up all night dictating dispatches and making his arrangements for a leisurely flitting, for he intended to stay 2 days longer in Oporto so as to cover the march of his other divisions towards Amarante and Villarreal. His desk work finished, he went to bed at about 9 o'clock, in full confidence that he was well protected by the river, and that Wellesley was probably engaged in the laborious task of bringing up boats to the mouth of the Douro, which would occupy him for at least 24 hours. The staff were taking their coffee after a late déjeuner when the hoofbeats of a furious rider startled them, and a moment later Brossard, the aide-de-camp of General Foy, burst into the villa shouting that the English had got into the town. Led to the marshal's bedside, he hurriedly explained that Foy had just discovered the enemy passing by boats into the seminary and was massing his brigade for an attack upon them. The marshal started up, sent his staff flying in all directions to warn the outlying troops, ordered all the remaining impedimenta to be sent off on the Valongo road, and dispatched Brossard back to Foy to tell him to push the English into the river. He was hardly dressed and on horseback when the noise of a distant fusillade, followed by heavy artillery fire, gave the news that the attack on the seminary had already begun. It had been only at 10:30 that Foy, riding along the heights by the chapel of Bomfin, had been informed that there were boats on the river, filled with red-coated soldiery. It took him well nigh 3/4 of an hour to bring up his nearest regiment, the 17th Leger, and only at 11:30 did the attack on the seminary begin. The 3 battalions beset the northern and western sides of the seminary and made a vigorous attempt to break in, while some guns were hurried down to the river bank just below the building to fire upon the barges that were bringing up reinforcements. Wellesley, from his eyrie on the Serra Heights, had been watching for the long-expected outburst of the French. The moment that they came pressing forward, he gave orders for the 18 guns in the convent garden to open upon them. The first shot fired, a round of shrapnel from the 5.5-inch howitzer of Lane's battery, burst just over the leading French gun on the further bank, as it was in the act of unlimbering, dismounted the piece, and by an extraordinary chance, killed or wounded every man and horse attached to it. A moment later came the blast of the other 17 guns, which swept the level ground to the west of the seminary with awful effect. The French attack reeled back, and the survivors fled from the open ground into the houses of the suburb, leaving the disabled cannon behind them. Again and again they tried to creep forward, to flank the English stronghold, and to fire at the barges as they went and came, but on every occasion they were swept away by the hail of shrapnel. They could, therefore, only attack the seminary on its northern front, where the buildings lay between them and the Serra Height, and so screen them from the artillery. But in half an hour the 17th Leger was beaten off and terribly mauled. They had to cross an open space, the Prado do Bispo, in order to get near their adversaries, and the fire from the garden wall, the windows, and the flat roof of the edifice swept them away before they could close. Meanwhile the English suffered little. The only serious loss sustained was that of General Edward Paget, whose arm was shattered by a bullet. He was replaced in command by Hill, who, like him, had crossed in one of the earlier barges. The number of troops in the building was always growing larger. The buffs were all across, and the 66th Anth were beginning to follow. After a short slackening in the engagement, General de Laborde came up, with the 3 battalions of the 70th of the line to support his brigadier. This new force executed a far more sustained and desperate attack on the seminary than had their predecessors. Hill in his letters home called it the serious attack. But it had no better fortune than the last. 1,000 English infantry, comfortably ensconced behind stone walls and protected on their flanks by the storm of shot and shell from the opposite bank of the river, could not easily be moved. So well indeed were they covered that in 3 hours fighting they only lost 77 men, while the open ground outside was thickly strewn with the dead and wounded Frenchmen. Soult was now growing desperate. He ordered up from the city Raynaud's brigade, which had hitherto guarded the quays in the neighborhood of the broken bridge. His intention was to make one more attack on the seminary, and if that failed, to draw off in the direction of Valongo and Amarante. This move made an end of his chances. He had forgotten to reckon with the Portuguese. The moment that the quays were left unguarded, hundreds of citizens poured out of their houses and ran down to the water's edge, where they launched all the boats that had been drawn ashore and took them over to the English bank. Richard Stuart's brigade and the guards who had been waiting under cover of the houses of Villanova immediately began to embark, and in a few moments the passage had begun. The 29th was first formed up on the northern bank and dashed up the main street into the city, meeting little or no opposition. The 1st Battalion of detachments and the Guards brigade soon followed. In half an hour they had come upon the flank of the French force which was attacking the seminary, and had taken in the rear and captured one of Soult's reserve batteries, whose horses were shot down before they could escape along a narrow lane. As the British went pouring through Oporto, the whole population, half mad with joy, stood cheering at the windows and on the roofs, waving their handkerchiefs and shouting viva. The rabble poured down into the streets and began to attack the French wounded, so that Sherbrooke had to detach a company to protect them from assassination. When Soult found himself thus attacked in the flank, he saw that there was no more to be done, and bade the whole army retreat at full speed along the road to Valongo and Balta. They went off in a confused mass, the regiments all mingled together, and the artillery jammed in the midst of the column. Hill came out of the seminary and joined in the pursuit, which was urged for 3 miles. They made no fight, writes an eyewitness. Every man seemed running for his life, throwing away their knapsacks and arms, so that we had only the trouble of making many prisoners every instant, all begging for quarter and surrendering with great good humor. The French army might have been still further mauled, and indeed almost destroyed, if Wellesley's detached force under Murray had been well handled by its commander. The 2 battalions of the German Legion, with their attendant squadrons of the 14th Light Dragoons, had crossed the Douro at the ferry of Barca di Aventas wholly unopposed. It was a slow business, but the detachment was over long ere Soult had abandoned his attack on the seminary. Advancing cautiously along the river bank, Murray suddenly saw the whole French army come pouring past him in total disorder on the line of the Valongo road. He might have made an attempt to throw himself across their path, or at least have fallen upon their flank and endeavored to cut the column in 2, but thinking them far too strong for his small force, and forgetting their demoralization, he halted and allowed them to go by. When all had passed, General Charles Stuart, who had been sent in search of Murray by the commander-in-chief, came galloping up to the force and took from it a squadron of the 14th, with which he made a dash at the enemy's last troops. The French had now formed a sort of rearguard, but the dragoons rode into it without hesitation. The French generals were bringing up the rear and trying to keep their men steady. De Laborde was unhorsed and for a moment was a prisoner, but escaped owing to his captor being killed. Foy received a saber cut on the shoulder. The infantry broke, and nearly 300 of them were cut off and captured. But the dragoons also suffered heavily. Of about 110 men who took part in the charge, no less than 35 men were killed and wounded. Murray, who watched the whole skirmish from his position on a neighboring hillside, gave no assistance to his cavalry, though the intervention of his 2 battalions would have led to the capture of the whole of Soult's rearguard. It was to infantry of Sherbrooke's division that the dragoons turned over their prisoners before rejoining their other squadron. So ended the Battle of Oporto, daring in its conception, splendidly successful in its execution, yet not so decisive as it might have been, had Murray but done his duty during the pursuit. The British loss was astoundingly small, only 23 killed, 98 wounded, and 2 missing, Among the dead, there was not a single officer. The wounded included a general, Paget, and 3 majors. The casualties of the French were, as was natural, much greater. The attacks on the seminary had cost them dear. They lost about 300 killed and wounded and nearly as many prisoners in the field, while more than 1,500 sick and wounded were captured in the hospitals of Oporto. The trophies consisted of the 6 field pieces taken during the fighting, a great number of baggage wagons, and 52 Portuguese guns, dismounted but fit for further service, which were found in the arsenal. Soult had destroyed, before retreating, the rest of the cannon which he had captured in the Portuguese lines on March 29. Section 14, Chapter 3. Soult's retreat from Oporto. The headlong charge of Hervé's squadron of the 14th Light Dragoons was the last molestation, which fell to the lot of Soult's retreating column on the afternoon of May 12. Marching till dark, the disordered infantry encamped at Balta, 10 miles from Oporto, where they fell in with the detached regiment of de Laborde's division and with Caulaincourt's dragoons, who had been guarding this halfway stage between Amarante and Oporto ever since Loyson had marched on into the Trás-os-Montes 10 days before. Of the rest of the French army, Franceschi, always in the post of danger, covered the rear at Valongo, just west of Balta. Mermet, with the division that had marched from Oporto before Wellesley's attack was developed, had encamped on the Sousa River, 4 miles ahead of the main column. The Marshal had thus nearly 13,000 men concentrated and proposed next day to push on for Amarante in the wake of Loyson, who, as he supposed, must now be well ahead in the Trás-os-Montes, clearing for him the way into Spain. It was disquieting, however, to find that no news from that general had yet come to hand. Indeed, he had not been heard of since May 7, when he was just starting out on his expedition. Wherever Loyson might be, the Marshal was bound to follow him in haste, since it was certain that Wellesley would be close at his heels, and that no time was to be lost in lingering. At 1:30 in the morning, Soult was roused from sleep and informed that the long-expected messenger from Loyson had at last arrived. The news which he brought was nothing less than appalling. The French detached corps had been not only checked, but beaten, the bridge of Amarante had been lost, and Loyson was hastily retreating to the northwest at the moment that his chief was moving eastward to join him. Beresford's turning movement, in fact, had been completely successful, far more so than Wellesley had thought likely. He had not only succeeded in placing himself across the French line of retreat into Spain, but had beaten Loyson and thrown him back into Soult's arms. What had happened was shortly this. On May 8, Beresford had picked up Wilson's detachment at Viseu. On the 10th, he had met Silvera at Lamigo. He had thus concentrated some 10,500 or 11,000 men, all Portuguese save Tilson's brigade and the single squadron of the 14th Light Dragoons. Learning at Lamigo that, as late as the 9th, Loyson was still in the neighborhood of Amarante and had not yet penetrated far into the Trás-os-Montes, Beresford resolved to take the risk of passing the Douro and to throw his army directly across the path of the advancing French. On the 10th, the same day on which the force from Coimbra reached Lamigo, he sent Silvera over the river by the bridge of Paso de Rigoa, which had never passed out of the hands of the Portuguese and had a strong tête de pont on its northern side. Silvera had barely crossed when Loyson, who had spent the previous day at Mesamfrio, 10 miles away on the Amarante road, came up against him with Hudilit's and Sarrat's infantry and Marisse's dragoons, about 6,500 sabres and bayonets. Emboldened by having entrenchments to help him, and by knowing that Beresford was close behind, Silvera stood firm at the tête de pont and accepted battle. Loyson was somewhat discouraged by his adversary's confidence and did not fail to note the masses of troops on the southern bank of the Douro, which were moving up to the bridge to support Silvera. However, late in the afternoon he attacked the Portuguese, but was steadily met and beaten off with some loss. Thereupon he drew back and retired to Mesamfrio. On the following day, May 11, he continued his retreat to Amarante, closely pursued by Silvera, who kept driving in his rearguard wherever it attempted to make a stand. Beresford, meanwhile, brought his own troops across the Douro on May 11 in the wake of Silvera's division. On the 12th, he pushed forward to Amarant, intending to fight Loyson if the latter should try to hold his ground beyond the bridge. But on his approach, he found that the French rearguard, Sarrat's brigade, had already been driven across the water by the Portuguese. The bridge, however, still remained in Loyson's hands, and as it was no less defensible from the eastern than from the western bank, the army could get no further forward. Matters were now at a deadlock, for if Beresford could not cross the Tamega, it was clear that Loyson, even if heavily reinforced from Oporto, would not be able to force the imposing position on the heights commanding the bridge, which was now held by 11,000 men, including British brigade, but he might and should have continued to hold the town and the bridgehead till further orders reached him from Soult. Instead of doing so, he made up his mind to retreat at once and marched off early on the evening of May 12 along the road to Guimarines and Braga. Thus, at the moment when Soult was retiring on Amarant, Loyson abandoned the position which covered his chief's chosen line of retreat. Moreover, he was so tardy in sending news of his intentions to headquarters that the aide-de-camp who bore his dispatch only reached Balter after midnight on the 12th-13th. This was the first report that Soult had received from him since May 8. It was a military crime of the highest magnitude that he had neither informed his chief of the check at Paso de Regoa on the 10th, nor of his retreat to Amarant on the 11th. Knowledge of these facts would have been invaluable to the marshal, since it would have shown him that the route through the Trás-os-Montes was blocked, and that he must not count upon an undisturbed retreat into Spain. If he had known of this, he would not have evacuated Oporto by the Balter road, but would have been forced to march northward on Braga or Guimarines instead of due east. So strange, in fact, was Loyson's slackness, that Soult's advocates have not hesitated to accuse him of deliberate treachery and have hinted that he was engaged in Argenton's plot, a hypothesis which would have explained his conduct clearly enough. But as a matter of fact, Argenton's revelations to Wellesley show that this was not the case, and that the conspirators looked upon Loyson and de Laborde as the two officers who were most likely to give them trouble. It must therefore have been sheer military incapacity and disgust at the whole Portuguese expedition, which lay at the bottom of Loyson's misbehavior. Disbelieving in Soult's plan of campaign, he was probably bent on compelling his chief to retire to Braga, and was, of course, quite ignorant of the fact that Wellesley's capture of Oporto had changed the whole face of affairs, and that the retreat in that direction was no longer open. Despondent, tired out by the work of the preceding day, and suffering physically from a heavy fall from his horse during the retreat, Soult was roused from his slumbers to read Loyson's disastrous dispatch. When he had made out its full meaning, he was appalled. All his plans were shattered, and he was clearly in imminent danger, for Wellesley from Oporto and Beresford from Amarant might converge upon him in the morning, with nearly 30,000 men, if it should chance that they had made out his position. No help could come from Loyson, who, having now reached Guimarines, was separated from the main body by the roadless expanse of the rugged Serra de Santa Catalina. Eastward lay one hostile force, westward another, to the south was the impassable Douro, to the north the inhospitable mountains. It was useless to think of making a desperate dash at Beresford's army. In open ground, an attack on the Portuguese might have been practicable, but the bridge of Amarant was a post impossible to force in a hurry, and while the attack on it was in progress, it was certain that Wellesley would come up from the rear. The situation and the results of Balin would inevitably be reproduced. Realizing this, the Duke of Dalmatia came to the conclusion that the only course open to him was to abandon everything that could not be carried on his men's backs, and to make a desperate attempt to cross the Serra de Santa Catalina before the news of his straits had reached the enemy. He imagined that there must be some sort of a footpath from Balter or Penafield to Guimarines. In a thickly peopled country like northern Portugal, the hillfolk have short cuts of their own. The only difficulty for the stranger is to discover them. Hasty inquiries in the bivouac of the army produced a Navarre camp follower, who said that he knew the localities and could point out a bad mule track, which climbed the hillside above the Sousa torrent and came down into the valley of the Ave, not far south of Guimarines. It was the kind of path in which the army would meet every sort of difficulty, and where the head of the column might be stopped by a couple of hundred ordinanza, if it should chance that the Portuguese peasantry were on the alert. But it seemed the only practicable way out of the situation, and the marshal resolved to try it. At daybreak the army was warned of its danger, and wasting no time on councils of war or elaborate orders, Soult sent round word that the troops were to abandon everything that could not be carried on the backs of men or horses, and to take to the hills. An immense mass of baggage and plunder had to be left on the banks of the Sousa, including the whole of the heavy convoy which Mermet had escorted out of Oporto on the previous day. The marshal even decided that the infantry should turn out of their knapsacks everything except food and cartridges, an order which those who had in their possession gold plate and other valuable plunder of small bulk took care to disobey. The cannon were destroyed by being placed mouth to mouth and discharged simultaneously in pairs. As much of the reserve ammunition for infantry as could be packed in convenient bundles was laden on the backs of the artillery horses. The rest, with all the powder wagons, was collected in a mass, ready to be fired when the army should have absconded. One curious circumstance, which displays better than anything else the hurry of the retreat, is worth mentioning. The military chest of the Second Corps was well filled. It is said to have contained nearly 50,000 pounds in Portuguese silver. The marshal ordered the paymaster-in-chief to serve out all that he could to the regimental paymasters. Only 2 of these officials could be found, and they were unable to carry off more than a fraction of the money. Soult then ordered the treasure chests to be broken open and sent word that the men, as they passed, might help themselves. But hardly a soldier took advantage of the offer. They looked at the bulky bags of cruzados novos, shook their heads, and hurried on. Those who were tempted at first were seen, later in the day, tossing the weighty pieces into the ravine of the Sousa. Perceiving that there was no way of getting rid of the mass of silver, Soult at last ordered the fourgons containing it to be dragged alongside of the powder wagons. When the train was exploded, after the rearguard had passed, the money was scattered to the winds. For years after, the peasants of Peninsular were picking up stray coins on the hillside. As the French army was beginning its weary climb over the Serra de Santa Catalina, a heavy, drenching rain commenced to fall. It lasted for 3 days and added much to the miseries of the retreat, but it was not without its advantages to the fugitive host, for it kept the Portuguese peasantry indoors, and it would seem that no one in the mountain villages got wind of the movement for many hours. It was not till the French had crossed the ridge and descended, late in the dusk, on to the village of Pomero in the valley of the Ave that they began to be molested by the ordinanza. After a few shots had been fired, the peasants were driven off. Next morning Soult got into communication with Loyson, who was still lying at Guimarães with all his troops. On the same day Lorges, dragoons, and the garrison of Viana came in from the north, and the whole army, still over 20,000 strong, was reconcentrated. The first danger, that of destruction piecemeal, had been avoided. But Soult's desperate move had only warded off the peril for the moment. He had still to fear that Wellesley and Beresford might close in upon him before he could get clear of the mountains. It remains to be seen how the 2 British generals had employed the day during which the French were scaling the heights of the Serra de Santa Catalina. Wellesley had crossed in person to Oporto long ere the fighting was over, and had established his headquarters in Soult's villa on the heights, where he and his staff thought themselves fortunate in finding ready for their consumption the excellent dinner which had been prepared for the marshal. As long as daylight lasted, the British infantry continued to be ferried over to the city, but they were not all across when night fell. The artillery, the train, and all the regimental baggage was still on the wrong side of the river, and as the great bridge was destroyed beyond hope of repair, all the impedimenta had to be brought over in boats and barges. It was mainly this fact that delayed Wellesley from making an early move on the 13th. He could not advance without his guns and his reserve ammunition, and did not receive them till the day was far spent and the natural hour for marching was past. There were other circumstances which hindered him from pressing on as he would have liked to do. The infantry were tired out. They had marched more than 80 miles during the last 4 days and had fought hard at Grijon and Oporto. Human nature could do no more without a halt, and Wellesley was forced to grant it. Moreover, there was the question of food to be taken into consideration. The troops had outrun their supplies, and the provision wagons were still trailing up from Coimbra. In Oporto, no stores of any importance were discovered, for Soult had stopped collecting more than he could carry the moment that he made up his mind to retreat, and had been living from hand to mouth during the last few days of his sojourn in the city. The only thing that abounded was port wine, and from that the soldiers had to be kept away, or results disastrous to discipline would have followed. With great reluctance, therefore, Wellesley resolved to halt for a day, only sending forward Murray and the German Legion, with a couple of squadrons, along the Balta road. This brigade did not come up with Soult's rearguard, though they found ample traces of his passage in the shape of murdered stragglers and abandoned plunder. No doubt the commander-in-chief would have directed them to push on further, and have supported them with every battalion that could still march 10 miles, if only he had been aware of the fact that Beresford had got possession of the bridge of Amarant, and that the enemy was therefore in a trap. But he was only in communication with his lieutenant by the circuitous route of Lamigo and Mesamfrio, and the last news that he had received of the turning column led him to believe that it was still in the neighborhood of Villarreal, and that Loyson continued to hold the passage of the Tamega. Writing to Beresford on the night of the capture of Oporto, he desired him to make every effort to hold on to Villarreal, and to keep Soult in check till he himself could overtake him. It was not till the afternoon of the 13th that Wellesley obtained information that put him on the right track. The intelligence officer with Murray's column sent him back word that heavy explosions had been heard at Penafiel, and that the smoke of large fires was visible along the hillside above it. This gave a strong hint of what was probably taking place in that direction, but it was not till 5 in the afternoon that full information came to hand. This was brought by the Portuguese secretary of General Quesnel, who had deserted his employer and ridden back to Oporto to give the valuable news which would save him from being tried for treason for serving the enemy. He gave an accurate and detailed account of all that had happened to Soult's column, and had seen it start off on the breakneck path to Guimarines. Only about Loyson was he uncertain. That officer, he said, was probably still at Amarant, holding back Silvera and Beresford. On receipt of this important intelligence, Wellesley sent orders to Murray to press on his small force of cavalry and some mounted rifles, if he could secure horses or mules, as far as Penafiel, to verify the secretary's information. A later dispatch bade him press on to Amarant, if Loyson was still there, in order to take that officer in the rear. But if he were gone, the legionary brigade was to follow Soult over the hills towards Guimarines and Braga, and endeavor to catch up his rearguard. The orders arrived too late. Murray, on the morning of the 14th, learnt that Loyson had long ago departed, and that Soult was far on his way. He followed the marshal across the Serra de Santa Catalina, but never got near him, though he picked up many French stragglers and saw the bodies of many more who had been assassinated by the peasantry. Meanwhile, Beresford had acted with great decision, and with an intelligence which he did not always display. When, on the morning of the 13th, he found that the French had disappeared, and that Amarant, after having been thoroughly sacked, had been abandoned to him, he did not waste time in a fruitless pursuit of Loyson in the direction of Guimarines, but resolved to endeavor to cut off the retreat of the whole French army towards the north. If they had absconded by way of Braga, the chase would fall to Wellesley's share, but if they had taken the other road by Chaves, all would depend on his own movements. Accordingly, he resolved to march at once on the last named town, without waiting for orders from the commander-in-chief. Having hastily collected 3 days' provisions, he moved off himself by the high road up the valley of the Tamega, detaching Silvera and his division to strike across country and occupy the defiles of Ruivines and Salamond on the Braga-Chaves road, where it would be possible to detain, if not to stop, the retreating columns of Soult if they should take this way. While on his march, Beresford received Wellesley's letters, which prescribed to him exactly the line of conduct that he had already determined to pursue. After 3 difficult marches in drenching rain, which turned every rivulet into an almost impassable torrent, and spoilt the inadequate provision of bread which had been served out to the men, the division reached Chaves about 12 p.m. on the night of the 16th-17th. The men were absolutely exhausted, though the distance covered had not exceeded some 14 or 15 miles per day, yet the rain, the starvation, and the bad road had much thinned the ranks, and those who had kept up with the colors were dropping with fatigue. The slowness of the column's advance was certainly not Beresford's fault. He had allowed only a 6 hours halt each day on the 14th, 15th, and 16th, and had been pushing on as hard as was, humanly speaking, possible. Nevertheless, he was too late. On the 17th, the all-important day of the campaign, he held Chaves, but his troops were too tired to start early or to march far. The bad weather which made the French retreat so miserable had at least saved the flying army from its pursuers. Soult, meanwhile, had gathered in Loyson and Lorges, and his whole army was concentrated at Guimarines on the morning of the 14th. From the point where he now lay in the upper valley of the Ave, there are only 2 carriage roads, that to Amarant by which Loyson had arrived, and that to Braga. There was a bare chance that if Wellesley had received his information late and moved slowly, it might be possible to escape from him by the road to Braga. If, however, he had marched promptly from Oporto, he would be able to intercept the retreating army at that place. Soult refused to take this risk, and resolved instead to plunge once more into the mountains, and to cross the watershed between the Ave and the Cavado by a rugged hill path, no better than that which had served him between Penafiel and Guimarines. It was accordingly necessary to sacrifice all the guns, munitions, and baggage belonging to Loyson and Lorges, just as those of Mermet and de Laborde had been destroyed on the banks of the Suza. The guns were burst, the ammunition exploded, the baggage piled in heaps and burned. After this second holocaust, the army struck up a track by the Salto torrent, which ultimately brought them over the crest, and down upon the village of Lanhoso, 8 miles from Braga, and just at the foot of the position which Eben had occupied during his unhappy battle on March 20. The weather had been abominable, and the rearguard had been forced to bivouac in misery on the hills, the darkness having come down upon them before the descent into the valley of the Cavado was completed. Next morning Soult sent out Lahouse's dragoons down the valley of the Cavado towards Braga, to see if that city was already in Wellesley's hands, or whether it was still possible to escape across his front and gain the high road to Galicia. As the Marshal had feared would be the case, they met British light cavalry pushing briskly up the road towards them. It was clear that the pursuers were already in Braga, and Soult at once ordered his columns to turn their faces to the northeast and follow the road up the Cavado towards Salamond and Ruivines. The British were ere long visible in close pursuit. Sir Arthur had quitted Oporto on the 14th with his whole force except the brigade of Murray, which had already gone forth on the eastern line of pursuit, and the 20th Light Dragoons, which he had been ordered to send back to Lisbon. On that day, his army covered 22 miles of road in vile weather and slept at Villanova de Famlixa. On the 15th, the British started early, and their vanguard had already marched 12 miles and reached Braga when the French dragoons were disgrayed. The latter, seeing themselves forestalled, retired on their main body, and when Wellesley's men mounted the crest of the Monte de Fe, Eben's old position in the Battle of March 20, they caught a glimpse of the whole French army retiring up the valley. Soult, immediately on hearing that the pursuers were in Braga, had commenced a new retreat. He had rearranged his order of march. Loyson now led the column, with Houdelet's division and Lorges' dragoons. Then came the droves of artillery, horses, and pack mules, with the reserve ammunition and the little baggage that had been saved, followed by de Laborde and Mermet. Merle's infantry and Francesca's horse were in the rear, under the Marshal's own command. In this order the French remounted the stream of the Cavado as far as Salamond, where the broad valley narrows down to a defile. They were followed by the British light dragoons, but the infantry of the pursuing column had not got far beyond Braga, where Wellesley's headquarters were established that night. Murray's German brigade, which had crossed the mountains from Guimarines in Soult's wake, joined the main body on this evening. On reaching Salamond, Soult was informed by the cavalry in his front that they had been brought to stand at the bridge of Pont Nova, a few miles up the defile, by a body of ordinanza who had taken up the wooden flooring of the bridge, torn down its balustrades, and barricaded themselves upon the further side. Unless they could be dislodged, ruin stared the Marshal in the face, for the British were close in his rear, and there was no lateral line of escape from the precipitous defile. Surrender next morning must follow. In this crisis, Soult saw no chance of safety before him save a dash at the half-demolished bridge. When darkness had fallen, he sent for Major Dulong, an officer of the 31st Leger, who enjoyed the reputation of being the most daring man in the whole army, and told him that he must surprise the Portuguese by a sudden rush at midnight and win the passage at all costs. He was allowed to pick 100 volunteers from his own regiment for the enterprise. The safety of a whole army has seldom depended upon a more desperate venture than that which Dulong took in hand. Nothing remained of the bridge save the two large crossbeams, no more than 3 or 4 feet broad. They were slippery with continuous rain and had to be passed in complete darkness under the driving sleet of a bitter north wind. Fortunately for the assailants, the same cold and wet which made their enterprise so dangerous had driven the ordinanza under cover. They had retired to some huts a little way beyond the bridge. If they left anyone on guard, the sentinel had followed his friends, for when Dulong and his party crept up to the passage, they found it absolutely deserted. They crossed in single file and reached the further side unobserved, losing one man who slipped and fell into the fierce river below. A moment later they came on the Portuguese, who were surprised in their sleep. Many were bayoneted, the rest fled in dismay. They were but a few score of peasants, and were helpless when once the passage had been won. For 6 hours Solt's sappers were working hard to replace the flooring of the ruined bridge with tree trunks and boards torn from the houses of the neighboring village. At 8 it was practicable, and the troops began to cross. It was a long business, for 20,000 men with 4,000 cavalry horses and a great drove of pack animals had to be passed over the narrow, rickety, and uneven structure, whose balustrades had not been replaced. All the day was spent in hurrying the troops across, but they got forward so slowly that Soult saw himself forced to place a strong rearguard in position to hold back the pursuers till the main body was safe. He left behind a brigade of Merle's division and 2 of Francesca's cavalry regiments, ranged behind a lateral ravine which crosses the road some distance below the bridge. They were placed with their right on the rough river bank and their left on the cliffs which overhang the road. Orders were given to the effect that they must hold on at all costs till the army had completed the passage of the Pont Nova. At 1:30, the British light dragoons arrived in front of the position, saw that they could not force it, and started a bickering fire with the French pickets while they waited for the main body to come up. Owing to the long distance which Wellesley's infantry had to cover, the day wore on without any serious collision on this point. But meanwhile Soult found that another and more serious danger lay ahead of him. After crossing the Cavado at the Pont Nova, there were 2 paths available for the army. The main road leads eastward to Chaves by way of Ruivines. A branch, however, turns off north to Montelegre and the sources of the Miserella, the main affluent of the Cavado. The former was the easier, but there was a grave doubt whether Chaves might not already be in the hands of Beresford and his turning column. As a matter of fact, it only arrived there a few hours after Soult stood uncertain at the parting of the ways. Bearing this in mind, the Marshal resolved to take the more rugged and difficult path. But when Loyson and the vanguard were engaged in it, they found that the bridge over the Miserella, the Saltador, as it was called from the bold leap which its single arch makes, across the torrent, was held against them. Again, it was only with Ordinanza that the army had to deal. Beresford had just reached Chaves, but his troops were some miles further back. Silvera, who ought to have been at Ruivines that morning, had not appeared at all. But Major War, an officer of Beresford's staff, had ridden ahead to rouse the peasantry, and had collected several hundred half-armed levies at the Saltador Bridge, which he encouraged them to hold, promising that the regulars would be up to support them before nightfall. Unfortunately, he could not persuade them to destroy the bridge, on which all the cross-communications of the Miserella Valley depend. But they had thrown down its parapets, built an abatis across its head, and thrown up earthworks on each side of it so as to command the opposite bank. This, unhappily, was not enough to hold back 20,000 desperate men who saw their only way of salvation on the opposite bank. When Loyson found his advance barred, he made an appeal to that same Major Dulong who had forced the Pont Nova on the preceding night. Again that daring soldier volunteered to conduct the forlorn hope. He was given a company of Voltigeurs to lead the column and 2 battalions of Houdelot's division to back them. Forming the whole in one continuous mass, there was only room for 4 men abreast, he dashed down towards the bridge amid a spluttering and ineffective fire from the Portuguese entrenchments on the opposite bank. The column reached the arch, passed it, was checked but a moment while tearing down the abatis, and then plunged in among the scared ordinanza, who fled in every direction, leaving the passage free. Dulong was wounded, but no more than 18 of his companions were hit, and at this small sacrifice the army was saved. Late in the afternoon, the whole mass began to stream up the Monteliger road. They had no longer anything more to fear than stray shots from the scattered ordinanza, who hung about on the hillsides, firing into the column from inaccessible rocks, but doing little damage. If Dulong had failed at the Saltador, Soult would have been lost, for just as the passage was forced, the rumbling of cannon began to be heard from the rear. Merle was attacked by the British and was being driven in. At 5 o'clock the Guards brigade, forming the head of Wellesley's infantry, had come up with the French rearguard. It was formidably posted, but Sir Arthur thought that it might be dislodged. Accordingly, he placed the 2 3-pounders, which accompanied the column, on the high road, and began to batter the French centre, while he sent off the 3 light companies of the brigade to turn the French left flank on the cliffs to the south. When the crackling of their musketry was heard among the rocks, he silenced his guns and flung the Guards upon the enemy's main body. They broke, turned, and fled in confusion, though the regiment on the road, the 4th Leger, was considered one of the best in the French army. The chase continued as far as the Pont Nova, which the broken troops crossed in a struggling mass, thrusting each other over the edge, where the balustrades were wanting, till the torrent below was choked with dead men and horses. The British guns were brought up and played upon the weltering crowd with dreadful effect, but the night was already coming on, and the darkness hid from the pursuers the full effect of their own fire. They halted and encamped, having slain many and taken about 50 prisoners, of whom one was an officer. It was only at daybreak that they realized the terrors through which the French had passed. The rocky bed of the Cavado, says an eyewitness, presented an extraordinary spectacle. Men and horses, sumpter animals and baggage had been precipitated into the river and literally choked its course. Here, with these fatal accompaniments of death and dismay, was disgorged the last of the plunder of Oporto. All kinds of valuable goods were left on the road, while above 300 horses, sunk in the water, and mules laden with baggage, fell into the hands of the grenadier and light companies of the Guards. These active-fingered gentry found that fishing for boxes and bodies out of the stream produced pieces of plate, and purses and belts full of gold money. Amid the scenes of death and desolation arose their shouts of the most noisy merriment. On the night of the 17th Soult's army poured into Monteliger, a dilapidated old town on the edge of the frontier, from which all the inhabitants had fled. Little or no food could be procured, and the houses did not suffice to shelter more than a part of the troops. Next morning the Second Corps took to its heels once more and climbed the Serra de Gerês, which lies just above the town. On descending its northern slope, they had at last entered Spain and had reached safety. But the country was absolutely desolate. For 20 miles beyond Monteliger, there was hardly a single village on this rugged bypath. Still dreading pursuit, the marshal urged on his men as fast as they could be driven forward, and in 2 long marches at last reached Orense. Wellesley, however, had given up any hope of catching the Second Corps, when once it had passed the Saltador and reached the Spanish frontier. He had halted the British infantry at Ruivines, and only sent on in chase of the flying host the 14th Light Dragoons and the division of Silvera, which had at last appeared on the scene late in the evening of the 17th. What this corps had been doing during the last 48 hours, it is impossible to discover. It had started from Amarant on the same day that Beresford marched for Chaves, and ought to have been at Ruivines on the 16th, when it would have found itself just in time to intercept Soult's vanguard after it had passed the Pont Nova. Apparently the same wild weather and constant rain which had delayed Beresford's column had checked his subordinate. At any rate, it is certain that Silvera, though he had a shorter route than his chief, only got to Ruivines late on the 17th, while the other column had reached Chaves more than 12 hours earlier. The French had disappeared, and it was only next morning that Silvera followed them up on the Monteliger road. He captured a few laggards by the way, but on reaching the little town found that Soult's rearguard had quitted it 2 hours before his arrival. By Wellesley's orders, he pushed on for 1 day more in pursuit, but found that the enemy was now so far ahead that he could do no more than pick up moribund stragglers. On the 19th, therefore, he turned back and retraced his steps to Montélimar. Much the same fortune had befallen Beresford's column. By Wellesley's orders, Tilson's brigade and their Portuguese companions marched from Chaves by Monterrey on the 18th, on the chance that Soult, after passing the Serra de Jerez, might drop into the Monterrey-Orense road. But the Marshal had not taken this route. He had kept to bypaths and marched by Porquera and Alariz to the left of the line on which Beresford's pursuit was directed. At Ginzo, the cavalry of the pursuing column picked up 50 stragglers and came into contact with a small party of Francesca's chasseurs, which Soult had thrown out to cover his flank. Learning from the peasantry that the French had gone off by a different route, Beresford halted and returned to Chaves. His men were so thoroughly worn out, and the strength of the column was so much reduced, that he could have done little more even if he had come upon the main body of the enemy. Map of northern Portugal. Enlarge northern Portugal. To illustrate Marshal Soult's campaign. Of March to May 1809. On May 19, Soult's dilapidated and starving host poured into Orense, where they could at last take a day's rest and obtain a decent meal. The Marshal caused the troops to be numbered and found that he had brought back 19,713 men. As he had started from the Spanish frontier with 22,000 sabres and bayonets, and had received 500 more from Tai, when Lamartinière's column joined him, it would appear that he had left in all some 5,700 men behind him. Of these, according to the French accounts, about 1,000 had fallen in the early fighting or died of sickness before Wellesley's appearance on the Vouga. About 700, mostly convalescents, had been captured at Chaves by Silveira. After the storm of Oporto, the British army found 500 sick in the hospitals of that city, of Braga, and of Viana. They also took some 400 unwounded prisoners at Oporto and at Grijan. It results, therefore, that the losses of the actual retreat from Balta to Orense, between the 13th and the 19th of May, must have been rather more than 2,000 men. But all these had been able-bodied fighting men. The sick, as we have seen, were abandoned before the breakneck march over the mountains began. Adding them and the prisoners of the 11th, 12th, to the actual casualties of the retreat, on the same principle which we used when calculating the losses of Moore's army in the Corunna campaign, we should get a total of 4,000 for the deficiency in the French ranks during the 9 days which elapsed between Wellesley's passage of the Vouga and Soult's arrival at Orense. Thus it would seem that about 1/6 of the Second Corps had been destroyed in that short time, a proportion almost exactly corresponding to that which Moore's force left behind it in the retreat from Sahagun to Corunna, wherein 6,000 men out of 33,000 were lost. In other respects, these two famous retreats afford some interesting points of comparison. Moore had an infinitely longer distance to cover. In mere mileage, his men marched more than twice as far as Soult's. Their journey occupied 20 days as against 9. On the other hand, the French had to use far worse roads. From Benevent to Corunna, there is a good chaussee for the whole distance. From Balta to Orense, the Second Corps had to follow impracticable mule tracks for more than half the way. As to the weather, there was perhaps little to choose between the two retreats. The 9 days of perpetual rain, during which Soult effected his passage of 4 successive mountain chains, was almost as trying as the cold and snow through which the British had to trudge. Moore's men were not so hardly pressed by starvation as the Second Corps, and they were moving through a countryside which was not actively hostile, if it could scarcely be described as friendly. On the other hand, they were pursued with far greater vigor than the French. Their rearguard was beset every day and had constantly to be fighting, while Soult's troops were hard pressed only on 2 days, the 16th and 17th of May. This advantage the Marshal gained by choosing an unexpected line of retreat over obscure bypaths. If he had taken either of the high roads by Braga and Chaves, his fate would have been very different. On this same choice of roads depends another contrast between the two retreats. To gain speed and safety, Soult sacrificed the whole of his artillery and his transport. When he arrived at Orense, As one of his officers wrote, the infantry had brought off their bayonets and their eagles, the cavalry their horses and saddles, everything else had been left behind, the guns, the stores, the treasure, the sick. Moore, in spite of all the miseries of his march, carried down to Corunna the whole of his artillery, part of his transport, and the greater number of his sick and wounded. If he lost his military chest, it was not from necessity, but from the mismanagement of the subordinates who had charge of it. His army was in condition to fight a successful battle at the end of its retreat, and so to win for itself a safe and honorable departure. Both generals, it will be observed, were driven into danger by causes for which they did not regard themselves as responsible. Soult was placed in peril by attempting to carry out his master's impracticable orders. Moore thought himself bound to run the risk, because he had realized that there was a political necessity that the English army should do something for the cause of Spain, for it could not with honor retire to Portugal before it had struck a blow. In their management of their respective campaigns, both made mistakes. Moore hurried his men too much, and did not take full advantage of the many positions in which he could have held off the pursuer by judicious rearguard actions. Soult's faults were even greater. Nothing can excuse his stay at Oporto during the days when he should have been directing Loycen's movements at Amarante. That stay was undoubtedly due to his vain intrigues with the Portuguese malcontents. It was personal ambition, not any military necessity, which detained him from his proper place. Still more worthy of blame was his disposition of his forces at the moment when the British troops crossed the Vouga. They were scattered in a dangerous fashion, which made concentration difficult and uncertain. But the weakest feature of his whole conduct was that he allowed himself to be surprised in Oporto by Wellesley on May 12. When an army in close touch with the enemy is taken unawares at broad midday by an eruption of its opponents into the middle of the cantonments, the general-in-chief cannot shift the blame on to the shoulders of subordinates. It was Soult's duty to see that his officers were taking all reasonable precautions to watch the British, and he most certainly did not do so. Indeed, we have seen that he turned all his attention to the point of least danger, the lower reaches of the Douro, and neglected that on which the British attack was really delivered. It was only when he found himself on the verge of utter ruin, on May 13, that he rose to the occasion, and saved his army by the daring march upon Guimarines, which foiled Wellesley's plans for intercepting his retreat. To state that his reputation as a general was nowise diminished by his Portuguese campaign is to do him more than justice. It would be more true to assert that he showed that if he could commit faults, he could also do much towards repairing their consequences. As to Wellesley, it is not too much to say that the Oporto campaign is one of his strongest titles to fame. He had, as we have already seen, only 16,400 British and 400 Portuguese troops, of whom the latter were either untried in the field or demoralized by their previous experiences beyond the Douro. His superiority in mere numbers to Soult's corps of 23,000 men was therefore small, and he was lamentably destitute of cavalry and artillery. It was no small feat to expel the enemy from northern Portugal in 9 days, and to cast him into Galicia, stripped of his guns and baggage, and with a gap of more than 4,000 men in his ranks. This had been accomplished at the expense of no more than 500 casualties, even when the soldiers who fell by the way from sickness and fatigue are added to the 300 killed and wounded of the engagements of May 11, 12. And there is hardly a campaign in history in which so much was accomplished at so small a cost. Wellesley had exactly carried out the program which he had set before himself when he left Lisbon, the defeat of the enemy and the deliverance of the 2 provinces beyond the Douro. He had expressly disclaimed any intention or expectation of destroying or capturing the Second Corps, which some foreign critics have ascribed to him in their anxiety to make out that he failed to execute the whole project that he had taken in hand. There was, it is true, one short moment at which he had it in his power to deal Soult a heavier blow than he had contemplated. On the night of May 12-13, when the marshal in his bivouac at Balta learnt of Loycen's evacuation of Amarante, the main body of the Second Corps was in a deplorable situation and must have been destroyed had the British been close at hand. If Wellesley had pursued the flying foe on the afternoon of the victory of Oporto, with all his cavalry and the less fatigued regiments of his infantry, nothing could have saved the French. But the opportunity was one which could not have been foreseen. No rational officer could have guessed that Loyson would evacuate Amarant, and so surrender his chief's best line of retreat. It was impossible that Wellesley should dream of such a chance being thrown into his hands. He constructed his plans on the natural hypothesis that Soult had still open to him the route across the Tamega, and he was therefore more concerned with the idea that Beresford might be in danger from the approach of Soult than with that of taking measures to capture the marshal. His men were fatigued with the long march of 80 miles in 4 days which had taken them from the Mondego to Oporto. His guns and stores had not yet passed the bridgeless Douro. It was natural, therefore, that he should allow himself and his army a night's rest before pressing on in pursuit of Soult. It will be remembered that he did push Murray's brigade along the Balter road in the tracks of the marshal, but that officer never came up with the French. If blame has to be allotted to anyone for the failure to discover the unhappy situation of the Second Corps upon the morning of the 13th, it would seem that Murray must bear the burden rather than the commander-in-chief. He should have kept touch, at all costs, with the retreating French, and if he had done so, would have been able to give Wellesley news of their desperate plight. As to the pursuit of Soult, between the 14th and the 18th, it is hard to see that more could have been done than was actually accomplished. It is obvious, as Wellesley wrote to Castlereagh, that if an army throws away all its cannon, equipment, and baggage, and everything that can strengthen it and enable it to act together as a body, and if it abandons all those who are entitled to its protection, but add to its weight and impede its progress, it must be able to march by roads on which it cannot be followed with any prospect of being overtaken by an army which has not made the same sacrifices. This puts the case in a nutshell. Soult, after he had abandoned his sick and destroyed his guns and wagons, could go much faster than his pursuers. The only chance of catching him was that Beresford or Silvera might be able to intercept him at the Misarella on the 17th. But the troops of the former were so exhausted by their long march in the rain from Amarant that although they reached Chaves on the night of the 16th-17th, they were not in a condition to march 18 miles further on the following morning. Whether Silvera, who had taken a shorter but a more rugged route than Beresford, might not have reached Ruivines 10 or 12 hours earlier than he did is another matter. Had he done so, he might have held the crossroads and blocked the way to Monteliger. We have no details of his march, though we know that he had a bad mountain path to traverse in abominable weather. All military critics have joined in condemning him, but without a more accurate knowledge of the obstacles that he had to cross, and of the state of his troops, we cannot be sure of the exact amount of blame that should fall upon him. It is at any rate clear that Wellesley was not responsible for the late arrival of the Portuguese division at Ruivines and the consequent escape of the enemy. Erratum from P. Roman 12. A dispatch of Beresford at Lisbon clears up my doubts as to Silvera's culpability. Beresford complains that the latter lost a whole day by marching from Amarant to Villa Pauca without orders. The dispatch directing him to take the path by Mondim thus reached him only when he had gone many miles on the wrong road. The time lost could never be made up. Beyond Monteliger, it would have been useless to follow the flying French. An advance into Galicia would have taken the British army too far from Lisbon and have rendered it impossible to return in time to the Tagus if Victor should be on the move. That marshal, as we shall see, was showing signs of stirring from his long spell of torpidity, and it was a dispatch from Mackenzie, containing the news that the First Corps was on the move, that made Wellesley specially anxious to check the pursuit, and to draw back to central Portugal before matters should come to a head in Estremadura. He could safely calculate that it would be months rather than weeks before Soult would be in a condition to cause any trouble on the northern frontier. N.B. There are admirable accounts of the horrors of Soult's retreat in the works of Lenoble, St. Chamans, Fantin des Odords, and Nayles. The pursuit of the main body of the English army is well described by 4 eyewitnesses, Lord Londonderry, Stothert, Hawker, and Lord Munster. For the march of Beresford's corps, I have only the details given by Lord Go's letter, cited heretofore. Section 15. Operations in northern Spain. March-June 1809. Chapter 1. Ney and La Romana in Galicia and the Asturias. While following the fortunes of Soult and the Second Corps in northern Portugal, we have been constrained to withdraw our attention from Galicia, where we left Marshal Ney busied in a vain attempt to beat down the insurrections which had sprung up in every corner of the kingdom, at the moment when the melting of the snows gave notice that spring was at hand. It was with no good will that the Duke of Elchingen had seen his colleague depart from Orense and plunge into the Portuguese mountains. Indeed, he had done his best to induce Soult to disregard the emperor's orders and to join him in a strenuous effort to pacify Galicia before embarking on the march to Oporto. When he found that his appeal had failed to influence the Duke of Dalmatia and that the Second Corps had passed out of sight and left the whole of Galicia upon his hands, he was constrained to take stock of his position and to think out a plan of campaign. Ney had at his disposal some 17,000 men, consisting of the 24 infantry battalions of his own corps, which formed the 2 divisions of Marchand and Maurice Mathieu, of the 2 regiments of his corps cavalry, and of Fournier's brigade of Lorges dragoons, which Soult, by the emperor's orders, had transferred to him before crossing the Minho. Among his resources, it would not be fair to count the 2 garrisons at Vigo and Tai which the Second Corps had left behind it. They numbered more than 4,000 men, but were so placed as to be more of a charge than a help to Ney. They failed to keep him in touch with Soult, and their necessities distracted some of his troops to their aid when he was requiring every man for other purposes. On March 10, when he was left to his own resources, Ney had concentrated the greater part of his corps in the northwestern corner of Galicia. He had placed 1 brigade at Lugo, a 2nd with Fournier's dragoons at Mondonido, in observation of the Asturias, a 3rd at Santiago, the remainder at Corunna and Ferrol. The outlying posts had been called in, save a garrison at Villafranca, the important halfway stage between Lugo and Astorga, where the marshal had left a battalion of the 26th Regiment to keep open his communication with the plains of Leon. The insurgents were already so active that touch with this detachment was soon lost, the peasants having cut the road both east and west of Villafranca. The whole month of March was spent in a ceaseless endeavor to keep down the rising in northern Galicia. The southern parts of the kingdom had been practically abandoned, and the French had no hold there save through the garrisons of Tai and Vigo, both of which, as we have seen in an earlier chapter, were blockaded by the local levies the moment that Soult had passed on into Portugal. Ney's object was to crush and cow the insurgents of northern Galicia by the constant movement of flying columns, which marched out from the towns when his brigades were established, and made descents on every district where the peasantry had assembled in strength. This policy had little success. It was easy to rout the Galicians and to burn their villages, but the moment that the column had passed on the enemy, returned to occupy his old positions. The campaign was endless and inconclusive. It was of little use to kill so many scores or hundreds of peasants if no attempt was made to hold down the districts through which the expedition had passed. This could not be done for sheer want of numbers. 16,000 men were not sufficient to garrison the whole of the mountain valleys and coast villages of this rugged land. The French columns went far afield, even as far as Corcubion on the headland of Cape Finisterre and Ribadio on the borders of Asturias. But though they scathed the whole region with fire and sword, they made no impression. Moreover, they suffered serious losses. Every expedition lost a certain number of stragglers cut off by the peasantry and of foragers who had wandered too far from the main body in search of food. All were murdered, for the populace, mad at the burning of their homes and the lifting of their cattle, their only wealth, never gave quarter to the unfortunate soldiers who fell into their hands. It is curious and interesting to compare Ney's actual operations with the orders which the emperor had sent to him. In these, he was directed to establish his headquarters at Lugo, and to leave no more than a regiment at Ferrol and another regiment at Betanzos and Corunna. He was to keep a movable column of 3 battalions at work between Santiago and Tai, to make examples and prevent the English from landing munitions for the insurgents. With the rest of his corps, 5 regiments of infantry and a brigade of cavalry, he was to establish himself at Lugo, and from thence to send out punitive expeditions against rebellious villages, to seize hostages, to lend aid if necessary to Soult's operations in Portugal, and finally, to utilize the months of March and April, when there is nothing to fear on the Galician coasts, for an expedition to conquer the Asturias. Here we have all Napoleon's illusions concerning the character of the Peninsular War very clearly displayed. He supposes that a movable column of one regiment can hold down a rugged coast region 100 miles long, where 20,000 insurgents are in arms. He thinks that punitive expeditions and the taking of hostages will keep a province quiet without there being any need to establish garrisons in it. Organize Galicia, he writes, make examples, for severe examples well applied are much more effective than garrisons. Leave the policing of the country to the Spanish authorities. If you cannot occupy every place, you can watch every place. If you cannot hold every shore battery to prevent communication with the English, you can charge the natives with this duty. Your movable columns will punish any of the people of the coast who behave badly. Tournay, when he received this dispatch, many weeks after it had been written, all this elaborate advice must have appeared very futile. Considering the present attitude of the whole population of Galicia, he must have been much amused at the proposal that he should entrust them with the task of keeping off the British, should organize them, and make them police themselves. As to severe examples, he had now been burning villages and shooting monks and alcaldes for 2 months and more. But the only result was that the insurrection flared up more fiercely, and that his own stragglers and foragers were being hung and tortured every day. As to the idea of movable columns, he had, on his own inspiration, sent Mokyun to carry out precisely the operations that the emperor desired in the country between Santiago and Tai. The column had to fight every day and held down not 1 foot of territory beyond the outskirts of its own camp. And now, in the midst of all his troubles, he was ordered to attempt the conquest of the Asturias, no small undertaking in itself. The emperor's letter ended with the disquieting note that no further reinforcements can be sent to Galicia. It is much more likely that it may be necessary to transfer to some other point one of the 2 divisions of the 6th Corps. We have hitherto had little occasion to mention the 2 Spanish regular armies on which Ney, in addition to all his troubles with the insurgents, had to keep a watchful eye. The first was the force in the Principality of Asturias, which had been lost to sight since the day on which it fled homeward after the Battle of Espinosa. The second consisted of the much-tried troops of La Romana, who since their escape from Monterrey had enjoyed some weeks of comparative rest and were once more ready to move. The Asturian force was far the larger in point of numbers, and ought to have made its influence felt long ere now. But even more than the other Spaniards, the Asturians were given over to particularism and provincial selfishness. In 1808, they had done nothing for the common cause save that they had lent the single division of Acevedo, comprising about half their provincial levy, to the army which Blake led to defeat in Biscay. After Espinosa, this corps had not retired with La Romana to Leon, but had fallen back within the frontier of its native principality, and had joined the large reserve which had never gone forward from Oviedo. During the 3 winter months, the Asturians had contented themselves with reorganizing and increasing the numbers of their battalions, and with guarding the passes of the Cantabrian chain. They had refused to send either men or money to La Romana, thereby provoking his righteous indignation and furnishing him with a grudge which he repaid in due season. When he was driven away from their neighborhood and forced to retire towards Portugal, they still kept quiet behind their hills and made but the weakest of attempts to distract the attention of the enemy. There were at first no French forces near them, save Bonnet's single division at Santander, which was fully occupied in holding down the Montaña, and a provisional brigade at Leon consisting of some stray battalions of the dissolved 8th Corps. As neither of these forces had any considerable reserves behind them, when once Ney and Soult had passed on into Galicia, it is clear that a demonstration in force against Santander or Leon would have thrown dismay along the whole line of the French communications and have disarranged all the emperor's plans for further advance. The only operation, however, which the Asturians undertook was a petty raid into Galicia with 3,000 or 4,000 men, who went to beat up Ney's detachment at Mondonido on Apra and were driven off with ease. The junta had fully 20,000 men under arms, but they contrived to be weak at every point by trying to guard every point. They had sent to observe Bonnet, the largest body of their troops, nearly 10,000 men under General Ballesteros. He had taken up the line of the Debar and lay with his headquarters at Colombes, skirmishing occasionally with the French outposts. At the pass of Pages, watching the main road that descends into the plain of Leon, were 3,000 men, and 0 more at La Mesa guarded a minor defile. Another division of 4,000 bayonets was at Castropol, facing Ney's detachment, which had occupied Mondonido. This was the column which had made the feeble advance in April to which we have already alluded. Finally, a Swiss lieutenant general named Worcester lay at Oviedo, the capital of the principality, with a small reserve of 2,000 men. It does not seem that Cienfuegos, the captain general of Asturias, exercised any real authority, as the junta took upon itself the settling of every detail of military affairs. Thus a whole army was wasted by being distributed all along the narrow province, awaiting an attack from an enemy who was far too weak to dream of advancing, and who, as a matter of fact, did not move till May. La Romana might well be indignant that the Asturians had done practically nothing for the cause of Spain from December to March, especially since they had obtained more than their share of the British arms and money which had been distributed in the autumn of 1808. Ney's new troubles in April did not spring from the activity of the Asturian troops, but from that of the much battered army of Galicia, which was destined in this month to achieve the first success that had cheered its depleted ranks since the combat of Guines. When La Romana, on March 8, had found himself free from the pursuit of Francesca's cavalry, he had marched by leisurely stages to Puebla de Sanabria on the borders of Leon. He doubted for a moment whether he should not turn southward and drop down along the edge of Portugal to Ciudad Rodrigo, the nearest place of strength in Spanish hands. But after much consideration, he resolved to leave behind him the weakest of his battalions and his numerous sick, together with his small provision of artillery, and to strike back into Galicia with the best of his men. It would seem that he was inspired partly by the desire of cutting Ney's communications, partly by the wish to get into touch with the Asturians, whose torpidity he was determined to stir up into action. Accordingly, he left at Puebla de Sanabria his guns and about 2,000 men, the skeletons of many ruined regiments under General Martin La Carrera, while with the 6,000 infantry that remained, he resolved to cross the Sierra Negra and throw himself into the upper valley of the Sil. The road by Corporals and the sources of the Cabarra torrent proved to be abominable. If the army had possessed cannon or baggage, it could not have reached its goal. But after several hard marches, La Romana descended to Ponferrada on March 16. He learnt that the insurrection had compelled the French to concentrate all their small posts, and that there was no enemy nearer than Villafranca on the one hand and Astorga on the other. Thus he found himself able to take possession of the high road from Astorga to Lugo, and to make use of all the resources of the Bierzo and of eastern Galicia. He might have passed on undisturbed, if he had chosen, to join the Asturians. But learning that the French garrison at Villafranca was completely isolated, he resolved to risk a blow at it, in the hopes that he might reduce it before Ney could learn of his arrival and come down from Lugo to its aid. He was ill prepared for a siege, for he had but one gun with him, a 12-pounder which he had abandoned in January when retreating from Ponferrada to Orense, and which he now picked up intact, with its store of ammunition, at a mountain hermitage where it had been safely hidden for 2 months. Marching on Villafranca next day, he fell upon the French before they had any conception that there was a hostile force in their neighborhood. He beat them out of the town into the citadel after a sharp skirmish, and then surrounded them in their refuge and began to batter its gates with his single gun. If the garrison could have held out for a few days, they would probably have been relieved, for Ney was but 3 marches distant. But the governor, regarding the old castle as untenable against artillery, surrendered at the first summons. Thus La Romana captured a whole battalion of the 6th Leger, 600 strong, together with several hundreds more of convalescents and stragglers who had been halted at Villafranca, owing to the impossibility of sending small detachments through the mountains when the insurgents were abroad. Having accomplished this successful stroke, La Romana was desirous of pursuing his way to the Asturias, where he was determined to make his power felt. He took with him only one regiment, that of La Prince, one of his old corps from the Baltic, and handed over the temporary command of the army to General Mahy, with orders to hold on to the Vierzo as long as possible, but to retire on the Asturias if Ney came up against him in force. The marshal, however, did not move from Lugo. When he heard of the fall of the garrison of Villafranca, he was already so much entangled with the insurrection that he could spare no troops for an expedition to the Vierzo. In order to reopen the communication with Astorga, he would have had to call in his outlying brigades, and at the present moment he was more concerned about the fate of Tai and Vigo than about the operations of La Romana. Accordingly, Mahy was left unmolested for the greater part of a month in his cantonments along the banks of the Sil. It was a welcome respite for the much-wandering army of Galicia. Romana, meanwhile, betook himself to Oviedo with his escort, and on arriving there on Apra entered into a furious controversy with the junta. Finding them obstinate and not disposed to carry out his plans without discussion, he finally executed a petty coup d'état. It bears an absurd resemblance to Cromwell's famous dissolution of the Long Parliament. Coming into their council room, with Colonel Joseph O'Donnell and 50 grenadiers of the Prince Regiment, he delivered an harangue to the members, accusing them of all manner of maladministration and provincial selfishness. Then he signed to his soldiers and bade them clear the room. La Romana then, on his own authority, nominated a new junta, but many of its members refused to act, doubting the legality of his action, while the dispossessed delegates kept up a paper controversy and sent reams of objurgatory letters to the government at Seville. Ballesteros and his army at the other side of the principality seemed to have paid little attention to La Romana, but the Marquis so far got his way that he began to send much-needed stores, medicines, munitions, and clothing to his troops in the Vierzo. He even succeeded in procuring a few field pieces for them, which were dragged with difficulty over the passes via Cangas de Tineo. Thus strengthened, Mahy, much to his chief's displeasure, advanced from the Vierzo towards Lugo, with the intention of beating up the French brigade there stationed. He took post at Navia de Suarna, just outside the borders of the Asturias, and called to his standards all the peasantry of the surrounding region. La Romana wrote him urgent letters, directing him to avoid a battle and to await his own return. He should remember that it was the policy of Fabius Maximus that saved Rome and curb his warlike zeal. It is satisfactory to find that one Spanish general, at least, was free from that wild desire for pitched battles that possessed most of his contemporaries. Mahy, thus warned, halted in his march towards Lugo and remained in his cantonments in the valley of the Navia. His chief should have returned to him, but lingered at Oviedo till April was over, busy in the work of reorganization and in the forwarding of supplies. Meanwhile, the French hold on southern Galicia had completely disappeared. Vigo had fallen in March. Tai had been evacuated. Mocun's column had cut its way back to Santiago with some difficulty, bringing to Ney the news of Soult's capture of Oporto, but also the assurance that the whole valley of the Minho and the western coastland had passed into the hands of the insurgents. What the Duke of Elchingen's next move would have been, if he had not received further intelligence from without, we cannot say. But in the first week in May, the long-lost communication with Madrid was at last reopened, and he was ordered to take his part in a new and broad plan of operations against La Romana's army and the Asturias. Ever since La Romana had stormed Villafranca, and all news from Galicia had been completely cut off, King Joseph and his advisor Jerdan had been in a state of great fear and perplexity as to the condition of affairs in the northwest. Soult had long passed out of their ken, and now Ney also was lost to sight. In default of accurate information, they received all manner of lugubrious rumors from Leon and Astorga, and imagined that the Sixth Corps was in far more desperate straits than was actually the case. Fearing the worst, they resolved to find out, at all costs, what was going on in Galicia. To do so, it was necessary to fit out an expedition sufficiently strong to brush aside the insurgents and communicate with Ney. Troops, however, were hard to find. Lapis had already marched from Salamanca to join Victor. In Old Castile and Leon, there were but Kellerman's dragoons and a few garrisons, none of which could leave their posts. Marshal Bessières, to whom the general charge of the northern provinces had been given by the emperor, could show conclusively that he was not able to equip a column of even 5,000 men for service in Galicia. The only quarter whence troops could be procured was Aragon, where everything had remained quiet since the fall of Saragossa. The emperor had issued orders that of the 2 corps which had taken part in the siege, the third only should remain to hold down the conquered kingdom. Hence Mortier and the 5th should have been disposable to reinforce the troops in Old Castile. But with the Austrian war upon his hands, Napoleon was thinking of withdrawing Mortier and his 15,000 men from Spain. In a dispatch dated Ypres, he announced that the marshal was to retire from Aragon to Logroño in Navarre, from whence he might possibly be recalled to France if circumstances demanded it. At the same moment, King Joseph was writing to Mortier to summon him into Old Castile and pointing out to him that the safety of the whole of northern Spain depended upon his presence. Much perplexed by these contradictory orders, the Duke of Treviso took a half measure and marched to Burgos, which was actually in Old Castile, but lay only 3 marches from Logroño and upon the direct route to France. A few days later, the emperor, moved by his brother's incessant appeals, and seeing that it was all-important to reopen the communication between Ney and Soult, permitted Mortier to march to Valladolid, where he was in a good position for holding down the entire province of Old Castile. He also gave leave to the king to employ for an expedition to Galicia the 2 regiments of the 3rd Corps, which had escorted the prisoners of Saragossa to Bayonne, and which were now on their homeward way to join their division in Aragon. It was thus possible to get together enough troops to open the way to Galicia. The charge of the expedition was handed over to Kellerman, who was given his own dragoons, the 2 regiments from Bayonne, a stray battalion of Level's Germans from Segovia, a Polish battalion from Buitrago, and a provisional regiment organized from belated details of the 2nd and 6th Corps, which had been lying in various garrisons of Castile and Leon. He had altogether some 7,000 or 8,000 men, whom he concentrated at Astorga on Ypres. Marching on Villafranca, he met no regular opposition, but was harassed by the way by the peasantry, who had abandoned their villages and retired into the hills. Mahy had moved off the main road by making his advance to Navia de Suarna, and was not sighted by Kellerman, nor did the Spaniard think fit to meddle with such a powerful force as that which was now passing him. On May 2, the column reached Lugo, where it fell in with Maurice Matthews' division of the 6th Corps and obtained full information as to Ney's position. The marshal was absent at Corunna, but sent his chief of the staff to meet Kellerman and concert with him a common plan of operations. It was settled that they should concentrate their attention on La Romana and the Asturians, leaving southern Galicia alone for the present and taking no heed of Soult, of whom they had received no news for a full month. For the destruction of the Spanish armies of the north, a concentric movement was planned. Ney undertook to concentrate the main body of his corps at Lugo and to fall on the Asturians from the west, crushing Mahy on the way. He stipulated, however, that he should be allowed to return to Galicia as quickly as possible, lest the insurgents should make havoc of his garrisons during his absence. Kellerman was to retrace his steps to Astorga and Leon, and from thence to march on the Asturias by the Pass of Pages, its great southern outlet. At the same moment, Bonnet at Santander was to be requested to fall on from the east and to attack Ballesteros and the division that lay behind the Debat. When it was reported to Mahy and La Romana that Kellerman had turned back from Lugo and was retreating upon Astorga, they failed to grasp the meaning of his movement and came to the conclusion that his expedition had been sent out with no purpose save that of communicating with Ney. Unconscious that a simultaneous attack from all sides was being prepared against them, they failed to concentrate. By leaving small, containing detachments at the outlying posts, they could have mass, 0 men against any one of the French columns, but they failed to see their opportunity and were caught in a state of complete dispersion. Ballesteros with 9,000 men still lay opposite Bonnet. Worcester at Castropol did not unite with Mahy's army at Navia de Suarna, and La Romana remained at Oviedo with 2 regiments only. Hence came hopeless disaster when the French attack was at last let loose upon the Asturias. On May 13, the Duke of Elchingen drew together at Lugo 4 of the 8 infantry regiments, which formed the 6th Corps, with 2 of his 4 cavalry regiments and 8 mountain guns carried by mules. This formed a compact force of 6,500 bayonets and sabres. He left behind him 4 battalions and a cavalry regiment under Mocune at Santiago, the same force under the cavalry brigadier Fournier at Lugo, 2 battalions at Corunna, 1 at Betanzos, and 1 at Ferrol. The obvious route by which the marshal might have advanced on Oviedo was the coast road by Mondonido and Castropol, which Worcester was guarding. But in order to save time and to fall upon the enemy on an unexpected line, he took a shorter but more rugged mountain road by Meira and Ibias, which led him into the valley of the Navia. This brought him straight upon Mahi's army, but that general, when he learnt of the strength that was directed against him, retreated in haste after a skirmish at Pequin, and fled, not to the Asturias, but westward into the upper valley of the Minho. This move was vexatious to Ney, who would have preferred to drive him on to Oviedo, to share in the general rout that was being prepared for the Asturians. The marshal refused to follow him and pushed on to Cangas de Tineo in the valley of the Narcia, capturing there a large convoy of food and ammunition which was on its way from La Romana to Mahi. On May 17, he hurried on to Salas. On the 18th, he was at the bridge of Gallegos on the Nora River, only 10 miles from Oviedo. Here for the first time he met with serious opposition. Hitherto he had suffered from nothing but casual sniping on the part of the peasantry. His march had been so rapid that La Romana had only heard of his approach on the 17th, and had not been able to call in any of his outlying detachments. The Marquis was forced to attempt to defend the passage of the Nora with nothing more than his small central reserve, the 1 Galician regiment, La Prince, only 600 bayonets that he had brought with him from Villafranca, and 1 Asturian battalion, not more than 1,500 men. Naturally, he was routed with great loss, though Ney allows that the Prince regiment made a creditable defense at the bridge. The Spanish troops therefore dispersed and fled eastward, while Romana rode down to the seaport of Gijon and took ship on a Spanish sloop of war along with the members of his junta. The marshal seized Oviedo on the 19th. The place was pillaged in the most thorough fashion by his troops. In his dispatch, he makes the excuse that a few peasants had attempted to defend some barricades in the suburbs, and that they, not the soldiery, had begun the sack. Credet Judius Apella. The ways of the bands of Napoleon are too well known, and we shall not believe that it was Spaniards who stole the cathedral plate or tore the bones of the early kings of Asturias from their resting places in search of treasure. On May 20, Ney marched with 1 regiment down to Gijon, where he found £0 of powder newly landed from England and a quantity of military stores. An English merchantman was captured and another burnt. A detached column occupied Avils, the 2nd seaport of the Asturias. On the following day, May 21, a detachment sent inland from Oviedo up the valley of the Lena, with orders to search for the column coming from the south, got into touch with that force. Kellerman had duly reached Leon, where he found orders directing him to send back to Aragon the 2 regiments of the 3rd Corps which had been lent him, and to take instead a division of Mortier's corps, which was now disposable for service in the north. Accordingly, he picked up Gerard's, late Suchet's, division, and leaving one of its brigades at Leon, marched with the other and the remainder of his original force to storm the defiles of Pages. He had with him between 6,000 and 0 troops, a force with which he easily routed the Asturian brigade of 3,000 men under Colonel Quixano, which had been set to guard the pass. At the end of 2 days of irregular fighting, Kellerman descended into the valley of the Lena and met Ney's outposts on May 21. The routed enemy dispersed among the hills. It remains to speak of the 3rd French column, which started to invade the Asturias, that of Bonnet. This general marched from Santander on May 17 with 5,000 men, intending to attack Ballesteros and force his way to Oviedo by the coast road that passes by San Vicente de la Barquera and Villaviciosa. But he found no one to fight, for Ballesteros had been summoned by La Romana to defend Oviedo and had started off by the inland road via Cangas de Oñez and Infisto. The 2 armies therefore were marching parallel to each other, with rough mountains between them. On reaching Infisto on May 21, Ballesteros heard of the fall of Oviedo and of the forcing of the pass of Pages. Seeing that it would be useless to run into the lion's mouth by proceeding any further, he fell back into the mountains and took refuge in the upland valley of Covadonga, the site of King Pelleo's famous victory over the Moors in the year 718. Here he remained undiscovered and was gradually joined by the wrecks of the force which Ney had routed at Oviedo, including O'Donnell and the Prince Regiment. Bonnet passed him without discovering his whereabouts, advanced as far as Infisto and Villaviciosa, and got into touch with Kellerman. Thus the three French columns had all won their way into the heart of the Asturias, but though they had seized its capital and its seaports, they had failed to catch its army, and only half their task had been performed. Of all the Asturian troops, only the two small forces at Oviedo and Pages had been met and routed. Worcester had not been molested, Mahy had doubled back into Galicia, Ballesteros had gone up into the mountains. If the invasion was to have any definite results, it was necessary to hunt down all these three divisions. But there was no time to do so. Ney was anxious about his Galician garrisons. Bonnet remembered that he had left Santander in charge of a weak detachment of no more than 1,200 men. Both refused to remain in the Asturias or to engage in a long stern chase after the elusive Spaniards among the peaks of the Peñas de Europa and the Sierras Albas. They decided that Kellerman with his 7,000 men must finish the business. Accordingly, they departed each to his own province, and it was high time, for their worst expectations had been fulfilled. Mahy in the west and Ballesteros in the east had each played the correct game, and had fallen upon the small garrisons left exposed in their rear. Moreover, the insurgents of southern Galicia had crossed the Ulla and marched on Santiago. If Ney had remained 10 days longer in the Asturias, it is probable that he would have returned to find the half of the 6th Corps which he had left in Galicia absolutely exterminated. The Marshal, however, was just in time to prevent this disaster. Handing over the charge of the Principality to Kellerman, he marched off on May 22 by the coast road which leads to Galicia by the route of Navia, Castropol, and Ribadio. He hoped to deal with Worcester by the way, having learnt that the Swiss general had advanced from Castropol by La Romana's orders, and was moving cautiously in the direction of Oviedo. But Worcester was fortunate enough to escape. He went up into the mountains when he heard that Ney was near, and had the satisfaction of learning that the Marshal had passed him by. The rivers being in flood, and the bridges broken, the French had a slow and tiresome march to Ribadio, which they only reached on May 26. Next day the Duke of Elchingen was at Castropol, where he received the news that Lugo had been in the gravest peril, and had only been relieved by the unexpected appearance of Soult and the 2nd Corps from the direction of Orense. The sequence of events during the Marshal's absence had been as follows. When Mahy found that he had escaped pursuit, he had immediately made up his mind to strike at the French garrisons. He tried to persuade Worcester to join him or to attack Ferrol, but could not induce him to quit the Asturias. So with his own 6,000 men, Mahy marched on Lugo, beat General Fournier, who came out to meet him in a skirmish outside the walls, and drove him into the town. Lugo had no fortifications save a medieval wall, and the Spaniards were in great hopes of storming it, as they had stormed Villafranca. But when they had lain 2 days before the place, they were surprised to hear that a large French force was marching against them. It was not Ney returning from the Asturias, but the dilapidated corps of Soult retreating from Orense. Wisely refusing to face an army of 19,000 men, Mahy raised the siege and retired to Villalba in the folds of the Sierra de Loba. On May 22 Soult entered Lugo, where he was at last able to give his men 9 days' rest, and could begin to cast about him for means to refit them with the proper equipment of an army, for, as we have seen, they were in a condition of absolute destitution, and wholly unable to take the field. At Castropol Ney heard at one and the same moment that Lugo had been in danger and that it had been relieved. But he also received news of even greater importance from another quarter. Maucune and the detachment which he had left at Santiago had been defeated in the open field by the insurgents of southern Galicia and had been compelled to fall back on Corunna. This was now the point of danger, wherefore the marshal neither moved to join Soult at Lugo, nor set himself to hunt Mahi in the mountains, but marched straight for Corunna to succor Mokyun. The force which had defeated that general consisted in the main of the insurgents who had beleaguered Tai and Vigo in March and April. They were now under Morillo and Garcia del Barrio, who were beginning to reduce them to some sort of discipline, and were organizing them into battalions and companies. But the corps of the Division of the Minho, as this force was now called, was composed of the small body of regulars which La Romana had left at Puebla de Sanabria under Martin La Carrera. That officer, after giving his feeble detachment some weeks of rest, had marched via Monterrey and Orense to join the insurrectionary army. He brought with him 9 guns and 0 men. On May 22, Carrera and Morillo crossed the Ulla and advanced on Santiago with 10,000 men, of whom only 7,000 possessed firearms. Mokyun came forth to meet them in the Campo de Estrella, outside the city, with his 4 battalions and a regiment of chasseurs, thinking to gain an easy success when the enemy offered him battle in the open. But he was outnumbered by 3 to 1, and as the Galicians showed much spirit and stood steadily to their guns, he was repulsed with loss. Carrera then attacked in his turn, drove the French into Santiago, chased them through the town, and pursued them for a league beyond it. Mokyun was wounded and lost 600 men, a fifth of his whole force, and 2 guns. He fell back in disorder on Corunna. He had the audacity to write to Ney that he had retired after an indecisive combat, but the marshal, reading between the lines of his dispatch, hastened to Corunna with all the troops which had returned from the Asturias, and did not consider the situation secure till he learnt that Carrera had not advanced from Santiago. Leaving his main body opposite the division of the Minho, the Duke of Elchingen now betook himself to Lugo to concert a joint plan of operation with Soult. The results of their somewhat stormy conference must be told in another chapter. Meanwhile, the situation behind them was rapidly changing. On May 24, La Romana, who had landed at Ribeirão, rejoined Mahi and his army at Villalba. The Marquis, on surveying the situation, came to the conclusion that it was too dangerous to remain in the northern angle of Galicia, between the French army at Lugo and the sea. He resolved to return to the southern region of the province and to get into touch with Carrera and the troops on the Minho. He therefore bade his army prepare for another forced march across the mountains. They murmured but obeyed, and cautiously slipping past Soult's corps by a flank movement, crossed the high road to Villafranca and reached Monforte de Lemos. From thence they safely descended to Orense, where La Romana established his headquarters. Thus the Spaniards were once more in line and prepared to defend the whole of southern Galicia. We have still to deal with the state of affairs in the Asturias. After Ney's departure on May 22, Kellerman lay at Oviedo and Bonnet at Infisto. But a few days later, the latter general received the disquieting news that Ballesteros, whose movements had hitherto escaped him, was on the move towards the east, and might be intending either to make a raid into the plains of Castile or to descend on Santander and its weak garrison. Ballesteros, as a matter of fact, had resolved to stir up trouble in Bonnet's rear, with the object of drawing him off from the Asturias. Leaving his refuge at Covadonga on May 24, he marched by mule tracks, unmarked on any map, to Pots in the upper valley of the Debar. There he remained a few days, and finding that he was unpursued, and that his exact situation was unknown to the French, resolved to make a dash for Santander. Starting on June 6 and keeping to the mountains, he successfully achieved his end, and arrived at his goal before the garrison of that place had any knowledge of his approach. On the morning of June 10, he stormed the city, driving out General Noirat, who escaped with 1,000 men, but capturing 200 of the garrison and sick in hospital, as well as the whole of the stores and munitions of Bonnet's regiments. Among his other prizes was the sum of £10,000 in cash in the military chest of the division. Some of the French tried to escape by sea in 3 corvettes and 2 luggers which lay in the harbor, but the British frigates Amelia and Statira, which lay off the coast, captured them all. This was a splendid stroke, and if Ballesteros had been prudent, he might have got away unharmed with all his plunder. But he lingered in Santander, though he knew that Bonnet must be in pursuit of him and resolved to defend the town. The French general had started to protect his base and his depots the moment that he ascertained the real direction of Ballesteros' march. On the night of June 10, he met the fugitive garrison and learnt that Santander had fallen. Late on the ensuing day, he reached its suburbs and sent in 2 battalions to make a dash at the place. They were beaten off, but next morning Bonnet attacked with his whole force. The Asturians were defeated, and Ballesteros' raid ended in a disaster. He himself escaped by sea, but 3,000 of his men were captured and the rest dispersed. The French recovered their sick and prisoners, and such of their stores as the Spaniards had not consumed. The wrecks of Ballesteros' division drifted back over the hills to their native principality, save one detachment, the regulars of La Romana's old regiment of La Prince. This small body of 300 men turned south, and by an astounding march across Old Castile and Aragon, reached Molina on the borders of Valencia, where they joined the army of Blake. They had gone 250 miles through territory of which the French were supposed to be in military possession, but threaded their way between the garrisons in perfect safety, because the peasantry never betrayed their position to the enemy. Disastrous as was its end, Ballesteros' expedition had yet served its purpose. Not only had it thrown the whole of the French garrisons in Biscay and Guipuzcoa into confusion, but even the governor of Bayonne had been frightened and had sent alarming dispatches to the emperor. This was comparatively unimportant, but it was a very different matter that Bonnet had been forced to evacuate the Asturias, all of whose eastern region was now free from the invaders. More was to follow. Kellerman still lay at Oviedo, worried but not seriously incommoded by Worcester and the Asturians of the west. But a few days after Bonnet's departure, he received a request from Mortier, backed by orders from King Joseph, that the division of the 5th Corps which had been lent him should instantly return to Castile. This was one of the results of Wellesley's campaign on the Douro. For Mortier, hearing of Soult's expulsion from northern Portugal, imagined that the British army, being now free for further action, would debouch by Almeida and Ciudad Rodrigo and fall upon Salamanca. He needed the aid of his 2nd Division, which Kellerman was forced to send back, but it would have been not only useless but extremely dangerous to linger at Oviedo with the small remnant of the expeditionary force, when Gerard's regiments had been withdrawn. Therefore, Kellerman wisely resolved to evacuate the whole principality and return to Leon by the pass of Pages in the 3rd week of June. Thus ended in complete failure the great concentric attack on the Asturias. The causes of the fiasco were 2. 1. The French generals chose as their objective not the enemy's armies, but his capital and base of operations. Both Ney and Bonnet, while marching on Oviedo, left what, adapting a naval phrase, we may call an Armian being behind them, and in each case that army fell upon the detachments left in the rear, and pressed them so hard that the invading forces could not stay in the Asturias, but were forced to turn back to protect their communications. 2. In Spain, conquest was useless unless a garrison could be left behind to hold down the territory that was overrun. But neither Ney, Kellerman, nor Bonnet had any troops to devote to such a purpose. They invaded the Asturias with regiments borrowed from other regions, from which they could not long be spared. As later experience in 1811 showed, it required some 8,000 men merely to maintain a hold upon Oviedo and the central parts of the principality. The invaders had no such force at their disposition. The troops from the 6th Corps were wanted in Galicia, those of the 5th Corps in Castile, those of Bonnet in the Montagne. If it were impossible to garrison the Asturias, the invasion dwindled down into a raid, and a raid which left untouched the larger part of the enemy's field army was useless. It would have been better policy to hunt Mahi, Worcester, and Ballesteros, rather than to secure for a bare 3 weeks military possession of Oviedo and Gijón. If Soult had not dropped from the clouds, as it were, to save Lugo, if Ballesteros had been a little more prudent at Santander, the Asturian expedition would have ended not merely in a failure, but in an ignominious defeat. It should never have been undertaken while the Galician insurrection was still raging, and while no troops were available for the permanent garrisoning of the principality. Searching a little deeper, may we not say that the ultimate cause of the fiasco was Napoleon's misconception of the character of the Spanish War. It was he who ordered the invasion of the Asturias, and he issued his orders under the hypothesis that it could be not only conquered but retained. But with the numbers then at the disposal of his generals, this was impossible, because the insurrection absorbed so many of their troops that no more could be detached without risking the loss of all that had been already gained. By grasping at the Asturias, Napoleon nearly lost Galicia. Only Soult's appearance prevented that province from falling completely into the hands of Mahy and La Carrera, and that appearance was as involuntary as it was unexpected. If the Duke of Dalmatia had been able to carry out his original design, he would have retreated from Oporto to Zamora and not to Orense. If Beresford had not foiled him at Amarant, he would have been resting on the Douro when Fournier was in such desperate straits at Lugo. In that case, Ney might have returned from Oviedo to find that his detachments had been destroyed and that Galicia was lost. It was not the Emperor's fault that this disaster failed to occur. Section 15, Chapter 2. The French abandoned Galicia. When upon May 30, 1809, Ney arrived at Lugo and met Soult in conference, it seemed that now or never the time had come when a serious endeavor might be made to subdue the Galician insurgents. The whole force of the 2nd Anth Corps was concentrated in the narrow triangle between Ferrol, Corunna, and Lugo. The two marshals had sent 0 men fit for service after deducting the sick. If they set aside competent garrisons for the 3 towns that we have just named, they could still show some 25,000 men available for field operations, and with such a force Ney was of the opinion that the insurrection might be beaten down. It was true that the 2nd Corps was in a deplorable condition as regards equipment, but on the other hand, Corunna and Ferrol were still full of the stores of arms and ammunition that had been captured when they surrendered. Clothing, no doubt, was lamentably deficient, and Ney could only supply hundreds where Soult asked for thousands of boots and capotes, but he refitted his colleagues' troops with muskets and ammunition and furnished him with 8 mountain guns, field pieces the Duke of Dalmatia would not take, though a certain number were offered him, for after his experience of the way that his artillery had delayed him in February and March he refused to accept them. Horses and mules were unattainable, nearly half Soult's cavalry was dismounted, and he had lost most of his sumpter beasts between Guimarines and Monteleguer. Nevertheless, the corps, after a week's rest at Lugo, was once more capable of service. Its weakly men had been left in hospital at Oporto, or had fallen by the way in the dreadful defiles of Ruivines and Salamand. All that remained were war-hardened veterans, and Soult, out of his 19,000 men, had no more than 800 sick and wounded. He resolved to disembarrass himself of another hindrance, his dismounted cavalry, and in each regiment made the 3rd Anth Squadrons hand over their chargers to the 1st And. The 1,100 troopers thus left without mounts were armed with muskets and formed into a column, to which were added the cadres of certain infantry battalions belonging to the regiments which had suffered most. In these the 3rd, or the 3rd Anth, battalions turned over their effective rank and file to the others, while the officers and non-commissioned officers were to be sent home to their depots to organize new units. The whole body was placed under General Quesnel, who was directed to cut his way to Astorga by the Great High Road. It was hoped that he would come safely through, now that La Romana had withdrawn his army to southern Galicia. The expedient was a hazardous one, but the column was fortunate. It was forced to fight with a large assembly of peasants at Doncos, halfway between Lugo and Villafranca, but reached its goal with no great loss, though for every mile of the march it was being sniped and harassed by the guerrillas. Soult's available force, after he had sent his sick into the hospitals of Lugo and had dismissed Quesnel's detachment, was about 16,500 or 17,000 sabres and bayonets. Ney had about 15,000 men left. The two marshals were bound, both by the Emperor's orders and by the mere necessities of the situation, to cooperate with each other, but there was a fundamental divergence between their aims and intentions. Ney had been given charge of Galicia, and he regarded it as his duty to conquer and hold down the province. He refused to look beyond his orders or to take into consideration the progress of operations in other parts of the peninsula. Soult, on the other hand, always loved to play his own game and had no desire to stay in Galicia in order to lighten his colleague's task. He was disgusted with the land, its mountains, and its insurgents, and was eager to find some excuse for quitting it. He had no difficulty in discovering many excellent reasons for retiring into the plains of Leon. The first was the dilapidated state of his troops. In spite of the resources which Ney had lent, the Second Corps still lacked clothing, pay, and transport. Soult had written to King Joseph on May 30 to ask that all these necessaries might be sent forward to Zamora, where he intended to pick them up. A still more plausible plea might be found in the general state of affairs in northern Spain. The emperor's main object was the expulsion of the British army from the peninsula. But if the Second Corps joined the Sixth in a long, and probably fruitless, hunt after the evasive La Romana, Wellesley would be left free to march whithersoever he might please. He might base himself on Olmedo and Ciudad Rodrigo and make a sudden inroad into Leon and Old Castile, where the small corps of Mortier would certainly prove inadequate to hold him back. Or he might go off to the south and fall upon Victor in Estremadura, a move which might very probably lead to the loss of Madrid. Soult, therefore, was of opinion that his duty was to drop down into Leon, and there join with Mortier in making such a demonstration against Portugal as would compel the British army to stand upon the defensive, and to abandon any idea of invading Spain either by the valley of the Douro or that of the Tagus. He could not keep his eye off Portugal, as Jourdan and King Joseph, no less than Ney, kept complaining. There cannot be the least doubt that Soult was quite right in turning his main attention in this direction. It was the English army that was the most dangerous enemy, and it was the flanking position of Portugal that rendered the French movements toward the south of Spain hazardous or impracticable. Nevertheless, all the Duke of Dalmatia's arguments seemed to his colleague mere excuses destined to cover a selfish determination to abandon the Sixth Corps and to shirk the duty of cooperating in the conquest of Galicia. He insisted that Soult must aid him in crushing La Romana before taking any other task in hand. And he had a strong moral claim for pressing his request, because it was from the resources which he had furnished that the Second Corps had been re-equipped and rendered capable of renewed service in the field. The marshals wrangled, and their followers copied them, for a fierce feud, leading to a copious exchange of recrimination and many duels, sprang up during the few days that the staffs of the two corps lay together at Lugo. At last Soult yielded, or feigned to yield, to Ney's instances. He promised to lend his aid for the suppression of the Galician insurrection under certain conditions. A plan for combined action was accordingly drawn up. According to this scheme, Ney was to advance from Corunna to Santiago with the Sixth Corps, and was to drive the main body of the insurgents southward in the direction of Vigo and Tai, following the line of the Great Coast Road. Soult, meanwhile, was to operate in the inland, against the enemy's exposed flank. He was to march from Lugo down the valley of the Upper Minho, pushing before him all that stood in his way, with the object of thrusting the enemy on to Orense, and then towards the sea. If all went right, La Romana's army, as well as the insurgents of the coast, would finally be enclosed between the two marshals and the Atlantic cliffs, and, as it was hoped, would be exterminated or forced to surrender. The obviously weak point of the plan was that it did not allow sufficiently for the power which the enemy possessed of escaping, by dispersion, or by taking to the mountains. Even if the details of the two movements had been carried out with perfect accuracy, it is probable that the Galicians would have crept out of some gap, or slipped away between the converging corps, or saved themselves by a headlong retreat into Portugal. The marshals might have captured Vigo and Orense. It is extremely unlikely that they could have done more, especially as they had to deal with a general like La Romana, who had made up his mind that his duty was to avoid pitched battles and to preserve his army at all costs. If Cuesta or Blake had been in command, the scheme would have been much more feasible. But La Romana was the only Spanish commander then in the field who had resolved never to fight if he could help it. On June 1, Ney and Soult parted, starting the one upon the road to Corunna, the other upon that which makes for Orense by the valley of the Upper Minho. It would seem that neither of them had any great confidence in the success of the plan adopted, and that each was possessed by the strongest doubts as to the loyalty with which his colleague would support him. Soult was on the watch for any good excuse for throwing up the scheme and retiring to Zamora. Ney was determined not to risk himself and his corps overmuch, lest he should find himself left in the lurch by Soult at the critical moment. Meanwhile, the Spaniards had been straining every nerve to reorganize the army of Galicia, employing the short time of respite that they had gained in drafting back into the old corps the numerous stragglers who began to return to their colors as the summer drew on, and in raising new battalions of volunteers. La Romana lay in person at Orense with the main body of the original army, which had now risen to a force of about 7,000 properly equipped men and nearly 3,000 unarmed recruits. He had still only 4 guns. The division of the Minho was no longer under Carrera and Morillo. They had been superseded by the arrival of the Conde de Noronha, to whom the central junta had given over the command. This officer found himself at the head of about 10,000 men, of whom only about 2,500 were regulars. The rest were peasantry new to the career of arms, but so much exhilarated by their late successes at Vigo and the Campo de Estrella that it was hard to hold them back from taking the offensive. Fortunately, Noronha was gifted not only with tact, but with caution. He knew how to keep the horde together without allowing them to get out of hand, and utterly refused to risk them in the open field. On June 5, Ney arrived before Santiago with the main body of the 6th Corps, 18 battalions, 3 cavalry regiments and 2 batteries. He had again left Corunna, Ferrol and Lugo in the charge of very small garrisons, and was by no means without misgivings as to their fate during his absence. But he thought that his first duty was to concentrate a field force sufficiently large to face and beat the whole army of Galicia, in case La Romana should join Noronha for a combined attack on the 6th Corps. On the news of the marshal's approach, the Spanish general drew back all his forces behind the estuary known as the Octavum or Oitaban, a broad tidal stretch of water where several small mountain torrents meet at the head of a long bay. Noronha might have disputed the lines of the Ulla and the Vedra, but neither of these rivers affords such a good defensive position as the Oitaban. Here the hills of the interior come down much nearer to the sea than they do at the mouths of the Ulla and the Vedra, so that there is a much shorter line to defend between low water mark and the foot of the inaccessible Sierra de Suido. There was no road inland by which the position could be turned, so that the Galicians had only to guard the 6 miles of riverbank between the sea and the mountain. There were 2 bridges to be watched. The more important was that of Sampio, where the main chaussee to Vigo passes the Oitaban just where it narrows down and ceases to be tidal. The second was that of Caldelas, 4 miles further inland, where a side road to the village of Sotomayor crosses the Verdugo, the most northern of the 3 torrents which unite to form the Oitaban. Noronha had broken down 4 arches of the great Sampio bridge. That of Caldelas he had not destroyed, but had barricaded. He had drawn a double line of trenches on the hillside that dominates it, and placed there a battery containing some of his small provision of artillery. He had but 9 field guns and 2 mortars taken from the walls of Vigo. Morillo was given charge of this part of the position. Noronha took post himself at Sampio. He had neglected no minor precaution that was possible. Some gunboats, one of which was manned by English sailors drawn from the 2 frigates in the bay, patrolled the tidal part of the Oitaban and flanked the broken bridge. Winter, the senior naval officer present, put his marines on shore, along with 60 stragglers from Moore's army, who had been liberated by the peasants from French captivity. They garrisoned Vigo, which lies a few miles beyond the Oitaban. On June 7, Ney reached the front of the position and ascertained that the bridge of Sampio was broken. His artillery exchanged some objectless salvos with that of Noronha, while his cavalry rode inland to look for possible points of passage. They could find none save the fortified bridge of Caldelas and a very difficult ford just above it, commanded, like the bridge, by the Spanish trenches on the hillside. The marshal was also informed that at the Sampio itself there was another ford, passable only at low tide for 3 hours at a time. These reports were by no means encouraging. The Spanish position was almost impregnable, and there was no way of turning it. Indeed, the only road by which the enemy could be taken in flank or rear was that from Orense to Vigo along the Minho. This Ney could not reach. But supposing that Soult had carried out the plan of operations to which he had assented on June 1, it was just possible that he might appear, sooner or later, on that line, and so dislodge the enemy. However, it was equally possible that he might be still far distant, and so Ney resolved to make an attempt to force the passage of the Oudeben. On the morning of June 8, therefore, after a long but fruitless cannonade, one body of infantry endeavored to pass at the ford opposite the village of Sampio, while another, with some cavalry, attempted to cross the other ford at Caldelas and to storm its bridge. At both places the Galicians stood their ground, and the heads of the column were exposed to such a furious fire that they suffered heavily and failed to reach the further bank. The marshal therefore drew them back and refused to persist in an attack which would only have had a chance of success if the enemy had misbehaved and given way to panic. The French lost several hundred men. The Galicians, safe in their trenches, suffered far less. This gave a change of commander, but not of policy, for Vives was as slow and incapable as his predecessor. We have already had occasion to mention the trouble that he gave in August, when he refused to send his troops to the mainland till actually compelled to yield by their mutiny. When he took over the charge of operations, he found 0 foot and 0 horse at his disposition, and the French still on the defensive both at Barcelona and at Figueras. He had a splendid opportunity, and it was not yet too late to strike hard. But all that he chose to attempt was to turn the blockade of Barcelona into an investment by tightening the cordon round the place. To lay siege to the city does not seem to have been within the scope of his intentions, but on November 6, he moved up to the line of the Llobregat with 12,000 infantry and horse, mostly regulars. He had opened negotiations with secret friends within the walls, and had arranged that, when the whole forces of Duhesme were sufficiently occupied in resisting the assault from outside, the populace should take arms and endeavor to seize and throw open one of the gates. But matters never got to this point. On November 8, several Spanish columns moved in nearer to Barcelona and began to skirmish with the outposts of the garrison. But the attack was incoherent and never pressed home. Vives then waited till the 26th, when he had received more reinforcements, the 1st Brigade of Redaing's long-expected Granadan Division. On that day, another general assault on Duhesme's outlying posts was delivered, and this time with considerable success. Several of the suburban villages were carried, over 100 Frenchmen were captured, and the line of blockade was drawn close under the walls. Duhesme had no longer any hold outside the city. But Barcelona was strong, and its garrison, when concentrated within the place, was just numerous enough to hold its own. Duhesme had thought for a moment of evacuating the city and retiring into the citadel and the fortress of Montjuic, but on mature consideration, he resolved to cling as long as possible to the whole circuit of the town. He had heard that an army of relief was at last on the way, and made up his mind to yield no inch without compulsion. Thus Vives wasted another month without any adequate results. He had, with the whole field army of Catalonia, done nothing more than turn the French out of their first and weakest line of defense. The fortress was intact, and to all intents and purposes might have been observed as well by 10,000 Sarmatines as by the large force which Vives had brought against it. Meanwhile the enemy, utterly unopposed on the line of the Pyrenees, was getting together a formidable host for the relief of Barcelona. When he had recognized that Rile's extemporized army was insufficient alike in quantity and in quality for the task before it, the emperor had directed on Perpignan, as we have already seen, 2 strong divisions of the army of Italy, one composed of 10 French battalions under General Souham, the other of 13 Italian battalions. The order to dispatch them had only been given on August 10, and the regiments, which had to be mobilized and equipped, and then to march up from Lombardy to the roots of the Pyrenees, did not begin to arrive at Perpignan till September 14. The artillery and the troops which came from the more distant points only appeared on October 28. Even then there was a further week's delay, for the emperor had monopolized for the main army, on the side of the Bidasoa, all the available battalions of the military train. The army of the Eastern Pyrenees had no transport save that which the regiments had brought with them, and it was with the greatest difficulty that a few hundred mules and some open carts were collected from the French border districts. It was only on November 5 that the army crossed the Pyrenees, by the great pass between Bellegarde and La Junquera. The officer placed in command was General Gouvion Saint-Cyr, who afterwards won his marshal's baton in the Russian War of 1812. He was a general of first-rate ability who had served all through the wars of the Revolution with marked distinction, but he disliked Bonaparte and had not the art to hide the fact. This had kept him back from earlier promotion. Saint-Cyr was by no means an amiable character. He was detested by his officers and his troops as a confirmed grumbler and selfish to an incredible degree. He was one of those men who can always show admirable and convincing reasons for not helping their neighbors. 100 etat un mauvais compagnon de lit, said one of the many colleagues whom he had left in the lurch while playing his own game. From his morose bearing and his dislike for company, he had got the nickname of Le Hibou. He was cautious, cool-headed, and ready of resource, so that his troops had full confidence in him, though he never commanded their liking. Even from his history of the Catalonian War, one can gather the character of the man. It is admirably lucid and illustrated with original documents, Spanish no less than French, in a fashion only too rare among the military books of the soldiers of the empire. But it is not only entirely self-centered, but full of malevolent insinuations concerning Napoleon and the author's colleagues. In his first chapter, he broaches the extraordinary theory that Napoleon handed over to him the Catalonian army without resources, money, or transport, in order that he might make a fiasco of the campaign and ruin his reputation. He actually seems to have believed that his master disliked to have battles won for him by officers who had not owed to him the beginning of their fortunes, and would have been rather pleased than otherwise to see the attempt to relieve Barcelona end in a failure. These are, of course, the vain imaginings of a jealous and suspicious hypochondriac. It is true that Napoleon disliked Saint-Cyr, but he did not want to see the campaign of Catalonia end in a disaster. He gave the new general a fine French division of veteran troops, and, as his letter to the Viceroy Eugene Beauharnais shows, the picked regiments of the whole Italian army. The 7th Corps mustered in all more than 40,000 men, and 0 of these were concentrated under Saint-Cyr's hand at Perpignan and Figueres. It is certain that the troops were not well equipped, and that the auxiliary services were ill represented. But this was not from exceptional malice on Napoleon's part. He was always rather inclined to starve an army with which he was not present in person, and at this moment every resource was being strained to fit out the main force which were to deliver the great blow. At Madrid, Catalonia was but a side show, and when Saint-Cyr tries to prove that it was the most important theater of war in the whole peninsula, he is but exaggerating, after the common fashion of poor humanity, the greatness of his own task and his own victories. Before starting from Perpignan, Saint-Cyr refitted, as best he could, the dilapidated battalions of Ryle, which were, he says, in such a state of nudity that those who had been sent back within the French border had to be kept out of public view from motives of mere decency. The whole division had suffered so much from exposure that instead of taking the field with the 8,000 men which it possessed in August, it could present only 5,500 in November, after setting aside a battalion to garrison Figueres. But though Ryle was weak, and the division of Chabot, a mere corps of 2 Neapolitan battalions and 1 regiment of National Guards, was an almost negligible quantity, the troops newly arrived from Italy were both numerous and good in quality. Sauham's 10 French battalions Ha, 0 bayonets, Pinot's 13 Italian battalions Ha, 300. Their cavalry consisted of 1 French and 2 Italian regiments, making 1,700 sabres. The total force disposable consisted of 23,680 men, of whom 96 were cavalry and about 500 artillery. In this figure are not included the National Guards and dépots left behind to garrison Bellegarde, Montlouis, and other places within the French frontier, but only the troops available for operations within Catalonia. On his way to Perpignan, Saint-Cyr had visited the emperor at Paris so as to receive his orders in person. Napoleon informed him that he left him carte blanche as to all details. The one thing on which he insisted was that Barcelona must be preserved. Si vous perdez cette place, je ne la reprendrai pas avec 80,000 hommes. This then was to be the main object of the coming campaign. There were about 2 months available for the task, for Duhesme reported that, though food was growing scarce, he could hold out till the end of December. To lessen the number of idle mouths in Barcelona, he had been giving permits to depart to many of the inhabitants and expelling others against whom he could find excuses for severity. The high road from Figueres to Barcelona was blocked by the fortress of Gerona, whose previous resistance in July and August showed that its capture would be a tedious and difficult matter. St. Cyr calculated that he had not the time to spare for the siege of this place. Long ere he could expect to take it, Duhesme would be starved out. He made up his mind that he would have to march past Gerona, and as the high road is commanded by the guns of the city, he would be forced to take with him no heavy guns or baggage, but only light artillery and pack mules, which could use the bypaths of the mountains. It was his first duty to relieve Barcelona by defeating the main army of Vives. When this had been done, it would be time enough to think of the siege of Gerona. But there was another fortress, which St. Cyr resolved to clear out of his way before starting to aid Duhesme. On the seashore, only 10 miles before Figueres, lies the little town of Roses, which blocks the route that crawls under the cliffs from Perpignan and Port Vendres to the Amperdam. The moment that the French army advanced south from Figueres, it would have Roses on its flank, and even small expeditions based on the place could make certain of cutting the high road and intercepting all communications between the base and the field force that had gone forward. But it was more than likely that the Spaniards would land a considerable body of troops in Roses, for it has an excellent harbor and every facility for disembarkation. Several English men-of-war were lying there. It served them as their shelter and port of call while they watched for the French ships which tried to run into Barcelona with provisions from Marseille, Sète, or Port Vendres. Already, they had captured many vessels which endeavored to pierce the blockade. St. Cyr, therefore, was strongly of opinion that he ought to make an end of the garrison of Roses before starting on his expedition to aid Duhesme. The place was strategically important, but its fortifications were in such bad order that he imagined that it might be reduced in a few days. The town, which counted no more than 1,500 souls, consisted of a single long street running along the shore. It was covered by nothing more than a ditch and an earthwork, resting at one end on a weak redoubt above the beach, and at the other upon the citadel. The latter formed the strength of the place. It was a pentagonal work, regularly constructed, with bastions, and a scarp and counterscarp revetted with stone. But its resisting power was seriously diminished by the fact that the great breach which the French had made during its last siege in 1794 had never been properly repaired. The government of Godoy had neglected the place, and when the insurrection began, the Catalans had found it still in ruins and had merely built up the gap with loose stones and barrels filled with earth. A good battering train would bring down the whole of these futile patchings in a few days. A mile to the right of the citadel was a detached work, the Fort of the Trinity, placed above a rocky promontory which forms the southeastern horn of the harbor. It had been built to protect ships lying before the place from being annoyed by besiegers. The Trinity was built in an odd and ingenious fashion. It was commanded at the distance of only 100 yards by the rocky hill of Puy-Gram. To prevent ill effects from a plunging fire from this elevation, its front had been raised to a great height, so as to protect the interior of the work from molestation. A broad tower 110 feet high covered the whole side of the castle, which faces inland. Nothing, in short, for a fortress commanded by adjacent heights, could have been better adapted for holding out against offensive operations, or worse, adapted for replying to them. The French battery on the cliff was too elevated for artillery to reach, while the tower, which prevented their shot from reaching the body of the fort, also prevented any return fire at them, even if the fort had possessed artillery. In consequence of the elevated position of the French on the cliff, they could only breach the central portion of the tower. The lowest part of the breach they made was nearly 60 feet above its base, so that it could only be reached by long scaling ladders. It is seldom that a besieger has to complain of the difficulty caused to him by the possession of ground completely dominating a place that he has to reduce. But in the course of the siege of Fort Trinity, the French were undoubtedly incommoded by the height of the Puy-Gram. The garrison below, hidden in good bomb-proofs and covered by the tower, suffered little harm from their fire. To batter the whole tower to pieces by a downward fire was too long and serious a business for them, they merely tried to breach it. If the ground in front of Fort Trinity was too high for the French, that of the town of Roses was too low. It was so marshy that in wet weather the ditches of their siege works filled at once with water, and their parapets crumbled into liquid mud. The only approach on ground of convenient firmness and elevation was opposite a comparatively narrow front of the southeastern corner of the place. The garrison of Roses, when St. Cyr undertook its siege, was commanded by Colonel Peter O'Daly, an officer of the Ultonia who had distinguished himself at Gerona. It was composed of a skeleton battalion, 150 men of the governor's own Irish corps, of half the light infantry regiment 2nd of Barcelona, of a company of Wimpfen's Swiss regiment, and gunners. These were regulars. Of new levies there were the 2 Miquelite tercios of Lerida and Igualada, with some companies of those of Berga and Figueras. The whole force was exactly 3,000 strong. It would be wrong to omit the mention of the British succors, which took part in the defense. There lay in the harbor the Excellent, 74 and 2 bomb vessels. When the Excellent departed on November 21, she was replaced by the Fame, another 74-gun ship, and during the last days of the siege, Lord Cochrane in his well-known frigate, the Imperieuse, was also present. It is well to remember their exact force, for the French narrators of the Leaguer of Roses are prone to call them the British Squadron, a term which seems rather too magnificent to apply to a group of vessels never numbering more than 1 line-of-battle ship, 1 frigate, and 2 bomb vessels. St. Cyr moved forward on November 5, with the 4 divisions of Sauhem, Pino, Ryle, and Chabot, which, as we have seen, amounted in all to about 23,000 men. He had resolved to use Pino and Ryle, some 12,000 men, for the actual siege, and Sauhem and Chabot for the covering work. Accordingly, the weak division of the last-named officer was left to watch the ground at the foot of the passes, in the direction of Figueras and La Junquera, while Sauhem took up the line of the river Fluvia, which lay across the path of any relieving force that might come from the direction of Gerona. St. Cyr remained with the covering army and gave the conduct of the siege to Ryle, perhaps because he had already made 1 attack on the town in August. On November 6, Ryle marched down to the sea, driving before him the Spanish outlying pickets and the peasantry of the suburban villages, who took refuge with their cattle in Roses. On the 7th, the investment began, Ryle's own division taking its position on the marshy ground opposite the town, while Pino encamped more to the left, upon the heights that faced the fort of the Trinity. The headquarters were established at the village of Palau. A battalion of the 2nd Italian Light Infantry was placed far back, to the northeast, to keep off the Sarmatines of the coast villages about Lanzin and Selva de Mar from interfering in the siege. Next day, the civil population of Roses embarked on fishing vessels and small merchantmen and departed to the south, abandoning the whole town to the garrison. They just missed seeing some sharp fighting. The covering party, who had been detached to the neighborhood of Lanzin, were beset during a dense mist by the Sarmatines of the coast. 2 companies were cut to pieces or captured. The rest were saved by General Fontaine, who led out 3 battalions from Pino's lines to their assistance. While this engagement was in progress, the garrison sallied out with 2,000 men to beat up the main camp of the Italians. They were repulsed after a sharp fight. The majority got back to the citadel, but one party being surrounded, Captain West of the Excellent landed with 250 of his seamen and marines, cut his way to them, and brought them off in safety. West had his horse shot under him, a curious note to have to make concerning a naval officer, and lost 10 men wounded. After the 8th, there followed 7 days of continuous rain, which turned the camp of Ryle's division into a marsh, and effectually prevented the construction of siege works in the low-lying ground opposite to the town. The only active operation that could be undertaken was an attempt to storm the fort of the Trinity, which the French believed to be in far worse condition than was actually the case. It was held by 80 Spaniards, under the Irish Lieutenant Colonel Fitzgerald and 25 of the Excellence Marines. The 6 Voltigeur and Grenadier companies of the 2nd Italian Light Infantry delivered the assault with great dash and resolution. But as the strong frontal tower of the fort was high and unbreached, they could make no impression. Their ladders proved useless, and they were repulsed with a loss of 60 men. Their leader, the chef de bataillon Lange, and several other officers were left dead at the foot of the walls. Seeing that nothing was to be won by mere escalade, Ryle had to wait for his siege artillery, which began to arrive from Perpignan on November 16. He at once started 2 batteries on the Puy-Gram to breach the fort of the Trinity, and when the ground had begun to grow dry in front of the town, opened trenches opposite its northeastern angle. When a good emplacement had been found, a battery was established which played upon the citadel and commanded so much of the harbor that Ryle hoped that the British ships would be compelled to shift their anchorage further out to sea. The Spaniards and the Excellent replied with such a heavy fire that in a few hours the battery was silenced, after its powder magazine had been exploded by a lucky shell. Next day, however, the French repaired the damage and mounted more guns, whose fire proved so damaging that Captain West had to move further from the shore. The assailants had established a marked superiority over the fire of the besieged, and availed themselves of it by pushing out parallels nearer to the town and building 4 more breaching batteries. With these additional resources, they began to work serious damage in the unstable bastions of the citadel. They also knocked a hole in the fort of the Trinity, but the breach was so far from the foot of the wall that it was still almost inaccessible. The heaps of rubbish which fell into the ditch did not even reach the lowest part of the gap. On the 21st, the Excellent was relieved by the Fame, and Captain West handed over the task of cooperating with the Spaniards to Captain Bennett. The latter thought so ill of the state of affairs that after 2 days he withdrew his marines from the Trinity fort, an action most discouraging to the Spaniards. But at this juncture there arrived in the bay the Imperieuse frigate, with her indefatigable commandant Lord Cochrane, a host in himself for such a desperate enterprise as the defense of the much-battered town. He got leave from his superior officer to continue the defense and man the Trinity again with his own seamen and marines. They had hardly established themselves there when the Italian brigade of Mazzucchelli made a second attempt to storm the fort, but it was repulsed without even having reached the foot of the breach. Cochrane, seeing that the battery which was playing on the Trinity was on the very edge of a precipitous cliff, resolved to try whether it would not be possible to surprise it at night by landing troops on the beach at the back of the Puy-Gram. If they could get possession of the guns for a few minutes, he hoped to cast them over the declivity on to the rocks below. O'Daly lent meticulous from the garrison of the town, and this force was put ashore with 30 of the Imperieuse's marines who were to lead the assault. The Italians, however, were not caught sleeping. The attack failed, and the assailants were beaten back to the rocks by the beach, with the loss of 10 killed and 20 wounded, beside prisoners. The boats of the frigate only brought off 300 men, but many more escaped along the beach into the hilly country to the east, and were neither captured nor slain. The sortie, however, had been disastrous, and the governor, O'Daly, was so downhearted at the loss of men, and at the way in which the walls of the citadel were crumbling before his eyes, that he began to think of surrender. Nor was he much to blame, for the state of things was so bad that it was evident that unless some new factor was introduced into the siege, the end was not far off. The utter improbability of relief from without was demonstrated on the 24th. Julian Alvarez, the governor of Gerona and commander of the Spanish forces in the Ampurdam, was perfectly well aware that it was his duty to do what he could for the succor of Roses. But his forces were insignificant. Vives had only given 0 regular troops to watch the whole line of the eastern Pyrenees, and of this small force half was shut up in Roses. Nevertheless, Alvarez sallied out from Gerona with 2 weak battalions of Ultonia and Bourbon and half of the light infantry regiment of Barcelona. Picking up 3,000 local Miquelites, he advanced to the line of the Fluvia, where Sauhem was lying, with the division that St. Cyr had told off to cover the siege. The Spaniards drove in the French outposts at several points, but immediately found themselves opposed by very superior numbers and brought to a complete stand. Realizing that he was far too weak to do anything, Alvarez retreated to Gerona after a sharp skirmish. If he had pushed on, he would infallibly have been destroyed. O'Daly received prompt news of his colleagues' discomfiture and saw that relief was impossible. The fact was that Vives ought to have brought up from Barcelona his whole field army of 20,000 men. With such a host, Sauhem could have been driven back, and Ryle compelled to relax the investment, perhaps even to raise the siege. But the Captain General preferred to waste his men and his time in the futile blockade of Duhesme, who could have been just as well contained by 10,000 Sarmatines as by the main Spanish army of Catalonia. The only attempt which Vives made to strengthen his force in the Ampurdum was to order up to Gerona the Aragonese division of 4,000 men under the Marquis of Lazen, which was lying at Lerida. This force arrived too late for the skirmish on the Fluvia, and when it did appear was far too small to accomplish anything. Alvarez and Lazen united had only 8,000 bayonets, while St. Cyr's whole army, as we have already seen, was 25,000 strong and quite able to maintain the siege, and at the same time to provide a covering force against a relieving army so weak as that which now lay at Gerona. The siege operations, meanwhile, were pushed on. Fresh batteries were established to sweep the harbor and to render more difficult the communication of the citadel and the Trinity fort with the English ships. A new attack was started against the eastern front of the town, and measures were taken to concentrate a heavier fire on the dilapidated bastion of the citadel, which had been destroyed in the old siege of 1794 and never properly repaired. On the 26th, an assault was directed by Pino's division against the town front. This was defended by no more than a ditch and earthwork. The Italians carried it at the first rush, but found more difficulty in evicting the garrison from the ruined houses along the shore. 500 Miquelites, who were barricaded among them, made a very obstinate resistance and were only driven out after sharp fighting. 160 were taken prisoners, less than 100 escaped into the citadel, the rest perished. The besiegers at once established a lodgment in the town, covering themselves with the masonry of the demolished houses. It was in vain that the Fame and Imperius ran close inshore and tried to batter the Italians out of the ruins. They inflicted considerable loss, but failed to prevent the enemy from finding shelter. Next night, the lodgment in the town was connected with the rest of the siege works and used as the base for an attack against a hitherto unmolested front of the citadel. Just after the storming of the town, the garrison received the only succor which was sent to it during the whole siege. A weak battalion of regulars from the regiment of Bourbon was put ashore near the citadel under cover of the darkness. It would have been more useful on the preceding day for the defense of the outer works. After the arrival of this small succor, the governor, O'Daly, sent 80 men of the Irish regiment of Ultonia to reinforce Cochrane in the Trinity fort, withdrawing a similar number of Miquelites to the citadel. The guns established by the besiegers in their new batteries among the ruins of the town made such good practice upon the front of the citadel that Ryle thought it worthwhile on the 28th to summon the governor to surrender. O'Daly made a becoming answer to the effect that his defenses were still intact and that he was prepared to continue his resistance. To cut him off from his communication with the sea, the only side from which he could expect help, Ryle now began to build batteries along the waterfront of the town, which commanded the landing places below the citadel. The English ships proved unable to subdue these new guns, and their power to help O'Daly was seriously diminished. It was only under cover of the darkness that they could send boats to land men or stores for the citadel. On the 30th, they tried to take off the sick and wounded, who were now growing very numerous in the place. But the shore batteries having hit the headmost boat, the rest drew off and abandoned the attempt. The prospects of the garrison had grown most gloomy. Meanwhile, the Trinity fort had been perpetually battered for 10 days, and the hole in the great frontal tower was growing larger. It can hardly be called a breach, as owing to the impossibility of searching the lower courses of the wall by the plunging fire from the Puigram, the lowest edge of the gap was 40 feet from the ground. The part of the tower which had been opened was the upper section of a lofty bomb-proof casemate, which composed its ground story. Lord Cochrane built up, with the debris that fell inwards, and with hammocks filled with earth and sand, new walls inside the bomb-proof, cutting off the hole from the interior of the tower. Thus enemies entering at the gap would find that they had only penetrated into the upper part of a sort of cellar. The ingenious captain also set a long slide or chute of greased planks just under the lip of the hole, so that anyone stepping in would be precipitated 30 feet into the bottom of the casemate. But the mere sight of this man-trap, as he called it, proved enough for the enemy, who never pushed the attack into it. On November 30, Pino's division assaulted the fort, the storming party being composed of 6 grenadier and voltigeur companies of the 1st th Italian regiments. They came on with great courage and planted their ladders below the great hole, amid a heavy fire of musketry from the garrison. The leaders succeeded in reaching the edge of the breach, but finding the chasm and the man-trap before them, would not enter. They were all shot down. Grenades were dropped in profusion into the mass at the foot of the ladders, and after a time, the stormers fled back under cover, leaving 2 officers and 40 men behind them. They were rallied and brought up again to the foot of the breach, but recoiled after a second and less desperate attempt to enter. The garrison lost only 3 men killed and 2 wounded, of whom 4 were Spaniards. They captured 2 prisoners, men who had got so far forward that they dared not go back under the terrible fire which swept the foot of the tower. These unfortunates had to be taken into the fort by a rope, so inaccessible was the supposed breach. After this bloody repulse, the besiegers left Lord Cochrane alone, merely continuing to bombard his tower and throwing up entrenchments on the beach, from which they kept up an incessant musketry fire on the difficult landing place by which the fort communicated with the ships. Map of the Battle of Uccle. Enlarged Battle of Uccle. January 13, 1809. Map of the Siege of Roses. Enlarged Siege of Roses. Nota D. 1809. Their main attention was now turned to the citadel, where O'Daly's position was growing hopeless. Their practice, says Cochrane, was beautiful. So accurately was their artillery conducted that every discharge ruled a straight line along the lower part of the walls, this being repeated till the upper portion was without support. As a matter of course, the whole fell into the ditch, forming a breach of easy ascent. The whole proceedings were clearly visible from the Trinity. On December 3, the governor played his last card. The worst of the damage was being done by the advanced batteries placed among the ruins of the town, and it was from this point that the impending assault would evidently be delivered. O'Daly, therefore, pick of his best men, opened a postern gate and launched them at night upon the besiegers' works. The sortie was delivered with great dash and vigor. The trench guards were swept away, the breaching batteries were seized, and the Spaniards began to throw down the parapets, spike the guns, and set fire to the platforms and fascines. But heavy reserves came up from the French camp, and their attack could not be resisted. Before any very serious damage had been done, the besieged were driven out of the trenches by sheer force of numbers and forced to retire to the citadel, leaving 45 dead behind them. Ryle acknowledged the loss of 1 officer and 12 men killed and 19 men wounded. On the 4th, the siege works were pushed forward to within 200 yards of the walls of the citadel, and the breach already established in the dilapidated bastion was enlarged to a great breadth. After dark, the French engineers got forward as far as the counterscarp and reported that an assault was practicable and could hardly fail. The same fact was perfectly evident to O'Daly, who sent out a parlementaire to ask for terms. He offered to surrender in return for leave to take his garrison off by sea. Ryle naturally refused, as the Spaniards were at his mercy, and enforced an unconditional surrender. The state of things being visible to Lord Cochrane on the next morning, he hastily evacuated the Trinity Fort, which it was useless to hold after the citadel had fallen. His garrison, 100 Spaniards and 80 British sailors and marines, had to descend from the fort by rope ladders, as the enemy commanded the proper point of embarkation. They were taken off by the boats of the Fame and Imperieuse under a heavy musketry fire, but suffered no appreciable loss. The magazine was left with a slow match burning and exploded, ruining the fort, before the garrison had got on board their ships. St. Cyr, in his Journal of the War in Catalonia, suggests that Bennett and Cochrane ought to have tried to take off the garrison of the citadel in the same fashion. But this was practically impossible. The The communication between the citadel and the sea had been lost for some days, the French batteries along the beach rendering the approach of boats too dangerous to be attempted. If Captain Bennet had sent in the limited supply of boats that the Fame, the Imperieuse, and the two smaller vessels possessed, they would probably have been destroyed, for they would have had to make many return journeys in order to remove 2,500 men, under the fire of heavy guns placed only 200 or 300 yards away from the landing place. It was quite another thing to remove 180 men from the Trinity, where the enemy could bring practically nothing but musketry to bear, and where the whole of the garrison could be taken off at a single trip. Another futile charge made by the French against the British Navy is that the Fame shelled the beach near the citadel while the captive garrison was marching out, and killed several of the unfortunate Spaniards. If the incident happened at all, there is no mention of it in Lord Cochrane or in James. It must have been due to an attempt to damage the French trenches. Captain Bennet could not have known that the passing column consisted of Spaniards. To insinuate that the mistake was deliberate, as does Belmer's, is simply malicious. O'Daly went into captivity with 2366 men, leaving about 400 more in hospital. The total of the troops who had taken part in the defense, including the reinforcements received by sea, had been about 3,500, so that about 700 must have perished in the siege. The French loss had been at least as great. Pinault's division alone lost 30 officers and men killed and wounded, besides many sick. It is probable that the total diminution in the ranks of Reille's two divisions was over 1,000, the bad weather having told very heavily on the ill-equipped troops. So ended an honorable, if not a very desperate defense. The place was doomed from the first, when once the torpid and purblind Vives had made up his mind to keep his whole force concentrated round Barcelona, and to send no more than the insignificant division of Alvarez and Lauzun to the help of O'Daly. Considering the dilapidated condition of the citadel of Roses and the almost untenable state of the town section of the fortifications, the only wonder is that the French did not break in at an earlier date. The first approaches of Reille's engineers were, according to Belmer's, unskillfully conducted and pushed too much into the marsh. When once they received a right direction, the result was inevitable. Even had the artillery failed to do its work, Roses must nevertheless have fallen within a few days, for it was insufficiently provisioned, and, as the communication with the sea had been cut off since November 30, must have yielded ere long to starvation. The French found an ample store of guns, 58 pieces, and much ammunition in the place, but an utterly inadequate supply of food. N.B. Belmer's, St. Cyr, and Artek have all numerous slips in their narration, from not having used the British authorities. Vacani's account is, on the whole, the best on the French side. Much may be learnt from James's Naval History Vol V, but more from Lord Cochrane's picturesque autobiography. From this, e.g., alone can it be ascertained that the column which attacked the Puigram on November 23 was composed of Mickwelites, not of British soldiers. Cochrane is represented by several writers as arriving on the 24th or even the 26th, while as a matter of fact he reached Roses on the 21st. It may interest some to know that Captain Marryat, the novelist, served under Cochrane and was mentioned in his dispatch. So the description of the siege of Roses in Marryat's Frank Mildmay, wherein his captain is so much glorified, is a genuine personal reminiscence and not an invention of fiction. Section 10, Chapter 2. That evening Ney received news which convinced him that Soult had left him in the lurch and had no intention of prosecuting his march on Orense to turn the enemy's flank. It was reported that the Second Corps, after making only 2 days' march from Lugo, had stopped short at Monforte de Lemos and showed no signs of moving forward. Indeed, the Duke of Dalmatia had put the regiments into cantonments and was evidently about to make a lengthy halt. Since the Duke of Elchingen was now convinced that the enemy could not be dislodged from behind the Oiteben without his colleague's aid, and since that colleague showed no signs of appearing within any reasonable time, the game was up. On the morning of the 9th, Ney gave orders for his troops to draw off and to retire by the road to Santiago and Corunna. He made no secret of his belief that Soult had deliberately betrayed him and had never intended to keep his promise. Without the aid of the Second Corps, he had no hopes of being able to suppress the Galician insurrection. But till he should learn precisely what his colleague was doing, he could not make up his mind to abandon the province. He therefore sent off on June 10 an aide-de-camp with a large escort by the circuitous route via Lugo. This officer bore a dispatch, which explained the situation, reported the check at Sampio, and demanded that the Second Corps should not move any further away, but should return to lend aid to the Sixth in its time of need. It was more than 10 days before an answer was received, but on the 21st Soult's reply came to hand. He had been found marching, not towards Orense, but eastward, in the direction of the frontiers of Leon. He refused to turn back, alleging that this was not in the bond signed at Lugo, and that his troops were in such a state of exhaustion that he was forced to lead them into the plains, to rest them and refit them. Such a reply seemed to justify Ney's worst suspicions. Abandoned by his colleague, and with the care of the whole of Galicia thrown upon his hands, he refused to risk the safety of the Sixth Corps in the unequal struggle. He evacuated Corunna and Ferrol on the 22nd and concentrated his whole force at Lugo. There he picked up the sick and wounded of Soult's corps as well as his own, and in 6 forced marches retired along the high road by Villafranca to Astorga, which place he reached on June 30. Every day he had been worried and molested by the local guerrillas, but neither Noronha nor La Romana had dared to meddle with him. In his anger at the constant attacks of the insurgents, he sacked every place that he passed, from Villafranca and Ponferrada down to the smallest hamlets. 27 Galician towns and villages are said to have been burned by the Sixth Corps during its retreat. Such conduct was unworthy of a soldier of Ney's caliber. It can only be explained by the fact that he was almost beside himself with wrath at being foiled by Soult's breach of his plighted word, and vented his fury on the only victims that he could reach. We must now turn back to trace the steps of the Second Corps in its devious march from Lugo to the plains of Leon. Soult had sent out Loyson with 1 division by the road down the left bank of the Minho on June 1. He himself followed with the rest of the army on the next day. On the 3rd, the marshal reached the little town of Monforte de Lemos, between the Minho and the Sil, which he found deserted by its inhabitants. In obedience to La Romana's orders, they had all gone up into the mountains. If Soult had been honestly desirous of carrying out his compact with Ney, his next step would have been to make a rapid march on Orense. He must have been able to calculate that his colleague would now be in touch with Noronha's forces somewhere to the south of Corunna, and it was his duty to cooperate by descending the Minho in the enemy's rear. The mere fact that he remained for the unconscionable space of 8 days at Monforte is a sufficient proof that he never intended to carry out his part of the compact. During this time, while Ney was fighting out to an unsuccessful end his campaign against Noronha, Soult was absolutely quiescent, at a place only 30 miles from his starting point at Lugo. He was unmolested save by small bands of local guerrillas, who fled to the hills whenever they were faced. His official chronicler, Le Noble, plaids that there were no fords to be found either over the Minho or over the Sil. But in 8 days, unopposed by any serious enemy, the engineers of the Second Corps could certainly have built bridges if the marshal had ordered them to do so. Meanwhile, the troops rested and rejoiced in the abundant supplies of food and wine which they gathered in from the neighborhood, for Monforte lies in the center of a fertile upland, and its neighborhood had never before suffered from the ills of war. On the 11th, Soult at last moved on, but it was not in the direction of Orense. He had no news of Ney, and professed to be concerned that the Sixth Corps had not yet been heard of on the Orense road. Finally, he announced that he was compelled to believe that the Duke of Elchingen had not executed his part of the joint campaign, and that there was no longer any reason that the Second Corps should carry out its share of the plan. Accordingly, he marched, not toward Ney, but in the opposite direction, up the valley of the Sil, with his face set towards the east. He pretended that he hoped to catch and disperse the corps of La Romana, to whom he attributed a design of marching on Puebla de Sanabria, the same movement that the Marquis had executed once before in the first days of March. But as a matter of fact, La Romana was at Orense, and far from having any intention of retreating eastward if he were attacked by the Second Corps, he was looking on Portugal as his line of retreat. On the 13th, Soult reached Montefiorado, where the sill is bridged by masses of rocks which have fallen into its bed. The river forces its way beneath them by a tunnel 60 feet broad, which is supposed to have been cut by the Romans. Crossing on this natural bridge, he turned southward to follow the valley of the Bibi, which leads to Puebla de Sanabria and the plains of Leon. He met no resistance save from the local insurgents, headed by the abbot of Casoyo and a partisan called El Salamanquino, who received little or no aid from the regular army. Indeed, the only Spanish troops in this remote corner of Galicia were 200 men under an officer called Echeverria, a depot left behind at Puebla de Sanabria by La Carrera when he had marched to Vigo in May. This handful of men joined the local guerrillas, and the appearance of their uniforms among the enemy's ranks served Soult as an excuse for stating that he was contending with the army of La Romana. Any reader of his dispatches would conclude that during the last days of June he was opposed by a considerable body of that force. As a matter of fact, he was never anywhere near the Galician army, which lay first at Orense, then at Celanova, finally at Monterrey on the Portuguese frontier, always moving to the right, parallel with the marshal's advance, so as to avoid being outflanked on its southern wing. It was with the peasants of the valley of the Bibi alone that Soult had to do, thrusting them to right and left, and cruelly ravaging the countryside on both banks of the river. He reached Viana on June 16. From thence, Franceschi sent a flying expedition over the hills to Lagudna, on the road from Monterrey to Puebla de Sanabria. It brought back news that La Romana had come down to Monterrey when the Second Corps moved to Viana, but that he was evidently not marching eastward. It had met and routed a party of Spanish cavalry sent out from Monterrey. The prisoners taken from them said that the Marquis was returning to Orense now that he had seen the Second Corps committing itself to an advance up the valley of the Bibi and passing away in the direction of the plains of Leon. It was while halting at Larauco during this march that Soult received the dispatch which Ney had written to him from Santiago on June 10. His reply, as we have already seen, was a peremptory refusal to turn back to the aid of the Sixth Corps. He asserted that he had fulfilled his part of the bargain made at Lugo, which he assuredly had not, and refused to undertake any further offensive operations with troops in a state of utter destitution and fatigue. He declared to his staff, and wrote to King Joseph, that he believed that Ney had deliberately mismanaged his expedition against Vigo and had suffered himself to be checked in order to have an excuse for detaining the Second Corps in Galicia. Why, he asked, had not the Duke of Elchingen sent a turning column against Orense, instead of making a frontal attack against the line of the Oiteben? The plain answer to this query, viz., that Ney, with a field force of only 10,000 men and having 3 weak garrisons behind him, could not afford either to divide his army or to go too far from Corunna and Lugo, he naturally did not give. Accordingly, on June 23, Soult abandoned the valley of the Bibi and crossed the watershed of the Sierra Segundera in 2 columns, one descending on to Lagudna, the other on to Lobian. On the 24th and 25th, the whole army was united at Puebla de Sanabria. The town was taken without a shot being fired, and the French found their several cannon which La Carrera had not carried off when he marched to Vigo, and which Echeverria had spiked but neglected to destroy. The corps rested for 5 days in Puebla de Sanabria, where it obtained abundance of food and comfortable lodging. But Franceschi and his light horse, now reduced to not more than 700 sabres, were pushed on at once to Zamora, to bear news to King Joseph of the approach of the Second Corps, and to beg that the stores, money, artillery, and clothing, which Soult had demanded in his letter from Lugo, might be forwarded to him as soon as possible. Although the authorities at Madrid had heard nothing of the doings of the Marshal since June 1, they had already prepared much of the material required and sent it to Salamanca. From thence, it was now transferred to Zamora and Benevent, where it was handed over to the war-worn Second Corps. Other stores were procured from Valladolid and even from Bayonne, but the artillery, the most important of all the necessaries, was long in coming. Soult's main body had broken up from Puebla de Sanabria on June 29. From thence Mermets, de Labordes, and Lorges troops marched to Benevent, and those of Merle and Hudelit to Zamora. In these places they enjoyed a few days of rest and began to refit themselves. But it was not long before they were called upon to take part in another great campaign, and once more to face their old enemies, the English. The first care of the Duke of Dalmatia, after he had emerged from the Galician Sierras, had been to write long justificatory dispatches to the Emperor and King Joseph. They are most interesting documents, and explain with perfect clearness his reasons for abandoning Ney and returning to the valley of the Douro. His main thesis is that it was his duty to keep the English in check, since they were the one really dangerous enemy in the peninsula. Since it was notorious that Wellesley had quitted northern Portugal, it was practically certain that he must be intending to march southward, to fall upon Victor and strike a blow at Madrid. It was necessary, therefore, that the Second Corps should follow him and be ready to aid in the defense of the capital. The safety of Madrid was far more important than the subjection of Galicia, and the Marshal had no hesitation in sacrificing the lesser object in order to secure the greater. Ney, he thought, would be strong enough to make head against Noronha and La Romana united, but he could not hope to hold down the whole of Galicia, and he would have either to be reinforced or to be permitted to evacuate the province. As to the conquest of Galicia, it would take many men and many months. At present, it would be impossible to find the forces necessary for its complete subjection. This could only be done by fortifying not merely Corunna, Ferrol, and Lugo, but also Tai, Monterrey, Viana, and Puebla de Sanabria. Each of these places should be given a garrison of 5,000 or 6,000 men, and furnished with stores calculated to last for 4 months. In addition, there would have to be blockhouses built along the high road from Lugo to Villafranca and on several other lines. Columns operating from each of the 7 great garrisons should be continually moving about, keeping open the communication between stronghold and chastising the insurgents. Thus Soult calculated that the subjection of Galicia would require 0 to 42,000 men, continually on the move, and never liable to be called upon for any service outside the province. It was absurd, therefore, for him to suggest in a later paragraph that Ney might be left to hold his own. What was the use of setting 15,000 men to work on a task that would strain the energies of 35,000? And where was King Joseph to find the additional 0 men if the Second Corps were withdrawn into Leon to watch the British army? No such force could be drawn from any other part of Spain, and it would be useless to ask for reinforcements from France, while the Austrian war was calling every available man to the Danube. Soult's view clearly was that Galicia would have to be abandoned for the present, though he did not choose to say so. Till the English had been destroyed or driven into the sea, King Joseph would never be able to fin 0 men to lock up in the remote and mountainous northwestern corner of the peninsula. There is not the slightest doubt that Soult's views were perfectly correct. Looking at the war in the peninsula as a whole, it was a strategical blunder to endeavor to hold Galicia before Portugal had been conquered. And while the force of the French armies in Spain remained at its present figure, it was impossible to spare 2 whole army corps for this secondary theater of operations. The attempt to subdue the province had only been made because Moore had drawn after him to Corunna the armies of Soult and Ney, and since they were on the spot, the temptation to use them there was too great to be withstood. This is but one more instance of the way in which the famous march to Sahagun had disarranged all the emperor's original plans for the conquest of the peninsula. It has often been debated whether it would be truer to say that Galicia was delivered by Wellesley's operations or by the valor and obstinacy of its own inhabitants. After giving all due credit to the gallant peasantry who checked Ney and harassed Soult, to the prudence of the untiring La Romana, and to Noronha's cautious courage, it is yet necessary to decide that the real cause of the evacuation of the province by the invaders was the presence of the victorious British army in Portugal. The 2 marshals might have maintained themselves there for an indefinite time if they could have shut their eyes to what was going on elsewhere. But Soult was quite right in believing that it would be mad to persist in the attempt to subdue Galicia, while Wellesley was in the field, and nothing lay between him and Madrid but the 22,000 men of the First Corps. If he and Ney had lingered on in the north, engaged in fruitless hunting after La Romana, while July and August wore on, Madrid would have fallen into the hands of Wellesley and Cuesta, and King Joseph would once more have been forced to go upon his travels to Burgos or elsewhere. The Talavera campaign only failed of success because the 2nd and the 6th Corps were withdrawn from the Galician hills just in time to concentrate at Salamanca and fall upon the rear of the victors. If they had been wandering around Monterrey or Mondonido at the end of July, instead of being cantoned in the plains of Leon, the capital of Spain would undoubtedly have been recovered by Wellesley and Cuesta, though whether those ill-assorted colleagues could have held it for long is another question. Into such possibilities, it is useless to make inquiry. N.B. My best authority for this campaign is the set of dispatches by Carroll in the Record Office. He was at Vigo from June 3 to June 14, with La Romana from June 16 to July 11. Thus he was on the spot for the fight on the Oideben and also for the operations against Soult. Napier's narrative is more than usually faulty in dealing with the end of the Galician campaign. He writes as a partisan of Soult, and his whole tale is drawn from the Marshal's dispatches and from the book of the panegyrist, Le Noble. His whole picture of the desperate condition of La Romana is untrue. The Marquis had always opened to him a safe retreat into Portugal, and his army was never engaged with Soult at all. Carroll's dispatches make this quite clear. The map, facing P125 of Val, Roman II, is so hopelessly inaccurate both as to distances and as to the relative positions of places to each other that I can only compare it to those ingenious diagrams which a railway produces, in order to show that it possesses the shortest route from London to Edinburgh or from Brussels to Berlin. Section 15, Chapter 3. Operations in Aragon, Alcañiz and Blchit. March-June 1809. When upon February 20, the plague-stricken remnant of the much-enduring garrison of Saragossa laid down their arms at the feet of Lannes, it seemed probable that the whole of northeastern Spain must fall a helpless prey to the invader. The time had come when the 3rd and the 5th Corps, freed from the long strain of the siege, were once more available for field operations. For the last 2 months, almost every dispatch that the Emperor or King Joseph wrote had been filled with plans and projects that began with the words, "When Saragossa shall have fallen." If only Palafox and his desperate bands were removed, it would be easy to trample down Aragon, to take Catalonia in the rear, and finally to march to the gates of Valencia and end the struggle on the eastern coast. Now at last, the 30,000 men of Mortier and Junot could be turned to other tasks, and there seemed to be every reason to expect that they would suffice to carry out the Emperor's designs. There was no army which could be opposed to them, for only a few days after the capitulation of Saragossa, Redaing had risked and lost the Battle of Valls, and the wrecks of his host had taken refuge within the walls of Tarragona. The only surviving Spanish force, which was under arms in the valley of the Ebro, consisted of the single division, not more than 4,000 strong, under the Marquis of Lauzun. After his vain attempt to come to the rescue of Saragossa in the early days of February, Lauzun had drawn back to Fraga and Monzon, forced to look on from afar at the last stage of his brother's desperate resistance. In the rest of the kingdom of Aragon, there were but 2 or 3 scattered battalions of new levies, and some guerrilla bands under Perena and other chiefs. The mistaken policy which had led Joseph Palafox to shut up in Saragossa not only his own army, but also the succors which he had procured from Valencia and Murcia, now bore its fruit. There was no force left which could take the field against the victorious army of Lannes. It seemed therefore that the war in Aragon must come to a speedy end. The French had but to advance, and the whole kingdom must fall into their hands. The national cause, however, was not quite so desperate as might have been supposed. Here, as in other regions of Spain, it was ere long to be discovered that it was one thing to destroy a Spanish army, and another to hold down a Spanish province. A French corps that was irresistible when concentrated on the field of battle became vulnerable when forced to divide itself into the number of small garrisons that were needed for the permanent retention of the territory that it had won. Though the capital of Aragon and its chief towns were to remain in the hands of the enemy for the next 5 years, yet there were always rugged corners of the land where the struggle was kept up and the invader baffled and held in check. Yet immediately after the fall of Saragossa, it seemed for a space that Aragon might settle down beneath the invader's heel. Lannes, whose health was still bad, returned to France, but Mortier and Junot, who now once more resumed that joint responsibility that they had shared in December, went forth conquering and to conquer. They so divided their efforts that the 5th Corps operated for the most part to the north, and the 3rd Corps to the south of the Ebro, though occasionally their lines of operations crossed each other. The Kingdom of Aragon consists of 3 well-marked divisions. On each side of the Ebro there is a wide and fertile plain, generally some 30 miles broad. But to the north and the south of this rich valley lie range on range of rugged hills. Those on the north are the lower spurs of the Pyrenees. Those to the south form part of the great central ganglion of the Sierras of central Spain, which lies just where Aragon, Valencia, and New Castile meet. The valley of the Ebro gave the French little trouble. It was not a region that could easily offer resistance, for it was destitute of all natural defenses. Moreover, the flower of its manhood had been enrolled in the battalions which had perished at Saragossa, and few were left in the countryside who were capable of bearing arms, still fewer who possessed them. The plain of central Aragon lay exhausted at the victor's feet. It was otherwise with the mountains of the north and the south, which contain some of the most difficult ground in the whole of Spain. There the rough and sturdy hillfolk found every opportunity for resistance, and when once they had learnt by experience the limitations of the invader's power, were able to keep up a petty warfare without an end. Partisans like Villacampa in the southern hills and Mina in the Pyrenean valleys along the edge of Navarre succeeded in maintaining themselves against every expedition that was sent against them. Always hunted, often brought to bay, they yet were never crushed or destroyed. But in March 1809, the Aragonese had not yet recognized their own opportunities. The disaster of Saragossa had struck such a deep blow that apathy and despair seemed to have spread over the greater part of the kingdom. When Mortier and Junot, after giving their corps a short rest, began to spread movable columns abroad, there was at first no resistance. The inaccessible fortress of Jaca in the foothills of the Pyrenees surrendered at the first summons. Its garrison was only 500 strong, yet it should have made some sort of defense against a force consisting of no more than a single regiment of Mortier's corps, without artillery. The fall of this place was important, as it commands the only pass in the central Pyrenees which is anything better than mule track. Though barely practicable for artillery or light vehicles, it was useful for communication between Saragossa and France, and gave the French army of Aragon a line of communication of its own, independent of the long and circuitous route by Tudela and Pampeluna. Other columns of Mortier's corps marched against Monzon and Fraga, the chief towns in the valley of the Cinca. On their approach, the Marquis of Lazen retired down the Ebro to Tortosa, and both towns were occupied without offering resistance. Another column marched against Mequinenza, the fortress at the junction of the Ebro and Sega. Here, however, they met with opposition. The place was only protected by antiquated 16th-century fortifications, but it twice refused to surrender, though on the second occasion, Mortier himself appeared before its walls with a whole brigade. The marshal did not besiege it, deferring this task till he should have got all of eastern Aragon well in hand. At this same time, he made an attempt to open communications with St. Cyr in Catalonia, sending a regiment of cavalry under Colonel Brich to strike across the mountains beyond the Sega in search of the 7th Corps. Brich executed half his mission, for by great good fortune combined with very rapid movement, he slipped between Lerida and Mequinenza, got down into the coast plain, and met Chabot's division of St. Cyr's army at Montblanche. When, however, he tried to return to Aragon, in order to convey to the Duke of Treviso the information as to the distribution of the 7th Corps, he was beset by the Sarmatines, who were now on the alert. So vigorously was he assailed that he was forced to turn back and seek refuge with Chabot. Thus Mortier gained none of the news that he sought, and very naturally came to the conclusion that his flying column had been captured or cut to pieces. Meanwhile, Junot and the 3rd Corps were operating south of the Ebro. The Duke of Abrantes sent one of his 3 divisions, that of Grandjean, against Caspe, Alcañiz, and the valleys of the Guadeloupe and Martin, while another, that of Musnier, moved out against the highlands of the south and the mountain towns of Daroca and Molina. Most of the battalions of his 3rd Division, that of Morlot, were still engaged in guarding on their way to France the prisoners of Saragossa. Of the 2 expeditions which Junot sent out, that which entered the mountains affected little. It lost several small detachments, cut off by the local insurgents, and though it ultimately penetrated as far as Molina, it was unable to hold the place. The whole population had fled, and after remaining there only 6 days, the French were forced to return to the plains by want of food. March 22, after the Aragonese at once came back to their former position. Grandjean, who had moved against Alcañiz, had at first more favorable fortune. He overran with great ease all the low-lying country south of the Ebro, and met with so little opposition that he resolved to push his advance even beyond the borders of Valencia. Accordingly, he ascended the valley of the Bercantes and appeared before Morla, the frontier town of that kingdom, on March 18. The place was strong, but there was only a very small garrison in charge of it, which retired after a slight skirmish, abandoning the fortress and a large store of food and equipment. If Grandjean could have held Morla, he would have secured for the French army a splendid base for further operations. But he had left many men behind him at Caspe and Alcañiz and had but a few battalions in hand. He had gone too far forward to be safe, and when the junta of Valencia sent against him the whole of the forces that they could collect, some 5,000 men under General Roca, he was compelled to evacuate Morla and to fall back on Alcañiz. Mortier and Junot were concerting a joint movement for the completion of the conquest of eastern Aragon and an advance against Tortosa, when orders from Paris suddenly changed the whole face of affairs. The emperor saw that war with Austria was inevitable and imminent. Disquieted as to the strength of the new enemy, he resolved to draw troops from Spain to reinforce the army of the Danube. The only corps which seemed to him available was that of Mortier, and on Ypres he ordered that the Duke of Treviso should concentrate his troops and draw back to Tudela and Logroño. It might still prove to be unnecessary to remove the Fifth Corps from the peninsula, but at Logroño it would be within 4 marches of France if the emperor discovered that he had need of its services in the north. On the same day Napoleon removed Junot from his command, probably on account of the numerous complaints as to his conduct sent in by King Joseph. To replace him, General Suchet, the commander of one of Mortier's divisions, was directed to take charge of the Third Corps. 10 days later, the imperial mandate reached Saragossa, and on receiving it, Mortier massed his troops and marched away to Tudela. We have already seen that his corps was never withdrawn from Spain, but merely moved from Aragon to Old Castile. But its departure completely changed the balance of fortune on the lower Ebro. The number of French troops in that direction was suddenly reduced by 1/2, and the Third Corps had to spread itself out to the north in order to take over all the positions evacuated by Mortier. It was far too weak for the duty committed to its charge, and at this moment it had not even received back the brigade sent to guard the Saragossa prisoners, which, it will be remembered, had been called off and lent to Kellerman. There were hardly 15,000 troops left in the whole kingdom of Aragon, and these were dispersed in small bodies, with the design of holding down as much ground as possible. The single division of Grandjean had to cover the whole line from Barbastro to Alcañiz, places 70 miles apart, with less than 5,000 bayonets. The second division, Musniers, with its headquarters at Saragossa, had to watch the mountains of Upper Aragon. Of the third division, that of Morlat, the few battalions that were available were garrisoning Jaca and Tudela, on the borders of Navarre. No sooner had Mortier's corps departed than a series of small reverses occurred, the inevitable results of the attempt to hold down large districts with an inadequate force. Junot, who was still retained in command till his successor should arrive, seemed to lack the courage to draw in his exposed detachments. Probably his heart was no longer in the business, since he was under sentence of recall. Yet he had 6 weeks of work before him, for by some mischance the dispatch nominating Suchet to take his place reached Saragossa after that general had marched off at the head of his old division of Mortier's corps. Cross-communication being tardy and difficult, it failed to catch him up till he had reached Valladolid. Returning from thence, with a slow-moving escort of infantry, Suchet did not succeed in joining his corps till May 19. He found it in a desperate situation, for the last 4 weeks had seen an almost unbroken series of petty reverses, and it looked as if the whole of Aragon was about to slip out of the hands of the French. It was fortunate for the Third Corps that its new commander, though hitherto he had never been placed in a position of independent responsibility, proved to be a man of courage and resource, perhaps, indeed, the most capable of all the French generals who took part in the Peninsular War. A timid or unskillful leader might have lost Aragon and imperiled the hold of King Joseph on Madrid. It is hardly an exaggeration to say that the entire French position in Spain would have been gravely compromised if during the last weeks of May the Third Corps had been under the charge of a less skillful and self-reliant commander. In the month that elapsed before Suchet's arrival, the consequences of the withdrawal of the Fifth Corps from the lower Ebro were making themselves felt. The Aragonese were not slow to discover the decrease in the numbers of the invaders, and to note the long distances that now intervened between post and post. The partisans who had retired into Catalonia or had taken refuge in the mountains of the south and the north began to descend into the plains and to fall upon the outlying French detachments. On May 6, Colonel Perenna came out of Lerida and beset the detachment of Grandion's division, which held the town and fortress of Monzon, with a horde of peasants and some Catalan Miquelites. The governor, Solnicki, thereupon fell back to Barbastro, the headquarters of Habert's brigade. That general considered that he was in duty bound to retake Monzon and marched against it with 6 battalions and a regiment of cuirassiers. He tried to cross the Cinca, not opposite the town, but much lower down the stream at the ferry of Palma. But just as his vanguard had established itself on the other bank, a sudden storm caused such a rising of the waters that its communication with the main body was completely cut off. Thereupon Habert marched northward and tried to force a passage at Monzon so as to secure a line of retreat for his lost detachment. The bridge of that town, however, had been barricaded and the castle garrisoned. Habert was held at bay, and the 1,000 men who had crossed at the ferry of Palma were all cut off and forced to surrender. After marching for 3 days among the insurgents and vainly endeavoring to force their way through the horde, they had to lay down their arms when their cartridges had all been exhausted. Only the cuirassiers escaped by swimming the river when the flood had begun to abate and found their way back to Barbastro. In consequence of this disaster, the French lost their grip on the valley of the Cinca, for the insurgents, under Perenna and the Catalan chief Bagot, moved forward into the Sierra del Cubier and raised the whole countryside in their aid. Habert, fearing to be cut off from Saragossa, thereupon retired to Villafranca on the Ebro and abandoned all northeastern Aragon. Meanwhile, the other brigade of Grandion's division, which still lay at Alcañiz, south of the Ebro, was also driven in by the Spaniards. Its commander Laval was attacked by a large force coming from Tortosa and was forced to draw back to Sanper and Híjar. At the news of his retreat, all the hill country of southern Aragon took arms, and the bands from Molina and the other mountain cities extended their raids down the valley of the Huerta and almost to the gates of Saragossa. The Spanish force which had seized Alcañiz was no mere body of armed peasants, but a small regular army. General Blake had just been given the post of commander-in-chief of all the forces of the Coronilla, the old kingdom of Aragon and its dependencies, Valencia and Catalonia. Burning to atone for his defeats at Zornoza and Espinosa by some brilliant feat of arms, he was doing his best to collect a new army of the right. From Catalonia, he could draw little or nothing. The troops which had fought under Redaing at Valls were still cooped up in Tarragona and unfit for field service. But Blake had concentrated at Tortosa the division of the Marquis of Lazen, the sole surviving fraction of the old army of Aragon, and the troops which he could draw from Valencia. These last consisted at this moment of no more than the reorganized division of Roca from the old army of the Centre. Its depleted cadres had been sent back by Infantado from Cuenca, and the junta had shot into them a mass of recruits, who in a few weeks had raised the strength of the division fro 500 to 5,000 bayonets. Other regiments were being raised in Valencia, but in the early weeks of May they were not yet ready for the field, though by June they gave Blake a reinforcement of nearly 12,000 men. Murcia could provide in May only one single battalion for Blake's assistance. All its field army had perished at Saragossa. The total force of the new army of the right, when it advanced against Alcañiz, was less than 10,000 men. The Valencians in its ranks outnumbered the Aragonese by 4 to 3. When Suchet therefore arrived at Saragossa on May 19, and took over the command of the Third Corps from the hands of Junot, the prospect seemed a gloomy one for the French. Their outlying detachments had been forced back to the neighborhood of Saragossa. The Central Reserve, Musnier's 2 brigades, was small. The 3rd Division, with the exception of 1 regiment, was still absent. One of its brigades was with Kellerman in Lyon, and some detachments were scattered among the garrisons of Navarre. After the sick and the absent had been deducted, Suchet found that he had not much more than 10,000 men under arms, though the nominal force of the Third Corps was still about 20,000 sabres and bayonets. Nor was it only in numbers that the army of Aragon was weak. Its morale also left much to be desired. The newly formed regiments, which composed more than half of the infantry, were in a deplorable condition, a natural consequence of the haste with which they had been organized and sent into the field. Having been originally composed of companies drawn from many quarters, they still showed a mixture of uniforms of different cut and color, which gave them a motley appearance and, according to their commander, degraded them in their own eyes and lowered their self-respect. They had not yet fully recovered from the physical and moral strain of the siege of Saragossa. Their pay was in arrear, the military chest empty, the food procured from day to day by marauding. There was much grumbling among the officers, who complained that the promotions and rewards due for the capture of Saragossa had almost all been reserved for the Fifth Corps. The guerrilla warfare of the last few weeks had disgusted the rank and file, who thought that Junot had been mismanaging them and knew absolutely nothing of the successor who had just replaced him. The whole corps, says Suchet, was dejected and discontented. Nevertheless, there was no time to rest or reorganize these sullen battalions. The Spaniards were pressing in so close that it was necessary to attack them at all costs. The only other alternative would have been to abandon Saragossa. Such a step, though perhaps theoretically justifiable under the circumstances, would have ruined Suchet's military career and was far from his thoughts. Only 2 days after he had assumed the command of the corps, he marched out with Musnier's division to join Lavel's troops at Hijaz. He had sent orders to Habert to cross the Ebro and follow him as fast as he was able. But that general, who was still on the march from Barbastro to Villafranca, did not receive the dispatch in time and failed to join his chief before the oncoming battle. On May 23, however, Suchet, with Musnier's and Lavel's men, presented himself in front of Blake's position at Alcañiz. He had 14 battalions and 5 squadrons with him, a force in all of about 8,000 men, with 18 guns. He found the Spaniards ready and willing to fight. They were drawn up on a line of hills to the east of Alcañiz, covering that town and its bridge. Their position was good from a tactical point of view, but extremely dangerous when considered strategically, for Blake had been tempted by the strong ground into fighting with the river Guadeloupe at his back, and had no way of crossing it save by the single bridge of Alcañiz and a bad ford. It was an exact reproduction of the deplorable order of battle that the Russians had adopted at Friedland in 1807, though not destined to lead to any such disaster. The northern and highest of the 3 hills occupied by the Spaniards, that called the Cerro de los Puyos, was held by the Aragonese troops. On the central height, called the Hill of Las Horcas, was placed the whole of the Spanish artillery, 19 guns, guarded by 3 Valencian battalions. This part of the line was immediately in front of the bridge of Alcañiz, the sole line of retreat. The southern and lowest hill, that of La Perdiguera, was held by Roca and the rest of the Valencians, and flanked by the small body of cavalry, only 400 sabres, which Blake possessed. The whole army, not quite 9,000 strong, outnumbered the enemy by less than 800 bayonets, though in French narratives it is often stated at 12,000 or 15,000 men. Suchet seems to have found some difficulty at first in making out the Spanish position. The hills hid from him the bridge and town of Alcañiz, whose position in rear of Blake's center was the dominant military fact of the situation. At any rate, he spent the whole morning in tentative movements, and only delivered his main stroke in the afternoon. He began by sending Lavel's brigade against the dominating hill on the right flank of the Spanish position. 2 assaults were made upon the Cerro de los Puyos, which Suchet in his autobiography calls feints, but which Blake considered so serious that he sent off to this flank 2 battalions from his left wing and the whole of his cavalry. Whether intended as mere demonstrations or as a real attack, these movements had no success and were repelled by General Arizaga, the commander of the Aragonese, without much difficulty. The Spanish cavalry, however, was badly mauled by Suchet's hussars when it tried to deliver a flank charge upon the enemy at the moment that he retired. When all the fighting on the northern extremity of the line had died down, Suchet launched his main attack against Blake's center, hoping, as he says, to break the line, seize the bridge of Alcañiz, which lay just behind the hill of Las Horcas, and thus to capture the greater part of the Spanish wings, which would have no line of retreat. The attack was delivered by two of Musnier's regiments formed in columns of battalions and acting in a single mass, a force of over 2,600 men. A column of this strength often succeeded in bursting through a Spanish line during the Peninsular War. But on this day Suchet was unlucky, or his troops did not display the usual elan of French infantry. They advanced steadily enough across the flat ground and began to climb the hill, in spite of the rapid and accurate fire of the artillery which crowned its summit. But when the fire of musketry from the Spanish left began to beat upon their flank, and the guns opened with grape, the attacking columns came to a standstill at the line of a ditch cut in the slope. Their officers made every effort to carry them forward for the few hundred yards that separated them from the Spanish guns, but the mass wavered, surged helplessly for a few minutes under the heavy fire, and then dispersed and fled in disorder. Suchet rallied them behind the 5 intact battalions which he still possessed, but refused to renew the attack and drew off ere night. He himself had been wounded in the foot at the close of the action, and his troops had suffered heavily. Their loss must have been at least 700 or 800 men. Blake, who had lost no more than 300, did not attempt to pursue, fearing to expose his troops in the plain to the assaults of the French cavalry. The morale of the Third Corps had been so much shaken by its unsuccessful debut under its new commander that a panic broke out after dark among Lavel's troops, who fled in all directions, on a false alarm that the Spanish cavalry had attacked and captured the rearguard. Next morning, the army poured into Saint-Pé and Hija in complete disorder, and some hours had to be spent in restoring discipline. Suchet discovered the man who had started the cry of sauve-qui-peut and had him shot before the day was over. The French had expected to be pursued, and many critics have blamed Blake for not making the most of his victory and following the defeated enemy at full speed. The Spanish general, however, had good reasons for his quiescence. He saw that Suchet's force was almost as large as his own. He could not match the French in cavalry, and having noted the orderly fashion in which they had left the battlefield, he could not have guessed that during the night they would disband in panic. Moreover, and this was the most important point, he was expecting to receive in a few days reinforcements from Valencia, which would more than double his numbers. Till they had come up, he would not move, but contented himself with sending the news of Alcañiz all over Aragon and stimulating the activity of the insurgents. As he had hoped, the results of his victory were important. The French had to evacuate every outlying post that they possessed, and the whole of the open country passed into the hands of the patriots. Perena and the insurgents of the north bank of the Ebro pressed close into Saragossa. Other bands threatened the high road to Tudela. Thousands of recruits flocked into Blake's camp, but he was unfortunately unable to arm or utilize them. Within a few days, however, he began to receive the promised reinforcements from Valencia, a number of fresh regiments from the rear, and drafts for the corps that were already with him. He also used his authority as supreme commander in Catalonia to draw some reinforcements from that principality, 3 battalions of Redaing, Granadan troops, and 1 of Miquelets. No more could be spared from in front of the active St. Cyr. Within 3 weeks after his victory of Alcañiz, he had collected an army of 25,000 men and considered himself strong enough to commence the march upon Saragossa. It was in his power to advance directly upon the city by the high road along the Ebro, and to challenge Suchet to a battle outside its southern gates. He did not, however, make this move, but with a caution that he did not often display, kept to the mountains and marched by a side road to Belchite. Here he received news of Napoleon's check at Essling, which had happened on the 22nd of the preceding month. It was announced as a complete and crushing defeat of the emperor and encouraged the Spaniards in no small degree. From Belchite, Blake, still keeping to the mountains, pursued his march eastward to Villanova in the valley of the Huber. This move revealed his design. He was about to place himself in a position from which he could threaten Suchet's lines of communication with Tudela and Logroño, and so compel him either to abandon Saragossa without fighting, or to come out and attack the Spanish army among the hills. Blake, in short, was trying to maneuver his enemy out of Saragossa, or to induce him to fight another offensive action such as that of Alcañiz had been. After the experience of May 25, he thought that he could trust his army to hold its ground, though he was not willing to risk an advance in the open, across the level plain in front of Saragossa. Suchet, meanwhile, had concentrated his whole available force in that city and its immediate neighborhood. He had drawn in every man save a single column of 2 battalions, which was lying at La Muela under General Faber, with orders to keep back the insurgents of the southern mountains from making a dash at Alagon and cutting the high road to Tudela. He had been writing letters to Madrid, couched in the most urgent terms, to beg for reinforcements. But just at this moment, the Asturian expedition had drawn away to the north, all the troops in Old Castile. King Joseph could do no more than promise that the 2 regiments from the 3rd Corps, which had been lent to Kellerman, should be summoned back and directed to make forced marches on Saragossa. He could spare nothing save these 6 battalions, believing it impossible to deplete the garrison of Madrid or to draw from Valladolid the single division of Mortier's corps, which was at this moment the only solid force remaining in the valley of the Douro. Suchet was inclined to believe that he might be attacked before this small reinforcement of 3,000 men could arrive, and feared that, with little more than 10,000 sabers and bayonets, he would risk defeat if he attacked Blake in the mountains. The conduct of his troops in and after the Battle of Alcañiz had not tended to make him hopeful of the result of another action of the same kind. Nevertheless, when Blake came down into the valley of the Huber and began to threaten his communications, he resolved that he must fight once again. The alternative course, the evacuation of Saragossa and a retreat up the Ebro, would have been too humiliating. Suchet devoted the 3 weeks of respite which the slow advance of the enemy allowed him to the reorganization of his corps. He made strenuous exertions to clothe it and to provide it with its arrears of pay. He inspected every regiment in person, sought out and remedied grievances, displaced a number of unsatisfactory officers, and promoted many deserving individuals. He claims that the improvement in the morale of the troops during the 3 weeks when they lay encamped at Saragossa was enormous, and his statements may be verified in the narrative of one of his subordinates, who remarks that neither Moncey nor Junot had ever shown that keen personal interest in the corps which Suchet always displayed, and that the troops considered their new chief both more genial and more businesslike than any general they had hitherto seen, and so resolved to do their best for him. Forced to fight, but not by any means confident of victory, the French commander discharged on to Tudela and Pampeluna his sick, his heavy baggage and his parks, before marching out to meet Blake upon June 14. The enemy, though still clinging to the skirts of the hills, had now moved so close to Saragossa that it was clear that he must be attacked at once, though Suchet would have preferred to wait a few days longer, till he should have rallied the brigade from Old Castile. These 2 regiments, under Colonel Robert, had now passed Tudela and were expected to arrive on the 15th or 16th. But Blake had now descended the valley of the Huber and had pushed his outposts to within 10 or 12 miles of Saragossa. He had reorganized his army into 3 divisions, one of which, mainly composed of Aragonese troops, was placed under General Arizaga, while Roca and the Marquis of Lazen headed the 2 others, in which the Valencian levies predominated. Of the total of 25,000 men which the muster rolls showed, 20,000 were in line. The rest were detached or in hospital. There were about 1,000 untrustworthy cavalry and 25 guns. In his final advance down the Huber, Blake moved in 2 columns. Arizaga's division kept to the right bank and halted at Batorita, some 16 miles from Saragossa. The commander-in-chief, with the other 2 divisions, marched on the left bank, and pushing further forward than his lieutenant, reached the village of Maria, 12 miles from the southwestern front of the city. A distance of 6 or 7 miles separated the 2 corps. Thus Blake had taken the strategical offensive, but was endeavoring to retain the tactical defensive by placing himself in a position where the enemy must attack him. But he seems to have made a grave mistake in keeping his columns so far apart, on different roads and with a river between them. It should have been his object to make sure that every man was on the field when the critical moment should arrive. Already on the morning of the 14th, the two armies came into contact. Musnier's division met the Spanish vanguard, thrust it back some way, but then came upon Blake and the main body and had to give ground. Suchet, on the same evening, established his headquarters at the Abbey of Santa Fe, and there dictated his orders for the battle of the following day. Having ascertained that Arizaga's division was the weaker of the two Spanish columns, he left opposite it, on the Monte Torero, a mile and a half outside Saragossa, only a single brigade, 5 battalions, under General Laval, who had now become the commander of the 1st Division, for Grandjean had been sent back to France. Protected by the line of the Canal of Aragon, these 2,000 men were to do their best to beat off any attack which Arizaga might make against the city, while the main bodies of both armies were engaged elsewhere. The charge of Saragossa itself was given over to Colonel Haxo, who had but a single battalion of infantry and the sapper companies of the army. Having set aside these 3,000 men to guard his flank and rear, Suchet could only bring forward Musnier's division and the remaining brigade of Laval's division, that of Habert, with 2 other battalions, for the main attack. But he retained with himself the whole of his cavalry and all his artillery, save 1 single battery left with the troops on Monte Torero. This gave him 14 battalions, about 7,500 infantry, 800 horse, and 12 guns, less than 9,000 men in all, to commence the battle. But he was encouraged to risk an attack by the news that the brigade from Tudela was now close at hand, and could reach the field by noon with 3,000 bayonets more. It would seem that Suchet, though he does not say so in his memoirs, held back during the morning hours, in order to allow this heavy reserve time to reach the fighting ground. Blake was in order of battle along the line of a rolling hill separated from the French lines by less than a mile. Behind his front were 2 other similar spurs of the Sierra de la Muela, each separated from the other by a steep ravine. On his right flank was the river Hueba, with level fields half a mile broad between the water's edge and the commencement of the rising ground. The village of Maria lay to his right rear, some way up the stream. The Spaniards were drawn out in 2 lines, Roca's division on the northernmost ridge, Lazan S in its rear on the second, while the cavalry filled the space between the hills and the river. 2 battalions and half a battery were in reserve, in front of Maria. The rest of the artillery was placed in the intervals of the first line. The French occupied a minor line of heights facing Blake's front. Habert's brigade held the left, near the river, having the 2 cavalry regiments of Wattier in support. Musnier's division formed the center and right. A squadron of Polish lancers was placed far out upon its flank. The only reserve consisted of the 2 stray battalions, which did not belong either to Musnier or Habert, one of the 5th Leger, another of the 64th of the line. Blake's army was slow in taking up its ground, while Suchet did not wish to move till the brigade from Tudela had got within supporting distance. Hence, in the morning hours, there was no serious collision. But at last, the Spaniards took the initiative and pushed a cautious advance against Suchet's left, apparently with the object of worrying him into assuming the offensive rather than of delivering a serious attack. But the cloud of skirmishers sent against Habert's front grew so thick and pushed so far forward that at last the whole brigade was seriously engaged, and the artillery was obliged to open upon the swarm of Spanish tirailleurs. They fell back when the shells began to drop among them and sought refuge by retiring nearer to their main body. About midday the bickering died down on the French left, but shortly after the fire broke out with redoubled energy in another direction. Disappointed that he could not induce Suchet to attack him, Blake had at last resolved to take the offensive himself, and columns were seen descending from his extreme left wing, evidently with the intention of turning the French right. Having thus made up his mind to strike, the Spanish general should have sent prompt orders to his detached division under Arizaga to bid it cross the Hueba with all possible speed and hasten to join the main body before the engagement had grown hot. It could certainly have arrived in 2 hours, since it was but 6 or 7 miles away. But Blake made no attempt to call in this body of 6,000 men, the best troops in his army, or to utilize it in any way. He only employed the 2 divisions that were under his hand on the hillsides above Maria. The attack on the French right, made between 1 and 2 o'clock, precipitated matters. When Suchet saw the Spanish battalions beginning to descend from the ridge, he ordered his Polish lancers to charge them in flank and attacked them in front with part of the 114th Regiment and some Voltigeur companies. The enemy was thrown back and retired to rejoin his main body. Then, before they were fully rearranged in line of battle, the French general bade the whole of Musnier's division advance and storm the Spanish position. He was emboldened to press matters to an issue by the joyful news that the long-expected brigade from Tudela had passed Saragossa and would be on the field in a couple of hours. The 8 battalions of the 114th, 115th, and the 1st of the Vistula crossed the valley and fell upon the Spanish line between 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Roca's men met them with resolution, and the fighting was for some time indecisive. Along part of the front the French gained ground, but at other points they were beaten back, and to repair a severe check suffered by the 115th, Suchet had to engage half his reserve, the battalion of the 64th, and to draw into the fight the 2nd of the Vistula from Habert's brigade upon the left. This movement restored the line, but nothing appreciable had been gained, when a violent hailstorm from the north suddenly swept down upon both armies and hid them for half an hour from each other's sight. Map of the Battle of Alcañiz. Enlarged Battle of Alcañiz. May 23 R. Map of the Battle of Marias. Enlarged Battle of Marias. June 15 th. 1809. Before it was over, Suchet learnt that Robert and his brigade had arrived at the Abbey of Santa Fe on his right rear. He therefore resolved to throw into the battle the wing of his army which he had hitherto held back, Habert's battalions and the cavalry. When the storm had passed over, they advanced against the Spanish right, in the low ground near the river. The 3 battalions of infantry led the way, but when their fire had begun to take effect, Suchet bade his hussars and cuirassiers charge through the intervals of the front line. The troops here opposed to them consisted of 600 cavalry under General O'Donoghue, the whole of the horsemen that Blake possessed, for the rest of his squadrons were with Arizaga, far away from the field. The charge of Wattier's 2 regiments proved decisive. The Spanish horse did not wait to cross sabres, but broke and fled from the field, exposing the flank of the battalions which lay next them in the line. The cuirassiers and hussars rolled up these unfortunate troops and hunted them along the high road as far as the outskirts of Maria. Here they came upon and rode down the 2 battalions which Blake had left there as a last reserve, and captured the half-battery that accompanied them. The Spanish right was annihilated, and what was worse, Blake had lost possession of the only road by which he could withdraw and join Arizaga. Meanwhile, Habert's battalions had not followed the cavalry in their charge, but had turned upon the exposed flank of the Spanish center and were attacking it inside and rear. It is greatly to Blake's credit that his firmness did not give way in this distressing moment. He threw back his right and sent up into line such of Lazen's battalions from his rear line as had not yet been drawn into the fight. Thus he saved himself from utter disaster, and though losing ground all through the evening hours, kept his men together, and finally left the field in a solid mass, retiring over the hills and ravines to the southward. The Spaniards, wrote an eyewitness, went off the field in perfect order and with a good military bearing. But they had been forced to leave behind them all their guns save 2, for they had no road, and could not drag the artillery up the rugged slopes by which they saved themselves. Blake also lost 1,000 killed, 3 or 4 times that number of wounded, and some hundreds of prisoners. The steadiness of the retreat is vouched for by the small number of flags captured by the French, only 3 out of the 34 that had been upon the field. Suchet, according to his own account, had lost no more than between 700 men. When safe from pursuit, the beaten army crossed the Huelva far above Maria, and rejoined Arizaga's division at Batorita on the right bank of that stream. Next morning, to his surprise, Suchet learnt that the enemy was still in position at Batorida and was showing a steady front. The victor did not march directly against Blake, as might have been expected, but ordered Laval, with the troops that had been guarding Saragossa, to turn the Spaniards right, while he himself maneuvered to get round their left. These cautious proceedings would seem to indicate that the French army had been more exhausted by the battle of the previous day than Suchet concedes. The turning movements failed, and Blake drew off undisturbed at nightfall and retired on that same road to Belchite by which he had marched on Saragossa in such high hopes only 4 days back. The Battle of Maria had been on the whole very creditable to the Valencian troops, but the subsequent course of events was lamentable. On the way to Belchite, many of the raw levies began to disband themselves. The weather was bad, the road worse, and the consciousness of defeat had had time enough to sink into the minds of the soldiery. When Blake halted at Belchite, he found that he had only 12,000 men with him. Deducting the losses of the 15th, there should have been at least 15,000 in line. Of artillery, he possessed no more than 9 guns, 7 that had been with Arizaga, and 2 saved from Maria. It can only be considered, therefore, a piece of mad presumption on the part of the Spanish general that he halted at Belchite and again offered battle to his pursuers. The position in front of that town was strong, far stronger than the ground at Maria. But the men were not the same. On June 15, they had fought with confidence, proud of their victory at Alcañiz and intending to enter Saragossa in triumph next day. On June 18, they were cowed and disheartened. They had already done their best and had failed. It seemed to them hopeless to try the fortunes of war again, and they were half beaten before a shot had been fired. The mere numerical odds, too, were no longer in their favor. At Maria, Blake had 0 men to Suchet's 9,000, if we count only the troops that fought, and neglect the 3,000 French who came up late in the day and were never engaged. At Belchite, Blake had about 12,000 men, and Suchet rather more, for he had gathered in Laval's and Robert's brigades, 0 bayonets, and could put into line 13,000 men, even if allowance be made for his losses in the late battle. It is impossible to understand the temerity with which the Spanish general courted a disaster, by resolving to fight a second battle only 3 days after he had lost the first. Blake's center was in front of Belchite, in comparatively low-lying ground, much cut up by olive groves and enclosures. His wings were drawn up on 2 gentle hills, called the Calvary and El Puyo. The left was the weaker flank, the ridge there being open and exposed. It was on this wing, therefore, that Suchet directed his main effort. He sent against it the whole of Musnier's division and a regiment of cavalry, while Habert's brigade marched to turn the right. The center was left unattacked. The moment that Musnier's attack was well pronounced, the whole of the Spanish left wing gave way and fell back on Belchite to cover itself behind the walls and olive groves. Before the French division could be reformed for a second attack, an even more disgraceful rout occurred on the right wing. Habert's brigade had just commenced to close in upon the Spaniards when a chance shell exploded a caisson in rear of the battery in Blake's right center. The fire communicated itself to the other powder wagons which were standing near, and the whole group blew up with a terrific report. This piece of luck threw the whole line into panic. Writes an eyewitness, the enemy thought that he was attacked in the rear. Every man shouted treason, whole battalions threw down their arms and bolted. The disorder spread along the entire line, and we only had to run in upon them and seize what we could. If they had not closed the town gates, which we found it difficult to batter in, I fancy that the whole Spanish army would have been captured or cut to pieces. But it took some time to break down the narrow, grated door, and then a battalion stood at bay in the marketplace and had to be ridden down by our Polish lancers before we could get on. Lastly, we had to pass through another gate to make our exit and to cross the bridge over the Aguas in a narrow formation. This gave the Spaniards time to show a clean pair of heels, and they utilized the chance with their constitutional agility. We took few prisoners, but got their 9 guns, some 20 munition wagons, and the whole of their very considerable magazines. General Suchet wrote up a splendid account of the elaborate maneuvers that he made, but I believe that my tale is nearer to the facts, and that the order of battle which he published was composed après coup. The whole affair did not last long enough for him to carry out the various dispositions which he details. The whole Spanish army was scattered to the winds. It was some days before the Aragonese and Catalans began to rally at Tortosa and the Valencians at Morla. The total loss in the battle had not been large. Such it says that only one regiment was actually surrounded and cut to pieces, and only one flag taken. But of the 25,000 men who had formed the Army of the Right on June 1, not 10,000 were available a month later, and these were in a state of demoralization which would have made it impossible to take them into action. Suchet was therefore able to set himself at leisure to the task of reducing the plains of Aragon, whose control had passed out of his hands in May. He left Musnier's division at Alcañiz to watch all that was left of Blake's army, while he marched with the other two to overrun the central valley of the Ebro. On June 23, he seized Caspe and its long wooden bridge and crossed the river. Next he occupied Fraga and Monzon and left Habert and the 3rd Division to watch the valley of the Cinca. With the remaining division, that of Laval, he marched back to Saragossa, sweeping the open country clear of guerrilla bands. Then he sat down for a space in the Aragonese capital to busy himself in administrative schemes for the governance of the kingdom, and in preparation for a systematic campaign against the numerous insurgents of the northern and southern mountains, who still remained under arms and seemed to have been little affected by the disasters of Maria and Belchite. Thus ended Blake's invasion of Aragon, an undertaking which promised well from the day of Alcañiz down to the Battle of June 15. It miscarried mainly through the gross tactical error which the general made in dividing his army and fighting at Maria with only 2/3 of his available force. His strategy down to the actual moment of battle seems to have been well considered and prudent. If he had put the Aragonese division of Arizaga in line between the river and the hill, instead of his handful of untrustworthy cavalry, it seems likely that a second Alcañiz might have been fought on the fatal 15th of June. For Suchet's infantry attack had miscarried, and it was only the onslaught of his cavalry that won the day. Had that charge failed, Saragossa must have been evacuated that night, and the 3rd Corps would have been forced back on Navarre, to the entire dislocation of all other French operations in Spain. If King Joseph had received the news of the loss of Aragon in the same week in which he learnt that Soult and Ney had evacuated Galicia, and Kellerman the Asturias, he would probably have called back Victor and Sebastiani and abandoned Madrid. For a disaster in the valley of the Douro, or the Ebro, as Napoleon once observed, is the most fatal blow of all to an invader based on the north, and makes central Spain untenable. While wondering at Blake's errors, we must not forget to lay part of the blame at the door of his lieutenant Arizaga, the incapable man who afterwards lost the fatal fight of Ocaña. An officer of sound views, when left without orders, would have marched to the cannon and appeared on the field of Maria in the afternoon. Arizaga sat quiescent 6 miles from the battlefield, while the cannon were thundering in his ears from 11 in the morning till 6 in the afternoon. As for Suchet, we see that he took a terrible risk and came safely through the ordeal. There were many reasons for evacuating Saragossa when Blake came down the valley of the Huelva to cut the communications of the 3rd Corps. But an enterprising general, just making his debut in independent command, could not well take the responsibility of retreat without first trying the luck of battle. Fortune favored the brave, and a splendid victory saved Saragossa and led to the reconquest of the lost plains of Aragon. Yet, with another cast of the dice, Maria might have proved a defeat, and Suchet have gone down to history as a rash officer who imperiled the whole fate of the French army in Spain by trying to face over great odds. Section 16. The Talavera Campaign. July-August 1809. Chapter 1. Wellesley at Abrantes. Victor evacuates Estria Maggiore. When Wellesley's columns, faint but pursuing, received the orders which bade them halt at Ruivines and Monteliga, their commander was already planning out the details of their return march to the Tagus. From the first moment of his setting forth from Lisbon, he had looked upon the expedition against Soult as no more than a necessary preliminary to the more important expedition against Victor. He would have preferred, as we have already seen, to have directed his first blow against the French army in Estremadura, and had only been induced to begin his campaign by the attack upon Soult because he saw the political necessity for delivering Oporto. His original intention had been no more than to maneuver the Second Corps out of Portugal. But owing to the faulty dispositions of the Duke of Dalmatia, he had been able to accomplish much more than this. He had beaten the Marshal, stripped him of his artillery and equipment, destroyed a sixth of his army, and flung him back into Galicia by a rugged and impracticable road, which took him far from his natural base of operations. He had done much more than he had hoped or promised to do when he set out from Lisbon. Yet these uncovenanted mercies did not distract him from his original plan. His main object was not the destruction of Soult, but the clearing of the whole frontier of Portugal from the danger of invasion, and this could not be accomplished till Victor had been dealt with. The necessity for a prompt movement against the First Corps was emphasized by the news, received on May 19 at Montélimar, that its commander was already astir and apparently about to assume the offensive. Mackenzie reported from Abrantes, with some signs of dismay, that a strong French column had just fallen upon Alcantara and driven from it the small Portuguese detachment which was covering his front. Accordingly, Wellesley turned the march of his whole army southward, the very moment that he discovered that the Second Corps had not fallen into the trap set for it at Chaves and Ruivines. He had resolved to leave nothing but the local levies of Silveira and Botilho to watch Galicia and to protect the provinces north of the Douro. Soult, he wrote, will be very little formidable to any body of troops for some time to come. He imagined, and quite correctly, that the Galician guerrillas and the army of La Romana would suffice to find him occupation. He did not, however, realize that it was possible that not only Soult, but Ney also would be so much harassed by the insurgents, and would fall into such bitter strife with each other, that they might ere long evacuate Galicia altogether. This, indeed, could not have been foreseen at the moment when the British turned southwards from Montélimar. If Wellesley could have guessed that by July 1 the three French corps in northern Spain, the 2nd, 5th, and would all be clear of the mountains and concentrated in the triangle Astorga-Zamora-Valladolid, he would have had to recast his plan of operations. But on May 19 such a conjunction appeared most improbable, and the British general could not have deemed it likely that a French army of 55,000 men, available for field operations, would be collected on the central Douro, at the moment when he had committed himself to operations on the Tagus. Indeed, for some weeks after he had departed from Oporto, the information from the north made any such concentration appear improbable. While he was on his march to the south, he began to hear of the details of Ney's and Kellerman's expedition against the Asturias, news which he received with complacency, as it showed that the French were entangling themselves in new and hazardous enterprises which would make it more difficult than ever for them to collect a force opposite the frontier of northern Portugal. Down to the very end of June, Wellesley had no reason to dread any concentration of French troops upon his flank in the valley of the Douro. It was only in the following month that Soult was heard of at Puebla de Sanabria and Ney at Astorga. By that time, the British army had already crossed the frontier of Spain and commenced its operations against Victor. At the moment when Wellesley turned back from Montélimar and set his face southward, he had not yet settled the details of his plan of campaign. There appeared to be two courses open to him. The first was to base himself upon Almeida and Ciudad Rodrigo and advance upon Salamanca. This movement, which he could have begun in the second week of June, would undoubtedly have thrown into disorder all the French arrangements in northern Spain. There would have been no force ready to oppose him save a single division of Mortier's corps. The rest of that marshal's troops were absent with Kellerman in the Asturias. This could not have held the British army back, and a bold march in advance would have placed Wellesley in a position where he could have intercepted all communications between the French troops in Galicia and those in and about Madrid. The movement might appear tempting, but it would have been too hazardous. The only force that could have been used for it was the 20,000 troops of Wellesley's own army, backed by the 12,000 or 15,000 Portuguese regulars whom Beresford could collect between the Douro and the Tagus. The Spaniards had no troops in this direction save the garrison of Ciudad Rodrigo and a battalion or two which Carlos de España had raised on the borders of Leon and Portugal. On the other hand, the news that the British were at Salamanca or Toro would certainly have forced Ney, Soult, and Kellerman to evacuate Galicia and the Asturias and hasten to the aid of Mortier. They would have been far too strong, when united, for the 30,000 or 35,000 men of Wellesley and Beresford. La Romana and the Asturians could have brought no corresponding reinforcements to assist the British army and must necessarily have arrived too late, long after the French corps would have reached the Douro. The idea of a movement on Salamanca, therefore, did not even for a moment enter into Wellesley's mind. The other alternative open to the British general, and that which he had from the first determined to take in hand, was, as we have already seen, a march against Victor. Such a movement might be carried out in one of two ways. One, it would be possible to advance against his flank and rear by keeping north of the Tagus, and striking, by Coria and Placentia, at Almaraz and its great bridge of boats, across which ran the communication between the First Corps and Madrid. This operation would have to be carried out by the British army alone, while the Spanish army of Estremadura, acting from a separate base, kept in touch with Victor, but avoided compromising itself by any rash attack upon him. The Marshal, placed in a central position between Wellesley's and Cuesta's forces, would certainly try to beat one of them before they got the chance of drawing together. 2. It was equally possible to operate against Victor not on separate lines, but by crossing the Tagus, joining the Spaniards somewhere in the neighborhood of Badajoz, and falling upon the Marshal with the united strength of both armies. This movement would be less hazardous than the other, since it would secure the concentration of an army of a strength sufficient to crush the 25,000 men at which the First Corps might reasonably be rated. But it would only drive Victor back upon Madrid and King Joseph's reserves by a frontal attack, while the other plan, that of the march on Almaraz, would imperil his flank and rear and threaten to cut him off from the king and the capital. Before making any decision between the two plans, Wellesley wrote to Cuesta, from Oporto on May 22, a letter requesting him to state his views as to the way in which the operations of the British and Spanish armies could best be combined. He informed him that the troops which had defeated Soult were already on their way to the south, that the head of the column would reach the Mondego on the 26th, and that the whole would be concentrated near Abrantes early in June. It was at that place that the choice would have to be made between the two possible lines of attack on Victor, that which led to Almaraz, and that which went on to southern Estremadura. A few days later, Wellesley dispatched a confidential officer of his staff, Colonel Burke, to bear to the Spanish general a definite request for his decision on the point whether the Allied armies should prepare for an actual junction, or should maneuver from separate bases, or should cooperate with communication, i.e., combine their movements without adopting a single base or a joint line of advance. Burke was also directed to obtain all the information that he could concerning the strength, morale, and discipline of Cuesta's army, and to discover what chance there was of securing the active assistance of the Second Spanish Army in the south, that which, under General Venegas, was defending the defiles in front of La Carolina. It was clear that some days must elapse before an answer could arrive from the camp of the Estremaduran army, and meanwhile Wellesley continued to urge the countermarch of his troops from the various points at which they had halted between Oporto and Montelaguer. All the scattered British brigades were directed on Abrantes by different routes. Those which had the least distance to march began to arrive there on the 11th and the 12th of June. The commander-in-chief had resolved not to take on with him the Portuguese regulars whom he had employed in the campaign against Soult. Both the brigades which had marched on Amarant under Beresford and the 4 battalions which had fought along with Wellesley in the main column were now dropped behind. They were destined to form an army of observation, lest Mortier and his 5th Corps, or any other French force, might chance to assail the front between the Douro and the Tagus during the absence of the British in the south. Beresford, who was left in command, was directed to arrange his troops so as to be able to support Almeida and resist any raid from the direction of Salamanca or Zamora. The main body of the army lay at Garda, its reserves at Coimbra. The Portuguese division, which had been lying on the Zezer in company with Mackenzie's troops, was also placed at Beresford's disposition, so that he had about 18 battalions, 4 regiments of cavalry, and 5 or 6 batteries, a force of between 12,000 and 0 men. It was his duty to connect Wellesley's left wing with Silvera's right, and to reinforce either of them if necessary. The commander-in-chief was inclined to believe, from his knowledge of the disposition of the French corps at the moment, that no very serious attack was likely to be directed against northern Portugal during his absence. At the most, Soult might threaten Braganza or Mortier Almeida, but it was necessary to make some provision against even unlikely contingencies. The only Portuguese force which Wellesley had resolved to utilize for the campaign in Estremadura was the battalion of the loyal Lusitanian Legion, under Colonel Mayne, which had been stationed at Alcantara watching the movements of Victor. Sir Robert Wilson, now recalled from Beresford's column and placed once more with his own men, was to take up the command of his old force, and to add to it the 5th Cazadores, a regiment which had hitherto been lying with Mackenzie's division at Abrantes. With these 1,500 men, he was to serve as the northern flank guard of the British army when it should enter Spain. When Wellesley first started upon his march, he was under the impression that his plan of campaign might be settled for him by the movements of Victor rather than by the devices of Cuesta. The rapidity of his progress was partly caused by the news of the Marshal's attack on Alcantara, an operation which might, as it seemed, turn out to be the prelude of a raid in force upon central Portugal. That it portended an actual invasion with serious designs Wellesley could not believe, being convinced that Victor would have to leave so large a proportion of his army to observe Cuesta that he would not be able to set aside more than 10,000 or 12,000 men for operations in the valley of the Tagus. But such a force would be enough to sweep the country about Castelo Branco and Vila Velha and to beat up Mackenzie's line of defense on the Zezer. The actual course of events on the Tagus had been as follows. Victor, even after having received the division of Lapis, considered himself too weak either to march on Cuesta and drive him over the mountains into Andalusia, or to fall upon central Portugal by an advance along the Tagus. He had received vague information of the formation of Mackenzie's corps of observation on the Zezer, though apparently he had not discovered that there was a strong British contingent in its ranks. But he was under the impression that if he crossed the Guadiana in force to attack Cuesta, the Portuguese would advance into Estremadura and cut his communications, while if he marched against the Portuguese, Cuesta would move northward to attack his rear. Accordingly, he maintained for some time a purely defensive attitude, keeping his 3 French infantry divisions concentrated in a central position at Torremacha, Montanches, and Salvatierra, near Caceres, while he remained himself with Level's Germans and Lattermauberg's dragoons in the neighborhood of Merida, observing Cuesta and sending flying columns up and down the Guadiana to watch the garrison of Badajoz and the guerrillas of the Sierra de Guadalupe. He had not forgotten the Emperor's orders that he was to be prepared to execute a diversion in favor of Marshal Soult, when he should hear that the Second Corps was on its way to Lisbon. But like all the other French generals, he was profoundly ignorant of the position and the fortunes of the Duke of Dalmatia. On Ypres, the headquarters staff at Madrid had received no more than a vague rumor that the Second Corps had entered Oporto a month before. They got no trustworthy information concerning its doings till May was far advanced. Victor, therefore, depending on King Joseph for his news from northern Portugal, was completely in the dark as to the moment when he might be called upon to execute his diversion on the Tagus. The Portuguese and Galician insurgents had succeeded in maintaining a complete blockade of Soult, and thus had foiled all Napoleon's plans for combining the operations of the First and the Second Corps. Victor was only stirred up into a spasmodic activity in the second week in May by the news that a Portuguese force had crossed the frontier and occupied Alcantara, where the great Roman bridge across the Tagus provided a line of communication between northwestern and central Estremadura. This detachment, as we have already seen, consisted of no more than Colonel Mayne's 1st Battalion of the loyal Lusitanian Legion, brought down from the passes of the Sierra de Gata, and of a single regiment of newly raised militia, that of the frontier district of Idanha. They had with them the 6 guns of the battery of the Legion and a solitary squadron of cavalry. Wellesley had thrown forward this little force of 2,000 men to serve as an outpost for Mackenzie's corps on the Zeze. But rumor magnified its strength, and Victor jumped to the conclusion that it formed the vanguard of a Portuguese army which was intending to concert a combined operation with Cuesta by threatening the communication of the First Corps while the Spaniards attacked its front. Laboring under this delusion, Victor took the division of Lapis and a brigade of dragoons and marched against Alcantara upon the 11th of May. As he approached the river, he was met at Brozas by Maine's vedettes, whom he soon drove in to the gates of the little town. Alcantara being situated on the south side of the Tagus, it was impossible to defend it, but Maine had barricaded and mined the bridge, planted his guns so as to command the passage, and constructed trenches for his infantry along the northern bank. After seizing the town, Victor opened a heavy fire of artillery and musketry against the Portuguese detachment. It was met by a vigorous return from the further bank, which lasted for more than 3 hours before the defense began to flag. The marshal very properly refused to send forward his infantry to attempt the storm of the bridge till his artillery should have silenced that of the defenders. At about midday, the Idanha militia, who had already suffered not inconsiderable losses, deserted their trenches and fled. Thereupon Maine fired his mine in the bridge, but unhappily for him, the tough Roman cement defied even the power of gunpowder. Only one side of the arch was shattered, the crown of the vault held firm, and the passage was still possible. The legion still kept its ground, though it had lost many men and had seen one of his guns dismounted, and the rest silenced by the French artillery. But when Victor hurled the leading brigade of Lapis's division at the bridge, he succeeded in forcing it. Maine drew off his legionaries in good order and retreated to the pass of Salvatierra, leaving behind him a gun and more than 250 killed and wounded, a heavy loss from the 1,000 men of the single battalion which bore the whole brunt of the fighting. Victor went no further than Alcantara, having satisfied himself that the Portuguese force, which had made such a creditable resistance, consisted of a single weak brigade, and did not form the vanguard of an army bent on invading Estremadura. After remaining for no more than 3 days at Alcantara, and trying in vain to obtain news of the whereabouts of Soult, who was at that moment being hunted past Guimarães and Braga in the far north, the marshal drew back his troops to Torremacha near Cacias. His advance, though it had only lasted for 6 days and had not been pushed more than a few miles beyond Alcantara, had much disturbed General Mackenzie, who dreaded to find himself the next object of attack and to see the whole of the First Corps debouching against him by the road through Castello. Branco, Wellesley wrote to him that he need not be alarmed, that Victor could not spare more than 10,000 or 12,000 men for his demonstration, and that the 8,000 British and Portuguese troops behind the Zeze were amply sufficient to maintain defensive operations till the main army from the north should come up. He expressed his opinion that the French force at Alcantara was a mere reconnoitering party sent out for the purpose of ascertaining what has become of Soult, a conclusion in which he was perfectly right. Mackenzie, who betrayed an exaggerated want of confidence in his Portuguese troops, was profoundly relieved to see the enemy retire upon the 17th. He had advanced from Abrantes and taken up a defensive position along the Sabrera Formosa to resist the marshal, but he had done so with many searchings of heart, and was glad to see the danger pass away. When Victor had retired into central Estremadura, Maine came back with all due caution and reoccupied the bridge of Alcantara. Wellesley, therefore, had been perfectly well justified in his confidence that nothing was to be feared in this direction. The French could not possibly have dared to undertake more than a demonstration in the direction of Castelo Branco. King Joseph's orders to Victor had prescribed no more, and the marshal had accomplished even less. In his letter of excuse to Jourdan, he explained that he would gladly have left Lapis's division at Alcantara, or even have moved it forward for some distance into Portugal, if he had not found it absolutely impossible to feed it in the bare and stony district north of the Tagus, where Junot's army had been well-nigh starved in November 1807. The peasantry of the villages for 15 leagues round Alcantara had, as he declared, gone off into the mountains with their cattle after burying their corn, and he had found it impossible to discover food for even 3 days' consumption of a single division. During Victor's absence at Alcantara, Cuesta had sent down a part of his troops to make a raid on Mérida, the marshal's advanced post on the Guadiana. It failed entirely. The garrison, 2 battalions of Level's German division, maintained themselves with ease in a large convent outside that town, which Victor had patched up and turned into a place of some little strength. On hearing that the Spaniards were descending from the mountains, King Joseph ordered the Duke of Belluno to attack them at once. But on the mere news of the marshal's approach, Cuesta called back his detachment into the passes, sweeping off at the same time the inhabitants of all the villages along the Guadiana, together with their cattle and their stores of provisions. At the beginning of June, Victor began to press the king and Jordan for leave to abandon his hold on southern Estremadura and to fall back towards the Tagus. He urged that his position was very dangerous, now that Cuesta's army had been recruited up to a force of 22,000 infantry and 0 horse, especially since the Portuguese had once more got possession of Alcantara. His main contention was that he must either be reinforced up to a strength which would permit him to attack Andalusia, or else be permitted to withdraw from the exhausted district between the Guadiana and the Tagus, in order to seek a region where his men would be able to live. The only district in this neighborhood where the countryside was still intact was that north of the Tagus, around the towns of Placentia and Coria, the valleys of the Alagan and Taita. To move the army in this direction would involve the evacuation of central Estremadura. It would be necessary to abandon Mérida, Truxillo, and Caceres, with the sacrifice of a certain amount of prestige. But unless the First Corps could be reinforced, and this, as Victor must have known, was impossible, there was no other alternative. The internal condition of the army was growing worse day by day. The troops are on half rations of bread. They can get little meat, often none at all. The results of starvation are making themselves felt in the most deplorable way. The men are going into hospital at the rate of several hundreds a day. A few days later, Victor adds, "If I could even get together enough biscuit to feed the army for merely 7 or 8 days, I should not feel so uncomfortable. But we have no flour to issue for a bread ration, so cannot bake biscuit." And again he adds, "The whole population of this region has retired within Cuesta's lines, after destroying the ovens and the mills and removing every scrap of food. It seems that the enemy is resolved to starve us out, and to leave a desert in front of us if we advance. Carefully estimating all my stores, I find that I have barely enough to last for 5 days in hand. We are menaced with absolute famine, which we can only avoid by moving off, and there is no suitable cantonment to be found in the whole space between Tagus and Guadiana. The entire country is ruined." Joseph and Jordan replied to the first of these dismal letters by promising to send the First Corps 300,000 rations of biscuit, and by urging its commander to renew his attack on Alcantara in order to threaten Portugal and disengage the Duke of Dalmatia, who, on the day when their dispatch was written, was at Lugo in the north of Galicia, some 300 miles as the crow flies from Victor's headquarters. They received the answer that such a move was impossible, as Maine had just blown up the bridge of Alcantara, and it was now impossible to cross the Tagus. A few days later, the news arrived at Madrid that Soult had been defeated and flung out of Portugal. It had taken 3 weeks for information of this transcendent importance to reach the king. Seriously alarmed, Joseph and Jordan sent Victor his long-denied permission to retire from Estremadura and place himself behind the Tagus. They do not seem to have guessed that the victorious Wellesley would make his next move against the First Corps, but imagined that he would debouch into Old Castile by way of Rodrigo and Salamanca, wherefore their main idea was to strengthen Mortier and the army in the valley of the Douro. Thus it fell in with their views that Victor should draw back to the line of the Tagus, a general concentration of all the French troops in the peninsula seeming advisable, in face of the necessity for resisting the supposed attack on Old Castile. Another reason for assuming a defensive attitude was the gloomy news from Aragon, where Suchet, after his defeat at Alcañiz, had retired on Saragossa and was sending despairing appeals for reinforcements to Madrid. Accordingly, the First Corps evacuated Estremadura between the 14th and the 19th of June, and crossing the Tagus, disposed itself in a position on the northern bank, with its right wing at Almaraz and its left at Talavera. Here Victor intended to make his stand, being confident that with the broad river in front of him, he could easily beat off any attack on the part of the Spanish army. But when Wellesley and Cuesta first began to correspond concerning their joint movement against the French in Estremadura, Victor was still in his old cantonments, and their scheme of operations had been sketched out on the hypothesis that he lay at Mérida, Torremacha, and Caceres. It was with the design of assailing him, while he still held this advanced position, that Cuesta drew up his paper of answers to Wellesley's queries and dispatched it to Abrantes to meet the British general on his arrival. If the old Captain General's suggestions were by no means marked with the stamp of genius, they had at least the merit of variety. He offered Wellesley the choice between no less than 3 plans of campaign. 1. His first proposal was that the British army should descend into southern Estremadura and join him in the neighborhood of Badajoz. From thence, the united host was to advance against Victor and assail him in front. But meanwhile Cuesta proposed to send out 2 subsidiary columns to turn the marshal's flanks and surround him. One was to base itself on Alcantara and march along the northern bank of the Tagus to seize Almaraz. The other was to push by La Serena through the Guadalupe Mountains to threaten Talavera. By these operations, if Victor would be good enough to remain quiet in his present cantonments, he would be completely surrounded, his retreat would be cut off, and he would finally be compelled to surrender. The scheme was of course preposterous. What rational man could have supposed it likely that the marshal would remain quiescent while his flanks were being turned? He would certainly have hastened to retire and to throw himself upon the detached columns, one or both of which he could have annihilated before the main armies of the Allies could get within touch of him. Wellesley refused to listen for a moment to this plan of campaign. 2. The second proposal of Cuesta was that the British army should pass the Tagus at Alcantara and operate against Victor's flank, while the Spanish army attacked him in front. To this, the same objection could be urged. It presupposed that the Frenchman would remain fixed in his present cantonments, but he certainly would not do so when he heard that he was to be assailed on both flanks. He would retire behind the Tagus at once, and the British army would have wasted its march and be obliged to return to the north bank of that river. Moreover, it would involve a very long movement to the south to get in touch with Victor's flank. Probably it would be necessary to descend as far into Estremadura as Caceres, and when that point was reached, the marshal could make the whole maneuver futile by retiring at once behind the Tagus at Almaraz. To follow him to the north bank, the British would have to retrace their steps to Alcantara. The third proposal of Cuesta, the only one in which Wellesley could find any prospect of success, was that the British army, keeping north of the Tagus, should march by Castelo Branco on Placentia. There it would be in the rear of Victor's best line of retreat by the bridge of Almaraz. If the maneuver could be kept very secret and executed with great speed, Almaraz, perhaps also the subsidiary passage at Arzobispo, might be seized. Should the marshal get early news of the movement and hurry back across the Tagus to fend off this stab in the rear, Wellesley was prepared to fight him in the open with equal forces, conceiving that he was sufficiently strong to defend himself against any attack which Victor might make. He hoped that Cuesta was able to guarantee that he also was competent to hold his own, supposing that the marshal, neglecting the British diversion, should concentrate his corps and strike at the Spanish army. On the whole, therefore, Wellesley was not disinclined to fall in with this plan, which had the extra merit of remaining feasible even if Victor withdrew north of the Tagus before either of the Allied armies had completed its march. He made one counter-suggestion, viz. that Cuesta might move eastward, with the whole or part of his army, join the army of Venegas in La Mancha, and attack Sebastiani, leaving the British alone to deal with Victor. But he did not wish to press this plan, thinking that an attack on the enemy's left was on first principles less advisable than one on his right, because it did not offer any chance of cutting him off from Madrid. The answer to Cuesta's proposals was sent off from Abrantes, which Wellesley, preceding his army by 3 or 4 days' march, reached upon June 8. He had now under his hand Mackenzie's Anglo-Portuguese force, but the leading brigades of the troops who had fought at Oporto could not arrive before the 11th or 12th. There was thus ample time to concert the joint plan of campaign before the whole army would be concentrated and ready to move. But when Cuesta's reply to the dispatch of June 8 came to hand upon June 13, Wellesley was much vexed to find that the old Captain General had expressed a great dislike for the idea that the British army should march upon Placentia and Almaraz, though it had been one of his own 3 suggestions. He now pleaded urgently in favor of the first of his original alternatives, that Wellesley should come down to Badajoz and join him in a frontal attack upon Victor. With much reluctance, the British general resolved to comply, apparently moved by his allies' openly expressed dislike to being left to face Victor alone. "I must acknowledge," he wrote to Colonel Burke, "that I entertain no apprehension that the French will attack General Cuesta. I am much more afraid that they are going away and strengthening themselves upon the Tagus." To the Spanish general, he sent a dispatch to the same effect, in which he pledged himself to march to join the army of Estremadura, though he frankly stated that all his information led him to believe that Victor had no intention of taking the offensive, and that the junction was, therefore, unnecessary. He expressed his hope that Cuesta would avoid all fighting till they had met, the only possible danger to the Allied cause being that one of the 2 armies should suffer a defeat before the other had started on the combined movement to which they were committed. Fortunately for all parties concerned, the march on Badajoz, which Wellesley so much disliked, never had to be begun, for on the day after he had sent off his dispatch to Cuesta, he received reliable information from several sources, to the effect that Victor had evacuated and blown up the fortified convent of Merida, and had sent off all his baggage and heavy artillery towards Almaraz. During the next 4 days, the whole of the First Corps marched for that all-important bridge, and crossed it. On the 19th, Victor had established his entire army north of the Tagus, at Almaraz, Arzobispo, and Talavera. Thus the whole face of affairs was changed, and the advance of the British army into southern Estremadura was rendered unnecessary. It was fortunate that the news of the retreat of the First Corps was received at Abrantes just in time to allow of the countermanding of the march of Wellesley's army on Badajoz, for that fruitless movement would have begun if the Duke of Belluno had been able to retain his starving army in its positions for a few days longer. Section 16, Chapter 2. Wellesley enters Spain. The retreat of Victor beyond the Tagus forced Wellesley to concert yet another plan of operation with Cuesta, since the position of the French army, on which the whole of the recently adopted scheme depended, had just suffered a radical change. It was clear that every consideration now pointed to the necessity for adopting the combination which Wellesley had urged upon his colleague in his letter of June 8, viz., that the British army should move on Placentia and Almaraz. It would now be striking at the flank instead of the rear of Victor's corps, but it was clear that under the new conditions it would still be in a position to roll up his whole army if he should endeavor to defend the passages of the Tagus against the Spaniards, who were now approaching them from the front. For Cuesta had descended from the mountains when he heard of Victor's retreat and was now approaching Almaraz. It took some time, however, to induce the Captain General to consent to this move. To the extreme vexation of his colleague, he produced other plans, so gratuitously impracticable that Wellesley wrote to Castlereagh to say that he could conceive no explanation for the old man's conduct, save a desire to refuse any scheme urged on him by others, and a resolve to invent and advocate alternative plans of his own out of mere pride and wrongheadedness. The best of the whole story, he added, was that Cuesta was now refusing to accept a plan which he himself had suggested in one of his earlier letters, merely because that plan had been taken up and advocated by his ally. "The obstinacy of this old gentleman," he concluded, "is throwing out of our hands the finest game that any armies ever had." The necessity for working out a new scheme for the combined operations of the British and Spanish armies in view of Victor's retreat to Almaraz entailed the loss of a few days. It would have been impossible to start on the advance to Placentia till Cuesta had promised to accept that movement as part of the joint campaign. There was also some time to be allowed for concluding an agreement with Venegas, the general of the La Carolina army, whose connection with the campaign must become much more intimate, now that the fighting was to take place not in Estremadura, but further north, in the valley of the Tagus. For while Victor lay at Merida and Sebastiani at Manzanares and Ciudad Real, the Spanish forces which faced them were very far apart. But when Victor retired to Talavera and Sebastiani to Madrigos in the end of June, Cuesta and Venegas, each following the corps opposed to him, could draw closer together. It was evident that the Andalusian army ought to be made to play an important part in the combined operations of July. It would be unfair to the Spanish generals to let it be supposed that the necessity for settling on a common scheme of operations with them was the sole cause which detained Wellesley at Abrantes from the 8th to the 27th of June. The leading brigades of the British troops from Oporto had begun to reach Abrantes on the 11th, and the more belated columns came up on the 14th and 15th. But it would have been impossible to have moved forward without some further delay, even if Wellesley had been in possession of a complete and satisfactory plan of operations on the day upon which his whole force was concentrated on the line of the Zezer. At the least, he would have required another week for preparations. His hindrances at this moment were manifold. The first was the distressed condition of those of his brigades which had seen most service during the Oporto campaign. Many regiments had been constantly on the march from May 9 to June 14, without obtaining more than 2 days' rest in the whole time. Their shoes were worn out, their jaded baggage animals had dropped to the rear, and they were leaving so many stragglers on the way that it was absolutely necessary to give them a moderate rest at Abrantes, in order to allow the ranks to grow full and the belated baggage to come up. The regiments which had followed Beresford in the forced march from Amarant to Chaves were worst off. They had never completely recovered from the fatigues of those 3 days of constant rain and storm spent on the stony roads of the Trás-os-Montes. In any case, some delay must have occurred before all the troops were ready to march. But many circumstances conspired to detain the army at Abrantes for several days after the moment at which Wellesley had determined to start for Placentia. The first was the non-arrival of convoys of shoes and clothing which he had ordered up from Lisbon. The transport of the army was not yet fully organized. Its officers were lacking in experience, if not in zeal, and orders were slowly executed. Many corps had, in the end, to start for Spain without receiving the much-needed stores, which were still trailing up from Santerme to Abrantes when Wellesley gave the signal to advance. Another hindrance was the lack of money. The army was obliged to pay for its wants in coin, but hard cash was so difficult to procure both in London and in Lisbon that arrears were already beginning to grow up. At first they vexed the soul of Wellesley almost beyond endurance, but as the war dragged on they only grew worse, and the commander-in-chief had to endure with resignation the fact that both the pay of the men and the wages of the Portuguese muleteers and followers were overdue for many months. In June 1809, he had not yet reached this state of comparative callousness, and was endeavoring to scrape together money by every possible device. He had borrowed £3,000 in Portuguese silver from the merchants of the impoverished city of Oporto. He was trying to exchange bills on England for dollars at Cadiz, where the arrival of the American contribution had produced a comparative plenty of the circulating medium. Yet after all he had to start from Abrantes with only a comparatively moderate sum in his military chest. The rest had not reached him on June 28, the treasure convoy having taken the unconscionable time of 11 days to crawl forward from Lisbon to Abrantes, a distance of no more than 90 miles. A third cause of delay was the time spent in waiting for reinforcements from Lisbon. 8 or 9 regiments had landed or were expected to arrive within the next few days. It was in every way desirable to unite them to the army before the campaign should begin. This was all the more necessary because several corps had to be deducted from the force which had been used in the Oporto campaign. Under stringent orders from home, Wellesley had sent back 2 infantry battalions and part of 2 cavalry regiments to Lisbon to be embarked for Gibraltar and Sicily. In return, he was to receive a much larger body of troops, but while the deduction was immediate, the addition took time. Of all the troops which were expected to reinforce the army, only 1 battalion caught him up at Abrantes, while a 2nd and 1 regiment of light dragoons joined later, but yet in time for Talavera. Thus, at the commencement of the actual campaign, the force in the field was, if anything, slightly less in numbers than that which had been available in May. It was particularly vexatious that the brigade of veteran light infantry, for which Wellesley had made a special demand on Castlereagh as early as April, did not reach Abrantes till long after the army had moved forward. These 3 battalions, the nucleus of the famous Light Division, had all gone through the experiences of Moore's campaign and were once more under their old leader Robert Crawford. Detained by baffling winds in the Downs, the transports that bore them only reached Lisbon at various dates between June 28 and July 2, though they had sailed on May 25. Their indefatigable brigadier hurried them forward with all speed to the front, but in spite of his exertions, they only came up with the main army after the day of battle was over. The same was the fate of 2 batteries of horse artillery, an arm in which Wellesley was wholly deficient when he marched into Spain. They arrived late and were still far to the rear when the march from Abrantes began. It thus resulted that although there were over 33,000 British troops in the peninsula at the commencement of July 1809, less than 21,000 could be collected for the advance on Placentia, which was now about to begin. More than 8,000 men lay at Lisbon or were just starting from that city, while 4,500 were in hospital. The sick seemed more numerous than might have been expected at the season of the year. Though the fatigues of the Oporto campaign accounted for the majority of the invalids, yet Wellesley was of opinion that a contributory cause might be found in the slack discipline of certain regiments, where inefficient commanding officers had neglected sanitary precautions and allowed their men to neglect personal cleanliness or to indulge to excess in wine and unripe fruit and vegetables. It was his opinion that the number of men in hospital should never exceed 10% of the total force, but all through the war he found that this proportion was exceeded. With the internal condition of many of his regiments, Wellesley was far from satisfied. His tendency to use the plainest, indeed the harshest, terms concerning the rank and file is so well known that we are not surprised to find him writing that the army behaved terribly ill. They are a rabble who cannot bear success any more than Sir John Moore's army could bear failure. He complained most of all of the recruits sent him from the Irish militia, who were, he said, capable of every sin, moral or military. Though he was endeavoring to tame the troops, yet there were several regiments in such bad order that he would gladly have sent them home in disgrace if he could have spared a man. The main offense, of course, was robbery of food from the Portuguese peasantry, often accompanied by violence and now and then by murder. The number of assistant provost marshals was multiplied. Some offenders were caught and hanged, but marauding could not be suppressed, even while the troops were receiving full rations in their cantonments at Abrantes. When they were enduring real privation in the wilds of Estremadura, matters grew much worse. Though many regiments were distinguished for their good behavior, yet there were always some whose excesses were a disgrace to the British army. Their commander never shrank from telling them so in the most incisive language. He was always complaining that he could not get a sufficient number of the criminals flogged or hanged, and that regimental court-martials were far too lenient in their dealings with offenders. It was at Abrantes that Wellesley first arranged his army in divisions and gave it the organization which, with certain modifications, it was to maintain during the rest of the war. His 6 regiments of cavalry were to form a single division consisting of 1 heavy and 2 light brigades, commanded respectively by Fane, Cotton, and Anson. The 25 battalions of infantry were distributed into 4 divisions of unequal strength under Generals Sherbrooke, Hill, Mackenzie, and A. Campbell. Of these, the first was by far the largest, counting 4 brigades of 2 battalions each. The first, Henry Campbell's, was formed of the 2 battalions of Guards, the second, Cameron's, of 2 line regiments, the third and fourth, under Lowe and Langworth, comprised the infantry of the King's German Legion. The second and third divisions each consisted of 2 brigades of 3 battalions each. The fourth and weakest showed only 5 battalions in line. Of artillery, there were only 30 guns, 18 English and 12 German. All were field batteries, as none of the much-desired horse artillery had yet reached the front. They were all of very light caliber, the heaviest being a brigade of heavy 6-pounders belonging to the German Legion. On June 28, the army at last moved forward. That day the headquarters were at Cortesada on the Sabrera Formosa. On the 30th, Castelo Branco, the last Portuguese town, was reached. On July 3, the leading brigades passed the Elga, the frontier river, and bivouacked on the same night around Zarzalamea, the first place in Spanish Estremadura. At the same time, Sir Robert Wilson's small column of 1,500 Portuguese crossed the border a little further north and advanced in a direction parallel to that of the main army so as to serve as a flank guard for it in the direction of the mountains. King Joseph, meanwhile, was in a state of the most profound ignorance concerning the impending storm. As late as July 9, he wrote to his brother that the British had not as yet made any pronounced movement, and that it was quite uncertain whether they would invade Galicia or strike at Castile or remain in the neighborhood of Lisbon. On that day, the head of the British army had entered Placentia and was only 125 miles from Madrid. It is impossible to give any better testimonial than this simple fact to the way in which the insurgents and the guerrillas served the cause of the Allies. Wellesley had been able to march from Oporto to Abrantes, and from Abrantes to Placentia, without even a rumor of his advance reaching Madrid. All that Joseph had learnt was that there was now an allied force of some sort behind Alcantara, in the direction of Castelo Branco. He took it for granted that they were Portuguese, but in one dispatch he broaches the theory that there might be a few English with them, perhaps from having heard a vague report of the composition of Mackenzie's division on the Zezer in May. He therefore wrote in a cheerful tone to the emperor that if we have only got to deal with Cuesta and the Portuguese, they will be beaten by the First Corps. If they have some English with them, they can be beaten equally well by the First Corps, aided by troops which I can send across the Tagus via Toledo, i.e. the 5,000 or 6,000 men of the Central Reserve which could be spared from Madrid. I am not in the least disquieted, he continued, concerning the present condition of military affairs in this part of Spain. In another epistle to his brother, he added that, if the English should be at the back of Cuesta, it would be the happiest chance in the world for the concluding of the whole war. It was lucky for the king that he was not induced to try the experiment of falling upon Wellesley and Cuesta with the 28,000 men of Victor and the Central Reserve. If he had done so, he would have suffered a frightful disaster and have lost Madrid. In the end of June and the first days of July, Joseph's main attention had been drawn off to that part of his front where there was least danger, so that he was paying comparatively little heed to the movements of the Allies on the lower Tagus. He had been distracted by a rash and inexplicable movement of the Spanish army of La Mancha. When General Venegas had heard of the retreat of Victor from Estremadura and had been informed that Cuesta was about to move forward in pursuit of the First Corps, he had concluded that his own troops might also advance. He argued that Sebastiani and the Fourth Corps must beat a retreat when their right flank was uncovered by Victor's evacuation of the valley of the Guadiana. He was partly justified in his idea, for Joseph had drawn back Sebastiani's main body to Madrigos when Victor abandoned Merida. It was safe, therefore, to advance from the Despeñaperros into the southern skirts of La Mancha as far as Manzanares and the line of the Guadiana. But to go further forward was dangerous, unless Venegas was prepared to risk a collision with Sebastiani. This he was certainly not in a condition to do. His troops had not yet recovered from the moral effects of the rout of Ciudad Real, and his brigades were full of new battalions of untried Andalusian reserves. He should have been cautious, and have refused to move without concerting his operations with Cuesta. To have had his corps put hors de combat at the very beginning of the joint campaign of the Allied armies would have been most disastrous. Nevertheless, Venegas came down from the passes of the Sierra Morna with 18,000 infantry, 3,000 horse, and 26 guns, and proceeded to thrust back Sebastiani's cavalry screen and to push in his outposts in front of Madrigos. The French general had in hand at this moment only 2 infantry divisions and Mulhod's dragoons. His 3rd division and his light cavalry were still absent with Victor, to whom they had been lent in March for the campaign of Medellin. But with 13,000 foot and 0 horse, he ought not to have feared Venegas, and could have given a good account of him had he chosen to attack. But having received exaggerated reports of the strength of the Spanish army, he wrote to the king that he was beset by nearly 40,000 men and must be reinforced at once, or he would have to fall back on Madrid. Joseph, fully believing the news, sent orders to Victor to restore to the Fourth Corps the divisions of Level and Merlin, and then, doubting whether these troops could arrive in time, sallied out of Madrid on June 22 with his guards and half the division of Dessalles, about 5,500 men. It was lucky for Venegas that Sebastiani had refused to fight him, but still more lucky that the news of the king's approach reached him promptly. On hearing that Joseph had joined the Fourth Corps on June 25, he was wise enough to turn on his heel and retreat in all haste towards his lair in the passes of the Sierra Morna. If he had lingered any longer in the plains, he would have been destroyed, for the king, on the arrival of Level's and Merlin's divisions, would have fallen upon him at the head of 27,000 men. As it was, Venegas retired with such promptitude to Santa Cruz de Mudela, at the foot of the passes, that the French could never catch him. Joseph pursued him as far as Almagro and El Moral, on the southern edge of La Mancha, and there stopped short. He had received, on July 2, a dispatch from Victor to the effect that Cuesta had repaired the bridge of Almaraz and begun to cross the Tagus, while a body of 10,000 allied troops, presumably Portuguese, had been heard of in the direction of Placentia. This was in reality the whole army of Wellesley. Rightly concluding that he had pushed the pursuit of Venegas too far, the king turned back in haste, left Sebastiani and the Fourth Corps behind the Guadiana, and returned with his reserve to Toledo in order to be in a position to support Victor. His excursion to Almagro had been almost as reckless and wrong-headed as Venegas's advance to Madrigos, for he had separated himself from Victor by a gap of 200 miles, at the moment when the British army was just appearing on the marshal's flank, while Cuesta was in his front. If the Allied generals had concentrated their forces 10 days earlier, a thing that might well have happened, but for the vexatious delays at Abrantes caused by Cuesta's impracticability, the First Corps might have been attacked at the moment when Joseph lay at the foot of the Sierra Morna, in a position too remote from Talavera to allow him to come up in time to succor Victor. While the king was absent on his expedition in pursuit of Venegas, the most important change in the situation of affairs on the Tagus was that the Duke of Belluno had drawn back his troops from the line of the Tagus, where they had been lying since June 19, and had retired behind the Alberch. His retreat was not caused by any apprehension as to the appearance of Wellesley on his flank, a fact which was completely concealed from him, but by sheer want of provisions. On June 25, he sent to the king to say that his army was again starved out of its cantonments, and that he had eaten up in a week the small remnant of food that could be squeezed out of the countryside between the Tagus and the Taita, and was forced to transfer himself to another region. The position, he wrote, is desperate. The First Corps is on the eve of dissolution. The men are dropping down from mere starvation. I have nothing, absolutely nothing, to give them. They are in a state of despair. I am forced to fall back on Talavera, where there are no more resources than here. We must have prompt succor, but where can it be found? If your majesty abandons me in my present wretched situation, I lose my honor, my military record, everything. I shall not be to blame for the disaster which menaces my troops, but I shall have to bear the blame. Tomorrow I shall be at Talavera, waiting your majesty's orders. The enemy has a pontoon train. If he wishes to cross the Tagus, he can do so, for the First Corps can no longer remain opposite him. Never was there a more distressing situation than ours. On June 26, therefore, Victor transferred himself to Talavera and adopted a position behind the Alberch, after burning the materials of the late pontoon bridge at Almaraz, which he had taken up and stored in case they might again be needed. His movement was a lucky one for himself, as it took him further away from Wellesley's army, which was just about to start from Abrantes with the object of turning his flank. It puzzled Cuesta, who sought for some other explanation of his departure than mere starvation, and was very cautious in taking advantage of it. However, on the day after the French had withdrawn, he pushed troops across the Tagus and prepared to construct another bridge at Almaraz to replace that which the French had destroyed. His cavalry pushed out to Navalmoral and Oropsa, and further to the east, he passed some detachments of infantry across the bridge of Arzobispo, which Victor, most unaccountably, had left intact. Fortunately, he did no more, and refrained from advancing against Talavera, a step which from his earlier record we should judge that he might well have taken into consideration. On the part of the Allies, things were now in a state of suspense from which they were not to stir for a fortnight. Cuesta was waiting for Wellesley. Wellesley was pushing forward from Zarza la Maya to join Cuesta. Venegas was recovering at Santa Cruz de Mudela from the fatigues of his fruitless expedition into La Mancha. But on the French side, matters suffered a sudden change in the last days of July. The hand of the emperor was stretched out from the banks of the Danube to alter the general dispositions of the army of Spain. On June 12, he had dictated at Schönbrunn a new plan of campaign, based on information which was already many weeks old when it reached him. At this date, the emperor was barely aware that Soult was being pressed by Wellesley in northern Portugal. He had no detailed knowledge of what was taking place in Galicia or the Asturias, and was profoundly ignorant of the intrigues at Oporto, which afterwards roused his indignation. But he was convinced that the English army was the one hostile force in Spain which ought to engage the attention of his lieutenants. Acting on this belief, he issued an order that the 2nd, 5th, and 8th Corps, those of Soult, Mortier, and Ney, were to be united into a single army, and to be told off to the task of evicting Wellesley from Portugal. They were to put aside for the present all such subsidiary enterprises as the subjection of Galicia and the Asturias, and to devote themselves solely to beating, hunting down, and casting into the sea the British army. If the 3 corps join in good time, the enemy ought to be crushed, and then the Spanish War will come to an end. But the troops must be moved in masses and not march in small detachments. Putting aside all personal considerations, I give the command of the united army to the Duke of Dalmatia as the senior marshal. His 3 corps ought to amount to something between 50,000 and 0 men. This dispatch reached King Joseph at El Moral in La Mancha on July 1 and Soult at Zamora on July 2. It had been drawn up in view of events that were taking place about May 15. It presupposed that the British army was still in northern Portugal in close touch with Soult, and that Victor was in Estremadura. As a matter of fact, Soult was on this day leading his dilapidated corps down the Esla at the end of his retreat from Galicia. Ney, furious at the way in which his colleague had deserted him, had descended to Astorga 3 days before. Mortier was at Valladolid, just about to march for Villacastin and Madrid, for the king had determined to draw him down to aid in the defense of the capital. Finally, Cuesta, instead of lying in the Sierra Morna, as he was when Napoleon drew up his orders, was now on the Tagus, while Wellesley was no longer in touch with Soult on the Douro, but preparing to fall upon Victor in New Castile. The whole situation was so changed that the commentary which the emperor appended to his orders was hopelessly out of date, as was always bound to be the case so long as he persisted in endeavoring to direct the course of affairs in Spain from the suburbs of Vienna. Soult was overjoyed at receiving the splendid charge which the emperor's decree put into his hands, though he must have felt secret qualms at the idea that ere long some account of his doings at Oporto must reach the imperial headquarters and provoke his master's wrath. There was a bad quarter of an hour to come. But meanwhile he was given a formidable army, and might hope to retrieve the laurels that he had lost in Portugal, being now in a position to attack the British with an overwhelming superiority of numbers. It must have been specially delightful to him to find that Ney had been put under his orders, so that he would be able to meet his angry colleague in the character of a superior officer dealing with an insubordinate lieutenant. Soult's first action, on finding himself placed in command of the whole of the French forces in northwestern Spain, was to issue orders to Mortier to march on Salamanca and to Ney to bring the 6th Corps down to Benavent. These dispositions clearly indicate an intention of falling upon Ciudad Rodrigo and Almeida and assailing northern Portugal, the plan which the Duke of Dalmatia had broached to the king in his letter from Puebla de Sanabria on June 25, before he had received the news that the 5th and 8th Corps had been added to his command. It is clear that on July 2 Soult had no knowledge of Wellesley's movements, and thought that the British army was quite as likely to be aiming at Salamanca as at Madrid. It is also evident that he was aware that he would be unable to move for some weeks, till the 2nd Corps should have received the clothing, munitions, and artillery which had been promised it. It could not possibly take the field for the invasion of Portugal. Soult, therefore, was obliged to wait till his stores should be replenished, and till the 2 corps from Astorga and Valladolid should concentrate on his flanks. It was while he was remaining perforce in this posture of expectation that the news of the real condition of affairs in New Castile was at last brought to him. Section 16, Chapter 3. Wellesley and Cuesta, the interview at Mirabt. It was not till the 3rd day of July that Wellesley had been able to cross the Spanish border. Since Victor had assumed his new position to the north of the Tagus as early as the 19th of the preceding month, there was a perilous fortnight during which Cuesta and his army were left alone to face the French. All through this time of waiting, the British commander-in-chief was haunted by the dread that the old captain-general might repeat his earlier errors, and once more, as at Rio Seco and Medellin, court a pitched battle. Wellesley had done his best to urge caution, by letters written not only to Cuesta himself, but to his chief of the staff O'Donoghue and to Colonel Wrought, who had now replaced Burke as British representative at the headquarters of the Army of Extremadura. Fortunately, they were not needed. The Spanish general was for once cautious. He followed Victor at a respectful distance, and when he had reached the Tagus and repaired the bridge of Almaraz, held back his army to the southern bank and only pushed a few small detachments beyond the stream to search for the enemy. Since the French had withdrawn to Talavera on June 26, there was no collision. The cavalry of the First Corps were discovered upon the Upper Titer and the Alberch, but they preserved a defensive attitude, and the Spaniards did not provoke them by any rash attempt to drive them back upon their main body. All remained quiet, as Wellesley had rather desired than expected. Cuesta's strategical position, therefore, was perfectly secure, since he kept his main body to the south of the river and showed no desire to meddle with Victor before the arrival of the British. At this moment, military affairs were not the only things that were engaging the attention of the old captain-general. He was watching with considerable anxiety the course of events at Seville, where he was aware that he had many enemies. Ever since his high-handed action against the deputies of Leon in the preceding autumn, he knew that the Central Junta, and especially its liberal wing, viewed him with suspicion and dislike. It was with great reluctance that they had placed him in command of the Extremaduran army, and if he had not been popular with the conservative and clerical party and with some of the military cliques, he would not have retained his post for long. At this moment, there were many intrigues stirring in Andalusia, and if some of them were directed against the junta, others had no other end than the changing of the commanders of the various armies. While the junta were debating about forms of government, and especially about the summoning of a national Cortes in the autumn, there were a number of officers of damaged reputation whose main object was to recover the military rank of which they had been deprived after misfortunes in the field. Infantado, who thought that it was absurd that he should have been disgraced after Uccle, while Cuesta had been rewarded after Medellin, was at the head of one party of intriguers, which included Francisco Palafox and the Conde de Montijo, and had secured the aid of Colonel Doyle, late British agent in Aragon and Catalonia, an officer who showed a lamentable readiness to throw himself into the intestine. Quarrels of the Spanish factions. Their actions went to the very edge of high treason, for Montijo stirred up a riot at Granada on Apra, attacked the provincial authorities, and almost succeeded in carrying out a pronunciamiento which must have led to civil war. The junta did no more than banish him to Sanlúcar, from which place he continued his plots with Infantado in spite of the warning that he had received. In Seville, faction, if not so openly displayed, was equally violent. There was, as we have already said, a large section of the junta whose dearest wish would have been to displace Cuesta. It was they who had obtained the nomination of Venegas to take charge of the troops in La Mancha, merely because he was known to be an enemy of the elder general. Yet since the two armies would have to cooperate in any attempt to recover Madrid, it was clearly inexpedient that their commanders should be at enmity. Some of the politicians at Seville were set on giving high command to the Duke of Albuquerque, an energetic and ambitious officer, but one gifted with the talent of quarreling with every superior under whom he served. He was now bickering with Cuesta, just as in March he had bickered with Cartagel. The Duke was a great admirer of all things English, and a personal friend of Freire, the British minister. The latter did his best to support his pretensions, often expressing in official correspondence with the junta a desire that Albuquerque might be given an independent corps, and entrusted with the charge of the movement that was to be concerted in conjunction with Wellesley's army. But it was not so much Albuquerque as Wellesley himself that Cuesta dreaded as a possible successor, for Freer was possessed with the notion that the time had now arrived at which it would be possible to press for the appointment of a single commander-in-chief of all the Spanish armies. The obvious person to fill this post was the victor of Vimero and Oporto, if only Spanish pride would consent to the appointment of a foreigner. Freer had sufficient sense to refrain from openly publishing his idea, but he was continually ventilating it to his private friends in the junta, in season and out of season. There can be no doubt that both from the military and the political point of view, the results of Wellesley's exaltation to the position of generalissimo would have been excellent. If he had controlled the whole of the Spanish armies in the summer of 1809, the course of affairs in the peninsula would have taken a very different turn, and the campaign of Talavera would not have been wrecked by the hopeless want of cooperation between the allied armies. But it was not yet the time to press for the appointment, great as Wellesley's reputation already was. When compared with that of any Spanish general, it was still not so splendid or so commanding as to compel assent to his promotion. Legitimate national pride stood in the way, and even after Espinosa and Tudela and Medellin, the Spaniards could not believe that it was necessary for them to entrust the whole responsibility for the defense of their country to the foreigner. Only a few of the politicians of Seville showed any liking for the project. Wellesley himself would have desired nothing so much as this appointment, but being wiser and less hopeful than Freer, he thought it useless to press the point. When the sanguine diplomat wrote to him, early in June, to detail his attempts to bring home the advisability of the project to his Spanish friends, the general's reply was cautious in the extreme. "I am much flattered," he said, "by the notion entertained by some of the persons in authority at Seville of appointing me to the command of the Spanish armies. I have received no instruction from government upon that subject, but I believe that it was considered an object of great importance in England that the commander-in-chief of the British troops should have that situation. But it is one more likely to be attained by refraining from pressing it and leaving it to the Spanish themselves to discover the expediency of the arrangement than by any suggestion on our parts." He concluded by informing Freer that he could not conceive that his insinuation was likely to have any effect, and that the opinion of the British ministry was probably correct, viz., that at present national jealousy made the project hopeless. Now it was impossible that Freer's well-meaning but mistaken endeavors should escape the notice of Cuesta's friends in Seville. The British minister had spoken to so many politicians on the subject that we cannot doubt that his colloquies were promptly reported to the Captain General of Estremadura. This fact goes far to explain Cuesta's surly and impracticable behavior towards Wellesley during the Talavera campaign. He disliked his destined colleague not only because he was a foreigner, and because he showed himself strong-willed and outspoken during their intercourse, but because he believed that the Englishman was intriguing behind his back to obtain the post of generalissimo. This belief made him determined to assert his independence on the most trifling matters, loath to fall in with even the most reasonable plans, and suspicious that every proposal made to him concealed some trap. He attributed to Wellesley the design of getting rid of him, and was naturally determined to do nothing to forward it. The English officers who studied Cuesta's conduct from the outside during the Talavera campaign attributed his irrational movements and his hopeless impracticability to a mere mixture of pride, stupidity, and obstinacy. They were wrong. The dominant impulse was resentment, jealousy, and suspicion, a combination far more deadly in its results than the other. He awaited the approach of Wellesley with a predisposition to quarrel and a well-developed personal enmity, whose existence the British general had not yet realized. We have dealt in the last chapter with the strength and organization of the British Army at the moment when Wellesley crossed the frontier on July 3. It remains to speak of the two Spanish armies which were to take part in the campaign. We have already seen that Cuesta's host had been reinforced after Medellin with a new brigade of Granadan levies and a whole division taken from the army of La Mancha. Since that date, he had received large drafts both of infantry and cavalry from Andalusia. 6 more regiments of horse had reached him, besides reinforcements for his old corps. All were now strong in numbers and averaged between 400 and sabres, so that by the middle of June he had fully 7,000 mounted men under his orders. 8 or 9 additional regiments of infantry had also come to hand since April, some of them new Andalusian levies, others old corps whose cadres had been filled up since the disaster of Uccle. His infantry counted about 35,000 bayonets, divided into 5 divisions and a vanguard. The latter under Zayas was about 4,000 strong, each of the others exceed 0. The cavalry formed 2 divisions, under Henestrosa and Albuquerque, one composed of 7, one of 6 regiments. There were 30 guns, some of heavy caliber, 9 and 12-pounders, with about 800 artillerymen. The whole army, inclusive of sick and detached, amounted to 42,000 men, of whom perhaps 36,000 were efficients present with the colors. The second Spanish army, that of La Mancha under Venegas, was much weaker, having furnished heavy detachments to reinforce Cuesta before it took the field in June. Its base was the old army of the center, which had been commanded by Castaños and Infantado. Some 20 battalions that had seen service in the campaign of Tudela were still in its ranks. They had been recruited up to an average of 500 or 600 bayonets. The rest of the force was composed of new Andalusian regiments, raised in the winter and spring, some of which had taken part in the rout of Ciudad Real under Cartagena, while others had never before entered the field. The gross total of the army on June 16 was 26,298 men, of whom 383 were cavalry. Deducting the sick in hospital, Venegas could dispose of some 23,000 sabres and bayonets, distributed into 5 divisions. The horsemen in this army were not formed into separate brigades, but allotted as divisional cavalry to the infantry units. There was little to choose, in point of efficiency, between the Extremaduran army and that of La Mancha. Both contained too many raw troops, and in both, as was soon to be proved, the bulk of the cavalry was still as untrustworthy as it had shown itself in previous engagements. The Spaniards, therefore, could put into the field for the campaign of July on the Tagus some 60,000 men. But the fatal want of unity in command was to prevent them from coordinating their movements and acting as integral parts of a single army guided by a single will. Venegas was to a certain degree supposed to be under Cuesta's authority, but as he was continually receiving orders directly from the junta and was treated by them as an independent commander, he practically was enabled to do much as he pleased. Being a personal enemy of Cuesta, he had every inducement to play his own game, and did not scruple to do so at the most important crisis of the campaign, covering his disregard of the directions of his senior by the easy pretext of a desire to execute those of the central government. On July 15, the day when his share in the campaign commenced, the headquarters of Venegas were at Santa Cruz de Mudela, just outside the northern exit of the Despeña Perros. His outposts lay in front at El Moral, Valdepeñas, and Villanueva de los Infantes. He was divided by a considerable distance, some 25 miles, from the advanced cavalry of Sebastiani's corps, whose nearest detachment was placed at Villajarta, where the high road to Madrid crosses the river Giguela. Meanwhile, we must return to Wellesley, who, having crossed the frontier on July 3, was now moving forward by short marches to Plasencia. On the 4th, the headquarters were at Zarza-la-Maya, on the 6th at Coria, on the 7th at Galisteo. On the 8th, Plasencia was reached, and the general halted the army, while he should ride over to Almaraz and confer in person with Cuesta on the details of their plan of campaign. In the valley of the Alagan, where the country was almost untouched by the hand of war, provisions were obtainable in some quantity, but every Spanish informant agreed that, when the troops dropped down to the Tagus, they would find the land completely devastated. Wellesley was therefore most anxious to organize a great depot of food before moving on. The local authorities professed great readiness to supply him, and he contracted with the alcaldes of the fertile Vera de Plasencia for 250,000 rations of flour to be delivered during the next 10 days. Lozano de Torres, the Spanish commissary general sent by the junta to the British headquarters, promised his aid in collecting the food, but even before Wellesley departed to visit Cuesta, he had begun to conceive doubts whether supplies would be easily procurable. The difficulty was want of transport. The army had marched from Portugal with a light equipment and had no carts to spare for scouring the countryside in search of flour. The general had relied on the assurances sent him from Seville to the effect that he would easily be able to find local transport in the intact regions about Coria and Placentia. But he was disappointed. Very few carts could be secured, and the store of food in the possession of the army seemed to shrink rather than to increase during every day that the army remained in the valley of the Alagon, though the region was fruitful and undevastated. It is certain that the British commissaries had not yet mastered the art of gathering in provisions from the countryside, and that the Spanish local authorities could not be made to understand the necessity for punctuality and dispatch in the delivery of the promised supplies. On July 10, Wellesley started off with the headquarters staff to visit Cuesta at his camp beyond the bridge of Almaraz, there to concert the details of their joint advance. Owing to an error made by his guides, he arrived after dusk at the hamlet below the Puerto de Murabit, around which the main body of the army of Estremadura was encamped. The Captain General had drawn out his troops in the afternoon for the inspection of the British commander. When at last he appeared, they had been 4 hours under arms in momentary expectation of the arrival of their distinguished visitor, and Cuesta himself, though still lame from the effect of his bruises at Medellin, had sat on horseback at their head during the greater part of that time. 2 admirable accounts of the review of the Estremaduran host in the darkness were written by members of Wellesley's staff. It is well worthwhile to quote one of them, for the narrative expresses with perfect clearness the effect which the sight of the Spanish troops made upon their allies. Our arrival at the camp was announced by a general discharge of artillery, upon which an immense number of torches were made to blaze up, and we passed the entire Spanish line in review by their light. The effect produced by these arrangements was one of no ordinary character. The torches, held aloft at moderate intervals, threw a red and wavering light over the whole scene, permitting at the same time its minuter parts to be here and there cast into the shade, while the grim and swarthy visages of the soldiers, their bright arms and dark uniforms, appeared peculiarly picturesque as often as the flashes fell upon them. Nor was Cuesta himself an object to be passed by without notice. The old man preceded us, not so much sitting upon his horse as held upon it by 2 pages, at the imminent risk of being overthrown whenever a cannon was discharged or a torch flamed out with peculiar brightness. His physical debility was so observable as clearly to mark his unfitness for the situation which he held. As to his mental powers, he gave us little opportunity of judging, inasmuch as he scarcely uttered 5 words during the continuance of our visit, but his corporal infirmities were ever at absolute variance with all a general's duties. In this way we passed by about 6,000 cavalry drawn up in rank entire, and not less than 20 battalions of infantry, each of 700 to 800 bayonets. They were all, without exception, remarkably fine men. Some indeed were very young, too young for service, particularly among the recruits who had lately joined. But to take them all in all, it would not have been easy to find a stouter or more hardy-looking body of soldiers in any European service. Of their appointments, it was not possible to speak in the same terms of commendation. There were battalions whose arms, accoutrements, and even clothing might be pronounced respectable, but in general they were deficient, particularly in shoes. It was easy to perceive, from the attitude in which they stood and the manner in which they handled their arms, that little or no discipline prevailed among them. They could not but be regarded as raw levies. Speaking of them in the aggregate, they were little better than bold peasantry, armed partially like soldiers, but completely unacquainted with a soldier's duty. This remark applied to the cavalry as much as to the infantry. Many of the horses were good, but the riders manifestly knew nothing of movement or of discipline, and they were on this account, as also on that of miserable equipment, quite unfit for service. The generals appeared to have been selected by one rule alone, that of seniority. They were almost all old men, and except O'Donoghue and Zayas, evidently incapable of bearing the fatigues or surmounting the difficulties of a campaign. It was not so with the colonels and battalion commanders, who appeared to be young and active, and some of whom were, we had reason to believe, learning to become skillful officers. Cuesta seemed particularly unwilling that any of his generals should hold any serious conversation with us. It is true that he presented them one by one to Sir Arthur, but no words were exchanged on the occasion, and each retired after he had made his bow. Albuquerque, of whom the Captain General was particularly jealous, had been relegated with his division to Arzobispo and did not appear on the scene. The all-important plan of campaign was settled at a long conference. It lasted for 4 hours on the morning of the following day. According to all accounts, the scene at the interview must have been curious. Cuesta could not, or would not, speak French. Wellesley was not yet able to express himself fluently in Spanish. Accordingly, O'Donoghue, the chief of the staff of the army of Estremadura, acted as interpreter between them, rendering Wellesley's views into Spanish and Cuesta's into English. The greater part of the discussion consisted in the bringing forward of plans by the British commander and their rejection by the Captain General. Cuesta was full of suspicion and saw a trap in every proposal that was made to him. He imagined that Wellesley's main object was to edge him out of the supreme command. He was almost silent throughout the interview, only opening his lips to give emphatic negatives, for which O'Donoghue proceeded to find ingenious and elaborate explanations. It was not the principles on which the campaign was to be conducted, but the details of the distribution of the troops on which the trouble arose. The enemy's position and force was fairly well known to both generals, except in one all-important particular. They were aware that Victor lay behind the Albuch with not much more than 22,000 men, that Sebastiani was at Madrigos with a somewhat smaller force, and that King Joseph, with his central reserve, which they overestimated at 12,000 men, was able at any moment to join the First Corps. Hence they expected to find some 34,000 French troops at Talavera, and rightly considered that, with the 55,000 men of their two armies, they ought to give a good account of them. Sebastiani, as they supposed, might be left out of the game, for occupation for him would be found by the army of La Mancha, which was to be told off for this purpose, and directed to cling to the skirts of the Fourth Corps and never to lose sight of it. As Venegas would have, according to their calculations, nearly double the numbers of Sebastiani, he would have no difficulty in keeping him in check. But it was not only on the French troops in New Castile that watch had to be kept. It was necessary to take into account the enemy beyond the mountains in the valley of the Douro. The Allied generals were aware that Mortier and Soult must both be considered. The former they knew to be at Valladolid, and they had learnt that King Joseph was proposing to bring him down towards Madrid, as was indeed the fact. Accordingly, they expected that he might turn up in a few days somewhere in the direction of Avila. Soult they knew to be at Zamora, and from the dispatches captured with General Franceschi 10 days before, they had a good knowledge of his force and intentions. A study of these documents led them to conclude that he could not move for many weeks, owing to the dilapidated state of his corps, which he had painted in the most moving terms in his letters to King Joseph. They also gathered that if he moved at all, he would be inclined to threaten northern Portugal or Ciudad Rodrigo. In the dispatches captured with Franceschi, he had named Braganza as a point at which he might strike. Accordingly, they opined that he need not be taken very seriously into consideration, especially as he was wholly destitute of artillery. Yet he might be drawn into the field by the news that Madrid was in danger. If he were induced to bring help to the king, he would almost certainly work by making a diversion against the communications of the British army, and not by directly joining himself to Joseph's army by the long and circuitous march from Zamora to Madrid. To carry out such a diversion, he would be obliged to cross the lofty Sierra de Francia by one of the passes which lead from the Salamanca region into the valley of the Alagon, perhaps by the defile of Perales, but much more probably by the better-known and more practicable pass of Baños. Wellesley took the possibility of this movement into serious consideration, but did not think that it would be likely to cause him much danger if it should occur, for he believed that Soult would bring with him no more than the 15,000 or 18,000 men of his own Second Corps, that he would appear not with such a small force, but with Ney and Mortier in his wake, leading an army of 50,000 bayonets, did not enter into the mind of the British commander. Mortier was thought to be moving in the direction of Avila. Ney was believed to be contending with the Galician insurgents in the remote regions about Lugo and Corunna. The news of his arrival at Astorga had not yet reached the Allied camps, and he was neglected as a factor in the situation. Wellesley and Cuesta had no conception that any force save that of Soult was likely to menace their northern flank and their line of communications when they committed themselves to their advance on Madrid. To provide against a possible movement of the Second Corps into the valley of the Tagus, therefore, all that was necessary was to hold the defiles of Perelles and Baños. The former had already been seen to, for even before the meeting of Wellesley and Cuesta, Carlos de España had blocked it with 2 or 3 battalions drawn from the garrison of Ciudad Rodrigo. For the latter, Wellesley hoped that Cuesta would provide a sufficient garrison. The old Captain General promised to do so, but only sent 600 men under the Marquis del Rieno, a wholly inadequate detachment. Wellesley's first proposal to his Spanish colleague was that the main bodies of both armies should advance against Victor, while a detachment of 10,000 men should move out to the left, in the direction of Avila, to look for Mortier if he were to be found in that direction, and if not, to turn the enemy's right and threaten Madrid. He hoped that Venegas and the army of La Mancha might at the same time move forward against Sebastiani and keep him so fully employed that he would not be able to spare a man to aid Victor and King Joseph. Cuesta at once refused to make any detachment in the direction of Avila from his own army, and suggested that Wellesley should find the 10,000 men required for this diversion. The English general objected that it would take exactly half his force, and that he could not split up such a small unit, while the Spaniards could easily spare such a number of troops from their total of 36,000 men. This argument failed to move Cuesta, and the project was dropped, Wellesley thinking that it was not strictly necessary, though very advisable. The only flanking force, which was finally set aside for operations on the left wing, for the observation of the French about Avila and the feint at Madrid, consisted of Sir Robert Wilson's 1,500 Portuguese and a corresponding body of 2 battalions and 1 squadron from the Spanish army, about 3,500 men in all. It played a part of some little importance in the campaign, but it is hard to see that it would have exercised any dominant influence, even if it had been raised to the full strength that Wellesley had desired. Mortier, as a matter of fact, was not near Avila, and so the 10,000 men sent in this direction would not have served the end that the British general expected. The 5th Corps had been called off by Soult, contrary to the wishes of the king, and no body of troops was needed to contain it on this part of the theater of war. It was ultimately to appear at a very different point, where no provision had been made for its reception. Far more important were the arrangements which Wellesley and Cuesta made for the diversion on their other flank. It was from the miscarriage of this operation, owing to the willful disobedience of the officer charged with it, that the failure of the whole campaign was to come about. They agreed that Venegas, with the 23,000 men of the army of La Mancha, was to move up the high road from his position at Santa Cruz de Mudela and drive Sebastiani before him. Having pushed back the 4th Corps to the Tagus, Venegas was then to endeavor to force the passage of that river either at Aranjuez or at Fuenteduñas, and to threaten Madrid. It was calculated that Sebastiani would be forced to keep between him and the capital, and would be unable to spare a man to reinforce Victor and King Joseph. Thus Wellesley and Cuesta, with 56,000 men, would close on the king and the marshal, who could not have more than 35,000, and, as it was hoped, defeat them, or at least maneuver them out of Madrid. A glance at the map will show one peculiarity of this plan. It would have been more natural to bid Venegas march by the bridge of Toledo rather than by those of Aranjuez and Fuenteduñas. To use the latter, he would have to move towards his right, and to separate himself by a long gap from the main army of the Allies. At Toledo, he would be within 35 miles of them, at Aranjuez 70, at Fuenteduñas 100 miles would lie between him and the troops of Wellesley and Cuesta. It would appear that the 2 generals at their colloquy came to the conclusion that by ordering Venegas to use the eastern passages of the Tagus, they would compel Sebastiani to remove eastward also. so that he would be out of supporting distance of Victor. They recognized the bare possibility that Sebastiani might refuse to devote himself to the task of holding back the army of La Mancha, might leave Madrid to its fate, and then hurry off to join the king and the First Corps in an assault on the main Anglo-Spanish army. In this case, they settled that Venegas should march on the capital and seize it, a move which, as they supposed, would force Joseph to turn back or to redivide his army. But it is clear that they did not expect to have to fight Victor, the king, and Sebastiani combined, as they were ultimately forced to do at Talavera on July 28. They supposed that Venegas would find occupation for the Fourth Corps, and that they might count on finding only the First Corps and Joseph's Madrid reserves in front of them. When armies are working in a joint operation from separate bases, it is all-important that they should time their movements with the nicest exactitude. This Wellesley and Cuesta attempted to secure by sending to Venegas an elaborate timetable. He was ordered to be at Madrigos on July 19, at Tembulk on the 20th, at Santa Cruz de la Zarza on the 21st, and at the bridge of Fuenteduñas on the 22nd or 23rd. All this was on the supposition that Sebastiani would have about 12,000 men and would give ground whenever pressed. If he turned out by some unlikely chance, presumably by having rallied the king's reserves, to be much stronger, Venegas was to maneuver in the direction of Tarancon to avoid a general action and, if necessary, to retreat towards the passes from which he had started. It would be rather an advantage than otherwise if, contrary to all probability, the French had concentrated their main force against the army of La Mancha, for this would leave Victor helpless in front of the united hosts of Wellesley and Cuesta, which would outnumber him by 2-1. A Portuguese cavalry soldier. In large Spanish coins of the period of the Peninsular War. What the Allied generals never expected was that Venegas would let Sebastiani slip away from his front, without any attempt to hold him, and would then, instead of marching on Madrid, waste the critical days of the campaign, July 24-29, in miserable delays between Toledo and Aranjuez, when there was absolutely no French field force between him and Madrid, nor any hostile troops whatever in his neighborhood, save a weak division of 3,000 men in garrison. Toledo, the failure of the Talavera campaign, is due even more to this wretched indecision and disobedience to orders on the part of Venegas than to the eccentricities and errors of Cuesta. If the army of La Mancha had kept Sebastiani in check and refused to allow him to abscond, there would have been no battles on the Albuch on July 27-28, for the French would never have dared to face the Anglo-Spaniards of the main host without the assistance of the Fourth Corps. But to return to the joint plan of Wellesley and Cuesta, on July 23, the day on which Venegas was to reach Fuenteduñas or Aranjuez, the 56,000 men of the Grand Army were to be assailing Victor behind the Albuch. The British were to cross the Taiter at Basagana on the 18th and follow the high-road naval Muralorobsa. The Estremadurans, passing the Tagus at Olmaraz and Arzobispo, were to move by the parallel route along the river bank by La Calzada and Calera, which is only 5 or 6 miles distant from the Great Chaussee. Thus, the two armies would be in close touch with each other and would not be caught apart by the enemy. On reaching Talavera, they were to force the fords of the Albuch and fall upon Victor in his cantonments behind that stream. Sir Robert Wilson and the 3,500 men of his mixed Spanish and Portuguese detachment were to move up as the flank guard of the Allied host and to push by the headwaters of the Taiter for Escalona on the side road to Madrid. Criticisms of the most acrimonious kind have been brought to bear on this plan by English, French, and Spanish writers. Many of them are undeserved, in particular the tritest objection of all, made ex post facto by those who only look at the actual course of the campaign, that Wellesley was exposing his communications to the united forces of Soult, Ney, and Mortier. There was on July 10, when Cuesta and Wellesley met, no reason whatever for apprehending the contingency of the march of the three marshals upon Placentia. Soult, as his own letters of June 25 bore witness, was not in a condition to move. He had not a single piece of artillery, and his troops were in dire need of rest and re-equipment. Ney was believed to be at Corunna or Lugo. Soult's intercepted dispatches spoke of the Sixth Corps as being destined to remain behind in Galicia, and he, as the Allied generals supposed, ought best to have known what his colleague was about to do. How could they have guessed that, in wrath at his desertion by the Duke of Dalmatia, Ney would evacuate the whole kingdom, abandon fortresses like Ferrol and Corunna, and march for Astorga? Without Ney's corps to aid him, Soult could not possibly have marched on Placentia. To have done so with the Second Corps alone would have exposed him to being beset by Wellesley on one side and by Beresford on the other. As to Mortier and the Fifth Corps, Cuesta and Wellesley undervalued their strength, being unaware that Kellerman had sent back from the Asturias the division that had been lent him for his expedition to Oviedo. They thought that the Duke of Treviso's force was more like 7,000 than 17,000 bayonets, and such as it was, they had the best of reasons for believing that it was more likely to march on Madrid by Avila than to join Soult, for they had before them an intercepted dispatch from the king, bidding Mortier to move down to Villacastin in order to be in supporting distance of the capital and the First Corps. On the whole, therefore, the two generals must be excused for not foreseeing the descent of 50,000 men upon their communications, which took place 3 weeks after their meeting at the bridge of Almaraz. The data in their possession on July 10 made it appear most improbable. A much more valid criticism is that which blames the method of cooperation with Venegas which was employed. Double external lines of operations against an enemy placed in a central position are notoriously perilous, and the particular movement on Fuenteduñas, which the army of La Mancha was ordered to execute, was one which took it as far as possible from Wellesley's and Cuesta's main body. Yet it may be urged in their defense that, if they had drawn in Venegas to join them, they would have got little profit out of having 23,000 more Spaniards on the Albuch. Sebastiani, on the other hand, who could join Victor at the same moment that the corps from La Mancha joined the Allies, would bring some 17,000 excellent troops to Talavera. The benefit of drawing in Venegas would be much less than the disadvantage of drawing in Sebastiani to the main theater of war. Hence came the idea that the army from the passes must be devoted to the sole purpose of keeping the Fourth Corps as far as possible from the Albuch. Even knowing that Venegas was hostile to Cuesta, and that he was a man of no mark or capacity, Wellesley could not have expected that he would disobey orders, waste time, and fail utterly in keeping touch with Sebastiani or threatening Madrid. The one irreparable fault in the drawing up of the whole plan of campaign was the fundamental one that Wellesley had undertaken to cooperate with Spanish armies before he had gauged the weak points of the generals and their men. If he had held the post of commander-in-chief of the Allied forces and could have issued orders that were obeyed without discussion, the case would have been different. But he had to act in conjunction with two colleagues, one of whom was suspicious of his intentions and jealous of his preponderant capacity, while the other deliberately neglected to carry out clear and cogent orders from his superior officer. Cuesta's impracticability and Venegas's disobedience could not have been foreseen by one who had no previous experience of Spanish armies. Still less had Wellesley realized all the defects of the Spanish rank and file when placed in line of battle. That he did not hold an exaggerated opinion of their merits when he started on the campaign is shown by letters which he wrote 9 months before. But he was still under the impression that, if cautiously handled and not exposed to unnecessary dangers, they would do good service. He had yet to witness the gratuitous panic of Portego's division on the eve of Talavera and the helplessness of the Spanish cavalry at the combats of Gamonal and Arzobispo. After a month's experience of Cuesta and his men, Wellesley vowed never again to take part in grand operations with a Spanish general as his equal and colleague. This was the teaching of experience, and on July 10, the experience was yet to come. The interview at the bridge of Almaraz had not been very satisfactory to Wellesley, but it was far from having undeceived him as to the full extent of the difficulties that lay before him. He wrote to Freire at Seville that he had been on the whole well received, and that Cuesta had not displayed any jealousy of him. As that sentiment was at this moment the predominant feeling in the old man's breast, it is clear that he had succeeded in hiding it, but the obstinate silence of Wellesley's colleague had worried him. O'Donnell, who had done all the talking, and it was impossible to say what plans the general entertains. He was moreover somewhat perturbed by the rumors which his staff had picked up from the Extremaduran officers, to the effect that Cuesta was so much the enemy of the central junta that he was plotting a pronunciamiento for its deposition. As to the fighting powers of the Spanish army, Wellesley wrote to Castlereagh that the troops were ill-clothed but well-armed, and the officers appeared to take pains with their discipline. Some of the corps of infantry were certainly good, and the horses of the cavalry were in good condition. Only 10 days later, he was to utter the very different opinion that, owing to their miserable state of discipline and their want of officers properly qualified, these troops are entirely incapable of performing any maneuver however simple, and that whole corps, officers and men, run off on the first appearance of danger. The British commander-in-chief had indeed many moral and mental experiences to go through between the interview at Murrabit on July 10 and the retreat from Talavera on August 2. Section 16, Chapter IV. The march to Talavera, quarrel of Wellesley and Cuesta. Having returned to his army on July 12, Wellesley gave orders for the whole force to get ready for a general advance on the morning of the 18th, the day which had been chosen for the commencement of operations at the Conference of Almaraz. It would have been in every way desirable to have moved out at once, and not to have waited for these 6 days. If the march against Victor had been fixed for the 13th or 14th, the French would have been caught unprepared, for as late as the 17th King Joseph and his adviser Jourdan were under the impression that the force at Placentia consisted of nothing more than a Portuguese division of 10,000 men, and it was only on the 22nd that they received the definite information that the whole British army was upon the Taita. It is clear that, by advancing 5 days earlier than he actually did, Wellesley might have caught the enemy in a state of complete dispersion, the Fourth Corps being on July 20 still at Madrigos in La Mancha, and the king, with his reserves, at Madrid. If attacked on the 17th or the 18th, as he might well have been, Victor would have found it impossible to call up Sebastiani in time, and must have fallen back in haste to the capital. The Allies could then have cut him off from the Fourth Corps, which must have retreated by a circuitous route, and could not have rejoined the main body of the French army in time for a battle in front of Madrid.